Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a specific
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to
Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it. The fire can stand to the tallest of giants. The tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling his dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. Ayy, I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake to sit in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the place and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the T when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Good morning, America! I'm your host, HB2N. It's another episode of Gone Trucking. I've seen about 6 accidents this morning. Man, I saw one of the worst accidents this morning. Currently on I-30 in Saltillo, Texas. God damn, man. Yo, this whole trip has been nothing but crazy weather, man. Only thing I could tell you guys is when it's bad weather, Please just ease up on the speed, man. Just slow down a little bit. God damn. I didn't saw so many accidents this morning. Jesus Christ. About 3 truck accidents, 4 four-wheeler accidents. Just take your time on the road, man. Speed and bad weather is a deadly combination. Anyway, it's 8:20 Central, 9:20 Eastern. The market's about to open up. I was waiting for Crack. I thought Crack was about to go live because pretty much all his predictions came true. Helen Haynes, good morning. Good morning. I was watching John's live with Be Brave. And you know, I see Be Brave get a lot of flack. And I understand it. Like, I get it, you guys. I get it. You know, my only thing with Be Brave is I just wish it wasn't like white trash that was saying the stuff that he's saying. Because what he's saying is not a lie, man. It's like, okay, white trash is saying it. Who cares? But like the issue is like, bro, the shit that goes on, most white folks just ignore it, man. Most society just ignores it. Everybody in society just ignores it. Black people, white people, they just ignore it. Act like it doesn't even matter. And it's like, yeah, I get it. To some people, it doesn't matter. But I don't know, man. There's so many things in this country that could be better. And it's like all people focus on is themselves. That's all they care about. Well, I'm not like that. I'm not like this. I'm not like that. Well, good. Yeah, you're doing what you're supposed to do. But what about those homeless people? What about those fucking crazy homeless veterans on the street? What about the fucking criminals that are making it unsafe for people to just live in abject poverty? Like, it's almost like just because somebody's not successful or doesn't have money, they deserve to live in an unsafe place. So it's like, well, I didn't grow up around that. I came out of the hood. I don't have to deal with that. Fuck them. And that's where I just don't get the disconnect. Like, yeah, I don't, you know, Be Brave isn't my favorite person either, man. I get it, but it's not like he's fucking lying, man. You know, it's just that nobody else is saying nothing. Even with that, yo, this is a good example. The halftime show. Why didn't all those white people just boo? Boo! Boring! Boring! No. They let this nigga jive and fucking sashay and do all this zesty dancing, hating white people, this blacks built America bullshit. And all the white people did there was sit in silence. They didn't even boo. They didn't even fucking boo. And that's the problem. Only white trash losers like Be Brave are going to say something. But he said something that I really agree with. It's the hush money. Those white people, they can't boo. I saw those videos, man. If you look at the faces of some of these white people while that Kendrick's Super Bowl was playing, they looked disgusted. Straight disgusted. All you white folks had to do was boo. That's all you had to do. Boo! This nigga's gay. This nigga's gay. Boo! But they're too much of a coward to do it. They're too cowardly. They're too cowardly to say, hey, man, There's something wrong in the black community. There's something wrong with hip hop. There's something wrong with this shit. There's something wrong. And black people, it's like, some of us are just too retarded to even see the problem. Or maybe we just really don't give a fuck. Maybe it's just an empathy thing, you know? Sometimes I wonder, like, how can black people in the hood how are they able to just kill so many black people and not give a fuck about it? And I think it's just the empathy thing. Like, black people just literally lack empathy. A lot of them do. That's why it's like, I can't just sit here and, act like this shit doesn't matter, man. I know a lot of black folks can. They could just walk over a dead body. They don't give a fuck. They'll just walk right over. I'm the dumbass. I'm the dumbass that'll stop. See if he's okay. Call the police. But I think a lot of black folks just lack empathy. Straight up. So I get it. I get it with Be Brave, man. I get it. I wish it wasn't, the lowest of the low of white people. But, I mean, you got to at least give him credit for at least speaking his mind, because all those white people at that Super Bowl, none of them said anything. They let one of the worst performances ever in Super Bowl history go down, and they didn't say a word. They just all went into their phone. They detached from reality. Well, they just pull the plug in the Matrix. Yeah, Lindy Lou, too afraid to be called a racist. And I think that's where Be Brave was right. And, I think that's part of that's kind of the irony of Be Brave. Be Brave's retired, so he's not really brave by saying the shit that he says. Because you're not afraid to say it, Lindy Lou. What you're afraid of is the backlash. I don't think white people are cowards, but like Be Brave said, it's the hush money. You guys are afraid to lose your jobs. You're afraid to lose what you built, afraid to lose your house, afraid to lose, your worldly possessions. So you're going to lose the country instead. So I guess that is the, that is the kind of longer, the longer play. I guess don't lose what you have now. You could just lose the country down the line. You'll probably be gone anyway. So, we'll probably all be gone when this shit really hits the fan. But I get it. I get it. I get it. Hold on a second, you guys. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Let me we got Stanley Cross and You and Me Girl at The Urban Landlord. Hit the like button, subscribe if you're new here. And of course, if you want to help sponsor this episode, $ HB2N or $ Portia J. $10 a day for Portia J. Stanley Cross, You and Me Girl. Yo, Daniel Nixon. I'm in let me see. I'm on I-30 South. I'm in Sulphur Springs, Texas right now, man. I'm way ahead of schedule right now. Bro, I saw so many accidents this morning. I saw one tractor trailer and yo, bro, this shit was so fucked up. That nigga died, man. That nigga straight up died. Like the whole truck was on to the side, on the side of the road, but the whole tractor was completely obliterated. The trailer looked like it got chopped in half. I don't know what the fuck happened, but that nigga did not make that, man. He did not make it. I've seen about 6 accidents this morning, and really it's just people driving way too fast, man. You got to slow down. When it's raining, my when it's raining hard, like where it's hard to like see through the windshield, my go-to basically is whatever the speed limit is, go about 10 to 15 under that. 10 to 15 under that, and keep enough distance between you and the car or the truck in front of you. Because man, bro, I've already had to hit the brakes twice. My brakes started smoking today because there was another accident that happened in the left lane, and the people that come to fix, pull motherfuckers out of ditches and shit, they had literally just pulled up. So this truck in front of me, he hits his brakes. I gotta hit my brakes. Luckily, I had enough stopping distance in front of me that I actually came to a complete stop. But I was going like 68. I had to come to a complete stop. Going 68 with 75 fucking thousand pounds on me. So bro, it happens just that fucking quick. When the weather's bad, you gotta increase that stopping distance. You gotta increase, don't put as much, don't drive as fast. It's really that simple, man. It's really that fucking simple. But yeah, man, yeah, man, the thing about, yeah, sweet auntie, good morning. But yeah, I'm headed back. I think I'm headed back home today. I think they're gonna give me let me get off early today because I drove like a madman last week, man. I think what's happening is like I'm making a little bit too much money, and they're like trying to like cap me a little bit. I don't know. It's kind of seeming like that. Like I'm putting in too much fucking work, man. They trying to cap me, man. So I'm getting the fuck out of here, man. But Crown Reese, salute. 12th man, salute. Oh man, yeah. But I feel like Be Brave is he's like last of a dying breed, man. If Be Brave was at that Super Bowl, he would have been booing. He would have booed. Boo! Boo! But all those white folks there paying $9,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 for those seats. And they didn't say a word, man. Oh, just because they don't want to look like they're racist. When it's not even that. That's what the Luciferian, that's why I call it the Luciferian left, because they've really made you think that black is wrong or black is right. And if you're racist, by calling out what's wrong, it makes you racist. That's not what's wrong. When it's in your face like that, just say this shit is wrong. Just say it's when they literally stuff it in your fucking faces. Now, obviously, when we go throughout our day, every day, we don't come across this shit every day. The internet makes this shit way more important than what it really is. It makes it way more important than what it really is. In real life, I don't come across a bunch of racist white boys or fucking, hood ass niggas that's trying to kill me. I'm ready for both, though. That's the thing. I'm ready for both. So don't think just because I don't come across it, it don't exist. But when they force feed it, you have the right to say no. That doesn't make you a fucking racist just by saying no. It's like they're force feeding this shit. It's no different than the LGBT transgender bullshit. You go somewhere and they're forcing this shit on you, man, walk the fuck out. So I get Be Brave. He's needed. He's needed. Because unfortunately, when black people say this shit, oh, you guys are coons and you guys are, you're shucking and jiving, you're repeating the white man's talking points. Man, fuck the white man. Half of this shit is going down because the white man won't say nothing. Everything don't fucking revolve around the goddamn white man. But unfortunately, a lot of people won't hear it unless a white man says it. That's why even a fucking redneck hillbilly loser like Be Brave is needed. Because at least he has the fucking balls to say it. What's wrong is wrong. And how dare you, black men who actually accomplished something, how dare you? How dare you think that he's talking about you? How dare you? I just can't understand why so many people get triggered by it, man. But that's why John and Be Brave show, it's gonna do numbers, man. This shit is gonna do numbers. Because people are really getting triggered by this shit. You know, Be Brave is a failed baby daddy, loser. He'll tell you. He'll tell you. You know, probably needs some hobbies in life. But when it comes to talking about niggatry, yeah. He's a blast from the past, man. What he says is how a lot of white people feel, but they just won't say it. They're too much of a coward to say it. That's how they really feel. What, you gonna change their mind about it? Oh, I'm one of the good ones. I'm one of the good ones. Are you talking about me? I'm a good little nigga. Man, fuck them. This America, you don't gotta prove nothing to nobody but your family. That's it. As long as your babies ain't starving, as long as your wife ain't worried where you are, as long as your bills getting paid, why you gotta prove something to anybody, man? Fuck them. But I think some people, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. But I think this show, John and Be Brave is doing, I think is very, very much needed, man. Plus, seeing John, giggle like a schoolgirl, man, listen, man, there's just a certain level of joy that John gets when he's on the line with Be Brave talking about niggas. It's just, bro, it's like watching a fucking kid in a candy store, man. Bro, John is John just had to clean up a dead nigga's body off his floor. Let him enjoy what he enjoys, man. That's straight joy right there, man. That's joy. Talking about these niggas, man. Dumbass niggas. Ah, Tom Gully said nothing involving Be Brave is very much needed. You know, Tom Gully, I have to disagree, man. I think it is. You know, that Super Bowl, bro, that Super Bowl halftime show, this is why Be Brave is needed, man. And not Be Brave specifically, not Be Brave specifically, but that archetype, that archetype where you know how like you know the thing about it, Tom, is like Kendrick Lamar is unapologetically black. Where are the unapologetically white people at? Where are they? I sat and watched the whole crowd of people not boo. Why didn't they boo that shit, man? That was a terrible halftime show. And then the more you like get down into why Kendrick did what he did, yo, this shit had nothing to do with, oh, I want to diss Drake. No, he got out of his deal with TDE and Aftermath, so he didn't want to play none of his hits. He wanted to play all the songs he played were off of his recent album. So he purposely didn't want to give the his former labels any like cut of the streams that he was about to get, because you know with doing the Super Bowl, a lot of people, you know, they basically look up your music. So people are gonna see him at the Super Bowl. They're gonna be like, oh, who is this little midget? I'm gonna check him out, and his streams are gonna go up. Well, he owns 100% of that last album. Royalties. Thank you, Daniel Nixon. Royalties. He owns 100% of that last album. So he only did songs off of his recent album. So he didn't do you know, Trick Bitch Don't you know the songs he's got. So something siding, siding, or bitch don't kill my vibe, bitch don't kill my vibe. He didn't do none of the actual hits that you guys may know. This was all a money play, and this is that fake fucking pro-black messiah, unapologetically black bullshit that they try to push on you when all it is about money. It's all about, yeah, swimming pools. Thank you, man. It's all about money. So they fucking cuck all the white people, make them feel like, well, if I boo this, then that means I'm racist. When no, he specifically didn't play his biggest hits because of money. He didn't want to shed any light on it. Yo, this shit is so insidious. It's so insidious. I don't apologize for being white. They didn't boo because who gets upset by the halftime show at the Super Bowl? You know, Tom Gully, I get that. It's not about being upset. It's just saying, I don't want this. Tom, I know you go to really nice restaurants. If you order something, you go get the you know, beef merlot or something. I don't know what you be getting. Tartar, beef tartar. Probably be getting something nice. And they bring out some bullshit. You're gonna say, hey, take this shit back. Bring me something that's edible. As a fan, you can boo. You can boo. You have that right. What are they going to kick you out for booing? What the hell? This is what I mean, man. You can boo. The audience in that NFL, in that Super Bowl was probably 95% white. You guys can boo bad acts. You know, if Doink the Clown came out there and, you know, took a shit in the middle of on the 50-yard line, everybody would have booed that shit. Well, I don't know. Somebody might have actually liked that. But if it's bad, you can boo it. See, the reason why is because a lot of white people have been manipulated into believing that if they say this is bad, this is terrible, that means you're racist. It doesn't mean you're racist at all. It doesn't. Like, the thing about hip hop is it's so fucking cryptic. You have to be in the know to even understand it. The good thing about pop music is anybody can listen to it. You play a Backstreet Boys song, you only need to hear it one time to understand it. Think no crazy, but it ain't no lie, baby. Bye, bye, bye. The better do. Might sound crazy, but it ain't no lie, baby. Bye, bye, bye. But when it comes to Kendrick Lamar, bro, you gotta damn near speak Hebrew to understand that shit. You gotta know the history 10, 15 years ago. You gotta decrypt and all this other bullshit. You gotta damn near be able to speak Egyptian, man, to understand what the fuck he's talking about.
And then he ain't that smart.
And he's not that smart. He ain't even that smart.
I gotta go through all these dumbass niggas.
Right. I gotta go through all this. I gotta do cryptology or whatever, cryptograph or whatever that dumb shit is, just to know that you jealous of a light-skinned nigga. Oh, I got it. Got it.
You know, HB, man, I was looking into his the lady that dressed him. I mean, I dress my motherfucking self. I don't know why these niggas need somebody to dress them.
Yep.
But you'd be surprised, man, who be dressing these people, man? Like fucking women?
I'm not surprised. It's you. Yeah, women and gay men. That's bunch of women and gay men, man. That's usually who dress these niggas.
I mean, you let a woman put bell bottoms on you, bro? Like, what the fuck, yo?
Nah,
like
never.
That's what I was saying. Then a white woman no less. Then you talking about that? These niggas must be mentally insane, bro.
They're retarded, man. They're retarded.
White woman that dress this nigga up like a clown, put bell bottoms on him, and you go out here pro-black. You got his sister crip walk. He won't ask that white woman to come out here and crip walk with him, right? Could you better
right. And then Serena's punk ass husband tried to make this shit about the Wimbledon. Nigga, you wasn't even with her then. She was popping coochie for Drake back then. What are you talking about?
Man, this shit is insane.
You wasn't even with her.
You know, I mean, I'm really amazed at how like something that used to bring everyone together, like these motherfuckers in just a few short order of years, you know, have turned it into a divisive event. You know, at least the halftime, which you brought everybody. You remember how you used to bring women in? Women didn't even watch football; they'd be watching for the halftime and the commercial.
That's it. That's all. That's all they would come in. Man, I remember just like going to family events. All the women would be cooking outside, doing something. You know, like they'd be hanging out with each other. As soon as all the guys would be, you know, in the basement watching the game. And as soon as the halftime show came up, all the women would come pile up to see who's performing, how it's going. It was really man, it was something like the halftime show was literally meant for the women. That's how it was when I was growing up anyway. Like it was for the women.
Commercials too.
Good morning, guys.
Yep, and the commercials too.
Yep. You know, and now it's like, damn, you know, the blacks are taking it over, you know what I'm saying, and blacked it a little bit, you know. And, you know, honestly, man, I don't think that would be a problem if the blacks had, you know, a culture that people looked up to. I really don't think it would be a problem. You know
If it was like Motown music,
right.
something that's like universal. You know.
Man, why didn't they put Bruno Mars up there? They could have put so many people, man.
I think, man, like, you know, again, like, they not like us. You know, it's like, to me, it seemed like what they're like a dog pissing on territory.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, this is our territory. We won't stand for the national anthem in the white version, but we will if you allow us to take it over. And you know, I think it's gonna run people away as much as it might bring the blacks in. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have had performed other songs from his catalog instead of performing this nonsense.
You didn't hear what I said, Latino? There's a reason why he did that.
No, I know. Dude, trust me. Me and my wife have been talking about this. Like it's deeper than what y'all think. It really is.
Well, what is it? Because I explained it earlier.
Cool. So they all started with a lawsuit from Drake trying to get out of his 360 deal, which is still going on.
No. Why didn't he play his hits?
Because they told him to play those songs.
No, that's not why. The reason
doesn't
why
he have
no. The reason why is all those songs he came out with are under his label. This is the first time he's been basically not under TDE and Aftermath.
Yeah, he got his own thing with his friend.
He got his own label now, so all those songs were on his own label. He doesn't want to split the money with TDE and Aftermath. That's the issue. All those other hits, those were all under Dr. Dre and TDE. So this ain't even about they didn't want him to play the man. Of course they wanted him to play the hits. This nigga is just money hungry. He don't give a fuck about the people.
You see, CKJ3, I think, thinks that someone is mad that they approved his performance. You know, yesterday.
No, CKJ. I'm not even mad at it. The performance sucked to me. It was terrible.
Yeah.
My issue is that the crowd didn't boo that shit.
No, listen, quiet.
They still quiet. Listen, CKJ. I'm not mad at a nigga getting his coins and getting his spotlight.
Get your paper.
Hey, get your paper. If they gonna use you as a fucking voodoo doll for the industry, if they gonna use you as a puppet, be the best puppet that you can be. I'm not mad at that.
You know, I think the bigger thing what it says to me, which is kind of a disappointment to me in a way, is, you know, at the highest level, you know, Jay-Z, he's pretty much at the highest level, and he can't think outside of the box. I listened to DJ Academics. He said more or less the same things we were saying up here, man. There was so many different ways you could have came at this.
Bro,
I think he wanted, to assert his black dominance over the NFL, or maybe there's, a cultural pull where he felt like he had to, put his finger on the scale for Kendrick Lamar, whatever. But all of that is racial stuff that doesn't really appeal to the masses.
Yeah.
And I think when you think that rap is so powerful, it's so, omnipotent, that you'll start making decisions based upon rap or some niche, when the whole audience is sitting there like, what the fuck is going on? What? And you got the nigga, you got to explain to the other nigga, like, if you got to explain what you do at the halftime show, you've already lost the plot.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah.
Yeah, because people just want to be entertained.
I've been seeing so many of those videos, John. See, the red represents the blood, and the blue represents the struggle, and the white is the white man, and it's a message. If you just think about, I'm like, bro, this is corny. That shit corny.
Yeah, it is.
And like, I want the niggas to define who is they. Who they not like. You know what I'm saying? Like, all this fucking mealy mouth punk ass talk, they.
Who's they?
Name some names. Describe these people so
they
I know.
Thems, man. They thems.
Well, John, what I think it is, I think the song is kind of taking a life of its own, but they not like us. What it really was about was Drake being a mulatto.
Yeah.
Like he ain't really
trying to play
black.
both sides.
Well,
He not really
good.
black.
Yeah, he
Good.
was raised by a white mom.
Good. So a half nigga ain't like you. Okay, so Mahomes ain't
Right.
like you either. Okay, good.
Yep.
We getting
Right.
somewhere. So we getting somewhere.
And he's not American.
Right,
So
I'm
that
saying
adds
we
a
getting somewhere.
And
that
not only
adds a
that,
All right. Mhm,
not only
mhm.
that, Kendrick, I believe is a Baptist, right, or Christian or whatever, and this dude is you know
Okay,
what?
all right. So religious reasons, and if both of your parents ain't black, you're not like us. Okay, those are the parameters that we're going by, right? Is
Right,
that
Yeah,
right.
I mean, John, I've been through that all my life.
So, so I want. Where do white people fit in?
Nowhere.
Asian people, Indian people, they're
Nowhere.
not like you either, nigga. Right?
Nowhere.
Now
Yeah.
you in a box by yourself with the worst 13% of these motherfuckers. Like, is that, but you don't want to live around us. I bet that nigga don't live around us. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
Like,
he
it's
don't.
crazy to me.
You see, they made a
Why you
big
think
deal.
that nigga don't live around the us he talk about?
Look, they made a big deal when he performed with the Amazon thing. Remember, where all the Hispanics were like, "Yo, why didn't you include us?" I don't know if you remember that. You remember?
Well, the
Yeah, talk up shit.
well, CKJ said, I'm wrong. Where did he say that in the song? He doesn't say it in the song, but it's very much implied. That's what he's talking about.
CKJ3
And
was like
basically,
Kendrick.
I don't know. I don't want to put that on him. I don't want to put that jacket on him.
I think he's partial to Kendrick. That's fine.
I don't want to put that jacket on him, no. But I think what he's trying to say is Drake isn't from the same cloth that Kendrick is
Yeah.
from. You know, Kendrick grew up in Compton. This nigga Drake grew up in Toronto. You know, there's just a different, like he's not cut from the same cloth as us.
That's
But
why
I
he
think
says
what
wop,
ended up
wop, wop.
happening. But I think what ended up happening was it took on a more political meaning too, and a racial meaning.
Yeah, I think it is very political. You know, I showed Benny Thompson, who's a high-ranking Democrat official, you know, complimenting Benny, Kendrick Lamar. And yeah, you know, I wonder, has there ever been a congressman, a black one, complimenting an artist in this fashion? I mean, he framed it under racial, we built this country. He even said they not like us. Again, like, who is the they? You represent all of us, don't you? And
Ironically, Obama was asked years ago, but who's the better rapper, Kendrick or Drake? Years
And he
ago,
said Kendrick.
He said Kendrick.
okay, well, there you go.
Yeah, this whole thing may have been cooked up for years, honestly.
Yeah, but he said in the song he goes wop 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 wop. If you guys know what that means, that means without papers.
See, and this is why
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. And see, this is why this.
I thought WAP referred to Italians. WAP,
Yeah,
WAP, WAP.
exactly. It's a term that it was used to Italians to say that they didn't have papers.
And see, that's and I feel like
papers.
that's the thing with like rap. Sometimes people put way too much meaning into this shit. Like, bro, it's not even that deep, man. It's really not. It's not that deep. Like, it's not that deep at all, man. But when you put these type of niggas on a pedestal, people think that there's more meaning to it than what it is. Bro, this shit is about pussy and a nigga jealous. That's all this is about.
Yeah, you know, that part is, I didn't understand that part, why he would bring the man's ex-women out there. I don't know what angle he was trying to accomplish with that.
That's
jealous,
that's some
man.
bitch made shit. That's the shit that HB be talking about.
CKJ3, explain this shit for us, huh?
Yeah, that's some bitch.
Why you bring the
shit,
man's ex-flames up there? You know what I mean?
You feel me? That's that shit that you can't have certain friends around your girl because they be hating on you to try to get at your girl type of shit, dog.
Yeah, CKJ. I
that's
saw
wild.
a video of a gay white man singing "They Not Like Us" in the Super Bowl audience too. That's the audience for this shit, man. The audience is a bunch of fucking liberals. That's the thing. There was oh man, John, I wish I had the clip, but Literally, it was a gay white man singing all the lyrics to "They Not Like Us," and that's where the political thing came into it. Now this is an anthem for the LGBTQ. This is an anthem for the blacks. This is an anthem for the liberals. This is an anthem for the pro. You know, that it has many meanings. It can mean anything, really.
It is again. Like they speak in such generalities where they can use these things. You're right, to apply to any different group.
I mean, he did say that at the music interview he had. He said that's for everybody.
Yep.
They take on the grievances of all these different groups to form like a coalition.
Shit, wow.
Hence he had the guy with the Palestine flag out there, right? Remember the guy with the Palestine flag? That was part of his troop. So that is very interesting. Now, your Ryan thing, I'm not talking about the music aspect of it. That, to be honest with you, it's not that interesting to me. I think what's most interesting is that you look at a lot of these businesses that fail, or you look at maybe the reasons why some of these. You look at Tyler Perry's movies, for instance. And I'm not criticizing Tyler Perry because he's done very well indeed, focusing on a very small market, and he does it very well. But that's his market, and there is a market for that, but that's not the Super Bowl. And here is Jay-Z with the opportunity to show that he can expand beyond, say, rap and appeal to the masses. And I know CKJ3 said, well, he sold a lot of albums. Yeah. But this ain't selling albums. This is putting on a show for the masses. This is not selling albums. It's a different business, right? And that's what I think CKJ3 doesn't understand. This is a whole different business from Jay-Z rapping, right?
Yeah.
This is what they call that shit, a corporate. This is a corporate event.
Yeah.
This is an entertainment for a corporate event.
You're right.
Yeah.
And the entertainer came out and performed, and the people sitting around trying to figure out what the fuck he talking about.
Yeah.
That's not a success, CKJ3. If there were any, if you were working at a company and this was the event you put on, they would call you into the office a day or two later and say, look, we need to have an after action report and see why the fuck this shit was so dull. What can you do to spice it up next time, or we replace your ass?
Yeah,
right?
Facts.
That's how it works. Jay-Z doesn't know how to appeal to.
No, he don't.
He's tried 3 or 4 times. Usher, who else?
With The Weeknd, that was horrible.
Usher, Beyonce. All he's doing is going to the same old tricks. Yeah. He can't think outside of the box, right? And when you can't think outside the box, all you coming up with soul food restaurants and shit, and you can't even do that well. This is what you get. What the fuck, right? Like shit, nobody should be surprised. Shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
shit.
CKJ, and I agree with you about Drake, but I mean, bro is he's a goddamn R&B singer, man. You think he not gonna make songs about his ex-girlfriends and stuff and being all in his feelings? That's what they do, man.
And girls love that. That's why Taylor Swift is popular.
Yeah, Taylor Swift made a career out of talking about her exes.
Yo, how big was that stadium Drake performed in Australia?
I'm not sure. I did see clips from it though, but
yeah, it's a pretty big audience. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, CKJ3: can Kendrick Lamar go to Australia, Packer Stadium by himself? I'm not picking sides. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. CKJ3 better know. Maybe you guys will know. I don't think so.
Shit, it's so crazy you say stuff like that because I would think that he would have to bring a group of artists like SZA and some other people with him in order to make that happen because I don't think that his talent is big enough over there in Australia. But Drake is different because he resonates with everybody. Like Drake has gone to Dominican Republic for 3 days straight and sold out.
Yo, Tom Gully said the NFL gets a cut of their downloads after the halftime show. Wow, I didn't know that.
And that probably makes even more sense why he only wanted to play the songs from his latest album.
Yeah.
Oh shit, man, that's
Yeah,
a
see, you might be on some HB
yeah.
because I thought it was
Yeah.
because of that lawsuit and they just trying to bury Drake basically.
Oh shit,
Well,
that's
that's
pretty
part of
rough.
it. That's part of it. That's part of it too. That is part of it too.
Yeah, because I'm like, why this guy won 5 Grammys back to back, and it's like Drake said it in his song. He knew that was gonna happen.
Yeah, no, that's part of this thing too, man. Like that's what people don't really get. This is all like corporate shit. This
Yeah,
is
it
like
is.
a
It's beef.
corporate. It's a corporate beef. This isn't a real beef. Kendrick is just the puppet to take
Yep.
Drake down. And Drake, I think where Drake really went wrong is he didn't play the game like they wanted him to play. You never hear Drake talking about, Black Lives Matter. You never hear him.
Yeah, none of that.
You don't never hear him. He didn't endorse Kamala. Like, bro, you were supposed to play the game. You can't just come over here, make all this money in hip hop, and think you're not gonna be able to play the game, and they're not gonna
Yeah.
get you back. And I think that was his problem. See, Kendrick does all of that. He checks all those boxes.
Yeah, I think you might be hitting on something right there. Drake said something in one of those songs. He said, one week they is RIP, and the next week they forget about you or something. He was talking about, basically Black Lives, something along those Black Lives Matter. Basically saying, they use you, they RIPing you, pouring out looking shit for you. I can't remember the name of the song. And then like the next week, they don't even think about you. And I think, it was kind of a comment on the whole movement in the sense that, they just hustling people. And, he didn't seem he didn't go along with it.
Yep. And see, Jihad, and that's the thing too. When you don't push the narrative, when you don't push the agenda, they call you a culture vulture. And Jihad is right. They've been calling Drake that for years, even though he's the one that basically revived a lot of niggas' careers by giving them hit songs and features, taking niggas on tour. Like the latest person he took on tour was Sexy Red. Sexy Red would be a nobody if it wasn't for Drake. He took her on tour. She don't sell no records now.
This happened with Neil. Remember Neil when he was talking all that stuff about the trans? They canceled his ass. He had to come out and apologize and play the game.
Yeah, you got to play the game, man. And that's where Drake thought he was bigger than the game. He thought he was bigger than the game, and unfortunately, bro, they'll use Kendrick, which is another person Drake put him on his first tour. Kendrick's first United States tour he ever took was with Drake. So they'll use your own friends. It's like the mob, man. They'll use your own friends against you.
Yep. They're under the same record label.
Yep.
Hey guys, did you hear about that person with the Palestinian flag can never walk into another NFL stadium ever again?
Yeah, I heard it.
Totally,
Yeah.
totally banned by the NFL.
Yeah. Lil Bootsy got fucked up by the trannies too. Yeah.
Are you hearing about
CKJ?
Go ahead. Sorry about that, HB.
Yeah, no, and I do remember Drake. There is a picture of him in blackface.
Yeah,
too.
blackface.
And I didn't really appreciate that, honestly. I don't know what that shit was about. That
Me neither.
that was like before he was a rapper though. So I don't know what the fuck that was about. But yeah, I didn't really appreciate that, but I don't know. Yeah,
You heard about
there's
Kanye's ban from Shopify?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that, John.
Yeah,
when
man.
How in the fuck do you get banned from Shopify? Someone please tell me.
He was selling something like a what's up, Brave? He was selling something like a
Swastika.
racing shirt.
A
But man,
swastika shirt.
yeah, you know what my thought was, honestly, man, when I read that shit. Yeah, if you heard me talk, I probably had expressed a little bit of sympathy for the nigga the first time around. When he went on this rant, I didn't think they should have debanked. But now you know what the playbook is, bro. Like, and you're gonna get back on their platforms complaining. You could have had time enough to build your Shopify. You could have built the shit. Shopify ain't that fucking difficult to build, right? You know,
when you got money, you can hire engineers.
They got fucking templates, man. You can buy the damn template and then just customize it. Put your own banking merchant information. He's not willing to do that. He just want to complain about them people not letting him sell his shit and talk however the fuck he want to talk. And therein, I think, is where the void is. Nigga, you had all the time to get prepared to come back out here talking shit. You got your money. What stopped you? Is that dependence on the white man? I saw the nigga begging Elon Musk. Elon Musk, let me stay on Twitter. You know, so like, bro, you gotta be fucking shaming yourself. There's no shame in these motherfuckers. Yeah. And I think that's what really kills me, man. Like all that money, Puffy, all these motherfuckers. Like, how many billions would it take to build a Shopify? Probably about $100 million to build a quality software to process merchant payments for all their goods. They go to academics and all these other black streamers and, hey, sign up with me. I'll be your payment processor, whatever. I'll be your Shopify. They just won't do that. And then you see how, you know, their wealth is just basically on paper because you can take it away from him just like that. He can't sell shit. Yep. Right? You got to be walking around the street, you know. I don't know. It's just sad.
And you know what's so sad too, man? It's like, bro, you still using Shopify. Like, John, I got a Shopify website, man. Like, it's like, what? Why the hell does Kanye still print his merch on Shopify? Like, bro, you can't build one warehouse and get T-shirts printed up.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
come on,
man.
That's
what I'm saying. You know, it's like, you know, they just doing the very minimal to run a business, and there's no there, right? Like, it's taken away from him just like that. You be like, damn, you're a fucking billionaire. Is powerless as one of us, you know?
Right.
Yeah, John, you on to something, because it's like they already like his sneakers, they already like his shirt, they already like his merch. Like, why not open up your own shit and bring all the profit home? Like, I don't understand, dude.
Right. Yo, bro. Like, quiet as kept, I have a Shopify site that, you know, I'm not gonna lie, I do pretty good on it, but it's literally, I could run the whole business off my iPhone. Like, it's not, literally a monkey can run it, man. It's not that hard at all. But I'm not a billionaire. That's the difference.
Look, this man rather work with Balenciaga, right? Instead of making his own brand, just yay. You know what I mean? And it's like, that shit never made any sense to me. It's like, why you want to deal with other groups of people when you could just make your own shit?
Yeah, I think that's, you know, that's really the space that they're missing. What's up, Brave? What you got on your mind this morning?
I need to talk to HB about his vile goddamn accusation of me saying I was a deadbeat dad when I get time. You want me to call back in a little bit, HB?
No, you can go ahead. You go ahead.
Go ahead.
You go ahead.
Okay, HB, quote me. When did I ever say I was a deadbeat dad? You said I said it myself.
I could have sworn you said it. I thought you said you didn't. You know, your wife took your kid away. You don't see your kid. All that bullshit.
How's that make me a deadbeat? When I had my kid, if I worked constantly, never missed a day of work, hitchhiked 15 miles if the car was broke down, and I brought all my money home and I fed my family until my child moved to South America, how's that make me a deadbeat dad while I had my child?
Hold on, let me get the violins playing for you. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
Go ahead.
No, I'm asking you a question. How's that make me? Would you call a man a deadbeat dad if he took care of his child until the child moved out of the country?
I would call him a failure.
I don't mind that. The deadbeat dad part. Why would you call a man a failure if he takes care of his child, though?
Well, I would call you a failure, though.
If a man takes care of his child, why would you call him a failure?
Well, you're not taking care of him now.
She's 50 years old. What are you talking about?
Regardless, bro.
No, wait. No, I'm asking you. I'm asking the audience. Can you call a man a deadbeat dad that takes care of their children and lives with their child and supplies food and housing?
She took the kid away from you.
Yes.
Took the kid for whatever reason. I don't know why she made that decision. Probably the best decision. Regardless,
and moved to South
it
America.
it was a failure. It was a failure. Moved to a
I
whole
understand.
different country.
I got you.
Not a state over, a whole different country.
She met a wealthy man. So then you don't give me credit for taking care of my baby?
I mean, you could give yourself credit.
No, but you don't. You're gonna sit here and keep saying that I'm a deadbeat dad.
I still think you're a failure when it comes to that. Yeah.
You can call me a failure when it comes to a lot of things, but if you've seen how well my child was taken care of, you wouldn't call me a failure when it came to that.
Well, another man is taking care of her. Well, another man did take care of her. So I think that's a failure in itself.
In another country.
Yeah, in a whole nother country.
You're saying
that makes it even that compounds it. That makes
no,
it
doesn't.
worse.
No, it doesn't. It makes it so that I can't even see
in a third world country.
Okay, well, but no.
That makes it.
No, it was a very wealthy family. It was a very wealthy family in a third world country. They lived on a compound. Okay, number one. I just want to say for the audience, HB can think anything he wants. But if a man takes care of their child, works every day and brings food home and housing to that child, that's not a failure of a dad, folks. It isn't.
Well, yeah,
and anybody who wants to call a dad failure like that is a piece of human fucking shit and a liar.
That's your opinion.
No, that's general opinion, HB. That's anybody. Ask anybody. If a man takes care of his child,
it's a failure.
Yeah, I got you. I know you need to think that. I'm just up here man to man saying
no. Hold on. It transcends race. If you lose your wife and lose your kid, you fail.
What's race got to do with it?
I mean, when a black person does it, he's a deadbeat. So
no, if a black person takes care of his child, nobody's calling him a deadbeat.
I mean, that's
no, nobody's calling a black man a child when he takes care of his child the way I took care of mine. No, that's not true.
It's a failure. It's a broken home.
Okay, look, I understand. I'm just saying for the audience, I'm clearing this up. HB, you need to think I'm a failure. That doesn't bother me because I think you're a piece of shit. But here's the reality, audience. This old man, when I was young, I took care of my baby while I had my baby.
Yeah. And then what?
Now, after that,
be brave.
Hold it. After that, HB, when she was adult, then that's when you could call me a piece of shit.
Be brave. What did you do that was so horrible that made your wife and kid move a whole continent away from you?
I didn't make enough money. She told me that. And she got a wealthy man, 12th man. Dig that? Now, I'm not asking for anybody's pity. What I'm saying is call me a deadbeat dad if you want. But you don't need to make it sound like you didn't take care of my babies, HB. That's pretty fucking rotten to the core.
I mean, she took the kid away from you, Big Ray.
It doesn't matter. I had no choice. I spent my money. I spent my money trying to get custody, HB. I spent my money trying to get custody. It doesn't matter. At that time, there was no, it was called, my attorney said that it's called freedom of interstate commerce is why she could move out of the state. Now, they do not let you move out of state if you're a mother and you got somebody's child. You can't move out of state. All I'm saying is to the audience. I understand people want to hate me, but it's pretty goddamn silly if you need to think a guy that took care of his baby the way I did, you need to call him a deadbeat dad the way he took care of his children. That there's something wrong in your fucking head, man.
I don't know how it was back. I don't know how it was back then, but nowadays, if a woman moves out of state, she has to have a major, real purpose for her to move.
Yes. My attorney said to me, "We can't stop her." This was 45 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know how it was 40 years ago.
Yeah, now, and I was amazed. I said, "What do you mean? She gets to just move?" And it was nothing to it. She was gone, done. Now, here's where I'm a deadbeat, HB. Here's where I'm a deadbeat. I didn't go down to South America because I had no real talents of anything. If I went down to South America and she's living in a compound, I'd be the one living in the slums. And I said, well, I'm not going to do that. So I understood my limitations. But HB, for you to make it sound like I didn't take care of my baby, if we was man to man, I'd bust you upside your fucking head.
You wouldn't do shit, B-Brave.
I know. You're right.
You sound like a now you sound like a nigga. B-Brave, now you sound like a nigga that you always talk about.
I know.
Stop
I
it,
know.
B-Brave.
I know.
Stop
Hold on.
it. Stop it.
Hold on. Hold on a minute.
Stop it.
Let me ask.
B-Brave, listen. I wouldn't.
Now let me ask you this. Hold on, HB. Let me ask this. Let me. If you told a man that was taking care of his child that he was a deadbeat dad, he would have a right to at least want to bust you upside your head, right?
I mean, he could try.
I didn't say try. I said he would want
He
to.
could
Of
try.
course, he's not going to. He's not going to. I'm
try.
saying. I know. I didn't say that. I said he would.
I would definitely call him a failure, though.
Okay, that's good. I don't mind that. I don't mind that.
Yeah.
I just don't appreciate making it sound like, hold it, shut your drunken fucking mouth, you idiot. What I don't like is making it sound like I didn't take care of my baby.
Talking to.
That's what's rotten. That's what's rotten, HB. That's what's really foul for you to do that on these streets, is to make it sound like I didn't take care of my baby.
Well, you did.
What do you mean I didn't? I had no. What do you mean I didn't?
You didn't have a choice. She took it
It
out of
doesn't
your
matter.
hands.
You took the baby. I took care of the baby.
Until you didn't.
But the point is there was nothing I could do.
Yeah.
And while I had the baby, while I had the baby, listen, I don't care what you think. I just wanted to tell your audience mainly that you're talking like a fucking filthy piece of shit, HB. To make it sound like
does your daughter have any communication with you now, be brave?
None of your fucking
That's what I want.
son of a bitch. What I'm saying is I'm not going against the failure.
You don't want nothing to do with your ass, does it?
What I'm saying, all I'm saying is you
Because
got a lot
sound
of
like I didn't take care of my baby, HB. I'm asking you man to man.
Like you're the failure that you are. That's all.
Right.
When it comes to
that's okay.
and
that doesn't bother
marriage.
me. I didn't even blame my wife for leaving me. I didn't. I said I'm not going to set
and
the
your
world
daughter still don't want nothing to do with you, be brave. What's up?
No, you don't know that. You don't know our relationship. Anyway,
well, you didn't answer the question.
Man to man.
So.
I'm asking you man to man. Quit making it sound like I didn't take care of my baby.
You didn't, be brave. You did.
Okay.
You didn't.
I tried, folks. I tried.
Yeah, you tried.
Yeah.
I mean,
at least I came up here man to man.
Everybody
that time was in these states.
Everybody tries until you come in second place. Everybody tries.
Well, second place. You're being a piece of shit to accuse a man of not taking care of his baby.
Cry me a river, brave.
No, I'm not crying you a river. You wouldn't say it to my face.
Be brave. Stop it, man. You're
no, you
like
wouldn't.
a nigga.
I'm not stopping that.
Brave,
you wouldn't.
You're sounding like a nigga right now.
Listen, no. You would not follow me around. Let me finish this. You would not follow me around. You would not follow me around harassing me with that name. You would say it once and get it out of your system and it'd be fine. You would not follow me around like you're following me around on these streets saying it to my face. I'd bust you upside your fucking head.
Brave, you wouldn't do a goddamn thing.
Yeah, I know I would. I would.
You sound like a
You're 70 years old, dude.
You sound like a nigga right now.
You follow me around like you're following me around on these streets saying that. And you followed me around in person, you wouldn't do it. I wouldn't even have to worry. You wouldn't do it because you wouldn't have the courage.
Brave, I guarantee you wouldn't do shit, be brave. Stop.
I guarantee you. If you followed me around on this man to man.
You didn't have courage to follow your kid down the South
If you follow me around man to man on the street,
don't talk to me about
if you follow me around on the street,
have courage enough to go to a third world country.
I know.
To see your
Hang
daughter.
on to that. Hang on for dear life. If you followed me around man to man saying this shit, you wouldn't do it.
Be brave. Get out your feelings, man.
No, I'm not in my feelings.
Yeah, get out your
my feelings. I don't appreciate somebody going around implying I didn't take care of my baby.
You did it. You just said you did.
Until she moved, she was taken perfect good care of. And she was taken good care of when she moved.
Oh, man. Chat,
what do you tell us, HB? What was I supposed to do?
Let me see some violins in the chat.
Yeah, tell me.
Let me see some violins.
Oh, you got your sickle, man. They don't matter. HB, what was I supposed to do when she moved to South America?
Be brave.
Tell me what I'm supposed to do.
Be brave. You're
Please
my
tell
elder.
What
tell me
what
what
was
you
I
shoulda
supposed
did.
what was I supposed to do when she moved to South America?
You're my elder. You tell me.
I'm
what you shoulda
asking you a
did.
question. Yes, as your elder. What was I supposed to do when she moved
No.
to South America?
And this is the problem with America.
I'm
I
asking you a
shouldn't have to
question.
tell my elder what he
What?
should be
Okay,
doing.
tell me. I need your information. What was I supposed to do when she moved to South America? What do you think?
Honestly, you don't. First of all, Brave, you don't date a fucking cunt that disrespects you. That's the first part. If your wife
Jesus
disrespects
fucking
you,
Christ.
you should.
We were in high school together.
Because I guarantee. I guarantee that point where she took the kid and left, that wasn't the first time she disrespected you. You stood there and took it.
No, you don't understand. I didn't care because I was staying around my child.
You don't
I'm
understand.
asking you a question, HB.
How many times did she
You started it. Let's have some fun. What was I supposed to do when she moved to South America?
I just told you. How many times did she disrespect you before she moved to South America?
Nothing serious. She treated me like a king.
Be brave. Nah, I don't believe that. She
was conniving bitch, HB. It's not hard for a gold digger to treat her husband like
I don't believe that.
I'm asking you a question.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
When she took the child
I gave you your answer. I gave you your answer.
No, you didn't. I'm asking you, what was I supposed to do upon that action? You're giving me what I should have fallen for. What'd you say?
You don't.
Well, I'm betting on HB for the knockout.
Well, as a young man, don't do that. I'm 70. I'm sure.
Yeah, as a young man, don't impregnate a cunt that disrespects you and doesn't.
It doesn't matter. She honored HB. I don't care. She honored me at that time.
She took your kid and left.
But it doesn't matter. I'm asking you though. Now stop with the past. What was I supposed to do when she took the child to South America? What do you think I should have done? A lot of people would say I should have followed her. That's what I'm getting at, right?
I mean, why didn't you?
I told you, because I was a deadbeat fucking loser and I knew it. But while I had that baby, HB, I took care of my baby. You're missing the point.
That sounds kind of like kidnapping, doesn't it?
Let me say this. I'm gonna get off of here. Let me say this. HB.
Right, you just called yourself a deadbeat loser, and that's exactly what I called you.
No, you said a deadbeat dad. You called me. I said
a deadbeat loser.
No, you said that. I don't mind. That I don't mind. You said I was a deadbeat dad. You said I called myself a deadbeat dad. I've got it on tape.
To be clear for the audience, Be Brave is not a deadbeat dad. He's a deadbeat loser. That's
thank
you. Still use a tape recorder? What the fuck?
HB, thank you for that.
Got it on tape?
No, I don't. I'll give you that. Be Brave. And listen, somebody has to lose. People have to lose.
Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, I'm
Be Brave.
HB, I am a deadbeat loser. I am. I don't mind
Be Brave. I hope you didn't just overlook the other part of what I said about the shit that you say. It is needed.
HB, I just want to thank you for kind of retracting. You don't need to call me a deadbeat dad.
I'll call you deadbeat loser.
Thank you.
I appreciate you.
Because that's true. I don't mind if you hit me with the truth. I can take my medicine. It's not
and that's why I hope you didn't overlook the other stuff I was saying about you. That.
Oh, I know I'm one of a kind. No, I get it. I got that.
Brave. Yeah, Brave. You couldn't knock HB out though. He's built like a Golden Glove.
I think
he's built like a Golden Gloves boxer.
I think we mended a fence. Don't you a little bit?
Yeah.
Thank you, and I appreciate it. Please don't call me a deadbeat dad. I'm a deadbeat loser. The fucking best one that's ever been. The best one that's ever been in the world. I was always a step away from living under a bridge because I didn't give a shit about nothing. Just don't call me a deadbeat dad, dude.
I got you, Brave.
I took care of that child. Thank you.
I got you, Brave.
Thank you very much. All righty. See you guys later.
We're all lovey-dovey now. Okay.
Just to be clear, Be Brave is a deadbeat loser.
That was
Not
the
a
most high
deadbeat
school shit I've ever seen in my life. John, I came up here because I wanted to ask you a question.
What's that?
Do you want me to
That's
clip?
15
Jesus
minutes.
Christ, that's loud. Do you want
My
me to?
bad, my bad. That was for Be Brave right there.
Yeah, it's fine. That was
Be
the
brave,
most high
ladies and
school
gentlemen.
shit I've ever
Be,
seen.
be brave. Hold on, let me give Be Brave a round of applause. Be brave and thing, ladies and gentlemen.
John, did you want me to clip the Be Brave segments from the last stream you had this morning?
Yeah. That's good. That's a good idea.
All right.
Damn, man. I wish that I never lose my kids because that's automatic deadbeat.
Man, I can't wait to be a dad, bro. This is some premier parenting right here.
Oh Lord. No, but
Hey,
HB's
man.
right though. HB's right.
All right.
Well, in the first place,
Not everybody can be a winner, but you know, just because you lose doesn't mean you have to give up either.
Hell to the no.
and in the first place, I wouldn't be dating some chick from South America. Like, I'm all American.
Come on, talk, man. People can find love in other countries or states or whatever. People can find love in other places. Just like Be Brave's daughter, she found love in a whole nother third world.
Wow.
Whatever the hell, wherever the hell.
You stroke a nerve, man.
If I get married, Gary, she's gonna have a American flag tattooed to her eye. That's the way that's gonna roll.
Yeah,
I guess
there is a difference, though. There is a difference, you know.
I guess we found out what triggers white people.
No. Two things trigger Be Brave. I already know. Okay. This issue, which it's a tough issue. I no question for sure. If somebody took my kid, I would. I would struggle.
Yeah, I'd be pretty triggered too. There's a lot of
and I'd try to kill him. For sure. But or at least put a hit out on him. Allegedly. But and then the other thing is
sometimes you just gotta take the L, you know? Sometimes you gotta just take
I can't take the L.
Yeah, but did he even fight for it though? Did he even fight for it though?
He said he did. Sometimes you just gotta take the L.
Oh, okay. I'll give him that.
Yeah,
I think you got to find out what are your rights. Like, I don't think people can just take a kid out of the country. That's human trafficking.
He said,
Yeah, but
he is
but the
like
way
80 though, man. He is like 80.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I was gonna say he said his daughter was 50. Man, this happened a long time ago.
Yeah. This was like during the civil rights movement and shit, man.
It pissed me off.
So long ago that it struck a nerve.
The second those interracial laws are passed, like I'm going with this rich Mexican dude.
Well, I know the only other thing that makes him mad is when you make fun of his one invention. He freaks out. And okay, I got something wrong on it. I said some things. He got very upset. But
Ryan, didn't you say something about Be Brave having like a self-made heater or something, and he flipped out about it?
Well, he's probably gonna call back if I say anything. But I thought
I actually thought that.
He said Be Brave earlier said he had no skills and he's out here making heaters and shit. So you telling me he couldn't?
Okay, he invented a heater.
Yeah, I thought the heater was actually pretty cool. Honestly, I did.
I was gonna say, what's he talking about? He ain't got no skills. He's out here making shit. You
okay, but let me put it this way. He thinks I was making fun of him. I actually wasn't, because I didn't understand how he had it wired, right? So in other words, I thought he had all this shit on a 110 circuit, which is like, meaning it would really blow the circuit and possibly cause issues. He said no. He said it's on 220 or 240, right? And I'm like, oh, that makes sense if you got a bunch of them connected on 240, unless you can somehow knock down the power pole, right? So I was making fun of him initially because I thought he had it on 110, which would cause problems. But he said, no, I got it on 240, and it was two heaters, right? So that made sense. I mean, but I know two things trigger him, and it's his daughter and that heater. Or whatever. That heater is infuriates him.
Being triggered over a heater is kind of funny.
he
His daughter
was
in a
like,
heater.
I can't fucking believe it. I'm like, dude, okay, look, man, I made a goddamn mistake. His daughter in a space here, you just gotta avoid. You just gotta freak. So, but it's
Hey,
okay.
John, can you show the heater video? I'm kind of interested in that.
Jesus Christ! Don't bring that back up. Let's just keep moving forward.
12 man.
I just brought that up as an example. We ain't gotta go into it.
Yeah, don't even talk about that. Don't bring up that heater. He's gonna fucking.
12 man could actually use it. 12 man could actually use it.
Oh, he's coming.
He's back. Look, he's back. Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh, shit. Brave, now, while you're up here, Brave, let's see that heater.
Ah, jeez.
Hey, Ryan.
Show that heater.
You hearing me?
Yeah, I got you, be brave.
You think that's funny to compare me and my having fun with you about my heater to something that's serious, taking care of my baby? Do you think that's funny?
No, there's a third thing, but I can't remember what it is.
You get to apologize to me again, you fucking idiot, or you're not gonna ever come on my stream again.
Do you honestly think? No. You're coming up here blowing up. Do you honestly think I think these are equal measure things?
You need to apologize.
You think I'm that fucking stupid? No, Be Brave. Right, Be Brave. You are the one that thinks that I am comparing the two. I'm talking about things that piss you off.
You said it would burn my house down. Number one. Number two, you brought the both up in the same sentence. Don't compare them.
But it's not. I know it. Obviously, it's not the same thing. Why would you think that I think it's the same thing? A child versus a fucking heater.
You brought them both up. You could have at least just
Be Brave. I get pissed off when I get cut off, and when major shit happens to me with my family. But I get pissed off both. It doesn't give them the same weight, obviously.
Ryan, when you apologize for comparing those two things as the same, I'll let you back up on my stream. Otherwise, stay the fuck off my stream.
Okay, well, all right, that's fine. I don't care. Whatever. You're claiming bullshit. You're full of shit right now. You know that I'm a reasonable person.
Oh, damn, he left. I was going to
All
say,
right,
be
that's
brave.
fine.
I'm the one who brought up your heater.
Be brave.
To be fair.
Be brave. Don't worry. Ryan will come back on his hands and knees. Don't worry. He'll be back.
I'm gonna blow it up.
Ryan, you already apologized.
Honestly, he's full of shit. He knows that I'm a lot smarter than assuming a family relationship thing is equal to a fucking heater. But I do know he gets triggered from both. And there's a third thing, and I can't remember what it is. And by the way, I get triggered over stuff with my family, stuff with my fucking job.
Ryan, you shouldn't have brought up that goddamn heater, man. Leave it alone.
To be fair, it's not Ryan's fault. I'm the one who brought up the heater. To be fair.
Listen, no. I know of two things that trigger him. Those two, there's the third. I don't remember what it is. I don't remember what it is, but yes.
Hey Ryan, do you think Be Brave will let me take your place on the show?
What's up, Stanley?
Go ahead, Stanley.
Brave,
Stanley, I'm wondering why you haven't headed up.
I would like to take Ryan's place on the Be Brave and Think show.
I mean, Stanley, I've been waiting for you. I've called you out 10 times. Where's Stanley? Where's Stanley?
Stanley banned.
I was on. I did a show last night. Where were you?
Oh yeah, I slept. I was sleeping, man. Some of them times I can't get up at 3 a.m, Stanley. You know that.
Good show last night, Stanley.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Stanley. We're not all
plus, hey, plus you've been banishing Snake and shit. Like that's. Gotta get 12 and Snake up there.
I haven't banished Snake. He banishes himself. He knows
some
the
of the
rules. He knows the rules, and he keeps breaking them. So he's banishing himself.
You can't talk over Snake. It's impossible.
Snake and 12, man. It's some of the greatest YouTube moments in history. I'm just going to tell you right now. HB knows. HBC.
You know what the problem is, Ryan? They can't.
Motherfuckers are going crazy up there.
One of them. They're having great moments and black out during those great moments.
No self-control.
This is wild. They're both going in on Stanley. It's so fucking funny.
Yeah, solid Snake is sometimes he's kind of insufferable, honestly. Like I like 12th Man, but Solid Snake, I like Solid Snake too, but sometimes he's just insufferable, man. Like
man. I've said many a time.
What are you talking about?
Look, he's got Hey, if you can filter through some of it, there's a gem or two in there. Okay, if you can filter through some of it. Now Stanley says there's no gems from Solid Snake,
I
and I don't
lie.
agree with
got,
that.
we got men of the
Well, you
prize
know what?
at a solid.
That you don't agree doesn't really matter that much to me.
Well, I know it doesn't.
They
I'm just
pretty
telling you.
much they pretty much know me by now, so I just assume they banish themselves. They come up just for me to get pissed off and put them in the back.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that.
To be fair, I think Solid Snake might kind of like it because he enjoys it way too much whenever you.
Well, the funniest thing, he sticks them in the bag. Like Solid Snake's just in the middle of a run-on sentence that's like 4 minutes long. He gets stuck in the bag, and Stanley will bring him back. Like he'll be like, "All right, let me bring Solid Snake back up," and Solid Snake's still talking. He's still just fucking going.
Well,
This is awesome.
Solid
It's
Snake,
great.
we know why Solid Snake acts like he does. We don't know why Be Brave acts like he does. So I'm hoping that maybe Solid Snake will do a trade and let me come up on his show.
Well, I think you should definitely. I don't know what the topic will be today. For Brave, I haven't looked. I'm not allowed on the show apparently. Brave goes on other shows and banishes people.
I just want to go up and be on his show. Maybe.
Well,
Be Brave.
Yeah, Ryan. If you want to go on your hands and knees for the third time, that's on you. I don't know about Stanley though.
I mean,
Well,
I don't know.
here's an idea. Let's do a Stanley and Be Brave show.
Well, I think the thing is though,
I mean-
Stanley, like be brave. He wants to do it in a more, you go for 2 minutes, he goes for 2 minutes, more structured. I don't think.
Well,
I don't think you can do structure, Stanley. I don't
Be
think you can do
Brave wants DEI for stupid people.
I found the
And I'm
perfect
not
mate
gonna-
for Be
I'm
Brave
not gonna
yesterday.
do that. I'm not going to treat Be Brave like he isn't stupid.
Well, Stanley, isn't that the point of DEI though? That's kind of the whole point of it.
Well, yeah, and it's designed for people like Be Brave.
Just in general, though, DEI is to allow
Well, you know
stupid,
what?
stupid
I
people to be
don't
a part
want
of
to
the
get
fold.
I don't want to get deep into DEI because I don't need it, but Be Brave does.
I mean, he
As a matter
does got that one
of fact,
girl up there.
if Be Brave will come up on my show, I'll give him DEI as long as he admits he's a DEI panelist.
Yeah.
Be Brave made that heater off of DEI.
Hey man, you can't mess with the heater.
John
John.
is the Robin DiAngelo of the internet.
And here's the funniest part of it. If Be Brave read my comments, I was saying this is a tough issue when you have family and you're separated, and he's got no money, and she just takes the kid. Like, that fucking sucks. I would want to kill her and that dude, and I'd want to blow up that whole retreat where they moved to and get my kid out of there. That's what I would want to do. And my comments were just that.
What are you talking about? What retreat?
Apparently, Be Brave's daughter got taken to a guy, and that guy has a compound.
Yeah, he had a kid, and he was taking care of the kid with the wife. The wife said, "You ain't got no money, I'm moving," and took the kid to South America.
I wonder if that guy has more than one wife, because
You
people
ain't
who
got
usually
no
live on
money,
compounds usually are poly.
She took the money, right? She took the kid. Which, if that happened to me because some rich guy was able to do it, if I didn't have any money.
Oh, she went for a rich guy.
Yes, she went for a rich guy.
Well, what
And
woman
so-
wouldn't?
Okay, but
brave-
Stanley,
be
if your
brave
wife
or
took your
rich
child to another country, you would be ready to kill her.
Be Brave or rich guy? Tough choice.
I mean, Stanley, you're in the same mindset as his wife, I guess.
The point is, it would infuriate me, and I would try to get my kid back in some way. But if you don't have any money, it's hard, man. You're going up against the
Wait. Let me. I wanted to ask John. John, is there any updates on diabetes foot? Is there have you heard anything about?
No, I haven't heard anything. I'm gonna go back over there today.
Oh yeah, yeah, John. So I was gonna ask, did you get any footage? Because there's a couple people in chat who were asking for footage of you cleaning up the. It doesn't have to show the body, obviously, but.
No. Hey, he's gone.
Gary, and you can narrate.
To be fair, that would have been. To be fair, I would have clipped the shit out of it if he did. So.
To be fair, I believe
you guys. I gotta get any matches and shit. You know what I mean?
Oh man, yeah.
I wish I could record it. That smell of death.
Gary, have you thought of taking up mortuary studies?
Gary, you actually have like
a great undertaker.
Yeah, I was about to say that, Gary. You have like the personality of an undertaker, honestly.
What?
Yeah, you. It's like
we are here to show you time of bereavement.
Should have seen Gary, and last night he had his red shirt on. And
you're out here making fun of me for border control fit.
Yeah, you look sharp, bro.
I do appreciate it. Thank
you. Yeah, John,
He's
man.
dressing up for Lolo. He's trying to get in competition with Universal Jones.
Oh,
heck
that's what it is, 12 minutes.
Yeah. for the love of Lolo. That needs to be a show, honestly. Love of Lolo.
Yeah, she did want to do something for Valentine's Day. I was like, screw it, I'll show out too, since everybody's camming up.
Oh, wow. Gary, don't you have a girlfriend, Gary? What the
I sure do. I gotta
Oh,
practice. Hey man, I gotta practice.
Oh wow! All right.
Look, if she's staying, she ain't leaving.
I was gonna say she ain't going nowhere. Plus, she knows what I do on the internet.
Yeah.
Is she not moving to South America on you, Gary?
I was going to say, if my fiance moved to a whole other country, it took half of our stuff. I don't know, man. I'll be crazy. I don't know. John might do a nigga review with me and Be Brave, man. I don't know.
I mean, Be Brave probably spent years crashing out.
Well, that's a fucked up thing. If my ex did that, I'd kill her parents.
Guys have crashed
They're still in America. I'd kill her parents.
Crashed out over less. Yeah.
And then I'd probably eat them and mail them, and then I would mail the remains to her.
All right, Ryan. All right, Ryan. Relax, Ryan.
You ain't taking my kids from me.
Ryan out here gonna get the stream taken down.
I'm sorry, relax, but I'm just saying.
You know what? This kind of talk is going to get you back on Be Brave show.
No, he's mad. He's mad.
Yeah,
my comments in the chat were this must be a shitty thing, and frankly, I mean, I was sympathetic towards him, but now he's being a dickhead for whatever reason, and
Ryan,
you know,
for
Ryan,
whatever reason.
Ryan, don't worry. Be Brave
He
is
lost his daughter to a better man. I'd be mad too.
I mean, Stanley, if that happened to you, I would.
Well, see, here's the deal.
To be fair, Stanley never lost his woman. He lost his woman to death.
Renato, it wouldn't happen to me.
You don't know that. It could have happened.
I know. It's called choices, Ryan. It's called choices.
Yeah, I was going to say, I actually believe Stanley. It took death itself to take
someone like that and not know who they are.
I'm beginning to wonder if she was even a legal immigrant.
I don't think
she here legally.
Okay, well,
but
we have
to
no information.
Yeah, but to HB's point though, he was spot on when he said when he was talking about that wasn't the first time that they've actually had a spat like that, because there's no way that if your wife truly loved you that she would leave you just because you're low on money. Something else got to be happening behind the scenes.
Gary, I will just shake my head and go, gee, you've never been married.
Really? You think money is just enough to break an entire marriage?
Yes.
No, you're right. You said something about if she loved him.
Oh, okay.
I think she loved him because he has a tiny white penis.
I think not everyone. To inject a little seriousness in it. Not every marriage is built on love. that's like
Well, for women,
romantic
financial
comedy
security is
movie.
important a lot of times. For some women,
I
it's a
don't
big
know
deal.
about that.
I mean, it's financial security for women or security, feeling
Okay, well,
secure.
that has nothing to do with love.
Yeah.
But they are typically one of
That's
the
my point.
things about
love is not a
women.
requirement for marriage.
Women tend to be attracted to men that are secure. They want to be secured.
And what I keep emphasizing, you're not describing love, you're describing financial security. Not every marriage is built on love. That's my only point.
Yeah, well, no, I get that, but a lot of guys are like, they think if you're broke, women want people not. It's not about the money; it's about the security.
Hey man, I've seen too many hood miracle stories where women are hanging around with broke niggas who can barely make rent.
And that's the same thing. That's the same exact. No, back up. That's the same thing.
I just watched.
That's the same thing. HB.
I just watched Jeannie Ma take all her boxes out of Jeezy's house. Man, money ain't everything, man.
Okay, but if you're in,
John had a story about a couple days ago. I mean, not a couple days ago, a couple weeks ago, about that one nigga whose girl was doing all the renting and talking to him and all that shit. That nigga had no money. She was in the relationship, and those motherfuckers were still together, bouncing around from house to house.
I mean, secure. You can be secure, or provide security without being a millionaire.
That's right. And we just heard two examples. If you're in a hood or a lower socioeconomic area, security a lot of time is physical security. He's a tough guy, blah, blah, blah. I saw it in the old trailer park, okay, where the tough guys got the girl because they were tough. It was physical security, not just financial security. And in the rest of the world, it's financial security, right? So, but in lower socioeconomic, it's always the strong man gets the girl, right? So, but they're both security based. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Maybe Be Brave was the Grand Wizard and got demoted, and she left him.
Oh, come on, Latino. I think if anything, Be Brave was the male wife. He did all the work. He did all the he did all preparations. He dedicated his entire time just to raising the kid, and he wasn't, he didn't do anything to keep the marriage going outside of, taking care of the kid. And all she had to do was sit there and rub his feet, maybe cook his meals. And she was like, "This nigga boring," and he broke. So she left.
That's why she left him for the Mexican, bro.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I was gonna say a lot of these marriages literally end because, at least from what I've heard, a lot of marriages actually end because there's just not any spark in the relationship anymore. And
the woman always feels unhappy.
Yeah, you ain't got no passion no more. Brave was probably spending so much time working and doing all that trekking around, going from one job to another, that he didn't, try to actually take care of his wife in romantic sense.
I think we should go for the simplest answer, which is, have you ever heard Be Brave on a panel?
Be fair, yes, he is pretty petty.
That shit that he pulls on the panel, there's probably multiple topics that he does the same way. He, his level of certainty while being so provably wrong, that's not a performance on a panel. I think that's Be Brave. So who would want to stay with that?
You never know, man. There's a
I know just through experience. I've seen Be Braves before.
Well, yeah, you are
like they're around around the same age.
Yeah, you are like.
No, I'm not around the same age.
I mean, you're both. I'm
around the same age, and I don't live in a plywood shack.
At one point, Be Brave and Stanley shared. At one point, Stanley and Be Brave had different water fountains.
Shit. Different water.
Probably. Yeah, he probably waved at.
They're that old. They're that old.
Stanley probably waved at him. Stanley probably waved at him, and Be Brave ran away.
I heard it's walnut. Stanley, get it right.
It's a separate water fountain.
It's not
What's that?
I heard it's walnut, not plywood. Get it right. Get it right. Get it right, Stanley.
Well, you know what? I'll leave it up to you to defend the racist.
Nah, yes, Stanley, get it right, because the house would have been burnt down with that heater.
Don't say nothing about
What
nobody
do you
Shaq
mean,
being
walnut doesn't burn?
Well, maybe you got
Well,
that
Stanley,
gloss
you can
on.
go up and defend normal people and speak out against racism today, Stanley, on this panel.
I have no idea what you're getting at.
I need.
Do you speak for racism?
No, I usually call out racism.
What do I have? I have to defend. I have to defend being against racism. What planet do you live in?
I just don't see anything wrong with racism, Stanley. I don't.
Yeah, well, you know what? What can I say? I'm not going to convince you it's a bad thing.
I feel like if everyone does their part, because I hear racism from fucking all kinds of stupid shit on the internet. It's really dumb. A lot of fake arguments or absurdity.
Yeah, it's dumb. It's dumb to be against racism.
How can you be against
What are you
a
talking
thought
about,
process?
Stanley?
Can you?
I'm sorry. How can I be against what, HB?
A thought process.
A thought process. Like I don't get it.
Okay,
It's like
you know what? Then you actually the ism means it's a system. Okay, racism isn't a thought process; it's a system. Racist behavior or justifying racist behavior is a thought process.
What if it is justifiable?
Racism and racist are two different things. They're similar, but not the same.
What if you can justify it though?
Okay, you know what? You live in your theoretical. If you want to theorize about justifying racist behavior and racism, you're going to be alone. I don't really have pushback against that.
Well, let me give you a hypothetical. What if like a alien race came down to America that were like cannibals? Well, they were like humanoids, but they were cannibals. But for some reason, our government wanted to, bring them in. They're illegals. They're illegal aliens. They want to bring them into the fold. Would you be
there's
racist?
a similar story that Derek Bell has. It's called Space Traders. Read that and then get back to me.
Okay. It's kind of the same
It's
process?
about aliens who come down to Earth.
Okay.
I got a proposal.
Would you be racist if you didn't want to stay next door to them, though?
It depends on why you don't want to stay next to them.
And there we go.
Okay, it may be that
we go.
Okay, motherfucker, let me finish before you keep going. There we go.
Stanley don't like white people.
Okay, what I'm saying is it depends.
I don't know how he got one pregnant.
It depends on why you
I
don't
know.
want to live next door to him.
I know, that is a good question.
He ate them so much he had a kid with one.
Yeah,
That's
but
weird.
that kind of Stanley, that kind of proves my point though. Like
No,
regardless
again, my answer is it depends on why you don't want to live next door to him. It could be racist. It could be something else. So what point have I proven?
that there's nothing wrong with being racist.
I think what I've proven is your hypothetical is incomplete. You didn't tell me why they moved.
Well, I said they were cannibals.
No, you asked me, was it racist?
I said they were cannibals. Stanley.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that part.
Okay,
Right?
yeah.
Okay.
Is cannibalism a race thing?
Well, just for this hypothetical alien
Okay,
civilization.
no, they don't want to be eaten. That's why they moved.
Well, can you blame white people for feeling the same way? They don't want to be eaten by black people?
Black people, do you really think black people eat white people?
It's happened.
Yeah. To be fair, yes.
Well, white people have eaten other white people. So
That is true. That is true.
I don't really
Don't forget what's whataboutism, Stanley.
That is true.
Yeah,
Ryan, I'm gonna tell you this now. There was a guy who
Damn,
literally ate his own.
this
There's a
goes
guy who literally
beyond.
ate his own foot. We
This
covered it a
goes
couple weeks ago.
beyond whataboutism. It's be brave level.
No, I'm always you're always beating me up about whataboutism, and you just did it. I just had to point it out.
Oh,
It's not.
bullshit,
It's not what
Ryan.
about it.
You know
They had
what,
a guy
Ryan?
grill himself in front of
Ryan,
the embassy.
what did I do that was a whataboutism?
Wait. I wanted to ask you guys about the just to get back to the Super Bowl thing. So, the whole thing with Serena Williams and her husband. Now, I've been seeing it's pretty much split on how the sentiment on that. Now, there's half of people that are really happy that her husband is taken up for her, and then the other half is like, this woman is a gold medalist, tennis player. She won all these Wimbledons, all this other bullshit. She should have more decorum, and getting up there dancing, doing a gang ritualistic dance. It's kind of beneath her. So what do you guys think about it? What do you guys think about it?
I think it's disrespectful that she's even up there dancing because a Crip killed her sister, bro. That's the only thing that comes to mind. But I could care less.
Killed Venus? Venus is dead?
No, they had another sister, Ryan.
That was a joke. It was just a joke.
Okay. That's actually hilarious.
Where the fuck did she get killed? Holy shit. She's a great tennis player as well. I don't think it matters. It's just drama. I think TMZ loves to do this shit. Which, by the way, my sister loves TMZ and just wants to hear all this stuff. But I think it doesn't really. I mean, what the fuck? How is it disrespectful? She was dancing.
Well.
I mean, it's just this is just entertainment.
Let me ask you this, Ryan.
It was a paying gig.
Let me ask you this, Ryan. Would you be comfortable letting your wife get up on stage and crip walk for a rapper?
I don't. I mean, is it why? So you're coming from a perspective.
Take your time, Ryan. Wait,
take your time.
Ryan, think about it. Think about it first, Ryan. Think about it first. Think about it first.
Everything a black person does is bad.
No, I don't think he's saying that. He's saying okay. So Stanley,
I didn't say
okay. I didn't hear him say that. So I take this as entertainment. I don't think there was racial overtones. I think that this is hip hop and rap and all that shit, and a percentage of people like it. Younger people certainly like it. I don't even give a shit if it was country, rap, or anything. Hey, I'm not watching a fucking halftime show because it's gay. Okay, Ryan, it's fucking gay. Who gives a shit?
I'm with you on this. It's a non-issue.
It's not. It's just the thing is, if you put entertainers way up here, right?
You know the thing that I think you guys are missing though in the situation is these entertainers are very influential, and I see so many women praising and giving worship service to this husband that allowed this woman to pretty much make a fool of herself. And I want to know, you guys are married men. Have you ever drawn the line like, hey, you're not about to do this because it's gonna bring shame to our family?
I think he's a cuck.
Let me put on my anti-black hat here.
Ah, Stanley, this isn't even about race.
Blacks sure obsess over your entertainers.
That's where I'm at. I don't give a shit.
That is a problem.
Think about this, man.
There are way more important things.
Yeah.
Than Serena Williams crip walking at a halftime show.
I mean, so if we were in England like 500 years ago, like these are the court jesters and jugglers and thespians. Like nobody gives a fuck about what they think or what they do. Just let them go entertain.
We're taking this seriously, aren't we?
But look, Aventura had brought up a chick to his stage, and that dude divorced his wife immediately. So I mean, HB might have a valid point, but I don't think that guy really cares.
HB has a valid point about someone dancing on a stage.
I mean, it's not like she danced provocative on the dude or anything either. So
yeah. But dancing on a stage is worthy of serious contemplation.
Stanley, I think you're missing the point of it.
Oh
The
no,
whole
no.
song was the whole song was a diss to
Hey,
her ex.
hey, don't get the idea that I'm missing
Who's
the
your ex? I don't even know who he is. Who's your
Yeah,
ex?
that's what I'm trying to. I'm trying to add that in.
The
And Stanley's
Frenchman?
not gonna let me.
I'm
The
shitting.
Frenchman?
I'm
Drake.
shitting on the
Drake is.
stupidity.
Good job, Stanley. I hear you. But Drake was who the song is about, and that's
On the sheer stupidity of learning about a woman you don't know, have no relationship to, dancing on a stage.
She's
that's
45
fine,
years old and
Stanley.
wanted to feel
That's
cold.
worth,
She wanted to
that's
feel cold.
worth, that's worth some serious thought.
Stanley, I just want to ask you a question. If I could set this up real quick, if your ex I'm not saying your ex, if your girlfriend or whoever you're seeing was to go out and dance on a song that was about her ex.
Well, you got to understand that I love irony and I love dissing people. I actually wouldn't have a problem with it. It's her ex.
Yeah,
That's
but why
kind
you
of
paying
weird. I'm
attention to
sorry.
your ex when you have a
Literally
husband with
hasn't
kids?
had a
You gotta move on.
relationship with this dude since 2011. It's an ex.
It is
The
kind of disrespectful
answer,
to her sister,
hear
though.
my answer. I wouldn't have a problem with it.
But a married woman, as a married woman.
Married woman, my wife, I'm assuming if she's my wife, we're married.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Man, if my wife is
And
focusing
she
on
got
her ex,
paid.
then we
If
got
she
problems.
got paid for it, well, damn, I definitely wouldn't have a problem with it.
I don't know. This is blatantly like a tattoo on the forehead, man. It's like, damn, all this shit don't add up is like the thing to do.
Such as you and HB.
Why would you
might
write
be-
a song?
It might
Why
be.
would you
It might
write a
be
song
painful
about
for you.
someone you left behind, bro?
12th man.
If you left them
Don't.
behind,
12th man.
then
Please.
why write a
Please.
song about them?
You know what? 12th man. I was asked. You have my answer.
Ryan, what about you, Ryan? And then Deacon Dave, I'm gonna get to you next. What about you, Ryan?
If she was dancing on stage with a bunch of other entertainers,
Yeah.
how much money is she getting?
I mean,
Yeah,
let's say like 30, 40 grand.
That's not enough money. I look. One time I asked my wife this. I said, "Look, you remember that show about the
And her
guy
husband's a
who?
billionaire.
Well, yeah, but the husband's a millionaire, and he wanted to sleep with his wife for $1 million.
Billionaire.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And I said, honey, what would you do? She said, oh, I said, what about 10 million? She said, I'd never do that. I can't believe you'd say that. And I was like, well, you better.
Damn, 10 mil, Ryan.
Hey, you fucking come home. You come home, and it's a $10 million deal. Fuck, you better be doing that shit, or I'll leave your ass. You know what I'm saying?
Deacon
10 million.
Hey,
for 10 million, I'll sleep with them.
Oh, okay, Ryan.
Right.
Let me get Ryan out of here.
I was just about to say that. I was like, we got to get Ryan up out of here.
Yeah, I see why Be Brave can't stand you, Ryan.
HB would too. HB would too. It'd be like 10 million. Fuck it.
Nah, I'm not getting my.
I got
HB.
I'm not getting my seal broken for 10 mil, man. Fuck
HB,
that.
listen, man. Listen.
I ain't getting my letter.
You're only gay if you like it. You're only gay if you like it. Okay?
Oh, come on, Ryan.
God damn, Ryan. This is where we don't cross the line, man. We gotta draw a line somewhere, bro.
I'm just fucking around. And she said that. Well, my wife said, I'd never do that. I said, you better.
Deacon Dave, what about you, man? What about you?
I'm sorry, you gotta repeat the question. I'm over here with the boy.
All right. So basically, how do you feel about the husband supporting her in this endeavor? And would you allow your wife to do something like that? And would you support her in that endeavor? Basically, go crip walk on stage for a rap song.
No, just the basic crip walk on stage for a rap song won't bother me, but like there's so much behind it that I just can't get over. Like you trying to shine out there and show the public your face because that was your ex. That's one thing.
Yeah.
The Crips killed your sister. That's another. I don't care about this whole situation. I'm just answering the question.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's a low. There's something wrong with your judgment if you just going up there for free and doing it.
Yeah. You know,
Nobody needs to see you, bitch. You play tennis. Go sit down somewhere.
yeah, you know, the thing about it, how I feel about it, is that he supports it. And you know, that it's to me, it's one thing when black people, you know, support degeneracy and gang culture and just basically negativity in general. But when you got a millionaire white boy
Well, he's not a
saying, "Yeah,
millionaire.
honey, I support you,"
He's a billionaire.
billionaire white boy supporting it, saying, "Yeah, honey, I support you."
Billionaire?
Yeah, he's a billionaire. Go crip walk
Lord.
and
Crip
uplift
walk
the
on
gang
stage.
culture and the gang lifestyle to the masses. Make it seem cool, honey, and I'm gonna support you. And then you got a bunch of black women saying how supportive he is. It just seems very kind of demonic to me.
Who knows?
And I don't,
So you think
maybe
she
he
was
think it's hot.
supporting gang culture?
what is a crip walk, Stanley? You ever crip walk before, Stanley?
Okay,
Most people don't know what the fuck it is. Most people don't even know what that shit is.
What is it in the anti-black handbook that prevents you from answering a direct question?
What? Okay, wait. Ask it one more time. Ask it one more time.
I need to see a video of what it is. I know what crip walk is.
What she did was supporting gang culture.
Yes,
How
absolutely.
so?
Because it's a dance that celebrates the Compton Crips.
Okay, you know what? That dance is mainstream now.
Who made
Okay,
it
the
mainstream?
dance does not mean what it used to mean back in the day. It's changed.
No, Stanley.
And you need to change with the times, old man.
Stanley, that's where you're wrong.
No,
has,
HB, don't tell me I'm wrong because
no,
I know
you're
I'm
wrong.
not.
You're 100%
I am not wrong on this one.
No, you're wrong, Stanley. You're wrong.
Oh, you know what? You like Be Brave think you're right just because you say it.
No, I know I'm right.
No, I don't think you are.
Stanley, you know that the twist is a gang dance now too.
Okay, all I'm saying is that the whole gang culture is mainstream now.
Wait, hold on. I think we should ask Boy on this. We need another black woman.
Are white boys doing the crip walk, upholding gang culture? HB?
The Crips probably aren't doing the fucking crip walk.
Yeah, they're venerating it.
Okay,
they're venerating it.
Okay, okay. White
No,
people
if I can chime in
your eyes, doesn't that make it legitimate?
You know, I've been listening to you guys. If I can chime in, man, you know, this is just my thought. I don't know how old Serena is. I'm assuming she's at least 40. And you know, I read an interview or something where she was like, you know, what made her do it or something, and something about, you know, she first did it at Wimbledon, and when offered the opportunity, she couldn't turn it down, blah blah blah. We can say it's been normalized or whatever, but hell, you can make the same argument about the N-word, right? Well, shit, that's been normalized too. But should it be normalized? Should it be normal?
Should what, the N-word?
For a mother of two to be crip walking. I'm just asking questions.
Okay, well, let me
for yourself, right? You know, but
let John speak.
Hold on. And then if you add on the layer that her sister, half sister, was killed by a family member, you would think she would be incredibly sensitive to some shit like that. You know,
John, you would think so, but apparently she's not.
Yeah, apparently she's not. And see,
okay,
Darren,
so if she's not, why is it a big deal?
And so Darren is the thing, Stanley. You know, I went to the murder scene just the other day, and there was the next man up, and there seems to be a lack of sensitivity to.
Wait, hold it. You are talking about a lack of sensitivity?
Yeah. Because look, these people are suffering murder. Right, and then you go back to the scene of the murder. Next day is just another man there. Like, fuck that little kid that was killed. It's my spot now. here she is, like her daughter's sister was killed by gang members, and damn, she out doing their dance.
Well, given
I mean, like,
recent events, you should be working on health care for indigent.
I understand you want to tell me what to do, but again,
No. I'm saying you talking about sensitivity is a hoot.
We're not talking about me. We're talking about Serena Williams.
Well, I'm talking about you.
Well, I understand you don't want to talk about Serena Williams.
No, I'm wondering why you're talking about something.
Everyone else is talking about Serena
why
Williams.
she has sensitivity and you don't?
Let's stay focused on Serena Williams, and we can do a whole show.
Anyway, quit over talking John.
On me if you like, and we can psychoanalyze me. But again,
okay. Well, you know what?
This is
all I have to say, and I will shut up after this.
Yeah, sure you will.
It makes me chuckle to hear you talk about sensitivity.
Yeah, again, and again, we can talk about me.
Yes, I just did, John. Thank you. Thank you for noticing.
Okay, I thought you were down. And so, but again, like, I can imagine my woman wanting to go out and do the crib walk and going out and doing the shit. And I mean, it's something off there. That's masculine men behavior. I think of crib walking, I think of Dub C and the West Coast rappers and shit. And here she is, like, I mean, the fact that we're discussing it and people are just
we shouldn't be discussing it.
Well, but I think the
it's
fact
irrelevant.
Right,
it has no meaning.
But I think the fact that people are, I think the fact that again,
it is so black to obsess over what our
I haven't even mentioned her race, but the fact that she's
okay. Well, I'm mentioning it just because you don't do something doesn't mean I can't.
Look, a 43-year-old woman going out, desirous to go out and do the crib walk. Hell, one could reasonably say she did it at Wimbledon. Why the hell would you do that in Wimbledon? It seems so low class. But
okay, let me ask you a question. Is this a reflection on the black community? Why are you so obsessed over this individual's behavior?
Well,
what is the symbolic nature of her doing what the hell she wants to do?
It's deeper than that. It's deeper than that.
Hold on.
No, I'm not. Why did you think that?
Hold on. It's HB. Seemingly, you have as much interest in defending it.
No. I have no interest at all.
You can step back.
No, John, I'm not defending anything. Everybody else can't defend what I don't care about.
Well, but
what I care about is why
if you don't care about it, right? Then we're gonna have a little discussion with the people that care about it. Sometimes people come up and
you're right. I need to let y'all do what you do.
Well, I'm saying sometimes you have to let the conversation flow, and sometimes you're not going to be interested. You don't give a damn, but you haven't expressed an opinion. You say you don't see a problem with that. That's cool. That's fine.
No,
that's sure.
The problem is y'all obsessing over it.
Okay, that's fine, and that's cool, right? So that's sure.
Okay, I got that part out.
Okay, so now, but again, as I said, this will probably be my last time saying it. Like, you got 43-year-old women going out crib walking. If you don't see a problem with that, I think a lot of people
see a problem with it.
I didn't ask you. And
I
think there's going to be a clear divide. That is something that people can't really fence and sit. And
Don,
you let
what do you think's more popular, John? The Trump YMCA dance or the crip walk?
Wait. John, I think because even with CKJ's comment right here, that to me is the bigger issue, is that you got these execs that are basically helping promote this. Even her husband, a billionaire, is saying what she did.
Isn't it a billionaire?
Say that again, boy. Say that again.
He's not a billionaire. He's
hold on.
He's a billionaire.
No, he's not.
It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. He got a lot of money. Look, this is like childlike. Yeah, he is. No, he ain't. Yeah, he is. No, he ain't. Doesn't fucking matter. If he $500,000 short,
he was first.
Okay, he was first. Like childlike.
Yeah, Stanley, come on.
Stanley. Yeah, God damn it, it's childlike. Sorry, John.
Oh well, at least you admit it, Stanley. All right.
I mean, this ain't too bad. B Brave literally came up here arguing over.
it
I got
matches the
over
level
some
of
words
the
HB said. This ain't too bad.
Yeah, B-Bird got hot over a heater. He came back up over a heater.
But I do agree with John over the fact that
John, I've seen so many people like pretend like what she did was like admirable or something, you know, and it's just like she's just doing a gang ritual up there. That's nothing to be. She's twisting up her fingers and her hands. And
Because she didn't even do it good. She looked stiff and like she just ate or something.
I get what I'm saying, you know, and I guess what I'm saying is, I thought Stanley didn't have any more comments on this topic. Damn it, Stanley, you got more thoughts on this topic? I thought you didn't care.
I have many more thoughts, John. Are you giving me the floor?
Now you have thoughts.
Are you giving me the floor?
No, I thought you were done. You didn't have any thoughts.
Okay, John.
No one's giving you the floor.
If you thought I was done and I wasn't done, sorry.
I thought you said you don't really care about it. So I said, well, you know,
I don't care.
Okay, all right. So that, you know, all right.
Okay, are you telling me to shut up?
No, I'm not telling you to shut up. I just figured if you don't know how much to say about it.
Yeah, Stanley, we care about it, man. This is the fabric of the United States we're dealing with.
No,
right here.
I'm afraid it's the fabric of the anti-black part.
Stanley, this has nothing. See, Stanley, and
this is about the most. Y'all take the cake. Y'all can be anti-black even without Be Brave up here.
Stanley, and this is where Stanley, you're so short-sighted, man. You don't see the
motherfucker
short-sighted
about a crip walk.
Bro,
really?
It's more than
I'm
that.
short-sighted about a halftime show.
Stanley, they are.
Do you know how
this is more than just black people.
HB, do you know how teenager you sound right now?
Hey, Stanley, we had a conversation about standards and principles. What if we're talking about a person that has none?
Sorry,
look, we're gonna try to have a conversation. Hold on.
Just put a Papa Balloon video.
Hold on. Everyone be quiet for a second. Stanley, we're gonna try to have a conversation. There's a comment up on the screen here. CKJ3 said, I just seen a group of white soccer moms singing Glorilla. John would not make that a topic. Again, man, you know, I think that is the biggest, you know, the biggest problem that I see with a lot of black people, if you want to make it about race, since CKJ3 brought up.
Let's make it about race.
Like, he sees white bad behavior or behavior that he may not see becoming. And that, I guess that would be a justification, right? What do you want me to say? Well, they shouldn't sing that too. Does that make you feel better? But we just had a woman crip walking, right? And I guess now that you got the woman Glorilla, so what, do they cancel each other out? Is that what you're
saying? It's not a big deal.
It's a question for him. Assuming he's still in the audience. You seen the white soccer moms singing Glorilla. Okay, and now we got Serena crip walking. Does that mean they cancel out? Because I'm wondering, why did you mention these white women singing Glorilla when we're talking about Serena, unless they must cancel each other out? Like one doesn't have an effect over the other because, you know, it was white and black. Again, like, I don't understand why blacks always have to point to some white person and say, well, he did it too. He did it too. I just saw some white people singing Glorilla. You know, I don't understand that. And maybe he can explain that.
Why, John, I wonder why some people think gang culture should be celebrated instead of defeated.
And here's the thing, though. You know, again, like
motherfucker, you got some 12 steps to defeat.
Glorilla is black. Right? Is Glorilla black? Is she black? I don't know.
John, it's Glorilla. Glorilla.
Black.
Yeah, she's black. She's black.
Okay, so you saw some white soccer mom singing along to what kind of music is she? Is it opera? Well, I'm assuming it's some gangster.
No. She does gangster.
Okay. So at best, what he's telling me is that the white women have been brought down to the black gutter culture of singing Glorilla. Is that a win? Is that somehow a fucking win? I think it is for a lot of these black. A lot of these black, like they know they can't make any better music. That ain't what's in their heart and their mind. That ain't what they reflects in their neighborhood. You can sing about what's around you. And so the best they can do is infiltrate through everybody else's mind with this fucking rap shit because they can't do any fucking better. Right? They can't. They put them on. We just seen the best that they could do, and you got to fucking explain what this nigga speaking in riddles is talking about. Right?
Good point. Oh my God.
Yeah, that is true. I don't want to be going like 200 years in the past just to figure out a Kendrick song.
You pretty much have to, man. That's
Hey, I had a video of Ice Cube. Some white dude had Ice Cube. Today was a good day. He figured out what day it was. Like, we shouldn't have to do that.
Well,
just to do a comparison. You don't have to do any of that with Eminem's music. You don't got to do any of that with Post Malone's old rap music.
Well, I was listening to Academics last night. He was saying some shit like,
"Oh, not that faggot."
All that conscious shit in a rap, but when you coming out performing, like that's when you answer the questions. Like, I don't need a fucking interpreter. I shouldn't have to have an interpreter for this shit, right? And anyway, that's my point. Yeah. But back to the Crip Walk. Here's Stanley. Hold on. Stanley's 60 years old. I'm not calling out his age. If I would have talked to my mother and told my mother what Serena Williams was doing, she would probably find that unbecoming if she knew what the fuck it was. If most people knew what the fuck it was, they would say, well, woman. They wouldn't try to say, well, I guess it's just like the N-word. Everybody using it. Everybody doing it. I don't see a lot of women doing the Crip Walk.
Well, John,
were the women Crip walking while they were singing Glorilla?
Your mother and I, both being old people, I think the most salient point is, what is that? That would be like just wisdom, and she doesn't even know she's being wise. I asked the same question. What is a Crip Walk, and why are we obsessing over someone doing it?
Well, because they brought it to the main stage. No one would be talking about that if she was Crip walking at a party, a Super Bowl after party, pre-party. She was in there Crip walking, but they got to go to the biggest of the whitest stages, Wimbledon.
So you're worried about how it looks.
I'm not worried about anything. I
got you.
It's a matter of discernment.
Okay. I got you. Yeah. What white people think of us. Yeah, I get you.
Why would you want to go to the highest stage and then do the lowest?
Why would you want to act like that?
Imagine doing that shit out of Auburn.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why you would want to go to the highest of stages and then bring the lowest.
Well, mainly because she has more money than most white people, I guess.
Honor the people that killed your sister when you were crowned at the highest level. I'm gonna honor the niggas that killed
all this over a dance.
By doing that dance, right? She could have cha-cha whatever the fuck them other dances the niggas be doing, but she chose the gang dance.
Let me put my anti-black hat on again.
Stanley,
only black people would be talking ontology of dance.
You're making it about race, Stanley.
Yeah, Stanley, you're making it about race. I'm talking about this is a gang initiation dance, man. This is a gang. This is
Stanley, I'm curious.
You guys don't understand that he's already saying that the gangsters are black.
Yo, and then too, Stanley, if she was up there doing ballet, nobody would have a problem. Nobody would have a problem.
So is that
you know what? I have a feeling because Serena Williams is a black woman, you probably find a way to have a problem.
No.
Hey, HB, if it was Snoop Dogg up there, Crip walking, maybe it's not appropriate, but it's just a nigga doing it. Oh no!
And he's done it all his career.
Nobody would care. Snoop Dogg.
Hardening of women. It's the coarsening of women. Where
the coarsening of women.
This shit is
the woman has bigger muscles than you.
That's right. And downstream from that is why when I led off that Be Brave and John show, you see black women beating up white women. They Crip
you mean the racist roundtable?
I guess they were racist.
No, it's a racist variety hour.
It probably was racist that the black girls were beating up the white woman and trying to tase her. Like, this is coarsening behavior. Women that should be feminine. This bitch out here Crip walking with a nigga. Right? Like, And if you can't understand it, right, then you probably see it on Pop the Balloon. You just can't draw the connection. You see it out here in mainstream. Say, you see, look at some of these football players. They end up marrying, man. That nigga Travis Kelce, like, man, I can't take this big old buffer ass woman. You know, I just said she wasn't attractive, but he wanted a thin, a more feminine like woman.
I see the connections. I just don't take it as seriously as you do.
Yeah, I understand. Sure
Hey man, look, all I know is when black ladies hit the stage at the Super Bowl, you might see some boobies. Shout out to Janet Jackson.
And I don't think we're taking this serious, Stanley.
Hey, that behavior's been coarsening for decades.
Hey, it's 30 years of coarsening it up. But look, seriously, imagine if Elvis got up on the stage. Imagine Elvis, right? Imagine Elvis. What will we be saying?
Crip walking.
We're taking this black music and we're all listening to this black music here. He's shaking his leg.
All I have to say
wait,
is,
can we
if
get
she had a wardrobe?
Yeah, can we get Gwade's opinion?
On the toilet. So I think he had the right idea.
Oh man, hold on, let Gwade go.
Let's get going here. 12 minutes.
Go ahead.
Damn.
Going. I was speaking to everybody. If y'all didn't hear me. Yeah, no. Serena, she's a mom, you know, and the part that where the gang killed her half sister and she's up there dancing is just wrong. I think she's still hurt too because, you know, she was in love with Drake. You know, she really thought that, you know, they were going to be in it for the long haul, and that didn't happen. So I think it's also like bitterness too towards him. So she's
no kidding.
It's her look good. But it don't.
Let her speak.
She's up there crip walking to a Drake diss song. No kidding.
That makes her look bad. What are you talking about?
Okay, you know what? It makes her look bad to people like you.
You know, she got dumped. So that's why she's doing all of that stuff.
To people like you and John and HB.
You know,
people. The husband is not like an alpha man. Right. He's just like a weak white man. So he's not going to think. He's just going to let
and he is not a billionaire.
Normal people don't care about this.
He only has $150 million. I already Googled that. Like, he is not, you know, so
he's a billionaire, and normal people don't care about this stuff.
You know,
as I say, Stanley, I think the bigger thing is discernment. And, you know, a lot of times you see here on this stream, people calling in, there's just a lack of discernment in, you know, how I go racial among the black people. Like shit that you don't need to see, don't need to do, don't need to say in public. A lot of times they do, and they really don't give a fuck about, or maybe they don't understand. Like, maybe, you know, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I'm 42. Maybe I don't need to do this.
John, can I ask you a question?
You know, mother of two girls.
Can you explain succinctly why you even care about this? That is what I'm really curious about.
See, you know, you keep coming back to me. We just discussed
the representation of black.
John, you're the one talking. That's why I can't.
We talk about a lot of topics up here that I'm not necessarily passionate about.
And I ask you questions about a lot of things,
and because I'm interested in it as a social dynamic. Because I think, you know, I've seen a lot of women like this, and you know, if you were to extrapolate it out, these women are probably very difficult to deal with, right? The lack of discernment, motherfucker want to have an argument with you out in public and shit, right? That kind of thing. Men just, and the woman who wants to crip walk on the highest of stages at 42 is probably exhibits a lot of other behavior that a lot of men don't want. Now, most of them aren't going to be Serena Williams. So a man said, "Well, fuck that shit. I'll go find me somebody else." Right?
You'll go find you someone who doesn't have hundreds of millions of dollars.
Well, the average man doesn't have hundreds of millions, and he dating.
That's right. That's why
a woman who makes $45,000-$50,000, but she act like Serena Williams, and that shit don't work.
All I have to say is, Serena Williams gets to do what she wants to do, and very few men are gonna be able to tell her what not to do.
Right, that's what I'm saying. She gets to do what she wants to do, and with no discernment, she does whatever.
That's right, and you know what? She has the money to get away with it.
And that's the other thing, right? You know,
well, John, I don't understand why so many blacks embrace gang culture. I mean, Isn't that anti-black?
Well, her
You know, it would help your cause if you didn't slur your way through it.
Oh my God.
No, 12 man, 12 man, you're spot on, man. You're spot on. And that
So
to
many-
me is the bigger
Yeah,
issue.
you know
is that
what? Spot on.
Drill music.
You
That's
got a
talking about
grown.
killing other black people. Like that's just sick.
It's really
Yeah.
sick. I mean, it's a death cult basically. That's
Yeah.
what
It is.
Let me ask you this question, HB. If King Von was alive today and he was as popular as he was, he would be a bigger draw than Kendrick Lamar.
Oh, big time. Would
it be King Von?
Yeah, he was on his way.
Halftime show.
He was on his way.
Right. This motherfucker was a serial
He was
killer.
on his way. Then what happened?
He got killed.
Okay, my bad.
Would it be okay to put King Von? Like, if you can put gangs and shit, why not go all the way? Go full hog, right?
Yeah, no, that to me is really the biggest issue. Like, and that's why, John, when we were talking about how hip hop is something that you don't really feel like proud about telling people that you listen to it. And it's one of those things where it's like, it's nothing to be proud of. Yeah, I like rap. Yeah, I like hip hop. But I'm not about to, when I have kids, I'm not about to play that shit around my kids. I'm not about to go to, I'm not about to go to the Christmas dinner at my job and say, hey, put some King Von on. Yeah, let's turn up. I'm not about to do that.
Okay, so HB, help me here. What's your point?
My point is, when you promote it on this type of level, it's degeneracy.
Okay, and
Stanley, my biggest
sound
issue,
like a hypocrite.
Stanley, my biggest issue is that they choose to always make black people the face of degeneracy.
Yes.
Okay, what you don't seem to understand, HB, is it's black people agreeing to it.
Yeah,
okay?
I get that.
The bottom line,
if you read her statement,
is Serena Williams does not represent anyone other than Serena Williams. Y'all are making way too big a deal out of this. Wait, please.
She's a representation of black culture because she
might represent some. Hey, Gway, she might represent someone like you.
I don't do crip walking. I don't even know what that is.
Okay, you know what? But she represents you anyway.
No, she don't.
The thing is,
that's why you care so much about it.
Here is the thing.
She's on a national stage, Stanley. She's on a national stage crip walking as a 43-year-old mother of two girls.
All I have to say is you care so much because it hurts you deeply.
We're gonna have this conversation.
It doesn't hurt me at all. She just make people look dumb.
Who is she making look dumb?
Yeah,
black culture look dumb. What are you talking about? She's
I'm talking about other than herself.
Stanley, come on, man. Come on. Let John get in there. Go ahead.
You can say that she only represents herself.
That's what I said.
Right? But those blacks that put that show on, they saw that as this represents the culture. Black culture.
Okay, John,
I'm finished. Look, Stanley, don't do that. And regardless of how you feel about it, you may disagree with what I'm saying, but there's a large number of these people that will defend this to no end, no matter how bad it was as a performance, in terms of a show. I'm not criticizing Kendrick Lamar. A lot of these people are not going to accept any criticism because this was a racial thing. You're probably so far removed you don't even know it.
Okay, and you know what? Sometimes being so far removed is a good thing.
And that is why,
because apparently you're knee deep in it.
But again, I understand you don't want to talk. See, and it's the problem.
No, John. What you don't want is pushback. That's what you don't want.
No, see, you want us to move on from this, but I don't care.
No, I want to stay right here and keep shitting on this dumb.
All you can ask me is, why do you care?
I want to stay here and talk about it.
All you can ask me is, why do you care? We can keep saying, why do you care? Why do you care? Why do you? And I said, well, if you don't care, you can bow out of this conversation. We put it in the next.
That doesn't answer my question.
But you don't care about this. But
I
in
don't.
reality, you do, because those people in their mind will represent you and your son, and they will
They
put
do not represent me nor
in
my
their mind.
son.
In their mind,
Okay?
not
And
yours.
you are
And I
not
didn't
the
say that.
one to see,
See,
motherfucker. What you want to do is tell me who represents me. Okay, I just told you they didn't, and you're going to insist that they did.
no, I said
Really,
what in their mind.
motherfucker?
They
I get to
represent
tell
you.
you who represents me,
Yeah,
not
you do.
you telling me.
You don't get to tell them that they don't
Yeah,
represent you.
motherfucker. I
That's the problem.
said what I
Yeah.
said.
Call
You,
them
I
motherfuckers. Call
understand
them
your
motherfuckers.
opinion,
Call
but
them
don't you
motherfuckers.
go overboard telling me who represents me.
All he can do is talk.
You don't get to do that.
Didn't Kendrick
Yeah.
say this is the culture when he was performing?
Rap music is the most powerful thing. This is for us. This is why they don't want to define they, because they
I mean,
don't
he
want
did
to
say
draw,
that.
they don't want to draw them fucking battle line. They want to fight a cold war without declaring, hey, they is blacks or whites or everybody else or whatever the fuck, and us is black, and y'all not like us, right? And that is why he is more or less in his mind and in their mind saying, we represent black people up here, and they not like us, right? And that's what it is.
That is
Those,
so
that,
much.
that is
That is
the
so much
that's the
bullshit.
man. You may not see it that way, right? You probably don't even understand what the whole thing was about. You know, the battle between those two. The
Who
racial
knew
line.
that a Super Bowl halftime show could mean so much?
Stanley, what you're seeing is black culture bubbling up to the Super Bowl.
Okay, what I'm telling you is that is one part of black culture. It doesn't represent the whole culture.
Yeah, but
that's
90% of
is the loudest.
I don't
one.
think it's. You know what? You're pulling numbers out of your ass like your buddy Be Brave.
It was 70%. It represented 70%, bro.
Yeah, they didn't do a commemoration for Thurgood Marshall up there. They were crip walking, Stanley.
Well,
That's how mainstream.
You know what?
Peter Carter.
That's how mainstream sees
HB,
black
I'm
people,
ready
and I
to
have a
talk
problem
about
with that.
Thurgood Marshall on this panel. Are you?
The boys.
Yeah, I like Thurgood Marshall.
This is a version of that Super Bowl halftime show, by the way.
I was going to say, are we going to be talking about this for the third day in a row?
Like this right here, HB is really, to me, is like a racial.
Yeah, that's racial.
Motherfucker, like it's a racial celebration, like a racial triumph.
Is it really?
Yeah, in my opinion, you know, when I listen to a lot of the back and forth with people talking about this shit, and it's more than music to them. Honestly, Stanley, it's more than music.
It's the culture, bro.
But
Yeah,
they're not like us.
Yeah, no, John, that's what was so crazy to me, because even hearing Serena's husband support her, the when I'm seeing the comments from all these black women basically praising him for it, you realize this is more than just music, man.
Well, what did y'all expect him to do? Condemn her?
Well,
he should have. He should have.
To an extent, yes. To an extent, yeah.
Bro, there was nothing else he could say, but
Exactly. So you know what? Who knows what he said to her in private?
But again, once they asked him the question, for the people who are fighting this battle, Stanley, this was like another triumph in the white man.
Okay, fighting
telling
what
you.
battle? What battle? What battle?
The culture battle.
They versus
HB, good luck with that one.
They versus us, Stanley. Who do you think they is? Who do you think
You
us?
know what? I don't care enough to find out. I leave dumb shit like that to this panel.
Okay, so we're talking about that. So,
all right. So,
who do you think they
What
is?
the song mean? They're not like us. What that means?
Hey, why don't everyone we go around the panel? HB, what do you think? Who is being us?
And also, I had another question. Like the dance, the crip walk. Like, what does that mean too? Like, is that like just dancing, or is that like for something?
HB, who is they? Who is us? And what's up with the crip walk?
Well, hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
I didn't think so.
I actually got shot by Crips and Bloods in a gunfight when I was riding my motorcycle. So I think celebrating this culture, gang culture, is totally out of control.
All right, so they not like us. When it first started out as a diss to Drake. He's not American. He's not fully black.
Okay.
He doesn't come from where I come from. I come from Compton. But soon after the song came out, it became a war cry, basically for the liberal Luciferian left. They not like us. They not.
Yeah.
They don't support
The
LGBT.
liberal Luciferian left.
They don't
Luciferian left. That's right, Stanley.
They don't support pro-blackness. They
Well,
don't
man,
support,
you know how seriously I take you.
They don't support black women. They not like us. They don't support
You know how much I give up.
They don't support DEI.
You didn't slur it, so you must give a
come on, guys. You hear HB tongue. Come on now.
So yeah, it became much more than a song. And Kendrick has always pushed that quote unquote wokeness, pro-blackness, fake, Messiah, Black Messiah
Panther bullshit.
Yeah, he's always kind of pushed that bullshit. And if you know anything about LA, a lot of that shit came out of there anyway. So he's always pushed that. But also pushing the gang culture too, which is the biggest hypocrisy. So that's one part of it. Now the Crip Walk, that is basically a part of these. It's actually kind of biblical too. They in the Bible they talk about secret societies that communicate with their hands and their feet. And part of being a Crip is you twist your fingers up and make these gang signs.
Amen.
And the dancing is also
you
a
got
part
the
of that.
drunk
It's
white man agreeing with you.
the dancing is also a part of that. It's basically a war cry. It's a war dance. Like there's a Crip walk. They do the Bloods. They have a bloody walk. They
got a blood walk.
Yeah, they got a blood walk too. So this is all to push. And I do believe it is all engineered. I think all this stuff pretty much
who engineers it?
I think probably the CIA or something, man. I think all this shit is engineered. I think all this shit has like all this
stuff that
Yes,
has coming out with USD.
Stanley needs to go over to MK Ultra files and see how many rappers are up in there, man.
Yeah, all of this stuff has like demonic origins. Like all these gangs really get down to it. They have like it's all like worshiping the devil. So all of that is like a part of their demonic death cult pretty much. And,
well, you remember Lil Wayne, right? HB? Like he came out and admitted he was the devil. Lil Wayne did.
Yeah. So if that explains it to you. So for somebody on Serena's caliber, for her to do it and for her husband to support her, white husband, I almost wonder, would he support her if she was white? That's my biggest issue.
No.
If she was a white woman doing the same
your
thing.
biggest issue is a hypothetical.
Because I don't see white men supporting white women doing shit like that.
Hey, let me look. What is there a white gang dance that a white woman could do?
No,
river dance.
So you're looking for separate people for gang dance.
What's she gonna do? The Riverdale?
No.
Drum dance.
DEI gang.
The drum dance. That's it.
There is no white equivalence. At least
so if there's no white equivalent, we shouldn't be doing it. Gotcha.
No. At least
CKJ3 likes to point out that he saw white women singing Glorilla. Well, why don't you point out that there are no white women Crip walking or gang walking?
You know what? I guarantee you.
The motorcycle riders, do they have a dance and their women do it?
No.
Yeah, the Hells Angels.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
I don't.
they don't have a damn
Well,
union. Black people shouldn't.
12th man rode with the Hell's Angels. 12th man, did they have a 12 or do they have a Hell's Angel?
Not really.
No,
12
okay.
man didn't
Yeah.
roll with shit.
If you walked up in the club without a membership, you were sure to get beat to hell. That was their dance.
Okay. So they just beat people up. So there was no like symbolic dance that went around with being a part of the Hell's Angels.
Well, you know they can't dance.
Yo, what are we seeing on the screen right now?
John venting out his frustrations. That's what we're saying.
Well,
This is roller derby.
This is I saw this too. This is a Galentine's celebration.
This is hilarious.
Damn. What is that?
Oh, and this is John. This is actually a good kind of transition because this is the problem. Galentine's is a
Oh, they're fighting?
yeah. Galentine's basically is a version of Valentine's Day that predominantly black women celebrate because they don't got a Valentine to celebrate with. They don't got no man. So black women have. So for the black women that can't get a millionaire white boy, this is what they do on Valentine's Day.
Yeah, this is a room full of best friends and shit.
I'm surprised they're not crib walking in there.
I bet you half of these girls are gonna eat coochie immediately after.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they're all best friends.
Fighting?
Yeah, they fighting.
I know, it's like best friends.
If they're best friends, why are they fighting?
Well, I will say this: at least they ain't doing it in a public place. This is somebody's house.
I bet that room stank like a motherfucker, man.
We can just all see it on YouTube.
The thing is, though, Gary, these black women had to create their own holiday because men don't want to deal with them on Valentine's Day.
That is true. That is true.
That is bullshit.
And so here's a question I have for you, HB. That offer came in to Serena Williams. Hey, Serena, you got offered the crib walk. Because her husband said, sweetie, I don't think that's a good thing, dude. Why don't we just say no to that?
Yeah, if he had backbone, but he don't.
He ain't got no spine, obviously.
I told her no, bro. Let's just be honest, right?
I think unfortunately, no, he couldn't say that. A black man could. Serena's father would have told her, hell, get your dumb ass off that stage.
HB, you would have said that bitch didn't have my permission.
No, you goddamn right.
I think there's, first off, the woman I'd be with would have some discernment. Probably never would have been made that offer, but let's just assume she did. She would have turned it down instinctively. But then if she so thought about, well, maybe I should do it, she'd come to me and I said, probably not a good idea. That's the end of it.
And she's worth more than him too. She worth like $200 million. He's gonna work 100.
Right. This is not a money issue. This is not a popularity issue.
That's why she's not taking any advice.
She's not going to get spins or anything like that. This is just a lack of discernment, as I said, man. Like, this is a woman who
the more millions you have, the less discerning you have.
Well, I guess so. Again, but I think it shows up as well here in this video. You understand? Like,
so this video is like the Super Bowl halftime show.
No, well, I think this video highlights downstream that same mindset, that same behavior. I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do. I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do. I'm a crip walk. I ain't got no discernment. I'll cuss your ass out in public.
No femininity.
No femininity. And so fuck it. If I want to crip walk,
all I have to say is, I think femininity. Hearing y'all talk about femininity is hilarious.
No, Stanley. I think it is. I think it's like, Stanley, the way I look at it, man, this is like coping, man.
Yeah.
This right here definitely is coping.
Okay. All I have to say,
Stanley.
You know what? It's making you sad, HB.
No, I listen, Stanley. I got Valentine's Day plans. I'm good.
This is like that chick that Stanley was arguing.
Normal.
The ghetto
you
chick.
know what?
Like
You're not
a whole
black.
bunch of them put together.
So the bottom line is that normal people with a sense of proportion don't get all wrapped up in this fake
Stanley,
symbology.
I get it, but it's content, Stanley. We're just talking about it, man.
I'm just talking about you.
And Stanley,
isn't that content?
Yeah, Stanley, yeah, like anything we say on this panel is actually going to change something.
Excellent. That's an excellent point.
Yeah, I was going to say. This is just this is technically, if anything, this is just a big old diary that people can interact with. That's what this is.
It's a big old diaphragm.
What were you saying,
I think he has a problem with critiquing the bad part of Black culture.
No, I have a problem with stupid critiques of the Black culture.
No, make that case, Stanley. Make that case. What's stupid about this critique?
Yeah, what about what John said or anything HB said was stupid?
Make that case.
Just about every fucking syllable was stupid.
Yeah, that's cute, Stanley.
No, make the case, Stanley.
No, except I'm not kidding.
Stanley can't make Stanley can't make the case because he has no grounds to stand on.
Say it when you don't have to slur it.
I think you wrote it off and you wasn't listening. If you can't make that case, you wasn't paying attention. Because I think that they're making a clear case that there's something wrong here.
Well, Dave, see, that's the thing. I understand and I know it is a clear case. I just don't think their clear case is worth consideration by someone with a sense of proportion.
Can you make a counter argument?
I don't need to make a counter argument.
Well, then that's not really.
No. I don't have to prove that their case. Well, Garion said it. It's not going to change anything.
No, it's not.
I don't have to make a counter argument.
But that's why this was just a conversation. We were just discussing it.
Well, right. And I'm hitting on it because I think the points are stupid. I think the cultural critique.
Which point do you think is stupid?
Just about all of it. The main thing that I find is that you're giving it significance it doesn't have.
What about Galentine's Day and my critique of it?
I have no idea what Galentine's Day is.
A bunch of chicks.
Wait, Stanley. So you don't even know about Galentine's Day?
No. And if I don't know about it, then forgive me. I don't really care about it.
Okay, and that's
so apparently you know about it and you care about it.
No.
I don't know why you keep coming after me. I'm just going to.
Why are you defending gang culture? Why are you
right up front? I'm telling you right up front,
a Crip,
man. I'm just going to shit on you.
Oh yeah, I forgot Stanley is a Crip. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, he is. No wonder he's defending it.
I forgot Stanley is a Crip. I forgot about that. All right, this makes more sense now. I forgot Stanley is a Crip. All right.
Yeah,
My bad.
Defend his homeboy.
It's in the lineage.
My bad, Stanley. But okay, so and I want to comment to Kelvin's comment. Galentine's Day is not racially exclusive. He is right. It is not racially exclusive. There are a lot of women who have pretty much given up, romance at all for whatever reason.
Wow.
And they just celebrate it with each other now.
Are they shooting at somebody?
Is this Galentine's Day up there?
This is Galentine's.
The opposite side. Yeah. Anyway, go right ahead, HB. Sorry about that.
Yeah. No.
Invented by that white lady off of Park and Recreation, right?
I think it was. I don't think it was invented by her. I think it was already celebrated before then. But they definitely kind of pushed it on that show, which is kind of moves towards the whole social engineering since they put it in the show. But it is kind of a critique of modern day America, really, that women pretty much, I don't know what it is. I don't know if they're so undateable that just nobody wants to date them, or guys have just become so weak that they can't date these women. I don't know which one it is.
Probably both.
But in their coping, they've decided to come together on Valentine's Day and celebrate it with each other.
Yeah.
You know, a day that used to be for people that were in love with each other to celebrate has now turned into pretty much a lesbian slumber party.
I'm with you on that. I'm telling you, man, they were probably eating each other's coochie right before they started fighting. Someone licked it wrong, and all of a sudden they got mad.
And then they put "fuck my baby daddy."
They started gossiping.
More than likely, they probably were angry that they didn't have a man. Maybe one or two of them bitches got called out to get fucked, and the rest of them hoes left there, and then that's when the fight started.
It was like, oh, you got a dude calling you? Oh, hell no!
What you be? No,
breaking the rules.
John, they were probably talking about their last man that they were having about, and some bitch got a text talking about, hey baby, let me get back with you right quick. I need to talk to you about something. And all the girls caught on to that, and they started brawling.
Yeah, I was probably like, oh, you talking to Ray Ray? I'm talking to Ray Ray too. Oh,
that would be hilarious.
Yeah. Honestly,
Man.
you know.
Go ahead, HB.
No, it's just Stanley. You know, I know you don't really care, but I do want to see you know, black women with somebody. I hate seeing them all just dangling out here by themselves.
Well,
it is sad to see.
Dangling.
I could give a fuck.
HB,
they stopped hanging people a long time ago.
But caring about so deeply about stuff you can't change is really a waste of energy.
It is.
Yeah, that's
that part I agree with, Stan.
We're just talking about, you know, many people have given up selling, and that is kind of one of the things. You know, I was on B Brady's show the other day, HB, and CT came up, and you know, it really highlighted, you know, like the problems I think in the black community. So he was talking about how he tried to open up some kind of, you know, he wanted to open up like a, let's say, a chess and wine.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was saying that I said, man, you know, and we're gonna bring Kim Wade up here. He'll tell us about it. He's on nightclubs and shit. You remember Kim Wade?
Yeah.
And so he was, you know, I was saying, man, like once you like black people don't drink enough casually, you know, outside to really make a go of selling alcohol. You know, not a lot of places. You have to add that social hour into it. Maybe start charging niggas at the door and shit like that. Right, and that's why the liquor stores and the package stores and grocery stores can sell blacks beer and wine, not having any problems for the most part. But if you start trying to sell it socially, then you got problems, right? Yeah. And one of the biggest problems is that the motherfucker will come in your spot, don't be drinking, but he'll cause problems.
Yeah,
you understand? And you know, I want you to listen to this. And this is again, like, you know. Like it's killing a lot of people's dreams, and this is an example, Stanley. You know, I hope you can kind of draw the connection here. Here's the video here.
We have surveillance video from the shooting. We want to warn you, it can be considered graphic.
Videos here. I'm going to play first.
One of the owners for the Dream, Jamichael Smith, confirms their security guard shot a man who was firing shots into a crowd in their parking lot. This happened early Sunday morning. A man can be seen pulling up to the business, running toward a group of people and shots. The security guard multiple shots at the shooter. We are working to learn that man's condition. Smith says that the security guard did what he was supposed to do to ensure the safety of their customers. We sat down with Smith, and we have that story coming up for you beginning at 4.
All right, now let's let you listen to this right here. Let's see. I think I have it right here. Yeah, it's right here. Let's see. It's just a regular guy trying to run a business, and I want you to listen to one of the things he says here, which is, which really, highlights the problem with someone like CT, a young man that want to open up a business in the black community.
I wouldn't do that.
Well, listen to what's going to be said though. Like, you can't do this. Again, I'm going to bring Kim Wade up here, who's owned clubs like this. And he'll explain to you why the business model is totally fucked up, right? It just does not work, right? And so I want you to listen to this. It's Business 101 right here. Oh, it's kind of low, right?
Yeah, I can't hear it.
I can't hear it.
Are you even playing something?
Oh shit, maybe I am not sharing. Okay, damn. I want you to hear these guys.
The popular nightclub here in this.
It's kind of low, but can you hear it?
Yeah, we can hear it.
Yeah, you're good.
However, within the past 3 months, it has seen 2 different shooting incidents. This morning, a hearing at the Chattanooga Beer Board concerned the very first incident, and the club's response to that shooting was at the center of the debate.
Very fortunate that we didn't have an incident of folks getting trampled or a stampede or something like that.
The surveillance footage captured the moment shots rang out inside of the Dream. You can see dozens of patrons scrambling to get out of the club. Some, however, seemingly ignored the shooting.
Shortly after this, you'll see some folks come back and ordering drinks and stuff like business as normal.
As officers tended to.
So you heard that part, right?
Yep.
After the shooting, people came back like, well, shit, nigga laid down. Well, cut the music back on.
Wounded.
That's crazy, bro.
Information.
No remorse, no nothing. No.
Josephus Reed defended this.
So you had a room on Facebook that 4 different guys had 4.
HB, you gonna love this, right? Because this really represents like the oh shit. Is hood servative in the audience, man? Is hood servative in the audience? Oh man.
4 different guns in there. So when you're going off just hearsay, you shouldn't speak on hearsay. You should only speak on facts.
Reed did admit there were security lapses that night.
The metal detectors were broken by the cleaners. People.
Nah, come on.
Yeah, it's number one.
Yeah.
That's number one.
Came in and cleaned. They dropped the metal detector, let us know that they had broken. This is the only reason the metal detector was down.
Yasmin Springs, who founded and owns the club, said all the security working that night was fired and has been replaced. As a beer board arbitrator,
Well, no, first they said they did a good job. They did what he was supposed to do by shooting at the nigga, which probably was nigga needed to be shot at if he's shooting.
Right.
But then they threw him under the bus now. They fired him, right? Like, what the fuck did you want him to do? Shoot back or just hold his gun?
Has been replaced. As a beer board arbitrator recommended they lose their alcohol license for 5 days, he argued the situation was to some extent out of their control.
So now listen, he about to lose his lookalikes, which means basically he's not a club anymore. He's not a business for 5 days.
Wait, John, what city is this in?
This is in Chattanooga, Tennessee. So this is not even a big city, right?
Right.
But this shit happens everywhere, right?
Oh yeah, nah. I know a club owner who this same situation has happened to him. And this is kind of par for the course. And in every city, their liquor license, I mean, that thing prints money. You got a liquor license, that's basically printing money. So you got to protect that by any means necessary, pretty much.
But for the sake of violence, these niggas would be doing all right for themselves. Maybe. You know what I'm saying? It might be a viable.
Oh yeah.
But, and Mr. Wade is going to come up here and talk about his nightclub experience. I'm going to get him up. Like, these motherfuckers put you out of business with their fighting and shooting, bro.
Yeah.
Like, it's black on black economic violence. You understand? No white men are in these clubs. These guys probably put a little money into the club, saved up. And I want you to listen to what he says, HB.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
What are you expecting? Better?
Well, I mean,
no, seriously.
Well,
why are you critiquing the inevitable?
Well,
what did you think would happen?
Well, I'm just more or less showing you an example of.
Okay, all you're doing is pointing out the obvious.
What's the obvious here that I'm pointing out?
The obvious is I told you about this boss I had years ago who said, "What do you expect from $10 an hour associates?" Okay, if this is in the hood, expect hood behavior. I don't know why you're continuously fascinated with the obvious.
Is this hood behavior though? I mean, these motherfuckers are shooting rifles at each other.
He had security with rifles. What was it? Obviously, he was expecting
you know what, Stanley? That's good. That's good.
Wait, hold on. Why the hood bar gotta have that much security with rifles?
Hold on,
Stanley. I know this is another topic that you're not interested in, Stanley.
No, I'm interested. I'm asking you a question. What were you expecting? Because obviously the business owner was expecting something.
Well, I'm going to explain to you as the video plays another dynamic that people that deal with, you know, and I'm going to say black people, and no Stanley's jumping at the car, itching at the car. Like, this is shit that you deal with, and you know, if you could just solve these type of problems,
John,
but let me finish because it's so embedded. And I want to play this video, HB.
Why are you trying to solve something that
I'm not, nigga? I'm just talking about. I'm in my house. I ain't trying to solve nothing. I'm in my house. We just talking.
Okay, you know what? You are in your house pulling out your hair.
And I don't have any hair to pull out. But let me finish playing the video.
I know you think
pulling his
okay, my point is that every time I ask a direct question, you don't want to answer it.
This is Going Truck on HB, and I want to get HB's opinion on this if you don't mind. Right.
Thank you, Stanley.
And if it doesn't interest you, Stanley, you know, we might get to something.
It interests me. That's why I asked you the question that you didn't answer.
I will answer the question. I'll answer the question.
Thank God.
You know, because I have worked in a lot of clubs, black-owned clubs, and you know, it is something where there are a lot of black people that do want to invest in the black community, but this is part of what ends up happening when you do that. There is this kind of self-sabotage that goes on when all you're trying to do is provide some entertainment.
My question was, why were you expecting better?
Because you do expect better from your people.
I'm not even.
You know what? You're continuously telling me that how bad they are. I think you should stop being so optimistic.
Okay, good. I'm not expecting better. I'm just highlighting a pitfall here that you see a lot of black people.
You're saying I told you so.
No, I'm saying don't get in the position where I can say I told you so. Avoid this.
Right, but here. doesn't this ruin black economics?
No, I don't think it does. Because
I mean, not only with the clubs, but with stores and other stuff like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's very true.
It does until they get gentrified.
You mean continue to ruin?
Well, can I play the rest of the video, Stanley?
Yeah, please, John, play the rest of this video.
Because I want HB to hear this shit. Because again, it highlights something CT was saying on Be Brave show, and you're gonna find this very interesting. You know, without me critiquing CT, I would just, say, man, this shit just won't work, man. You know, like you got to start at the basics. And I think a lot of blacks want to start beyond the basics, right?
Yeah.
You want to sell alcohol and shit to niggas, that shit profitable, but not when they dancing and mingling with each other.
Nah. You need to really do something like that. You need a family with you to run it. Like, you're not going to be able to just do that by yourself.
But even with a family running a nightclub, you're gonna have problems.
No, absolutely. But like, that I mean, having John, just clubbing in Detroit, it's a whole goddamn nigga. Just clubbing, my bad. These motherfuckers are acting an asshole. But just clubbing in Detroit, like, there's certain protocols. If the metal detector don't work, you don't open up that day. You're just asking for it. You can't open it. Nah, that's if there's not security patting everybody down, looking in all the girls' purses, you're not letting people in. That's par for the course.
Well, let me ask you a question about that. If you have to have a metal detector, maybe you shouldn't even have the business.
Well, so here's the thing, Alan, and I definitely agree with you. But it's just kind of like the example of one M&M in a bucket that's poisonous. People are taking chances. Like, they can't open up a club in a white neighborhood. They can't afford it.
Okay.
It's the same thing with metal detectors in schools.
All I'm saying
let me give you an example of what I mean, Stanley, because this is a topic that I'll be honest, is passionate. I'm passionate about it.
Well, if you have a metal detector, there's risk.
Yeah, definitely. It's why people have bars on their windows and shit instead of moving those.
What do you think about metal detectors in schools?
Well, let's
Oh,
stay
let
on
them
one
finish.
topic. Let's stay on one topic
Yeah,
first.
let
Hold
me
on.
let's get it. Let me play the video because I want
do that on my show.
Come on,
John, just play the video all the way through, then we'll talk.
I want you to hear this. Now, everybody mute yourself if you can't be quiet.
Guess him and his the guy had the same old lady or whatever the situation may be, and they.
Did you hear that, HB?
Yeah. Yep.
What did he say, HB? Explain to the
both-
audience here.
They both were fucking on the same bitch, pretty much. They were both, and honestly, that's really, John, the issues that I've had with niggas, 9 times out of 10 is because of a bitch, man. And that's really the crux of a lot of black people's issues. The women, we don't know how to separate the business from the women. It's like
Who is
niggas will
we?
just, I mean,
They don't define that shit till they define they and us.
yeah.
Okay, well, you know what? It's the same. It's the same. It's plural. I'm just you keep saying we and they and us, but this is HB.
Yeah,
not
Get Crack,
Kendrick.
that's and Get Crack, that's why I say it, man. Black people are the biggest Simpsons, and there's not even a close second. A nigga will kill you over a female, and whereas other races, they, what I mean,
Yeah, other races are better.
Yeah, they'll just move on to another woman if they got to keep their simping up. But
no,
God,
black
this
and the
this anti-black bullshit is hilarious.
Or when a black man loses a white woman.
Can I start saying self-hating anti-blacks now?
Listen. It is what it is.
I am
We're
listening.
seeing it. We're seeing the example of
You're
it
the
right now.
person.
You know what?
defending
I told you what would happen if
You're the person
you addressed me in the wrong way. I'm just gonna kill your drunk ass.
oh man, Stanley is a gangster. That's why.
Hey, and John, when I worked in the clubs, all the issues were over women. That's John. When I worked in the clubs,
John had
and
to
stuff,
refresh.
all the issues that ever happened inside those clubs, inside the bars, it was because of a woman.
Yeah.
And I'm not blaming the woman. Trust me, I'm not blaming the woman. I'm blaming the guys for not knowing how to have just sit down and talk about it. Like as men, they go straight to guns.
HB, that's what Red Pill Spaces was about originally.
I mean,
Yeah,
like all these truths, and saying it for what it is.
Deacon Dave, but the reality is that red pill shit in real life, that red pill shit don't work. Niggas go straight to the guns. They can't say, "Oh, are you a part of the red pill community?"
That's
Oh,
what I reach for when I feel threatened.
And so
when do you feel threatened up there?
Hey, HB, let me play some more of the video. You mind? I want you to hear the rest of it. I want you to just listen.
Go ahead.
Yeah, man, I wish Hood was up here to go bat it back and forth with you guys. Go ahead.
As a beer board arbitrator recommended they lose their alcohol license for 5 days, he argued the situation was to some extent out of their control.
I guess him and his the guy had the same old lady or whatever the situation may be, and they had a situation going on that we didn't know nothing about.
There's nothing he could have done here.
Unfortunately, the guy came in, wasn't in 5 minutes, didn't buy a drink.
Didn't even buy a fucking drink.
Didn't do anything.
So if he bought a drink, that would have made a difference.
Well,
a little bit.
Yeah, it would.
I'm going to get to the point though.
Went straight to the guy with the girl.
Mm-hmm.
They get into an argument, and boom, they get into a fight.
We asked for a comment after the hearing from representatives for the Dream. They declined to do so, knowing that they have a future hearing with the beer board to determine just how long they're going to lose their alcohol license. Reporting in Chattanooga, Nick Hill, News 12.
I want to show you something here. This is something.
Two different shootings at the Chattanooga Beer Board.
They've had 2 shootings at the fucking club.
An incident of folks getting
center of
I want you to pay
very
attention.
fortunate.
If you really pay attention, nobody's really ordering any drinks, right? Ain't no fucking drinks in these people's hand, right? This is why so many black clubs fail. As I said, black people don't drink like that. they dance. They might dance 3 or 4 fucking songs holding the same goddamn drink. It's not a criticism. This is me telling you the nightclub business is very difficult to run if you're catering to black people.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a criticism. I'm giving you some advice here. I've seen many people. This club has a decent number of people in here. This bar should be fucking humming, right? There should be motherfuckers like, hey, want my drink? Want my drink? Look at the hands. Ain't nobody got no drinks in their hand. They just chilling, bopping their head, dancing to the music while he's keeping them cool or warm. Got the lights going. Ain't nobody paying shit to be up in here.
That we didn't have
an
incident of folks getting trampled or a stampede or something like that.
The surveillance footage captured the moment shots rang out inside of the Dream.
No drinks.
We can see dozens of patrons scrambling to get out of the club. Some, however, seemingly ignored the shooting. We can see dozens of patrons scrambling to get out of the club. Some, however, seemingly ignored. The surveillance footage captured the moment shots rang out inside of the Dream.
That we didn't have.
You see anybody with a fucking drink? I see one drink over here. Nigga probably got a beer.
No, wait, that's John. That's a server.
Is it?
That's John. That's the server. He got a look. Oh wait, never mind. No, never mind. That's table.
Nigga right here. That's a table. It like it might be one drink on that.
Folks getting trampled.
Look, it's like fat girl. She was showing up. Wasn't gonna put her drink down, so she had one. Right? And may have been one motherfucker with a drink in a club full of people.
Yeah, nah. It's a if you're gonna open a bar, like black people do drink, but they drink with food. They not just drinking the drink.
Yeah,
I've
if this
seen-
was like not a bar, but a restaurant or something that mainly dealt with alcohol.
Yeah, black people don't, and part of the reason why they don't drink like that, John, is because shit like this. When the tension is high, you're not trying to get drunk around that. You got your head on the swivel.
Well, in my opinion, man, I just don't think you know, like these are probably, lower working class people, right? These aren't fucking motherfucking making hundreds of thousands of dollars. So they don't have a lot of discretionary income. Many of them motherfuckers probably come already halfway drunk or high, right? Yeah, they just come in there to, have a good time, right? They pregame and then go to the club. Where it's cheaper to drink at home, like drinking in your car outside in the parking lot type shit. And when you have these parking lots in these clubs, man, like the parking lot is your biggest vulnerability. Niggas can be shooting from the parking lot, hidden behind cars, all kind of shit. It's just a bad business model, and it destroys a lot of people. We've counted maybe 6 people in here that are going to lose their jobs, their businesses, maybe their freedom, their health, and it's just not a good business model. It's just
Hey John, I got another black restaurant that I want you to look at right quick. I'll pull the video up if you got the time. If you ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, I got a few minutes.
Hey, John, can I ask you a favor, John Galt?
I know it's about that. Go ahead, Crack. Put it in the audience, in the chat. What you about that?
Yeah, well, we're in second place right now, and we could really use all y'all's help.
See,
I received so much amazing support from the John Galt community, and we love y'all, and we're just trying to win that money, John, like everybody. It's like $10,000 for Stan Fisher in there, and we'd really appreciate everyone's vote.
There we go. We got it up there. It's 12, man. We got it posted in the link. Make sure you guys hit
Thank
that.
you, Steve. I love you all so much.
We love you too, man. We love you.
Man.
Do it for my dog.
Yeah, John, especially nowadays, maybe 15 years ago, 20 years ago, but man, if you're gonna run a black owned bar, like there's so many different things that depend on where you're gonna do it. Location is pretty much everything if you're gonna run one, and the type of black people that you get to come to your bar. The just by the look of the people in that bar, that's not the type of people that you're gonna be selling to.
I'd rather have a liquor store.
they're not about to be buying drinks. You know, I
Yeah.
went in Chicago. There's different classes of black folks in Chicago. You know,
Yeah.
they're not showing up in t-shirts and that's another thing too. When you go in a black club, because I've been in hole in the walls and I've been in upscale black clubs. There's dress codes for a reason. There's a
You know what's interesting about that shit, HB? What I found, you know, because they do it here in DC, they try to implement dress codes, and this probably is part of the problem here. The people who dress normal, right? The ones that, you know, just have regular pair of shoes on, whatever, you know, may have a decent pair of shoes on, but you know, they're not like those $700, $800 shoes, whatever. Those people that wear that fancy shit, they do spend money in the clubs. Those are the niggas that buy the bottles and the couches and the, you know, right? Yep. And so the club has to make a choice, right? Do you keep him out and just have me in there sipping on a beer or two, right? Versus him that's gonna come in and buy bottles.
Yeah.
And that's the choice, bro. Right there. You know what I'm saying? That, you know,
you can make 300% off a bottle.
These clubs at 2-3 o'clock when they're still humming. I mean, you're really catering to the dregs or a large percentage of dregs, right? Yeah. In any inner city, I don't give a fuck how upscale your 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock crowd is. If you're still open at 2, there's some dregs in that motherfucker, you know. And to be profitable, you're gonna have to still be open at 2, right? Because you only got a few nights a week typically, and you know that's the dilemma that you face, I think. You know.
Yeah.
And that dress code too, man. Most hood rats won't want to dress like that, so they avoid going to those places.
Paying and shit, like they'll be paying and shit like to get beyond the dress code, because you know, like they're gonna spend money if you let them in, right? Yeah. And that kind of is a balance to them misbehaving if they're spending a lot of money, and so. Now you got the hood bitches that want to be close to the hood niggas, so it just, you know, it's just kind of a crazy dynamic. You know? Yeah.
But I mean, I do think it does help though when you do have a certain ambiance to the business.
Yeah, it does.
And you know, you see a difference. You do see a difference. Yeah. But you're right, man. You know, the niggas that spending bottles, they're the ones. You know, they'll throw the person at the front door $500 just to come in so they can buy bottles and stuff. And that's just how it goes.
And they'll spend a lot of money in that motherfucking club. You know,
yeah,
they
will.
What you ever spend in the club, HB?
The most I probably ever spent at a club, man. I don't even feel. I don't even. Man, I'm not even happy.
He probably lost his life savings in the club.
No.
550 with a tip.
Yeah, I'm about to say it's a couple hundred I've spent at a club.
Yeah, I was gonna say at most probably 800 for me.
But you know, working class people like most of us here, that's a once in a blue moon occasion.
Yeah. You absolutely right.
I was feeling myself that night, man. It was a once in I was feeling myself. It was.
But the hood boy, shit, you know when you go in the club and the motherfucker got the table roped off.
Yeah. They be having money fights, man. They pouring the Douce out. They not even drinking it. They have money fights.
And I think the club really depends on those people, honestly, in my opinion. Like you gotta have them, bro. Like if you're dealing in the inner city, you have to have those people.
The Joneses.
That discretionary. Because it's like super chats. It start making other motherfuckers buy shit, right?
Yeah. That's what I mean by the money fights. Once they see somebody throwing throwing money in the air, pouring bottles out. Now the other VIP section, they want to do it. Now
they find bitches with the
keeping up with the Joneses.
Remember with the sparkles and shit, right?
Yep. Right? The sparklers. Yep.
That's all for hood niggas, right? That shit would be embarrassing if I got that shit. They brought that shit sparkling and shit over me.
So get the attention, man. It's like, this is the guy that bought the bottles, right?
Yes, Universal. I've seen that multiple times, man. Multiple times. You know how much you gotta pay to be able to stand on a couch? Like, and they'll let you do it too if you pay the right amount.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Because again, they're not making that much money off the hoi polloi buying alcohol.
Nah.
A white boy can open up a white dive bar. Probably can do as much money per person or more without all that security selling. I've been in bars. It's one in DC. All they sell is cans of beer, not even fucking bottles, man. Not because they don't even want to knock anyone out with a bottle, but it's easier to dispose of, and I think you can recycle the cans.
Yep.
And I bet you, the average ticket for them selling a can of beer that's easily disposable of without security is probably the same as that club we just saw. The average ticket per person. And so you see how much easier it is for, without the violence to be very profitable, right? But with the violence, you can't be profitable at all. You're not going to be able to stay open long, man. That's the issue there.
Yeah, you got to have a very, you have to really understand that mentality. Like somebody like you, John, somebody like you, I think you could be profitable in the club scenario because you have a very, deep understanding of hood niggas. But the irony is you're smart enough to not even try.
It's so unpredictable, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that is exactly my point.
And that is what we're telling
people.
people.
Have a metal detector should you even be opening the business.
I think part of it too. John does like to drink too, so that would
Okay,
that might be part of it.
Again,
hold on. I got your question. Hold on. I want to answer your question, Stanley. I
didn't ask you a question.
Well, you did. You said about the metal detectors. As I explained to you, even if you didn't need metal detectors, that parking lot is a motherfucker. That's what the people in the building.
John, I'm saying,
that's how King Bong died.
Is it even a wise thing to attempt to open the business? If you are expecting,
I'm saying no. That's what I'm saying. No.
Why do it?
This is what I'm telling you. Any people that's listening to all this and may listen 10 years from now. You find yourself interested in getting into a club in the inner city, I'm saying don't do it, man. There's so many fucking pitfalls that you don't even know that you would, fall into. Again, say you don't have to have metal detectors. It's all upscale. Niggas be hanging in your parking lot pimping, right?
Yep.
Oh, you gotta need a damn gate.
Right. So then you got problems because you're gonna be responsible for everything that happens in the parking lot. Then if you got people calling the police about the noise or anything, they build a record against you and then they take your liquor license when it's time to renew. It's over and over again. And so, and it is a very attractive thing for many people to do, young men. And, I think they see the easy money. And what I'm saying to you, downstream from that easy money, you get rolling for a year or two and then boom, you're out of business because somebody walked in because he had a problem with a baby mama and you want to take it up in your place of business, and, so that's my thought.
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
dang.
Nah, it's man, John, especially in Detroit, man. I know so many stories of guys losing their life. Detroit, the strip club industry is real big in Detroit. Lindy Lou know about that. There's a lot of strip clubs in Detroit, and a lot of dope boys. They love going to the strip clubs. They might have a.
What does Lindy Lou know about the business?
Well, Lindy Lou may have.
Come on, Stanley.
In her younger days, in her younger days.
Yeah, she did say she was a pug.
In her younger days, but so many dudes, their girlfriends might be a stripper, and they might go to the club and see, some baller tossing dollars on her, making it rain on her. He can't handle that. He can't handle his girl, beautiful girl, getting all this attention from this other dude.
Yeah.
And lose his life right outside in front of the club because he and his feelings about a stripper bitch. And it's I seen it happen so many times, man.
I thought that stripper bitch loved me.
Hey, hold on, HB. Oh man, don't get me going on this shit. Oh man, you Latino, HB. I got a good buddy of mine. This nigga become man. I was out at Lisa House one night. It's a little, what's the name of that motherfucking strip club? Made me look it up. You want to be looking? Can I look at that? Is that okay, HB?
Yeah,
I look at
definitely. Might be able
So-
to send Stanley over here. Yeah, look it up.
And so I was out at my lovely lady Lisa house, and then nigga, damn, there's 10 strip clubs out there, motherfucker. Oh shit, HB. And so the nigga came over to me. He said, "Yo, let's go to a strip club." And I was in my lady's house, and there's one right around the corner from me. So I showed you a fight at the second one, Crystal City restaurant, but he took me to what the fuck is it? Archibald's? I can't. No, it's not Archibald. That's Archibald's is Hunter Biden's strip club. You see that? This is Hunter Biden's strip club right here. But anyway, so the nigga took me to this strip club out in man, it was out in the suburb, bro. Like, I mean, way out, bro. Like, this must be it, like right here or some shit. Now, they ain't even it. But anyway, it's some fucking strip club, like suburb strip club. So you understand what I'm talking about, right? HB, you know,
Oh, yeah.
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Mostly white girls. That's what he preferred. Man, to
There's
get in
no
there
bunnies.
was like, I swear, man, I don't know if they, and I don't go to strip clubs that often, very rare, very rarely. Only if someone dragged me there. Man, I think they charged us maybe like $200 some just walking in the door. I said, God damn, are they fleecing us? I don't know.
Yeah, it's 25 where I'm at.
You know, you got to buy a ball of this, buy a ball of this. So, long story short, he started going to this other club in DC called Camelot. You niggas ever heard of Camelot?
Sound like a black strip club.
Yeah, I think it's Camelot. I think that's the one. Yeah, sucky. You see these women right here? This is where you start going right here, right?
Oh.
And so what I did, and again, the only strip clubs I ever really been to are like ghetto strip clubs, and so these motherfuckers in here be like forming relationships with you.
Yeah.
Like, hey, daddy, how you doing? You know, how's everything going? How the children and shit?
Yep.
And
therapist.
And so they start talking to this nigga. This nigga came to me one time like, man, I think she really like me. I said, nigga, that's her job.
Yeah, he crazy.
She like working your ass. And he, I think they be getting track of these niggas when they get paid. You know what I'm saying? They just talking to them. Hey, yeah, I'm in here on payday, baby. They make a mental note, and to some of these simple niggas, like, they really might fall in love with these bitches.
Oh yeah.
That's just really amazing.
It's man, it is really, bro. I've seen it, man. I've seen it. Like dudes. I think the only other entity that can get money out of people more than the strip clubs is probably the casinos, man.
And you see the same type of behavior in the casinos, man. Like, the average working class guy just doesn't have the money to go into casinos and drop thousands of dollars.
Yep.
Right?
But they do it all the time. The
hood niggas do for whatever reason, right?
The working guy does it too. It's
Really?
the working guy and the hood niggas, they both fall victim to
Yep.
that. I knew a security guard at a in Detroit there's a lot of casinos too. And I knew a security guard that worked there, and I'm talking to him. He told me the worst thing he's ever seen was a guy put the lease up, he put his house. He put his house up. Lost that bitch, man. And I'm like, so the casino will take your house? He's like, bro, you sign over that deed, they'll take your house, man. They'll take your house.
Put that house up.
Put the house up, man.
Yeah, this is a Hunter by DJ MLB in the audience. HB, he talking about he like this bring back memories for him.
He said some high class strippers. Yeah.
He's in there smoking crack with Hunter. DJ MLB, it's a strip club up on, I think it's on Wisconsin Avenue. A nigga set them motherfuckers on fire. You remember that? He got mad. I think they threw him at the strip club, man. He came back. And see, this is again another problem with, when you selling alcohol and then people sit around and drink that shit. And if you got women, oh man, that's a nigga came and set the strip club on fire, man. You know what I'm saying? Here in DC.
He crazy.
Yeah, man. Man, it's a fucked up business.
You can just be emotional, bro.
Yeah, it is man. I do think there is like a it is a very lucrative business until it goes left, man. And that's the thing with strip clubs, very lucrative, but you gotta be careful, man. That's why you even see a lot of strip clubs. They don't even really sell alcohol like that.
Mm-hmm.
They sell food. You know, I had some of the best wings I ever had at a goddamn strip club, man.
I heard this shit a million times. Hey, HB, look at this right here. I don't even want to share the headline. You guys ready for this? You guys ready for this? You ready for this? Check this out, HB, man. This is sad. Real sad, bro. Grim Reaper cometh, bro. The Grim Reaper cometh.
Damn.
Everyone can see that, right? Everyone can see that, right? And I'm going to delve a little bit deeper into this, man. It's a sad story, actually. Yo, this is a sad story, bro. HB, man. Yo, bro.
Damn.
Bro.
Master Kim licking his chops right now, man.
I think some people further up the food chain got him, bro.
Yeah. This is how it goes, man. This is like the same story over and over again.
Yup.
You know, one of the things, man, HB, you know, I like you, man. You know, you see me on stream every day, man, drinking Miller Lite. I'm drinking Stella today. But I'll be drinking Miller Lite, you know what I'm saying? I live very modestly. You know what I'm saying? Live very modestly. And I think, you know, there's some advice, again, if we give me advice here. I mean, look at this shit. Look what happened to him. Look what happened to this motherfucker, HB. Look at this shit. In a sign of his plummeting financial fortunes, the 86-year-old disgraced former comedian is being sued for defaulting on a $17.5 million mortgage.
Oh.
The house was right near Central Park, steps from Central Park, bro. This shit probably worth 40 mil.
Mm-hmm.
You hear me? This is like Trump Towers. This is close. This is I used to work at 59th and 5th. 59th, is it 59th and 5th? I think it's right there at the corner of Central Park. It's big money area, man.
Mm-hmm.
This house probably worth 40 mil, bro. Damn. He bought the house for 6.2, which means he should have a hell of a lot of equity in it, but he borrowed 17.5 at some point.
Probably to fight those cases.
That is correct, HB. And here we go, HB. Here, HB, when I show you this, you're gonna be like, oh, you gonna do it again. Let me see if I can find it, man. Man, this is really sad, bro. This is really sad, bro.
That's how the industry gets you, bro. If they can't kill you, they try to get you with lawsuits.
Bro, they ate this nigga alive. Man, what are you talking about here?
That's how they did Trump.
From the nightclub to the, what else have we talked about? The nightclub.
Anti-black icon.
Well, I mean, you know, he's pro-black before he was anti-black. But anyway, you know, no one's ever perfect and no one walks the straight line.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And, you know, it's sad to see an 86-year-old man being eaten alive like this. The little bit of assets that he had, I mean, the lawyers were swirling around this bitch like a vulture. Listen to this. Since the revelations about his personal life first broke, Cosby has been mired in legal and financial woes, resulting in legal fees of $1 million a month, nigga.
Oh.
28 lawyers working on 10 cases. Each lawyer made about $500 to $1,000 per hour. The net has been a huge drain on his resources. Now in his late 80s, with a destroyed reputation, his earning years long gone, Cosby appears resigned to losing his assets. So he basically is giving up.
Yeah.
So you feel sad for him?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Nah. This is, I mean, Bill Cosby, you know,
it's a cautionary tale.
Yeah,
these are cautionary tales here today. But you know, Stanley, HB, one of the things I want to tell you about this is, I remember reading closely about Cosby's case, and I may be off of the little details because you know I'm going off memory here, but he was nearing the what they call it statute of limitations. In Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania, or wherever he done this, wherever he was accused of this. Then they had an election, and the DA decided to take this shit up. He was almost home. But it is my opinion that he lost his political cover by that pound cake speech, which made him be anti-black.
Yep.
And now he lost it all. Like this is a game of playing for keeps here. Yep. And what you see here now is some very good assets here are going to be, everything has been taken from him by legal fees and the assets that are left. This is some real serious property here.
And that's why I feel like with these, especially the black celebrities, man, when you don't play ball, they will come to get you, man, every single time.
So you think he's in trouble because he didn't play ball?
I think he's in trouble because of the pound cake speech.
I think he's in trouble because he did some shit he shouldn't have done.
I mean, he's not alone though, and all these other people aren't being convicted.
Okay, that's not the point. I'm talking about Bill Cosby.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand. He's guilty as charged. I'm not defending him, but I think he lost his political cover, and that is why he's in the shape that he's in. And the vultures circle him, and they picking his bones, bro, down to the very last morsel there. Damn, it's a sad situation to see. And the thing is, one of the things, it's like a death by a million cuts. And it's kind of the theme of what we've been talking about here is there are a lot of people downstream from that nigga that end up working at Trader Joe's.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You don't think that he could have avoided all this?
Yeah, if he didn't do what he was accused of.
Right. So feeling sorry for him, I just find that.
Well, I do have passion for, this is an 86-year-old man. I don't know. Someone says he's trying to buy a network. I've heard that conspiracy theory as well. I don't think that's it. He wouldn't be able to finance and run that network. You see networks having problems now. But, all the downstream people that were harmed because of his actions, all those people that were on Cosby Show that were living off of the royalties, they were, they got to get out and work now.
Yeah.
And what he built and the lifetime of residuals that would have come from that were all obliterated by his actions. And it's always, who said it? It's bigger than me. And he owed it to those people to behave himself because he destroyed all those people's livelihoods because of his behavior.
Because he loves the pudding.
That's real.
And John, and mind you, it is a conspiracy, but I do believe if he never made that pound cake speech, I don't think it. And Stanley, that's what I mean by like he's not playing that role that they need you to play.
Right.
Okay, I don't buy into a single speech causing all this. So we can start with I think that's ridiculous.
No, I get you, and that's why I said it's a conspiracy. I don't have no proof of.
Okay, well, I don't think it's a conspiracy.
I'm not making any conspiracy.
It was a conspiracy for him to do what he did.
I'm not making any conspiracy. I say he's guilty.
There are consequences to actions.
Correct. I'm not saying, again, Stanley, I'm saying he's guilty as charged. I'm not here making any excuses for him. But I think that evidence that was there for a long time. And people, for whatever reason, looked the other way. He had political cover, in my opinion. And once he gave that pound cake speech, and I think I can't remember when it was, someone correct me on the dates, he lost political cover, right? And which led him to be vulnerable to someone who maybe wants to make hay, maybe a Me Too movement is coming along, and he got swallowed up in that. Doesn't mean he's innocent. That's not what I'm saying. But he had incentive. Maybe he didn't know he had incentive to go along and get along. He didn't. Yeah. Maybe he wanted to express how he really felt in his old age. In his age that he was getting up in age, and I think it came back to bite him in the ass. I think if he would have kept quiet, been a true blue supporter, I don't think they would have charged him in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. I don't believe that. They heading up to this point,
Yeah, well, all that pound cake speech and everything, the ultimate lesson is don't slip women a Mickey.
That is
Well,
correct.
yeah.
That's really the only lesson to learn.
As we said,
But
he's guilty
Stanley,
charged, right?
I think the thing though too, man, it's like I do think there is a racial aspect to it too, man.
You know what? I'm sure there might be, but it all boils down to it was all avoidable. Don't do shit you shouldn't be
Was
doing.
there
Do
racial whatever
do not
component to
commit
white
crimes, young people.
I would love to interview Bill Cosby. I would love to hear his thoughts. He really has nothing to lose, and I would love to ask him this
John,
question.
I mean, at this point, he might be a tenant soon, man. You might get your chance.
Now, I think he has his home in Pennsylvania. He has his home in Pennsylvania, and CKJ3 said he's lived a good life, but again, at the end of his life, everything has been sworn.
Leaving too?
She may have left him for financial reasons, honestly. In this article here, you see something about he gifted the house to her or something to that effect. But now, what I'm talking about more or less is the assets being squandered. I think he had children, if I'm not mistaken.
He did.
Right. And so, I mean, this is millions and millions of prime fucking real estate, bro. And his assets were, basically sucked up by lawyers. And again, I'm not making any excuses for him, but this is very sad. You know what I'm saying? If nothing else, he didn't set his children up, have some kind of fancy ass trust or some shit to, preclude this. But very sad.
And John, what makes me kind of think it was like kind of engineered the whole thing. One thing, they didn't really have any evidence, like no physical evidence anyway. But another aspect of it too is that pound cake speech was I remember it, and I remember how much backlash it got.
Right.
And then right after that, we had Barry come in right after that, and what ended up happening after that. And I think if he didn't fall off from grace, I got a feeling he probably would have been against, a lot of the movements that were happening. And I think he still had a lot of, cachet until he, made those speeches, basically telling black people, you have to take responsibility for the stuff that that happens,
How dare you?
You got to be better parents. You got to be better parents. Basically the shit Stanley says all the time.
He hit on the sagging pants.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
he told them to pull the pants up.
Yeah, he said, "Put your pants up."
He said, "You remember this part, HB, where he said your dirty laundry get out of school every day at 2:30, 3:30 in the afternoon."
Yep.
Damn. Right. He said, because blacks have a saying. I'm not sure if any of you guys are familiar with it. You know the dirty laundry saying, right?
I don't believe anything they accused Bill Cosby of. I think that was all set up.
But is everyone familiar with the dirty laundry?
I could be like the older woman that probably thinks that, but I just feel like, Quaaludes back then was like, Molly, what are we doing to these girls these days? He wasn't on the person doing it. They just used that to try to get him. And the DA in Philadelphia, he ran on that if he got elected, he was going to prosecute Bill Cosby, even though Bill Cosby already had a signed deal with the previous DA that said that if he testified that the things that he said wasn't going to be used against him. They turned around and used that against him, and that's why his appeals got approved and everything got dropped. So technically, Bill Cosby wasn't convicted of anything. The whole case got thrown out, and he is clean. I mean, record-wise. But I just think they use that to take down Bill Cosby. It's not a theory. I don't believe those women that came out. They look. Oh God, some of them look terrible.
Yeah, that
Universal Jones got this statement up on the screen. Stanley, you ever heard this growing up? This may be an older.
No, I don't care that much about white people, but it doesn't surprise me that that
you never heard that statement before, though.
No.
What?
My parents grew up during Jim Crow.
when I grew up, man, you know, it'd be like, don't air
I
your
mean,
dirty.
it's just
air
don't
dirty
do, I mean,
right?
don't air your dirty laundry. Period.
Right. Well, you know, universal air to white folks.
I also heard that sometimes airing it out, or the sentiment that sometimes black folks are worse than white folks.
Has anyone ever heard the dirty the what do they call it, pound cake speech?
Yeah. I mean, he literally touched on everything, and honestly, I really do think he was just way too ahead of his time. Like the stuff that he was talking about, black people just weren't really ready for it in back then.
The hell do you mean, dude? That's, you know what? Black people were saying it all along. Okay, I don't know where the fuck y'all get this bullshit from.
Daily
There were
News
plenty of
and
black
show
people
you
saying the same thing that Bill Cosby was saying.
Let me play it right here.
You tell me and prove to me that black people are violent and that they're going to take over, and I can open up the New York Daily News.
Oh, this ain't it. This is another speech.
And show you white people who are killing their daughters, their
Yeah,
husbands,
you better take that
their
down.
wives,
It's
their
about
children,
white
killing
people.
each
I'm gonna
other
let it
off.
play it. Yeah, I'm gonna let it.
Well, if we put that in the paper and make it black and white, which is where the whole thing happens. It's in the paper. If a black man does something, it says, John Jones, black list, said black, 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 and did the black, black. Now, if a white man does it, it isn't white man Jones. It's just a man. Nondescript, just a regular old raggedy man went out, killed his two daughters and his wife, and shot himself. Now, if he does that, then everybody seems to just either sympathize with it or let it go out the window. But if a black man does it, then any white bigot can point his finger and say,
Nah,
see that?
John, this
There they go
isn't
again.
it. This isn't
Well,
it.
that isn't
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Don't let it finish, John.
No, because the thing.
Play, HB. Go ahead.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
I just want to say, because the thing about this is what they want you to say. This is what the powers that be want you to say as a black celebrity. This is what they.
Powers that be.
This is what they want you to say. Yeah, go.
Somebody disturbed. There's a
HB,
weird
you're falling
echo
off track
in
right
that
now,
chamber.
man.
No. But the thing is, in that pound
Who
cake
that?
speech, he did a complete 180.
Let's play this, HB, and then we're gonna listen to
I
the
don't
pound.
think it's a
Right,
180.
and it isn't right to try and let America go this way, because as a black man who is becoming a school teacher who is aiming to teach not only poor blacks but poor whites as well and treat everybody equally, I mean, I can't bring it upon myself to say, well, because I've suffered.
So this is pre-teaching, right? So he said, I'm trying to become a teacher. You caught that?
Yep.
Did everyone get that?
Yeah.
Right.
Everybody equally, who is becoming a school teacher who is aiming to teach not only poor blacks but poor whites as well and treat everybody equally. I mean, I can't bring it upon myself to say, well, because I've suffered, I'm going to kick this little white kid. I'm going to step on him. Or somebody's mother comes up and says, Mr. Cosby, I enjoyed your show. Or for me to look at her and say, well, you're trash because I know all of your people. I don't live that way, and I try not to teach my children to live that way. Aha! But they are aware. They are aware of the feelings. They are aware of who they are. But it just isn't racially. So we have to take Amos and Andy off. We have to, at times, look at a Bill Cosby on I Spy from the late things and say, well, this guy doesn't have a girlfriend. He doesn't have this. He doesn't have that. So therefore, he is as. We have to ask for things that are back on TV because there are things that we don't see, you see.
So that was Cosby.
You see it if you don't watch TV.
And then here is Cosby again. Now this is the pound cake speech, and you know, as HB said, there's quite a stark contrast in this talk.
Because behind every drum, you couldn't. In the old days, you couldn't hook in school because behind every drawn shade was an eye. And before your mother got off the bus into the house, she knew exactly where you had gone, who had gone into the house. Parents don't know that. standing there in an orange suit. Where were you when he was 2? Where were you when he was 12?
Notice how the blacks are cheering for this shit.
Yep.
Right. It's total contrast from today.
No, it's not a total contrast at all.
How come you don't know he had a pistol? These are not political criminals. These are people going around stealing Coca-Cola. People getting shot in the back of the head over a piece of pound cake. And then we all run out, we're outraged. Oh, the cops shouldn't have shot him. The hell was he doing with the pound cake in his hand? Brown versus the
Look how the blacks are laughing and giggling. They seemingly are laughing in approval.
It's no longer the white person's problem. We've got to take the neighborhood back.
He signed his death wish right there, John.
Nah, I think that y'all, man, it's as if y'all don't actually know how to string things together. I don't see this as opposed to what the speech before.
Me either.
Yeah, y'all are just making shit up sometimes.
All right.
There's literally
Put the violins.
there's literally no inconsistency at all.
Well, we'll play a little bit more. And then we're going to play another video, see if we can string them all together.
On the corner, it can't speak English. It doesn't want to speak English. I can't even talk the way these people talk. Why you ain't where you is? Oh,
He's not making that whataboutism now. Why white people do it too? He talking about why you be where you ain't is.
Okay, well, white people aren't doing this, not in the hood. He's making a very specific
He's specifically talking to blacks. Now,
it's a very specific
first he's talking to white people and black people.
Okay, yeah, a totally different speech.
That's right, totally different point of view
Two
now.
different audiences.
And then I heard the father talk. This is all in the house. Everybody knows.
If he got up here and talk to these niggas about, well, white people do it too, they would not. That ain't what they want to hear. They would not get cheers. If he said, hey, don't you worry about that little 14-year-old nigga running crazy in your neighborhood because white people do it too. The nigga
John,
would
that first speech was to who? What was his audience in that?
His audience.
What was his audience in the first speech? On the Dick Cavett show.
Right, and that is the thing on the Dick Cavett show.
Totally different.
He was saying the politically correct message. Right, he was saying
no, I don't think his message was bad. I don't.
Yeah, he was saying. He said, if you look at white people,
audiences, two different messages.
HB, wasn't he doing what CKJ3 do? I saw some white women singing Glorilla.
No, John. I think the first speech was just,
y'all are just, man.
Yeah, the first speech was just telling, I think he was just telling the interviewer, the truth, which is that's true. When a black person commit a crime, it's very descriptive. When a white person commit a crime, there's not a lot of description in the headlines.
Wait, let me explain to you from a black person perspective here.
I'm black.
You know, I know about you, the West African. One of my ladies kind of know where I'm coming from, and she gets caught up in this bullshit too. This propaganda.
It's not. Oh my God, John.
Listen, I'm telling you, it's propaganda.
John needs to teach us all how to be black. Go ahead, John. Teach me how to be black.
All right,
Stanley, don't ever say that again.
Listen.
Oh, no, John rolling out the wisdom.
I think I'm the nigga up here probably most.
I think you're the nigga who's anti-black.
I think I'm the nigga with the most authority.
Okay, you know what? You might think you have authority, but you're not the smartest.
Nigga, living or the dead, I brought it to you here, right? Nigga, I talk to these niggas when they dead. You heard me talk to these niggas when they wake up.
What? You do that by choice. Don't live with niggas who die.
Life after death.
Nigga,
Right. So I know. When I hear what they talking, nigga, I know that.
You know about the hood.
That's right. And that nigga
And
was,
not all niggas live in the hood.
But the ones that do, when
So
I hear,
you know what you know, but you don't know it all.
When I hear that motherfucking language, it's like a bell go off in my ear. I said, this nigga doing double talk with me. Nigga, I gotta collect money from these niggas. I know how they
what goes on in the hood.
Yeah, you see, nigga, I am that nigga.
Wait, John. Explain the difference to Bray from that first speech to that second speech.
Yeah, because I mean, yeah, maybe there's something I'm missing.
Then explain it to me.
Because I see the I see the huge difference. I see the huge difference.
That first speech, what did he say? He said, I'm starting off being a what? You seen this pattern before, CT? He said he was a little teacher, probation officer, whatever the fuck he was. Right. Then he saw the truth.
Yep.
And he refined his message down to what he saw was the problem. That's what happened.
Yeah, it's consistent.
Right? And I know he's just consistent. He ain't talking about white people no more. Let's play that motherfucker.
That's right.
Because he saw what the real problem was, Stanley, man. Like, I know you don't want to.
That's your interpretation. And
that's my interpretation. And clearly the black people in the audience were cheering him on. They were cheering him on because they know what the problem is, Stanley. Everybody knows.
You were speaking.
When he was able to speak directly to them blacks, he didn't talk about no white people. He didn't say, "Hey, I just saw Glorilla," like CKJ3 did.
Oh my God!
When he spoke to them niggas, he kept it straight 100.
Hey, John, can I speak up? Because you misinterpreted.
Not just
Hold on, John. You misinterpreted what I said.
You're gonna get your chance. But when he came to them when he came to them niggas, and when he got the biggest applause, he wasn't talking about Glorilla out here got these white folk twerking. That ain't what he was talking about when he got that applause. And we're gonna play this, and then we're gonna come to CKJ3.
The neighborhood back. We've gotta go in there. It's right around the corner. It's standing on the corner. It can't speak English. It doesn't want to speak English. I can't even talk the way these people talk.
But after he went into the public school system and he saw what the problem was, just like CT saw it, he said, man, what the fuck?
Yes. CT was a teacher, right?
I don't know who these people are. And I blamed the kid until I heard the mother talk. And then I heard the father talk. This is all in
And the blacks just cheer him on.
the house.
In the nigga, is he ever gonna give a white person counterpoint? Like, did the white people be talking like hillbillies up in West Virginia or some shit?
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
It's important to speak English, except these knuckleheads. You can't land a plane with why you ain't you can't be a
Is he talking against DIE?
I think he's talking about the people in your houses.
Why can't you
What race are those people standing?
Why can't you clean it out yourself? It's our time now, ladies and gentlemen. It is our time. And I have good news for you. It's not about money. It's about you doing something that ordinarily we do. Get in somebody else's business.
Yeah, John, they had to get him out of there. I forgot about this part.
It wasn't about money.
Yeah, they had to get him up out of there. It ain't about money, nigga. What? Wait, what? No, we need programs, nigga. What you talking about?
I also want to put in, I don't have a problem with this speech. He's absolutely
right. I just don't. Yeah.
Go ahead.
The problem with this speech is, you know, when you got Barack Obama saying his son could have been Trayvon too. That
has nothing to do with it. No, you know what? See, this is what happens when you're weak on rhetoric. You have to grasp
I know, Stanley. I know.
What does Barack Obama have to do with the pound cake speech?
Black people taking responsibility for their actions and their place in this society. Nah, we got Black Lives
And
Matter
Barack Obama discouraged that?
Yeah,
he did.
No, I disagree with that.
By him saying that
But
his
when
son could have
he tried to say y'all need to take responsibility, you shit on him for saying that.
No.
You remember
saying,
over the
by
summer?
him, no,
remember
Stanley,
over the
by
summer?
him saying that his son could have been Trayvon Martin.
Okay, that has all I'm saying is you remember him saying y'all need to take responsibility or something like that, and you and John both shit on him for saying that.
I remember the Trayvon Martin speech. That's what I
Okay,
remember.
and I remember something more recent.
Yeah, now he might say.
Yeah, motherfucker. Now I said more recent.
Yeah, he told niggas to vote for Kamala.
Okay,
But
all I'm saying is when Barack Obama kind of said what Bill Cosby
the thing is, HB,
shit all over him.
Hold on, Stanley. You know the thing
He
is,
literally said it to a group of black males.
yeah, you know what the thing is, HB. They late dollar short, nigga. They late.
Yep. It's too late.
Behind,
what are
no
you?
budget, nigga. You behind schedule and over
What
budget.
are you? You got to go clean up after a dead nigga.
Yeah, I do, and I'll do it. I do it. You think that nigga?
Hey, you know what? Better you than me.
Yeah, you won't do it.
Stanley, say
Hell no, I won't do
Stanley,
it.
say his name.
I don't.
Say his name, Stanley.
I made my choices. One of them was not to have.
Say his name, Stanley. He's more than a dead nigga. Say his name. Say his name.
Well, I don't know his name. John, what was his name?
No compassion. There's no compassion for the nigga that got gunned down in front of their store, right?
No,
nigga. Another dead nigga. I should have titled it. If you another dead nigga, y'all. Actually, I think I put this shit in there.
Use that word so loosely.
You know, we're never getting monetized ever again.
Nah, we getting there. We getting there.
Oh yeah, whatever. HB, no way.
We're getting there, man. I got faith in John, man.
Put that shit in the motherfucking description. I think I said, what did I say? What the fuck did I say? I think I put this shit in there. See, Stanley, you know, there's the song, Stanley. What do they say? If you don't give a damn, I don't give a fuck. That's really how it
yeah.
Okay, well, John,
listen, man, I don't do no little shit.
Expending a bunch of emotion over something I can't control just doesn't seem like good common sense.
Shit, nigga, we just looking and laughing. Drive by.
Yeah.
Look, laugh, wave, keep pushing.
and Stanley,
or clean up.
We all referring to that shit.
You're a lot more close to that sort of stuff than you like to admit.
That's right. That's how I'm able to. Hold on, AB. That's how I'm able to bring you that dope.
I don't need it, and I don't use it. So bring that dope to someone who needs it.
Look at that foot. Look at that foot, Stanley.
Hey,
look at that foot, Stanley.
I will look at it, but I don't have sympathy, and I'm not sure I have sympathy for the one who has to clean it up. It was choices. It all comes down to choices.
Diabetes foot. Say his name, Stanley. Diabetes foot, man.
I have no idea what his name is.
It's Diabetes foot. Say his name.
Yeah, okay. I bet his mama called him that.
Hey, yo, my man. Hello. Yo, my man. Yo.
He can hear you. He can hear you from heaven, John.
Wake up!
On Christmas, he's going to be the ghost of tenants past.
And then Leak wrote a comment, and she's like, I said, we bring it to you raw in this motherfucker. Real raw.
It's real raw. It's real raw.
Yo, my man. Yo.
This is some of the nigga. I think Serena Williams crip walking was real.
Nigga, I recreate a best on this motherfucker.
Serena actually came from Compton. How about you?
Hey, yo, my man. Yo, my man. Yo,
wake up. Wake up.
No.
Is the person sleeping?
Oh, Gway,
No,
no.
yeah,
Gway,
in a way, yeah.
Yeah, he's sleeping forever. He's forever sleeping. Gway, he died like 3 days before that. John just found him.
3 days. Woo.
Yeah, he been in there.
Damn.
When you look at that thumbnail, Stanley, do you think really seriously a nigga like me really losing sleep over this shit?
John, you think a nigga like me really even looks at thumbnails like that?
But I don't defend these motherfuckers. You out here.
I'm not I'm not. Well, see, this is where you get it wrong. You think I'm defending something? No, I'm not, sir.
I think it hurt
I'm
you.
not defending shit.
I think it really hurt you to see that stinky leg. Take that shit down so we can see that stinky leg. You see that cat? Well, you know what? You know, Stanley, do you know why I came up with that motherfucker right there? You know, man.
John,
man, you having fun, man.
I know you're having a good time, but I hope you know me well enough to know I don't give a shit about him, and I don't give a shit that you have to clean up after him.
Strokes. You know he did.
You know he did. You know he did.
You know what? You know what? You know he's dead a lot more than I do.
Stanley, it looks like a drumstick. Look at it. This is.
Hey, so somebody called me HB. They said, "Man, it's stinking. Something stinking." I said, "Nigga, that a stinky leg. It does stink." You remember that song, HB? I wish we could play it.
Yeah, the stanky leg. Stanky leg.
I'm long past. I'm long past. Give no fuck. Nigga, if I came up, you think I'd show that shit like that? Nigga, I had to be over here compassion or something. Nigga, my shit hard, cold as ice on this shit. Nigga, I gotta keep pushing.
I can honestly say I've never had anybody call me to tell me something was stinking.
I'm the man in the arena, as Teddy Roosevelt said. Anybody ever heard the Teddy Roosevelt speech? Man in the arena. Anyone ever heard that before?
Nah, that's a little bit before my time.
Mine.
Stanky leg.
I might get that shit on my board. This stanky leg. I should have had that. I should have had that.
Yo, John, what was funny was when Be Brave was saying earlier, he didn't realize he was dead. He said he watched it a couple times, and the whole time he thought he was just asleep. I was like, oh, God bless Be Brave, man. He's so innocent sometimes, man. It's like he don't really know John is really a savage like that, man. He don't get it. I thought that poor man was just taking a nap. I was like, oh, God bless Be Brave, man. Oh man, RP to him, man. God damn, man.
You know, we have to get in niggas flowers.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh.
21 gun salute for that nigga.
Yeah, man.
See, he didn't know who his mama was, nothing, you know. Fucked up, you know. 21 gun salute.
So I take it he didn't have any relatives.
Nah, probably not. You know what I'm saying?
No, I remember. Wasn't he the one that said like he didn't know both of his parents or something like that? Yeah, like he basically told John his whole story, man. Like he I think he was like an orphan or something, didn't know both of his parents. He had diabetes, like he was born with it or something like that.
Mama.
Yeah,
you know?
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so he had it really rough, man.
Yeah, that was the dialysis guy, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
The one that was grateful to see a black landlord. That's crazy.
Yep, man.
Like that nigga.
It was the last thing he saw, apparently.
Yeah, no, seriously though. I mean, he went to the afterlife with some hope, man. That's a positive to me,
man,
honestly.
Oh my God! What the hell is wrong?
Like, you know, he was living in Gaithersburg. If you're familiar with the DC area, that's not black, right? And in his condition, he really couldn't afford to live around white people. And in other words, the only groups he could really live around would be foreigners, as you heard him say, right? Mostly foreigners. That's why he's glad to be around the black. Now you probably saying, well, why? Nigga was sick.
Yep.
Yeah, he wanted to die with his people.
Nigga couldn't get out the fucking bed. He wasn't chasing no pussy. Remember, I asked him, I said, nigga, you got a girl?
Oh my God, really?
You
That's what you expect?
HB, you heard me asking, nigga, right?
Yeah.
You got so why did you want to be around the niggas in these last dying days?
Yeah, man.
That's what motherfuckers don't understand. I'm bringing it to you. Nigga, that was as raw as it gets. That was as raw.
We only went over there because he was late on rent.
No, he wasn't late on his rent. He said, the nigga said, I'm stretching out on my budget, but I want to be around black people. He said, no offense to nobody.
To the day I die.
To the day he died. Because
damn,
he knew the condition that he was in. He knew. It's funny. Niggas always find shit funny. And I don't understand.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Yeah, it's very hilarious, but that man, he died, and I don't find that to be hilarious.
Well, I do.
Yeah, I understand. And that's probably why the drug dealers hang out right after the young boy was killed. Another nigga, next man.
And actually, what I'm finding hilarious is you're making a big production of it.
I'm not making any production. What I'm finding interesting is that, you know, there's very little empathy, compassion. You can hear it here from Stanley, 60-year-old man.
Motherfucker, join the military. It'll teach you some shit.
Or did you go over there killing people? You know,
no. What I did learn is not to get my panties in a twist about shit I can't control.
Nigga,
that's what I learned.
Nigga, listen. Does this sound like?
Okay. John, nigga, I've told you what it sounds like.
I ain't call the ambulance for that nigga. You think if my parents, nigga, I ain't even call an ambulance, man. Fuck that nigga. Oh, goes on, nigga. Shit. Yo. Panties and no twists. Yo. Going back up the steps on this motherfucker.
Making a big production out of it, aren't you, John?
Yo, John, it's like it kind of John, it kind of reminds me of like how like a dog will go to the most safest place they feel right before they die.
Exactly.
That's right. That's right. And this is what I'm saying. On one hand, these blacks have been fed diversity. Why you didn't want to go die among diversity?
Oh man.
Right? Why didn't he want to go die among a diverse population? That's what he been propagandized to believe. Why did it matter so much that I was a black landlord to him? This nigga had 1 month left. Why did it matter so much? Right? It's the question many of you niggas got to ask. You said,
no, actually, it's not a question many of we niggas need to ask ourselves.
Maybe you don't have a.
Hey, John, you seem to think you are some meta example of negative. Nobody gives a fuck that you have to scrape up dead bodies.
I don't either, because I do it, nigga.
I'm dead serious, man. You are making this a major production.
I am the man in the fucking arena, and it is not the critic like Stanley who counts.
Okay, nobody gives a fuck. Do your job.
Man stumbles.
Do your job.
Done them better.
He did the job, Stanley.
Nigga. The credit belongs to that nigga who is actually
stop acting like it was like some big deal.
Marred by dust and sweat and blood.
It is kind of a big deal.
Who strives valiantly, who errs short, who comes short again and again, because there's no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually?
All I have to say is you choose this business.
Who knows great enthusiasm? Who spends himself in a worthy cause? Who at the best knows?
Okay, I don't think what you're doing is a worthy cause.
The triumph of high achievement. I think it's the worst. If he fails, at least fails while daring greatly. so that his place shall never be with the niggas, cold and timid soul, who neither know victory nor defeat. Nigga, there's a lot of motherfuckers. It's a lot of motherfuckers. As you say, he said, John, man, why the fuck?
Yeah, it's a lot of motherfuckers.
Yeah, man, how do you do it every day?
Yeah, you do it because they're paying you money.
Nigga.
Are you doing it for free?
Nigga, my children. This one day. And they're gonna hear all them niggas call, yes, sir, John Galt, yes, sir, Mr. John Galt, boss man. They're gonna hear that nigga to say,
boss man, will you take care of me after I die?
And then they're gonna have a nigga like you who gonna be telling
no, motherfucker, they're not gonna have a nigga like me. They're gonna have a nigga like you.
They will hear you.
Have a nigga like you.
I'm saying,
not me, you.
Books they should read.
They're gonna have a nigga to clean up after they die, like John Galt.
Nigga, pictures of my children cleaning up.
They're not gonna have a nigga like me.
That's right.
I'll be busy reading the book.
You know when I first met you and I told you where else they ain't gonna find you?
They're not gonna find me in the hood, John.
Nigga, you ain't gonna
find me in the hood.
Be on YouTube cooking. You're not gonna be in the lab cooking. Ain't no Walter White.
Nope. I'm gonna find something else to do, but it's not gonna be in the hood.
You are not that man in the arena. You just talk about it and criticize it. But this is not the niggas.
Oh yeah, I criticize a lot. And right now I'm criticizing your
niggas that criticize the count. It's the niggas that the motherfuckers call when they.
And I'm not.
And I am that nigga. I am that nigga. Right?
And you are that nigga, so I don't have to be.
That's great. It ain't in you to be.
Hell no, it's not in me.
No Walter White in you. You can learn chemistry, but there's no chemistry.
Motherfucker, I don't have to learn mortuary science on the fly.
Nigga, it ain't in you. We different.
It's not in me, John. I admit it.
I'm the man in the arena.
I don't have to scrape up. I don't have to scrape up dead bodies. It's not in me.
I could call my lady right now.
You call your lady.
And
did you cry on her shoulder too?
I ain't crying on nobody's shoulder. She said, John, why don't you call the cleaners to clean it up?
Yeah, why don't you? She has good sense.
Because I like to get down and dirty, nigga.
Oh, goddamn. You know what? I bet you do.
I came on this motherfucker, that nigga Blacks, who defied told that nigga, I said, man, I like action. Right? Nigga,
is that what you told him?
I like action. You know what I'm saying? And like, nigga, I don't mind getting my hands dirty. Nigga, for the first time in my life, I've been doing this shit so long, I just now bought gloves. Yeah, I am that nigga. And I like clean up dead niggas. I like clean up dead niggas. You understand what I just said to you? This ain't the first fucking dead nigga.
John,
right now.
That's why you're so good at it.
Yeah.
You got practice.
I'm trying to be good at it. Trying to be good at it, for sure. Right? Because you got to be the man. Somebody got to be the man. Somebody got to be the man in the arena, right? Otherwise, that nigga would be renting to foreigners. Right? His last breath would have been hearing some foreign voice saying, "Why are you shitting everywhere? Get the fuck out of here."
Damn.
You know what that nigga told you? You know what he said? Remember HB what he said to me? He said, "You are a blessing, John Galt."
Wow.
Did he leave anything to you in his will?
Nigga, you ain't went into the lab and created no blessings.
Motherfucker, you know what? John, good try. Okay, I'm still not dead body.
Yeah, Stanley, I think what you man, Stanley. You know, I think I'm cold-blooded, but Stanley, you are really cold-blooded, man. I get it though.
Damn right, I'm cold-blooded, dude.
He has no other choice to be. He has no other choice to be because
no, motherfucker, I have more choices than you do.
They have to look away. They have to look away. That's
why.
No.
I never even thought to look in the first place. You gotta look to look away.
That's why the Be Brave show kills him. He said he came in the chat.
Be Brave. You know what? The Be Brave show is killing you.
What Be Brave and I do.
Be Brave show is killing you.
What Be Brave and I do is we put a mirror in front of Stanley's face, and that motherfucker started reflecting back on niggas that look like his son.
Hey,
Niggas
John.
that look like his
Oh man.
Yo, John, you think that's why Stanley wants to be on Be Brave show so bad? He wants to break that mirror?
No, I was kidding. I was kidding, HB.
When Afrodomus came up here, Stanley, I was peeping the game, bro. I sat there and let it go. I didn't interrupt. I let it go, and I texted Universal. Universal, if you're in the chat, I think maybe I can text HB. I said, I'm gonna let this shit roll.
Good for you.
It's a teachable moment.
What did it teach you, John?
Not everybody has the. Not everybody, Stanley. Not everybody can really look into the abyss, man. John is one of those niggas that can.
John
can look
is not looking into an abyss. He's looking into the hood.
No,
dude, John is the abyss, bro.
No.
This is the
difference. Like people on this panel think.
Stanley,
it's not really the abyss.
When John looks into the
and in a way, Be Brave is right. We're living like kings.
When John looks into the abyss, he doesn't blink.
Motherfucker, let
you
John
blink, Stanley.
tell us
Stanley,
what he sees in
you
the
blink
abyss.
at the abyss,
You don't have
Stanley.
to do it for him.
You blink at the abyss,
You
Stanley.
don't have to speak for John, HB.
You turn your head.
John, you need to stop letting your son speak for you.
And that's what you have to go to. You gotta
HB, your little pussy ass doesn't know what an abyss is.
yeah, you gotta go to the name calling. I get it.
Oh no, I'm going to the name calling because you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Nah, I just saw a dead nigga on the floor, and his last wish was to be in a black man's.
A dead nigga is the abyss.
I saw a dead nigga. His last wish
is the abyss.
was to be able to rent from a black man, and John was able to help him do
Hey,
that, man.
you know what? That's what John does. He rents to dying niggas.
It's a beautiful thing, man. It's a lot of niggas dying out here.
Hey,
I'm
not saying I don't admire John. I do admire
some faster
John.
than others. Some faster than others.
I admire John. He's doing the Lord's work, literally.
I don't think John has never spoken on that, CKJ. Nobody. I think. Nah, and that's.
That's CKJ. That's what I'm saying about the abyss.
Oh man.
No, but that's why I do point that out though, Stanley. With Be Brave. Like I look at I do take the messenger as that's part of it for me. John talks about nigga shit. He has the right to do that, man.
Saying again,
no. Like I said, it's not that I don't admire John. It's just not the end all and be all. It's his business.
Saying I think honestly, what I'm saying, this shit is probably multi-level. But I think they back to the Alfredamus, I think it was a teachable moment because I think what Alfredamus says strikes at the core, strikes chords with blacks. Because he is probably an exceptional migrant or immigrant, whatever, and he speaks very bluntly, in terms of his family were never slaves. He don't have the same grievance, and he doesn't hold himself up for validation to white people. And
who does?
I think a lot of blacks do, right? That is why they are so desirous. I talked here on the channel about Q butter. I was on his channel and I asked the nigga, I said, like, I talked about it right in my neighborhood in Brooklyn, where he lives not far. There's a community center we talked about. It's called Weeksville, former slave, whatever, this community center. And he had a desire to put on an event in Jacob Javits Convention Center in Manhattan, far away from the blacks that he's so desirous to help. And I asked myself, well, why would you go so far away from the blacks? And they got to make a trek all the way to Manhattan. You right there in the ghetto. There's a Weeksville Community Center. That's not good enough for him. He wants that white man building, that validation to make it to the white man's building instead of casting down his buckets where he is. And, you know, you see so much of that, that they are really, really fighting hard for
John,
validation from others, to me.
You're talking about casting down your bucket. Are you in Alabama?
Well, that's not where I am, no. But
okay, just check.
But and again, you look at the example of Cuba. There's a community.
I'm not looking.
I know you're not.
Internet person. Why would I look to him at all?
Again, I'll use him as an example to people who, you understand where I'm going here. Like, he wants to go all the way to Jacob Javits, miles and miles away, as I told you. He don't want to do it in his own community. Why not? What is he seeking in Manhattan? Whose validation? Right? Why not in his own community? Those are the things that are very interesting to me. And you know.
Well, why is it Alfredamus? Why is he so far away from home?
I think he does go back home, right? But
he doesn't stay.
But the bigger point, he said he's go wherever he wants.
Matter of fact, why doesn't he bring his family over to the land of the free so he can save some money and travel?
You can answer those questions with him, but I think the points that he makes about him never being a slave, no descendants of slaves.
Okay, not a motherfucker alive has been a slave in 2025. Okay, his point is bullshit.
Well, he's not a descendant.
And you and the other anti-blacks buy into it.
Well, he's not over here asking for reparations like some of these blacks are.
Okay, you know what? My point is that his point about slavery bears no consideration, at least from me.
Mm.
He sounds as dumb as the rest of the anti-blacks.
Mm. I think that was the reason why you didn't want to let him speak, because I think some of the things
because he's an idiot.
Well, if he's an idiot, you could.
I hate it when idiots are given credence.
Well, I think you really showed like your inability to expose an idiot by not allowing him to talk.
No, you see, you and I are of different minds on that. I don't think idiots should talk.
Well, clearly,
I think they should listen way more than they talk.
Well, again, he's a man that's come over here and he's done fairly well for himself, so I think he's earned the right to say something.
No, not with me, he hasn't.
Well, and therein lies the thing. You know, this man is an employer of people, and oftentimes blacks employ people, or blacks that don't employ anyone. They have a lot of theoretical knowledge, and that's great.
Okay, you know what? Not everyone is cut out to employ people. The bottom line is, hey, different strokes for different folks. If you think someone who doesn't employ other blacks isn't worth anything, well, that's your opinion.
Well, no, Alfredamus probably doesn't hire blacks, but he has clearly he clearly has some experience that you don't have. Right?
Okay, and I clearly have experience he doesn't have.
Right,
my opinion of Alfredamus is that he's an idiot, and I don't suffer fools gladly.
Yeah. All right, that's fair enough. Let's help push it. Maybe she put something in the back chair.
Yeah, you know, Stanley. It's I think it's just more of I just see it a lot with black folks in general. They just can't have a conversation. That's why, you know.
Yeah, well, you know what? Touche.
See?
Maybe most black folk, maybe most black folks don't have tolerance for people like Alfredamus.
And that's why they go to shooting. They don't have that tolerance. They don't have the
tolerating stupidity. Why should anyone do that?
Yeah, because sometimes people's lives are on the line if you don't tolerate a little.
Okay, I don't think anybody's life is on the line on a YouTube panel.
Stupid, man. Like
you're being overly dramatic.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Nah. It's it's like a broader thing that I see with a lot of black
What's
folks.
the broad thing?
They just can't have a conversation about
HB,
anything, especially
okay,
when
then
it comes to,
they can't have a conversation. Now what?
when you don't agree
So
on
what?
something.
What is the consequence of not being able to have that conversation?
Gunplay. Niggas
Now,
dying.
That's a little melodramatic, don't you think?
Nah, we see it every day, man.
So every time somebody doesn't have a conversation, it's gunplay.
With black folks, yeah. Black folks, yeah.
Here's this thing, Stanley, and and I'm not even gonna speak to Stanley. Let's just speak to everyone in the audience. Like everyone has a reputation, and clearly, certain people have reputations. Stanley has a reputation of Asians, so on and so forth. And Alfred Thomas is an employer. He spoke of his.
How do we really know that?
Okay, let's assume he's telling the truth. He spoke of his experience dealing with black people. Then let's say he comes up on the panel and he deals with a black person who confirms whatever bias he already has. That's not a positive, right? Is that a positive? Even if he's stupid.
Who does it have to be positive for?
And I don't think he's stupid, right? Like I think we throwing that around. The man's clearly not stupid. He may not be intelligent on certain issues or knowledgeable on certain issues, but I don't think you call him stupid. Like there are a lot of stupid people. If he's stupid, then if he's stupid, and like the bar is set pretty, I guess pretty high for to not be stupid, right? And then we can just go around and start figuring out who's stupid and who ain't based upon our
John, you're assuming you're the arbiter of the bar. Okay, well, you don't set the bar high or low. You don't set the bar at all.
He speaks multiple languages. He can speak.
So what?
You think that's stupid? Okay, well, all right,
no. I think he's stupid.
You think he's stupid and he can speak multiple languages? He can speak
being smart is not the same thing as not being stupid.
Mm-hmm.
They're two different things.
So you think he's stupid? All right.
Yeah. And that's yeah. That's why Stanley, you are needed, man, because
Oh, I wouldn't go that far.
I think it you represent the consciousness of a lot of black people, man.
No, you know what? I think you represent the consciousness of a lot of black people. And you know what? It's fairly limited.
I wish I did.
You need to expand your conscience.
I wish I did.
What's so crazy, man? And you remind me of this. Like, there was a shooting at my college at Tuskegee, and I got a bunch of friends, guys I know from there, and they all had to act like that shit didn't happen, right?
Act like what didn't happen?
The shooting was a mass shooting at the college I went to, and it was
tell us about that. I didn't know.
A while back, I didn't even, maybe I talked about it briefly, but the most interesting aspect of it was these are all intelligent people, fairly moderately intelligent. These aren't niggas, right? They got children and shit, and they have to look away and act like the shit didn't happen.
You do know I have no clue what you're getting at.
I understand.
Yep. And that's what I'm saying, Stanley. It's like, damn, man. A lot of
HB. Just because I don't understand the shooting at Tuskegee, that's I didn't go there.
Stanley, it's man. This is
why. Man. What are you getting at, HB?
Stanley.
Yes.
It's the point that even the most educated of the blacks, they can't, and not only can they not do it, but they refuse to confront the issue of violence in the community.
You're acting like you and John have some special knowledge. You don't.
No. We just
Don't talk about
niggas, Stanley. That's it.
You don't know. You act like you have some special secret knowledge or some bullshit. Dude, you drive a truck.
grew up around. We grew up around.
It's
niggas,
not.
Stanley.
You don't have some sacred knowledge that no one else can fathom.
No,
Get
no,
over
no.
yourself,
The thing is we've seen these stories play over a
motherfucker.
million
And I've seen
times.
some shit too.
Yeah, you saw.
Okay, all I have to say is that we all have seen different things. Your knowledge is not universal. Your knowledge doesn't matter to a bunch of black folks.
I think when you
Okay,
characterize it
when
as
you start
anti-black,
acting like Serena Williams crip walking is like a big harbinger of something, the degradation of the black community, you sound ridiculous.
and that lets me know that you don't know
No,
what the hell
it
you're
lets
talking
me
about.
know that you're taking yourself too serious.
No, 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 no. It just lets me know you don't know what you're talking about. At all.
Okay, you know what? And I think the same thing about you. I think y'all will take shit and like blow it up just to be anti-black for sport.
Yeah, yeah. And see, that's all that, book reading
No,
terminology,
no, no, no.
anti-black.
Oh
Hey,
man.
it's
You know what's
not. It's not.
anti-black? You know
Hey,
what's anti-black?
HB,
Promoting gang violence.
you
That's
could use
anti-black, Stanley. That's
HB.
anti-black.
You simply could use a
I
book
never
or
promoted
two.
no gangs.
You ain't never done a lot of things, HB.
Yeah, I never promoted no gang violence. I never
Okay,
wanted to.
hey, and you know what? Neither has Serena Williams.
Oh, see, and that's what you don't understand, Stanley.
No, what
That's
you don't
literally what she
understand
did.
is a little
That's
crip
literally
walk.
what she
A
did.
little crip walk on the stage isn't some huge gang banging manifesto.
It is.
It
That's
is not.
exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is.
It's a dance. It is a dance.
What kind of dance?
Fuck a
Who
crip
does?
walk.
What's the name of it? What's the name?
Motherfucker, it's a crip walk.
Crip.
Stanley,
What's
you're in
the
denial,
Crips?
man.
What are the Crips?
I don't know. Last I heard, it was a gang.
There we go.
Is it still a gang? It may not be a gang anymore.
I'm not the expert. You are. You in the hood. You tell me.
Does anyone know if the Crips?
I never met a crip. Have you?
Nah. Does anyone know if the Crips?
Okay, well then, if you never met a crip and I never met a crip, who's the crip expert between us?
I think it would probably be Serena because she suffered.
Okay, well, it wouldn't be you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
12th
That's
man
my
actually got
point.
shot by
My
a crip,
point
and
is
she
it's
lost
not you or HB.
She lost the sister to it. 12th man got shot by a
You
crip.
know what? 12th man got shot. Really? How does he know?
I think again. I think if nothing else, I think this really kind of highlights where we are, in terms of like,
who is we?
In terms of like, if you look at the people put the they, who is they? I ain't answering no
I don't know who they is either.
until you can tell me who the niggas when they talk
They're
about they.
saying
Like,
they, you're saying we.
yeah, right. So I'm talking about they and us, right? So we need to define that first. Who is they? San Jose made us see in the chat that the niggas been rapping about they and us. They not like us. I guess they mean there's they and us are two different people. Who are the they and us?
The album? Have you heard the song?
Yeah. Anybody else?
I haven't.
Do you know? Okay, so maybe that's probably part of the problem. Anyone else who want to come in? Can you just please tell us who is the they and the us?
Solid Snake said he hangs with Crips and Blood, so there we go. Hey, San Jose.
Solid Snake.
Who does anyone know who the they and the us is? Anyone want to take a shot at it? Who is the they and the us that Kendrick Lamar's talking about?
Hey,
well,
and John, you see what Solid Snake wrote? That's the bigger. Because man, honestly, I think all these
that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Solid Snake, are you drunk?
These motherfuckers are government agents. All these niggas work for the government, man.
To your question, John, I thought it was something about Drake not being American and half white. Like he basically saying he didn't know, anything about Black American culture.
So who's they? They equal.
I think the they is people like Drake.
But how do you define?
Well, hold on. I've never even heard the song. That's just what I think. I don't know anything in depth.
All right, and who is us?
I assume it's people like Kendrick.
Yeah.
And I notice I said assume because I don't know.
And so, okay, since you don't know, that's what we've been trying to explain to you all morning. Is that
you're the us?
Well,
or the they?
I'm not saying they are us, but they are saying you are one of us or you are them. They, right? That's what they're saying, right? You understand? Like, and that is the kind of wedge issue that they are creating, where when I show you the club and the niggas are jumping up and down, and you see all of them, jumping them down for this song, that's like a racial, tribal. We're winning. They, us. Like most people don't.
Let me just say that I reject the whole premise. The they and the us.
Hold on.
That's for y'all.
But hold on a second. Like, you think about what
y'all is.
Right. Think about how black music has devolved to now is making more or less like
evolved.
I say evolved, where it's like more or less like tribal war chants. They versus us. Kill the Boer. They versus us. Like no other is any other genre in music making music dividing up groups of people. Them versus us. Maybe in India where it's the Telugu versus the whoever, but
John, so yeah, it's a bad thing that it's a they and an us, but in the end, it's just music. And I understand that it's a culture thing. I kind of get where you're going, but I think once you grow up, it'll just be a thing. Once you assume adult responsibilities, and I'm not 100% sure that a Drake or a Kendrick actually are adults.
And the more and more I think about it, if Dre represents us, then and us being he's probably Dre represents them being partly because he's half Jewish. That's really the only fucking reason they're complaining. Then hell, this becomes like a black versus the corporation type shit.
Well, I think it's something to do with him being Canadian too.
I don't think them niggas give a fuck about that Canadian shit. Niggas go back and forth from Detroit to Michigan.
Well, you remember that conversation I had with Andre 420?
Oh yeah.
About him being Canadian.
Yeah, but he's a little slow too, Stanley. So I think that's. I don't know if it's because he's Canadian he's slow, or because he's slow because he's Canadian. I don't know which one comes first, but.
Well, I was kind of making the same argument.
Yeah. And that's the thing.
He doesn't know what's going on.
And I think that's another part of the they not like us, but it took a life of its own. Like I'm telling you, man, I'm trying to find this clip, but there was a gay guy in the stands singing gay white guy in the stands singing "They Not Like Us" during the Super Bowl. And all the white people around him. Oh, nah, he was flaming, Stanley. Like it was really obvious.
Your gaydar was tingling.
Yeah, nah, it was he was super flaming. But you could see no other white people around him were singing it, but he was singing it. It was like he internalized it as they not like us.
White?
He was a white gay guy singing it.
I see.
But so it's taken on like a political meaning. It's even like with because we even talk about it with the Black Lives Matter thing. Black Lives Matter didn't start out a government psyop. It started out grassroots, and then all the people started putting their hands into it, making all these dumbass chapters, and they politicized it. It didn't start out that way, and it's this kind of the same thing with the song. It didn't start out that way, but they politicized it. So now it's a song for the gays. It's a song for black people. It's a song for.
Well, it's kind of like the civil rights movement. I think the larger point is the way America works. Almost everything that starts out innocent and kind of good winds up being politicized to death. DEI, the way DEI started out, it started out as some company somewhere doing something that was working for it. and they looked to systematize it. Then it became politicized.
Right.
All kinds of things in America start out working and with good purpose, and it just gets ruined over time. I thought we all knew this.
Yeah. But I think
So why are we acting surprised?
One thing what's surprising is that you know, the as I say, it's like a racial call to action type thing. They not like
in a racist country.
Well,
big whoop.
But you know, again, no one else is making music like that, making racial war calls.
Okay, and so what?
Well, you know,
that's what makes it unique.
I mean, you know, if we start hearing rock and roll people making racial war call songs, I mean, like that's
okay. Well, you must not remember Elvis Presley.
No, I don't. Man,
that was kind of racial.
Was it?
You know,
back in the day, they were saying he was acting like a black.
But I mean, if you're saying can you imagine white people made a song? They not like us, and white people were cheering that shit on, and the blacks were like, "What the fuck is this?"
Like
Eminem, they did.
Eminem doesn't do diss songs.
No, they kind of did, John. Remember that song, that country song, not in a small town. Remember that? That was, and it got a lot of backlash, but it got a lot of support.
No, I vaguely was it Richmond, south of Richmond? You can't, it was about you can't do crime in a small town or something. Was that the
Yeah. Basically, you can't.
There were actually a couple different songs of that ilk.
You can't come to my town doing that type of shit. You ain't about to be rioting in my town. You ain't no Black Lives Matter in my town. I think it was called like In a Small Town or something like that.
Yeah, I remember that. But I mean, that's about as close as you can get. You can't go up to the line and say they not like us.
But I think the biggest difference is
that's kind of what they were doing.
But you know, Stanley, the biggest difference, John, is the NFL would not promote that.
Right.
Jason Alden.
And that's the biggest difference.
Was it Alden or Alden? Badass.
It's Alden. It's Jason Alden.
Yeah.
No, they would not.
Maybe I'm just a little, you know, Stanley. I guess the real reason, and I got a picture I want to show you guys, but you know the real reason I have an issue with what Serena did. Now, if she was like dating a Crip. Let's say her boyfriend was Nipsey Hussle before he died, and she did that to, you know, show respect to his gangster. I wouldn't have a problem with it. But when you say you doing this for the culture, and then this is the guy you go home to, I don't know, man. It just seems a little. I don't know, man.
But see, HB, the problem, HB. And I think really the main problem of these types of critiques is it's really none of your business.
No, it's not.
Oh my God!
They are celebrities.
I realize it's content. I realize you got nothing better to do with your time. But
I don't.
What does this really matter?
I think he made it bigger than what it was, Stanley. Honestly,
with that shit, not you.
Let me address CKJ3 here, man. I don't care about his song. I don't care about, you know, I was talking about from on a show perspective. I just didn't think the song hit. Now, as it relates to Beyonce, what I said was the niggers have ruined the R&B rap category. They don't even want to fucking win them awards. Who won that shit? Right? I don't know. Right? Niggas, they've torn down the rap R&B neighborhood, niggas in prison for raping and shit. They don't even want to be associated with it. So they move on to another neighborhood country after they've torn down their own neighborhood, R&B and rap. And then they just want to come over there and get attention. But you destroyed what you had. You couldn't build on
your pure country music.
And, you know, and the irony is, man, niggas don't even listen to no fucking country music. You ask the African, hey man, who your favorite country? He wouldn't know.
He probably said Garth Brooks.
Like these fucking niggas. And that's the crazy thing. And again, we gotta
Nelly.
All I have to say is, John, bless your little heart.
This is my fucking thing. Now we gotta
worry about the oddest thing.
J3, he's up here. These niggas really are swallowing the lie that niggas listen to country music. These niggas really, niggas really believe this shit now. And this is what I'm saying. It's some kind of mental illness, man. Like they'll just swallow any lie, man. Right?
Well, I think the real mental illness is you're losing so much sleep over it.
I think
it is interesting because even with you, like niggas don't like no country music.
Phoenix Fish, George Strait for me.
Yeah, shit, nigga. If I go back, if I get on your phone and looked at your playlist, what you played last 30 days, ain't no motherfucking country in that bitch. Most niggas ain't playing no country. That's what it is.
Hey, my grandmother introduced me to Charlie Pride decades ago.
Yeah, and then you moved on to Motown.
Hey, I moved on, but I know who Charlie Pride is.
Yeah, but shit, that ain't your favorite. It ain't
So,
your
so what if it's not my favorite? Is Charlie Pride your favorite?
The niggas had their own music.
Is Alabama, named after your home state, your favorite?
Their R&B, the top R&B guy in prison, so they don't want that award. Their top rap guy, he put in prison, and the other one under investigation, so they don't want that award. They've sold their own neighborhood, right? And then you got the one nigga coming up on the Super Bowl. They said this shit the greatest culture ever. How so, nigga? Your greatest music niggas are in prison, right? Your greatest music nigga. And so now you remake this bitch and make her lighter and shit and tell me and pass her off his country because they done ruin their own fucking. That's just how I see it. Right?
Hey, the reason why they don't want them to do it, they don't want Beyonce to do it because look what Lil Nas X did.
Yeah.
What did he do?
Yeah, yo, that was the biggest.
Hey, Dave, you got his album?
Man. Yo, Lil Nas X really, he tricked everybody with that shit, man.
What did he do?
He said he had that song that number one hit song like
Old Town Road.
Old Town Road, yeah. And then he made a song. He came out like gay, and he was sitting on the devil's lap and all kinds of crazy shit.
God damn,
John,
you know a lot about it.
He wasn't in the thing with Old Town Road. It wasn't like some like the industry pushed it. This was like the people just really fucked with the song. Nobody knew who he was. And at the same time too, this game, damn, what is the game called? It's like this old Western game had just came out.
Oh yeah, Red Dead.
Red Dead Redemption 2.
Yeah.
So Red Dead Redemption 2 came out, so it was really popular at the time. So in the music video, he used like clips from the video game, a Western-based video game, and the song was like a hit. Like everybody fucked with it. And then it came out later, months later, that he was a flaming homosexual.
Not just a homosexual, a flaming homosexual.
Yeah. But then again, they said that he's not really gay, though. He tried to flip it like he's not really gay. That was part of the act.
Yeah. There are a lot of people that say he's not really gay. He's doing it just to push an agenda.
Damn. What would be the agenda?
What do you mean, Stanley? The gay agenda.
He's not really gay. He's pushing an agenda. So what's the agenda?
The rainbow agenda.
Act like you're gay when you're not really gay. I'm trying to figure this out.
No. the LGBTQ agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
You keep up with that sort of stuff, so I figured I'd ask you.
You might need to know this stuff because you align yourself with that side of the argument.
No. You the only reason I need to know, and I have friends like HB who keep up with that sort of agenda. I just as a passing interest. As a passing interest.
I really like the song, man. The song was fucking song was fucking fire, man.
You got psyoped.
Did you like it better?
He got me.
You like it better when he paired up with what's his name, Achy Breaky guy?
No, you know, I actually think he made it worse, honestly. When he paired up with Miley Cyrus's dad, Ray Cyrus or whatever, I thought he
Billy
made it
Ray,
Billy Cyrus, or Billy Ray, whatever. Yeah,
Billy Ray.
Yeah, Billy Ray. He
Billy
ruined
Ray
it to me.
Cyrus. Hey, I
Yeah.
remember when that song came out. I was in the Navy, as a matter of fact.
and the Navy.
Mm-hmm.
Long time ago.
Yeah, man. It. Oh man. And you know, I'm not mad at Serena for marrying her white man. It's just, you know, I respect.
She should have married you.
Nah. She's a little too. Her
She
shoulders are a little.
manhandle your ass.
Yeah, she's a little too. You
A little
know,
too
it's just.
successful.
No.
Little too
She's just a little too goofy for me. But
goofy.
I like, you know, I'm gonna give a comparison. I'm gonna just show a comparison. How you can put the niggatry behind you and move on.
What?
Oh yeah, easy.
The niggatry.
You said niggatry?
Niggatry.
Wow.
You don't have to wear it as a like this is a defining thing for me.
Yeah, you don't have to be yourself.
And that might be a good point, Stanley. That might be a good
She
point.
wasn't. I don't think she was being herself getting with that dude either, though.
I'm like, you're all what you have to be yourself to be successful, to be honest.
That's a good point, though, Stanley. Maybe she just is deep down inside. She just is a rich ass.
Hey, and you know what? She can afford to be. Maybe maybe the Crip walk is deep in her soul.
Yeah, I think that's the issue, Stanley. You know what I'm saying? Like,
No, I don't think it's an issue at all.
well, just imagine.
I think it's okay.
Yeah.
Be yourself.
It's the influence that comes with it.
You know what? Charles Barkley said it best.
Just imagine you had a whole bunch of women Crip walking. As opposed
Depends on what they look like. I might like it.
Yeah, see, you know, that's the thing.
Of course.
You know, I think that the women, you know,
got
think
a
Serena
tattoo,
probably
man?
more in line with Crip walking than they are with, you know, being feminine and elegantly walking. And that behavior shows up in back talking, assassin, and, you know, shit like that. You know, that's kind of the bigger point here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so when you hear men jump on the panel and talk about women and shit,
John likes his women to be dainty.
well, you know, shit, most men do, but you definitely don't want them. Like, you know, most men up here, if you had to ask them, most men in the panel probably don't want their woman 40s up 2 years old with children Crip walking. That's the
Most
reality.
women on the panel aren't going to get what they really want anyway.
Right, but they do want at least that, right? But if you can't get that and you sitting here with a fucking Crip walker, you're looking elsewhere, right? That would just seem to be reasonable.
You know what?
Yo, my
She's
girl better
already
Crip walk.
taken.
What he say?
My girl better Crip walk.
In Chicago, you might have to. Wicked, what's up?
Yo, what up? Yo, I heard the whole exchange with you and Stanley, and my favorite part was when Stanley said he would never be called dead in Blackistan.
Did Stanley use the word Blackistan? Stanley doesn't use the word
Not
Blackistan.
word for word, but that's what
How about motherfucking quote me correctly? if you're
okay?
gonna
Well,
quote
let me
at
put it
all.
correctly then.
No.
John,
Stanley
you were
doesn't
making
use
fun
the
of
word
John for being where he's
Blackistan.
at.
That's how I
made a
know
comment
you're
about
lying.
Hold on. Hey,
Motherfucker, if you don't come up here bringing heat, quote me correctly.
Hold on, Wicked. What exactly?
Bringing your ass up here half cocked.
Can you paraphrase without using Blackistan what Stanley said? And if Gary's in the audience,
Stanley would appreciate it.
or Portia's Gary's in the audience, we do need to clip that. We do need to get the.
Yeah, it was it was a part where you were talking about the body, the dead body, right?
Mhm.
And
that's right.
You referenced a point where you were pointing out the hypocrisy and how Stanley defends, I guess, quote unquote, black issues so vigorously, but don't
I'm
want to be
not
around.
defending anything like that.
All right, let me finish with us, and go ahead, Wiki.
Yeah, and then at some point you meant he was mocking how you're there. You're there. I guess
Yep.
cleaning up after the dead
Got that
bodies,
part right.
and then you mentioned about him being there, and he basically said he would never be there.
Why would I? Yeah, goddamn right I said it. Now what?
That's right.
Now what?
That proves my point.
Now,
no one here blames you, Stanley.
no, it
No one here
all it
blames your
proves.
ass.
All it proves is you brought your dumb
But you
ass
go
up here
hypocrite. You
to
go
misquote me.
criticize John.
Hold on,
Though.
Why would you come all the way up here
criticize
just to
John,
have
though.
me shit
hold on, Stanley. Let me hear what you say, Wicked. Go ahead,
But
Wicked.
he's gonna criticize you though, John.
Goddamn right I'm going to criticize him. Then I'm going to criticize you next.
Come on, Stanley.
No one
Come on.
wants to provide them housing, and here you are providing them housing. It don't matter if they're paying
Let me
you or
know
not.
when I can respond, John.
I will. Go ahead, Stanley. Go ahead, Wicked.
Cool.
Go ahead, Wicked. Go ahead. Wicked, you still there?
Yeah, no, I pretty much made my point. Stanley has
What
no
point did you
ground
make,
to
Wicked?
stand on.
Just out of curiosity, what
All right,
point
you know, Wicked. The thing is, I didn't catch exactly Stanley when he said that, but it does becomes like the chicken or the egg. Hold on,
I can respond,
I will, because I'm almost done. Let's say people like Stanley will say, "I'm not going to be over there." Okay, well, who's going to be over there? Someone's going to fill that void. And then, there are no businesses and communities and shit like that. The people like Stanley that can move away. Okay, boom.
I never lived there in the first place.
Yeah, well, you say you grew up in a black neighborhood.
But it wasn't the ghetto.
Okay, fair enough. But whatever the case, if that's all the blacks can create, that's what they can create. But part of why it is the ghetto is because the people who may have the ability, like if multiply John Galt by 10 or 15 people, now you got something going here now, right? Or maybe not. but the bigger point, you'd have more people taking the phone calls of that dead man saying, with a familiar voice. Maybe that curbs some of the behavior, right? You understand? And without that, you'll never know. But that is the way every other community is for the most part. And these people don't have it. And you never know, you'll never know what could be because they can't seem to get a hold of the most basic thing, controlling their own neighborhood.
John, one of my basic core tenets in my communicating is to let people know that there are black neighborhoods in the South, which John, there are plenty black neighborhoods that are not considered the hood. I grew up in an all-black middle-class neighborhood that was not the hood. I've never lived in the hood. My message is not every black person grew up in the hood, and you are doing no great service.
I think as you've heard on this stream here, and I don't know, Wicked, if you were here, it was a black woman that called in, and she directly said she did not want to live around other blacks. I've never heard any other race call me and say, I don't want to live around my race. Man, that's a real serious problem, bro. Like,
Well, John.
And everyone remembers it. HB, you remember that call?
Yeah. No. But John, did she give you any reasons why?
Because it's dangerous, goddammit.
Yeah.
What did you think it was?
She wouldn't just say that, an explicit reason.
She wouldn't just say that, though. She wouldn't just say that. She kept going around it. She's like, what'd she say? Like, they be turning up over there or something like that.
What do you think?
That's fair. I mean, that goes along the lines of it's a lot going on. It's kind of dangerous, right? Yeah, no, you make a valid point, John. And I think Stanley, to me, sounds like he's in denial.
What it sounds like is Stanley has been out of the hood and he knows not every black person lives in the hood.
No one's denying that.
It sounds like you're in denial, son.
No one is
apparently Chirac has rattled your brain.
Stanley,
no one's making that case.
Stanley,
motherfucker, I say you are.
Stanley, I'll leave my point.
Misquote you.
America, to me, almost everyone in America is by and large running away from black people. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
I've seen it so long that people are spending above their rent to get the fuck away from above what their ability to pay to get the fuck away from.
They pay for private school, John.
Yeah,
They pay
schools,
up their
everything.
ass.
Yeah, everything, bro. Like
You know what?
And it's unfortunate, bro.
You and John,
It's an unfortunate reality. But
two
Stanley
black
is in
birds of a
denial about
feather.
it. If you ask Stanley why, he couldn't tell you why. He's in
Wicked,
denial,
I don't
bro.
give a fuck about your opinion or John's or anyone else. You need to understand that. You're not making headway.
But Stanley, the thing is, there's such a dichotomy. It's like
I don't think it's a dichotomy.
It's like cognitive dissonance, right? And here's what I'm going to show you, right? This is what people don't understand.
To who?
This is what people don't understand. If you can see on the screen here, you see these people, they brought out the guns to protect their neighborhood from white people.
What neighborhood? What neighborhood was it?
In Ohio. Right?
What neighborhood in Ohio?
Right. This is in Ohio, right? And then so you have to see if they're willing to do that in their own
trees. Oh, there they are.
If they're willing to do this in their own neighborhood, right, to protect against white people, and they even brought out their women, as you can see.
What's the crime rate in that neighborhood?
It's bad. It's a bad crime rate.
No, John. This is actually a more affluent black neighborhood.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. That's why those white supremacists did it over there. They didn't go to the hood. This is like a suburb of Cincinnati.
Yeah, these motherfuckers could afford guns.
It's like a more affluent black neighborhood. And
Crown Reed says it's down the street from him.
Yeah.
Is it a affluent neighborhood? What's the demographics like, Crown Reed?
Yeah, it is majority black, but it's not like, you see what in this kind of
and the police are there.
Yo, hold on. HB, I got it up on the screen right here. Hold on.
Okay.
Check this shit out.
Ooh,
These are the demographics. These are the demographics right here, right? You see the demographics right there?
Yeah, yep.
Everyone see that?
Yep.
The village has a high poverty rate of 56%, 57 round up. And the median household income is a paltry 37.
Oh, does it say paltry?
I said that.
Did you insert that?
All right. You got a point. But
okay,
John,
bottom line.
At the same time, though, just because there is poverty doesn't mean that
they gotta be making six figures to impress John.
No, what I'm saying, I mean, this is low. Let me see what the crime looks like, and let's see, because I figure if you that low in income, it's probably gonna be a little bit of crime, right?
Well, yeah. Check the crime. Check the crime rate.
Lincoln Heights has a higher rate of violent crime compared to the national rate, but less safe than the Ohio State average. The violent crime rate is 5 per 1,000. Property are also higher with 38 per 1,000. The total crime rate is 55 per 1,000. Lincoln Heights is in the 7th percentile for safety, meaning 93% of cities are safer and 7% are more dangerous. The chance of being a victim is 1 in 477. Damn,
I'll take those chances.
Yeah, it's not too bad. And these are property.
Not too bad.
It's not, well, it's violent crime. The property crime, you stand a higher chance of somebody breaking in your house, 1 in 79.
Yeah.
Sex offender, that's a lot of damn sex offender. Oh, no, that's in Ohio. So, this is, the fuck, it keep jumping down. So let's see. What the fuck? Anyway, so what the fuck?
This ain't east side is Detroit.
Nah, it ain't that. It ain't no ghetto movement.
Yeah, this ain't like, even though there might be some poorer people, it's not like, I don't know, these seem like people, just from what I've been hearing, these seem like people, homeowners, probably a lot of older people.
Trying to figure out, why did the KKK go there in the first place?
I don't know. But the bigger point is that I think a lot of people, honestly ask themselves is, if they're willing to come out and protect their neighborhood, like from some unarmed people, and they're bringing out heavy arms, then why not turn those arms inward at the people in your neighborhood committing crime? It's reasonable to think that. And
well, I think it's reasonable to to think that maybe there's something to defend. I mean, I'm kind of impressed.
Yeah, John, I think that is a part of the problem. These people are homeowners. So it's a little bit different than, a bunch of people staying in the projects defending it. The mentality is different.
I mean, shit, they're homeowners.
And then too, that's like the beauty of, the whole Nazi thing. You know exactly who the enemy is when you have a Nazi flag up. It's like that's why it almost seemed fake to me. But I do know that there are radicalized dumbass white people out there who would try some shit like this too. So
yeah, I think it was kind of fake too, probably some kind of government operation.
But I want to believe that too, but there are some idiot white boys out there that would try to do some shit like this.
Yeah, were they in the black neighborhood or were they just hanging Nazi banners?
No, they were in the black neighborhood. And see, Crown Reese, yeah, he confirmed that all those people are homeowners, and I think that is a bigger difference,
Can you imagine if white folks did that, John?
Hell no.
Like actively against black folks?
Checkpoints and shit? Hell no. It'd be like, hell no.
Man, the government would shut it down so quick it wouldn't be funny.
You remember when
it would be at ESPN, Fox. It would be on Fox Sports.
Yeah, remember the couple that came on TV in St. Louis, and luckily
the riots, right? During the George Floyd riots, right?
Yeah.
I remember that.
Luckily, she was an attorney. I think she took the firing pin or something out of the gun. So when the police raided her for pulling her gun, when the people that entered her property, they took the gun, but the gun didn't fire because she had altered the gun. It was altered to not fire because she was an attorney. Maybe she used it in court, and that is really what saved her right there.
I mean, John, remember that case, right? That white guy, that fucking dork, was the face of like the biggest threat to our democracy, right? To our safety as POC. That dork, John. Not these clowns shooting up the neighborhood, John.
Yeah, they went after him real hard. Does anyone remember that case in St. Louis?
I don't.
So basically, they had a Black Lives Matter protest after Mike Brown, and I guess they going into some private property in a neighborhood, and so the lady came out with a pistol, and I guess her husband came out with an AR, and they arrested. I don't know if they arrested both of them, but maybe they arrested the woman.
Yeah, they were on their own property. They didn't even point their weapons, but they were telling the mostly peaceful protesters to stay out of their property.
Yeah, and they arrested their ass. Yeah, yeah, I do remember that. Yeah. This just does prove to me that black folks definitely got it in them to do their own policing of these neighborhoods. Because I'm honestly, John, I'm a lot more like you. Like I would prefer to live in a community like that than go live around a bunch of white folks. Honestly, like
that makes sense.
I don't know. It's just if I can find a community like this,
yeah. I think it's human
nature. Down south, HP. Oh well,
that's what you think I moved out south for, Stanley.
But John, we still gotta hear how nakedly racist this country is, bro. We still gotta hear that, bro.
It is.
It is.
Yeah, you can hear it from me right now.
I know that's right.
Hey, Wicked.
You're saying it's not?
Wicked, maybe we'll do a topic. Me and Be Brave. We're gonna get the blacks to call in and tell us their experience with racism. You come up and give a great example of how racism held you back. Wicked, have you taken a listen to the Be Brave and John show?
Yeah, y'all go hard. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yo, for Wicked to say that, y'all might got something if he's saying that. God damn.
Wicked, did you see?
HB, the crazy shit, bro, is I be holding back, bro. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
You've been wanting to call up and make it the John Brave and Wicked show.
John, man, I be holding back, bro. The shit I've seen, bro.
I know.
Yeah,
Hey,
I want to fucking gouge my eyes out, bro.
Wiki, you gotta call in one day, man, and tell us some stories. With me and Brave on Friday. Hell, we did a little preview this morning. I don't know if you heard it. But
Yeah, I heard a little bit. I've heard y'all like twice already. How long y'all been doing it?
This will be our 4th episode here.
Seems like forever.
Yeah.
Hey, John, did you see some of those? Did you see some of the clips I sent you too?
Oh yeah. I did. I meant to show one this morning, but that's gonna be on Friday.
Yeah. You use those clips for your like sound bites.
Look, the thing, John, is this though. This is the thing, John. People like Stanley gotta understand. At least I'm not, and I don't think you are either, John. No one's saying all black folks ain't shit or all black folks are.
Well, I think.
I'm not
Well,
saying
see,
that.
I think you are.
No. But look, if there's violence, man,
Yeah,
man,
if there's
let me tell you
violence.
something.
If it's violence, it's 70% of black people's fault.
It's higher, Stanley.
Just like B Brave says, the violence belongs to 70% of the black population.
You know, even if
You believe that, Wicked?
No, you know the funny
Man,
thing,
Joe,
though,
look,
Stanley?
listen, bro. I don't think it's 13 causing 70. I think it's like what 6%, and then you could what do 3% of the population is committing about 85% of the violent crime. 80. I'll be fair.
Well, no, that's not what B Brave is saying. He's saying the 70% that doesn't do the crime is responsible for the 3 or whatever the percent is that do the crime, because we make excuses for it.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what's interesting?
Basically, black people are our brother's keepers.
Well, you know what?
To the degree that y'all defend them, Stanley, it's true. Y'all vigorously defend them. Y'all advocate for them. Y'all burn cities down for them.
I don't think that's true.
Hey, you know what is interesting is that Wicked. Hold on, Obama did make a group, My Brother's Keeper. So he agreed with it. Don't agree.
Obama represents all black people.
Well, but he's putting together some group. He's all blacks. He's My Brother's Keeper, and so he is kind of accepting. We all need to do something. I need to do something.
John, can I give you? Let me give you an example, John. Let me give you a perfect example, John. So that last summer, the Chicago Police Department had to shoot down a young black man, right? Because this young black man opened fire on them, right? He shot a cop. He shot first, right? You know what the black mayor said about it? He said,
good boy.
The black mayor said, I'm raising 2 black sons, so it's alarming to me.
Yeah, I think I know that.
Okay, well, Wicked, to your point.
Fire on 2 cops,
Wicked,
and you're gonna invoke your sons in it. If your sons open fire on the cops, I hope they get murked too, dude.
Hey, Wicked, you said it's an example of something. What is that? What exactly is that an example? Hold on. He said it's an example. What is it an example of?
Hey, hold on, Wicked. We're gonna take this shit to the
another dumbass point.
Hey, Wicked.
No, Stanley. Wait, John. Because
it's an example of something, but he didn't tell us what it's an example of.
No, because I wanted to get to this point earlier.
Go ahead.
What are you talking about?
When Obama did the same thing.
About?
No, Stanley, and I didn't get to that point earlier, but Obama did the same thing. And that's why I was saying that what Bill Cosby said was so divisive at that time.
I don't think it was divisive. Well, it was divisive, but not. Yeah. It's not why he went to jail.
No, that's just a theory. But when Obama is saying that his son could have been Trayvon Martin, that's pretty much basically saying that it's not the behavior, it's the skin color that caused this.
No, I don't think he was saying that at all.
Well, that's how I took it. That's how I looked.
Yeah, well, you take a lot of things weirdly. I'll give you that.
Hey,
the beer stomach.
But John, look what Stanley just said, John. That's what B Brave is talking about.
B Brave's a goddamn idiot. Right there. Okay, you know what? All I want to do is shit on B Brave because he's an idiot. Okay, I literally don't take Be Brave any more seriously than I take Yosemite Sam.
That's that shit right there.
Hey, let me talk to Wicked for 1 second. Wicked, man, you got to come to the Be Brave and John show. You really gonna love this shit, man. We got some sound effects. Oh, Wicked, we got.
Oh. Oh.
When niggas get up and they just be running on and shit, we do this. And then when it's time for that nigga to get up out of here,
Sir, I'm going to need you to put your hands behind your head. We got a runner. We got a runner.
Right. I'm not resisting.
John, did you tape all that in your neighborhood?
Hey, salute Wicked World, man. He had to get up out of here, man.
Oh, Wicked left. Oh, that seems still up there.
No, he's still here.
Yeah, Black.
Oh, he's still here. Okay.
What's up, Black? Man, I ain't seen you in a while.
Flex, man, salute. Oh man, CKJ, man, it's not that, man. CKJ, man, it's really not that, man.
I'm gonna have to use that for a show title.
CKJ, and I get that's why I definitely point out the errors with Be Brave, and I think though my interpretation of it is I think John and Be Brave come from two completely different places. They just kind of have the same goals. Be Brave does it more for like entertainment and stuff.
The reputation of black folks. Yep.
Yeah. It's for whatever he's got. But John actually lives this. He sees it. And I think
John lives the truth. He sees the truth.
Yeah, Be Brave just
all black people live like in John does in his neighborhood.
No, but we all are adults.
So what exactly is the truth that John is living? That's my question.
You'd have to ask John that.
Is it that black culture? Because Be Brave basically says black culture isn't American culture.
Well, and that's where Be Brave is wrong, because if he wants to do that 70% shit, it's 100% of white people. They didn't even Stanley. They didn't even boo when they had Serena Williams up there crip walking. They didn't even boo.
You expected white people to boo at a crip walk?
I would.
Well, you know what? I know you hold high. White people in high esteem. I didn't know it was that.
No, I actually think they're cowards. Honestly, they just stood there. They just sat there and took it. They didn't say nothing. I think they're cowards.
Okay. Well, you know what I think. I think it's much ado about nothing.
Well, shit, man. It's American football, man.
American
paying
football.
$10,000 for a
Well,
goddamn...
according to John, it's about to be Black American football.
Yes, and see, I don't agree with John on that.
Yeah,
I don't
agree with him either. He said just let them have football.
I
There ain't no way that's gonna happen.
Yeah, because those football players with dealing with CTE and getting slammed on their head their whole lives, they're not gonna rally together and own the NFL. You need those owners and those people to build the stadiums and stuff. And John made a good point too. If these niggas didn't have football, what would they be doing with their lives? If they couldn't run into people?
You know what? That is a good question.
Yeah, and so they need those owners just as much as the owners need them.
Not to mention, there's no money in football. There ain't no way it's gonna go out. Didn't the stadium sell out this year for the Super Bowl?
Yeah, it sells out every year. Everybody
sells every year, isn't it? Every year, come on.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. The money ain't going nowhere.
It wasn't that Crip Walk concert the most watched?
It kind of was, yeah. It did numbers on YouTube, man. I can't deny that.
I think you and John are in the minority here.
No. It definitely.
Y'all didn't enjoy it, and you just mad about it.
To be fair, I didn't. To be fair, it was just boring. That's the
And
main problem. It was boring.
Stanley, that's
Oh,
that's
it was
kind of the
boring.
era we live in where everybody's a troll. Even these billion-dollar companies, it's a troll. They're trolling us. They're trolling white America. They're trolling Black America.
No, they're
That full
not.
performance is a troll.
It was a troll against Drake.
That too. That too.
Oh, that too.
Yeah. They
Yeah,
trolled their
the
their
trolling
golden
against
boy.
Drake was just a side project.
Actually was.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
this trolling America thing, what is in your Kool-Aid?
You know, Stanley, I've been seeing it for years, man. Even if you look at like Star Wars or something, Star Trek, yo, the way that they've literally like devalued these pretty much cult classics of like movies and like
Lord.
basically like Star Trek and Star Wars was something that people held very seriously at one point. Now it's just a joke now. It's like
Okay,
they
I'm going to
basically
tell you
troll.
right now, nobody ever took Star Wars that seriously other than that. I mean, I
don't know.
literally now you got
Stanley, come on, man.
You
That's
got to
fine.
realize I actually saw the original in the movie theater, so I've known about Star Wars since I was in like 7th or 8th grade. Nobody takes it that seriously.
Stanley, let me respond to CKJ3. He says John had probably blah blah blah. If he moved to the opposite side of town, he wouldn't have any content. Would the nigga still be dead? Was
he right?
Question for you: would that nigga somehow rise from the dead if I lived on the other side of town?
Okay, I think
Maybe.
the point is that
He might be neighbors with a doctor, a white doctor.
somebody,
Yeah,
you went somewhere
I
else.
don't know. Maybe
Somebody else
the
went
cops would have found him.
Hold
The
on,
cops
guys.
would have found him.
Hold on, guys. CKJ3. This is a question for you. If I lived on the other side of town, would Stanky Leg still be dead?
Hey,
Oh, not
CJ,
stanky leg.
you got to realize John thinks he's some sort of hero.
Would have been better if Serena Williams did the
He's
stanky
in
leg.
the arena. The gladiator.
He doesn't realize that if he was on the other side of town, some other person would be cleaning
I
it up.
get CK. No, I still have to come over here and do it.
You are not indispensable, John.
But you could probably, CK3. The reason why I still here, if you really want to know, to be honest with you, inside baseball here, you gotta be close to where you have to put your hands on shit, because the niggas cause more problem. I don't have no problem with the white folk. The fuck I'm gonna take up space up there, rent all them shits out.
I think
I got
is there a funeral home in your neighborhood?
I don't have to be in the Northwest where the white people are. There ain't no fucking problem.
You buy a funeral home, you'll be a one-stop shop.
That's probably right. See, there you go. You're talking about. That's what I'm saying. More blacks should buy funeral homes. If you can't solve the problem first, buy a funeral home. Mortician.
They do in the South.
Create a concoction that'll dissolve a nigga in half an hour. Right?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You can have your child's ashes. If he outside selling dope, you can have his ashes in 30 minutes. Come on,
Hey, John, seriously though, there are a ton of
do this shit in my
black
garage.
funeral homes in the South.
Say what?
Ton of black funeral homes in the South.
Yeah, I know. I'm just talking shit, but you could come up with a process to melt a nigga body down fast. That's
That's a good idea. Actually, hold on.
Disposing of a nigga. Something. Anyway, I'm just talking shit.
John out here cremating. I mean, cooking. My bad.
But no, CKJ3, the nigga still would have been dead no matter what side of town I lived on. So I still would have had the content because I would have had to go over here and fix it. Hell, when the nigga was killed in my apartment building, I didn't live over here at that time.
Yeah, CKJ clarifies here.
Yeah.
He's saying you're complaining about something you
What do
love.
I love? Shit, hey, man, I ain't in love or out of love with it. Shit, it's just part of the business. Fuck it. I just happen to be here showing it to you.
John, you be having way too
John
much
has
fun to be
a-
saying
John
that,
has
bro.
a
You
hero
out here lying.
complex.
You out here lying. You out
I
here
do
giggling.
it. Hey, I
John
do
is-
it.
John
Yeah,
is
you out
stupid.
you out here lying. You be loving this shit.
I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, don't lie, bro. Don't say that. Come on.
Hey, nigga, most of you motherfuckers like shit. You done ran into the office real quick.
Every time there's trouble, John rips open his jacket and there's a big N on it.
I wish I could I wish I could post the smell of that nigga online. God,
I'm glad you can, man. You gonna post a scratching?
Yeah, you can't post this.
Man, just get a like one of those meters or things they get in the lab. Yeah, and you digitize it, and then like you'll save it in a file.
Did you get that stuff? Did you get that stuff they put under their nose in CSI?
I need a black and mild. I need a black and mild. There was a police officer on one of the TV shows. He just smoking black and mild. He went and started dead by it.
John be cleaning up that nigga like that Mr. Clee commercial where he's shaking his ass.
I might need a coin there.
Yeah, I like the way you spelled it, humble president.
NYGGA. Get it past something. Oh man, hey Craig, let me ask you, how easy would it be to build a Shopify?
I don't know.
I mean,
bro,
John, doesn't HB own one?
Yeah, I have one.
Oh,
bro,
sorry, I'm
John.
sorry, HB. Sorry about that. Damn, my bad. I'm jumping on
John.
Yeah.
No, John, bro, you can build a Shopify as long as you have like designs.
Yeah.
Bro, you can build a Shopify in about 30 minutes, man. Honestly.
I mean, like build a template, like a copy of what is it, Shopify?
They already have on Shopify. They already have templates you could just load up.
Yeah.
No, he wants to build his own from scratch. Is that what you're saying, John?
Okay.
John, you think it would take if you just bought, like, went out to Fiverr, say, give me a template for Shopify, right? They give you the template. You can add your little layouts or whatever, make it, look like your spot. And then I guess you had to buy some space on Amazon, whatever. This can't be more than what, a couple $1 million to get to have scale and everything.
Big do you want it?
How many customers are coming in?
Let's say, well, you can scale up and down, right? You can buy scale as it goes, right? If you expect a lot of demand, you can buy more service. It's on demand, right? Amazon has these on demand.
I don't know how anything works. I'm not a web developer guy, but I would assume like you don't need to do anything. Yeah, you just
from a hardware standpoint, you got
yeah, like you said, scale it because like everything is a subscription now. Everything's subscribed. You got Cloudflare that does the DDoS protection. You have other companies that do your back end for cybersecurity. You have others like Amazon that has all the, like, you can run the processes off of that. Then you have another guy that probably does all the commerce stuff, and dude, everything now is a service. Like, I think what does it mean by scratch? Nobody does anything by scratch.
Right.
So
Yeah, that's correct. And so,
unless John has a place to be putting all the stuff where he's planning on, whatever you're planning on selling. I wouldn't do Amazon though, because they tax you out the ass.
Well, maybe for some aspects of it, but the bigger point I'm making is, like, I was reading about Kanye West being thrown off Shopify and Twitter.
I don't know why that matters though. He already has his own website to sell stuff. Do you use Shopify?
Must mean
no. That's the thing, Crack. That's who he uses on his website.
Okay, then go somewhere else. Temu can do all his stuff for him.
Hell,
why does he need a U.S. company?
Hell, he can do eBay. Fuck
yeah.
But
there's so many other competitors of Shopify. I don't understand that at all. Yeah.
But like, couldn't you just build out your own platform if you really wanted your freedom of speech? How hard would it be to build out at least some of the components of?
He could, but he would have to put so much effort into marketing it. He's probably just real lazy and don't want to get his word out there. Even though he could easily. I know, but he could easily do it. But I don't know.
He has a website that's probably being fed by Shopify. That's usually how it works. Where you go to the website and you want to order something. The shopping cart and all that is hosted and handled by Shopify. That's not that difficult to build. I built those shits. I don't know what I would take with Shopify, in terms of merchandise. You probably have to have a CRM or something like that. But it's not very, very difficult. And I just wonder, why the hell is he relying on some third party when he has billions to just build his own?
It's just easy. It's just easy, like Garion said. Like, why bother?
But that's what I'm saying. He's that nigga lazy, John. That's
Hey, John. Hey, John. I got a question.
Yeah.
You said you could teach anybody how to do that developing.
Yeah.
You down to do some classes?
Yeah, we do it online anytime.
Hey, yo, John doing some teaching. John gonna do some coding.
That shit. I used to teach that shit. The Department of Agriculture and shit like that. Yeah, I used to teach. Yeah. What do you want to learn? I mean, we don't even start off with a programming language. We just start off with the basics, kind of how to look at things.
You know, John, honestly, that's why I really think, I was kind of getting into it, but I've been seeing with these, and we used to talk about this shit back in film school a lot. Like a lot of these movie franchises, it's like they're almost just trolling its audience. And I feel like with Kanye, man, these companies, because if you notice with Kanye, every time he's in some shit, it's always a company attached next to him. And I honestly feel like they're just using Kanye to troll people. Like, let's have him do this. Now, I bet Craig, did Shopify go up yesterday and today? Did the stock go up?
Yeah. It did have earnings like a couple days. Yeah, and Reddit's gonna have earnings after the close, and the Reddit co-founders with Serena, right? So
Yep.
So who knows how many Reddit posts were because of that shit?
Man, it's probably all kind of insider trading with all this shit. Yeah, you probably right.
And that's what I'm telling you, John. I feel like we're all being just trolled, man. That's like
Kanye got a cut after he got kicked off Twitter.
Yep. That's the new marketing strategy now. Just
and what you let him come back, what let him come back after a while.
John, I'll bet you. I'm willing to bet money he'll be back by the end of the year, man.
I mean, look at you and B Brave show. That gets the views, right? You got to get controversy to get the views. That's the way to do it, man.
Right. It's all a troll, man. Everybody just troll your audience and then bring them back in. Troll them, bring them back in.
Yeah, and Jewel was talking about like the sea walk, and now there's all these people trying to teach people how to do the sea walk now after like she did that. I mean, dude, people were doing that in middle school. When I was in middle school, there was all these dudes trying to do sea walk.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is 90s shit. What the fuck is who cares? God damn.
CKJ3 says something about building your own. I think this is one of those things where you probably wouldn't build a Spotify for yourself, right? Unless you're Procter and Gamble or something. You may handle all the processing your own. And I think this is if you can always almost attach like the whole Kendrick Lamar thing to this, that these two rappers are fighting each other, the corporations. They're expending so much energy battling each other that they could be working on building a Spotify for themselves or Shopify.
They could profit off the beef the same way what's his name did, Logan Paul and
right. And but and so these guys are fighting, dividing themselves and getting the pie sliced in a million different ways. I tell you, Kanye West had the other guy, Kendrick Lamar, had a fucking woman dressing him. God damn, man, you can't fucking dress yourself, right? It ain't like she came up with something that was extraordinary. And it just seemed very interesting that their focus is not, as Garen said, the hard things. They're just using Shopify and just going along.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Why are Jay-Z and Kanye, why do we even wonder why they don't get together and do stuff? Why are they examples?
To be fair, I think Kanye's trying to get his own bag with his own, trying to market his own controversy. But Jay-Z, I don't know.
Why are they role models in any way, shape, or form?
Well, I'm not saying that they're role models. I'm just pointing out.
Well, I mean, I observe this a lot on this particular channel. There's a lot of critique of rap culture and all that stuff.
Well, Stanley, I think you're more of a role model than Jay-Z and fucking Kanye. Yeah,
because
we
I mean,
critique them. I think you're more of a role
those
model.
guys are really, there's some shit they do.
But at the same time, there are books written about really successful people, be it Steve Jobs or Bill Gates. And so I think, this is kind of like, hey, look at how rich these guys have gotten. And then you see the motherfucker using Shopify. I was surprised by it, to be quite honest with you. Yeah. And he's down playing on the same level with HB. There's no sophistication there, right? And then boom, he said a few words, his ass get bounced up off of their sales platform. He's like, God damn. I'm saying to myself as a software developer, that ain't that hard to build your own. I'm like, man, just kind of interesting.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing with the Hawk 12 girl, right? With their stupid meme coin and whatever. Somebody just told her just use this platform here and pump up the coin. You know, these people get like people talking in their ears to do stuff, so they don't even know what's going on the back end, really.
But I think he has a serious interest in fashion. He wants to advance his fashion, which means he wants to be able to sell it. And so you would think, like in business, you know how they always talk about contingencies. You want to have a backup. We have backup YouTube sites. Like that's just business. You don't have a backup payment plan in case the other one goes down. Like that's just business.
I don't even think they even know that's how it works. To you or me, it's just a website, right? That's what most people look at a Shopify like. It's just a website. I don't know how would they do it in the back. It's just a magical elves, you know, because the technological level now is so abstract, man.
But that's bullshit coming from Kanye's perspective because that nigga's so daggone paranoid about everything.
Or is that just an act? Or is that just an act? Now we have to wonder.
Yeah, no, here's the thing. If it is an act, let's just say it isn't for now. That nigga is so fucking paranoid about every aspect of his life because, you know, Jews control this, Jews control that.
Yeah,
blah, blah,
okay,
blah, blah, blah.
okay,
I'm
right,
surprised
right.
that nigga didn't at least look into it to see how it
Yeah,
works. He really
right.
got a basic idea of that shit.
You know, it's like a motherfucker that all in the gun, just shooting them. Like,
Hey, John,
when you fucking call the motherfucker, just shoot that bitch.
A quick side note to something CKJ said. He said, you don't talk about the richest man in Black America. I responded to you talking about you and Out of Pocket or whatever his name is, talking about the second richest Black man.
Yeah. We did.
And one point I wanted to make, and I actually appreciated Crack's point about the dude is living the American dream. He did all that shit, all that stuff.
Oh, yeah, I did talk about
and
that.
had enough money to get out of it. The reason I bring this up is about a week and a half ago, Robert Smith was right back up on MSNBC talking about something or another, and they didn't even bring it up. Dude did all that, and he's right back up. It was CNBC, you know, like it never happened. And I actually think that a Black man rich enough to go through all that and still wind up back on CNBC, that's saying something.
Well,
What is it saying? What is it saying to you, Stan?
It's saying that he was treated just like a white man. If you're rich enough, you can get away with shit. Black people should want to be that rich.
Yeah, he got that Playboy model too. I was looking at that stuff. I was like, what? Oh, he got her? Oh, ain't bad. Shit.
That old man.
So CKJ3 is saying we don't talk about the richest Black man. Well, Kanye is one of them, and what we are talking about here, we were damn surprised this motherfucker using Shopify, right? Him and HB got an account together.
Yeah, HB, you gonna be selling Yeezys? You gonna be a new distributor?
Nah.
I mean, like
you got it there.
Like you should be looking at this like, damn, this is so unsophisticated.
Yeah. That's why. John,
Robert
I think it's
Smith is unsophisticated.
no. He's talking about
CKJ3.
Oh,
no, John. That's why I think it's more to it, man. I really do. I really do think Kanye is just used as like a puppet for these major corporations.
Of course he is.
Well, what about the issue with him being debanked? I don't know whatever happened with his bank account.
Yeah. He got it back though.
I miss you, but we're talking about one of the richest men in Black America. You say we don't talk about him. Isn't he one of the richest?
Kanye?
John, he wants you to talk about somebody like David. What's his name? David Stewart.
You
want you to talk about that nigga.
Want us to talk about. Find us a nigga.
Okay, well, John.
John, talk about David Stewart. He pretty boring and he a Black man.
Find me someone who doesn't sell shoes, apparel, or rap, or is in sports.
I just named the guy, David Stewart.
Well, no, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking about you.
CKJ3 ought to be spamming the chat with names. Give me one. Right? Yeah, shit. I'm showing you the nigga.
Michael Jordan, I think, is the third richest.
Okay, we talked about Michael, right? Everybody knows.
Well, we can go back to talk about the Sunday stream. Well, where did that stream go? Did you delete that?
Which one was it?
Was that the stream
when I called in? Yeah.
Oh no.
Was that about the dead? Was that the dead nigga on there?
No.
No, I don't think
that's
so.
where y'all were. Yeah, that's when y'all were Y'all were laughing it up. That shit was funny.
Damn, I think they deleted. What's the name of that motherfucker?
The one where you guys
man, I should
reviewed.
have saved that then.
No, I remember. It's the one where you guys reviewed the Palantir website. Remember?
Yeah, man, I don't remember that.
Yeah, it was Sunday. It was like just before like the fucking Super Bowl in the morning.
It was Sunday.
It's gone now.
It's gone. Damn.
Yeah, Stanley was reviewing it. I think overnight. That's what he was talking about now. It's like we were talking about the richest, one of the richest black men.
I did a part of it, but I didn't do all of it.
Yeah, I don't know why things are disappearing, man. I don't know. Is YouTube hating on your solo streams, John?
Oh, so they list Alexander Karp as a black man?
He's not a black guy. He's white. Ain't he?
He's half black.
Oh, he's mixed?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Thought he was full white. That boy pasty as hell.
Well, he's listed as the third richest black man, and Michael Jordan is the fourth.
Alexander Karp. He's the guy who runs Palantir, right?
Right.
Okay.
He's half black, half Jewish.
Yeah, that's right. He's half black, half Jewish. Yep.
He's not like us.
Damn it, I was about to say that.
No, he's not. He's rich as a motherfucker.
He's not like us, they say.
He's not poor like us.
That's what I want to.
He does kind of look like Rock a little bit. Yeah, I can see it now. I can see the blackness.
No one would ever say who is today. I know Stanley just never gave us today.
Don't care. Got me rich. I don't give a fuck.
Sorry, gave us a what?
Who is it they?
Gave you a what?
Who is it they? They not like.
Oh
us.
no, I have no clue. I
thought they was just anybody who ain't black American.
I think that they, if I had to make a guess, would be
like Tethers ain't like us, Jews ain't like us, whites ain't like us.
Brave is not like us.
Yeah, anybody non-black is. Not
anybody who ain't. Yeah, anybody we don't like is not like us.
Be Brave is not like whites. They don't claim him.
I don't know about that.
I don't know. That Hispanic guy claimed his daughter pretty good.
What?
So.
Be Brave. If Be Brave is to be believed, he's got an immigrant background. Him talking about how great white culture is and all that stuff, it's stolen valor. What has he done to make white culture great?
Yeah.
In my opinion, he's given it a bad name.
Well, I mean, me and Be Brave did have a conversation today. He did say he is a deadbeat loser. So at least he lives.
He says it tongue in cheek. He doesn't really believe he is.
No, I think he does. I think he does. I think he does. I think he does. I think he knows it. Deep down. But
I'm sure his wife told him that.
Come on, y'all.
No, motherfucker. I said it, and I said it with a smile on my face. He has stolen valor.
But I do respect that about him, just for like acknowledging his shortcomings in life.
Yeah, sure. Respect that.
He puts on no airs, that's for sure.
Hey, John, John, did you? I saw you earlier review that art.
Motherfucker acts like he's a black an expert on the black community. That's that's an air.
Yeah. I don't.
Stanley, being an expert in the black community is a basket weaving degree. Anybody can claim that.
You know what, Garion? Are you really the best person to talk about degrees?
I got one.
Do you know?
No. Yeah.
What's it in?
Electrical engineering.
So you're an electrical engineer working in a warehouse.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. My point is, are you really the best person to be talking about basket weaving degrees? You got a non-basket weaving degree, and look where you are. Same place that a basket weaving degree would be working.
Yeah, I did say that my
the
time
bottom
college
line, listen to what I'm saying. Don't be prevaricating. You are no better off than someone with a basket weaving degree. Are you the best messenger? I didn't think so.
See, I'm bad down, Gary. Gary, did you get that clip of Stanley saying he wouldn't live in black neighborhood?
Yeah,
I never said I wouldn't live in a black neighborhood. I wouldn't live in the hood.
All right, mister, I was never there.
I would not live in the hood. I have no need to do it.
Gary,
I wasn't born there.
Put that one up whenever we get a chance, Gary.
Right, I got you, John. I'll get it when I get home.
Put it up and make sure I'm on the panel when you do it.
Oh, I'm gonna do it, man. Yeah, I'll let you call in. That's gonna be a good one there. But you know what? Brave and I are gonna do a react to it. That'll be perfect, Stanley. And then you can call in to the show.
Wait, hold it. A reaction to what?
This clip of Gary has of you saying you wouldn't live in a black neighborhood in the hood.
Okay, you know what? I doubt you have that clip. Just make sure I'm there when you do it, so I can tell you exactly what it says.
Don't worry, Stanley. I'll make it nice and pretty once the stream ends.
Do I sound worried?
Oh no, you ain't go. No, don't worry about it. It's all good, Stanley.
And even if I said it, I'm sure I can defend it.
Stanley, Gary, can you put Stanley's face on the overlay so we have like Stanley's face while the audio is going?
Yeah.
John,
Brave is gonna go crazy over there.
Have your fun now, because you know when the clip is played, I'll be able to explain it.
Brave is gonna lose his shit when he hears that.
Got any requests? You got any requests for background music?
Be Brave losing his shit is a real threat to me.
Oh, that's gonna be a beautiful thing. It's gonna be a beautiful thing.
I'm looking forward to it.
Stanley, you know this Project 2025 person? You know who that is?
No.
Okay.
I've seen him. I've seen him in the chat before.
Hey, Project 2025. Why don't you give your why don't you tell us what you thought some of the subliminal messages were?
Any moments that stood out in what? Oh,
He's talking about.
I didn't watch the Super Bowl.
He's talking about the halftime show.
I didn't watch the halftime show.
Yeah.
Is he talking? Wait, is he talking about the whole Kendrick, like the subliminal Kendrick Lamar message again? Because I've been hearing a lot of conspiracies about that stuff on Twitter and YouTube.
Yeah, let me ask you this question: if there were subliminal messages, did that nigger think them up? Did he think of all this subliminal shit? Or did someone think of all this shit on the set, the plate, the game over and all that? Do you think he thought all that up?
Probably not. But even if he did, the messages that I got from it are, I mean, they're not any messages that are groundbreaking. He didn't. It's not like he
said game over.
It's not anything serious. It's not like he tapped into the ether and exposed free energy or something like
free energy. I figured out he figured out how to climb the ice wall or something. I don't know.
Yeah. He didn't prove the Earth was flat or something. He didn't. It was nothing like that.
I'm sure CKJ3 thought that shit was profound. So
don't put that on CKJ.
Come on, John. Don't do that.
Don't put that on CKJ. No, I mean, all it was what I got from it was, blacks built America. We're the backbone of America. Black people built this nation.
You mean we're not?
I did like the Squid Game reference in there though, with the X's and O's. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. We're cannon fodder for white supremacy and corporate greed. Yeah, but what's more. You know what I appreciate more, Stanley, is when you don't have to put that shit in subliminals. Just say it, man. If that's how you feel.
Well, I agree with you there, but I actually think that we really need to switch gears and start talking about how second-rate white culture is.
And I honestly think that's a much better and much more nuanced.
The song ought to be "They Are Scared."
And Stanley, honestly, I think that's more. Stanley, I wish you could rap because that's an album I would listen to. I want to hear Stanley.
You know, there's a
rap
reason
about-
they want all these immigrants out.
But you know, it's not it's an old message. You know, this is like a dated message. Nothing
No,
that he's saying.
on this point, I agree with you.
Yeah, it's like, bro, and then you got
Shit
all
is
these.
over. We all know it. Let's move on.
Right. It's like, bro, man, I've been hearing this shit since I was born, man. Like, that nigga saying the same shit, man. This
Yeah,
ain't.
I felt the same way about Kanye complaining, man. The first time I was kind of, okay, yeah, I get where you're going from. Then the second time you complain about the same people, nigga, you don't have time to solve that problem. Shut the fuck up. Right?
He's still at square one.
Like, bro, you still complaining about these Jews, nigga?
Oh, that's
you ain't solved it yet. How long? How much longer, man? Just put a time limit on. Let me know when you're gonna be done complaining about these
He
people.
needs to spend more time with that wife of his.
Yeah, she doesn't.
Maybe. Well,
Yeah, I think the thing with her though, she's like a real airhead, and she doesn't really do anything for him. So he's just focused on all this other bullshit. When he was with Kim, man, that nigga was in love with that bitch. He was in love with her. I don't think he loves this woman like that. I think she's just she's like an accessory, you know.
I'll be honest. I mean, she's not ugly.
Nah. She's not. But
it's something about him having that woman naked kind of off-putting.
Yeah, she was naked. She was straight up naked.
Yeah, she had her vag out. She had her whole box. She had her whole box in the wing.
I guess Kanye didn't get enough attention from that, so he had to go do this shit.
Yeah, nah. I honestly.
Yeah, that was a goofy ass political statement.
That honestly, it's the same thing as Serena's husband. It's like, bro, that's supposed to be your wife, man. You guys gotta protect your women, man. Like,
I appreciate your
I
consistency.
gotta get that Reddit stock up.
I appreciate your consistency on that point, HB. I actually do.
Yeah, no, because it's honestly the same thing to me. You know, like you're just, parading your wife out here. And
Yeah, I don't get that at all. I would be wanting every swinging dick looking at her.
But I mean, it goes, like, what kind of woman would do that shit? Nigga, I don't know.
What kind of husband would make her?
A slut.
I don't think he made her. I don't even think I could pitch this
I think
shit.
he knew she was a slut and he just wanted to parade it.
Then the next problem is that he marrying motherfuckers like that. Like, I think you'd be looking to marry women that would tell you no. Or that, I think you should be marrying women that you wouldn't even ask to do that shit.
Well, he married a woman who had a sex tape, a famous sex tape.
Can I ask y'all why y'all putting these people on a pedestal?
Honestly, I'm trying to I'm breaking down the pedestal. If anything,
I mean that's what I'm hearing. Y'all keep putting these people on a pedestal. Why?
Nigga, I just put them down. I said, who would marry a bitch like that? What kind of nigga would do some shit like that?
Somebody with low vibration, John.
Nigga, I wouldn't marry no bitch like that. So I'm.
Do you have low vibration, John?
Nah, but that's what I'm saying.
then.
We're not up on these people. I'm not saying, man, I wish I had a woman like him. I can make a parade around here naked. I'm saying, like,
John, what I'm saying, John, you giving this person too much credit, John.
Who? How? I'm not giving him any credit. If anything, I'm taking
are,
him.
John.
Now, CK, he's not
made his own damn Shopify. What the fuck?
He's not giving anybody. He's not giving Kanye any.
I really
No.
I said this nigga ain't no better than
He's not smart, John.
Okay, so you just said that. I don't know. I might want to say that because then you'd be criticizing me.
No,
saying
no, John, because you like to reach a lot. So I
but
just
the one
be
that
messing with you.
even a man that ain't smart, bro. Like even a man that
You
ain't
like to
smart.
reach. You'll say Kanye dumb, but you want to panel with
I
his head.
ain't saying he dumb. I ain't.
That live in the box.
I think
So
he
that's
has
comedy to me. It's comedy to me. It's funny
okay,
to
but
me.
I think he has some elements of brilliance. But I'm saying like,
He
bro,
doesn't, John. He's
okay,
just a
well,
good producer.
Okay, we
He's
can
a good
agree that
producer.
he
That's
doesn't.
it.
Okay, but like,
That's it.
bro,
He's not a
you
rocket
have,
science.
all right,
Not
fair enough.
nothing,
You
John.
have some interest in selling a product, bro. You hear me all the time of like y'all trying to get around the middleman, bro. And I
That's what I
talk
was
about all the
telling you
time,
the other day
like
about
these
Jay-Z.
people
You
have
think
not.
Jay-Z is smart? He's not smart. He's
I
just a
don't think
face.
he's smart because again, I did a
John, you
stream.
come off that way, John.
I did a
You come off
stream
that
where
way.
I
As a
did
listener, you come off that way.
I did a stream where I said, "Is this nigga illiterate? This nigga can't."
He is, John. But you keep talking about it, so you expect something different.
Do you think I was holding him up when I say he's illiterate?
I think you do, John. From my perspective, I think you do. John. From my perspective, John, that's what it seems like. When you keep talking about somebody, it's like you want something to change. It's not gonna change. He's not smart at all.
No, again, and if you ride off that point, I don't think you have to be incredibly intelligent, right? I think you have to be passionate about something. He's passionate about rapping. That's what he was good at. But now he's trying to move into another realm, another career per se, event planning, corporate event planning. And I think we have to be honest and take Jay-Z out of the equation and just say, if it were any other random person, put that show on, you'd be like, man, bro, we need to have some, talks about what we're going to do next year to get a better, crowd appeal. That's not criticizing anyone. It's not holding anyone up to another standard.
John, I don't think Jay-Z had that much say so.
Okay.
I really don't. I really just think he's just a face.
Okay.
And CKJ, I definitely hear what you're saying too. But when we talk about these things, it's more so as like a backdrop to kind of like extrapolate out of it. Like when we're talking about these people, we're not putting them on a pedestal. We're talking about something a little bit more vast, like just the simple thing as in cutting out the middleman. I think everybody should think about stuff like that. Or the women that you date. Like, do you want a woman that we'd even feel comfortable out there crip walking on stage or showing up completely nude to some event? And you can kind of just as a backdrop, we can all apply that to our own lives.
Yeah, but HB, you not messing with no chicks like
Well,
that.
see, that's where I differ.
You not messing with no chicks like that.
I want to address that.
Y'all talk about Serena Williams.
Hold on, CKJ3. CK, let me ask you a question. Mm-hmm. You ever heard of death by 1,000 cuts?
Yeah, I heard. Yeah.
Right. And anyway, you're probably familiar with it. It's like, what we're seeing basically is death by 1,000 cuts. Ain't no motherfuckers just crashing out, jumping off bridges and anything. But you see Kanye West, you be like, damn, like, why didn't you go the extra mile to build your own shopping platform? Didn't do it. Maybe no interest. Maybe
normal people.
John, he's not smart, John.
Okay, cool. Okay, yeah. Then you see somebody like Bill Cosby go down chasing tail. You be like, damn.
Yeah, but John, he damn near 90. He probably about to pro, John. It's over with for him.
All of his assets.
He's almost 90.
The assets that could have been passed on Vamoose, right? The assets that could have been passed on Vamoose, chasing pussy, they end up being some fucking in between transgender man.
Okay, John. Okay, John. Now, take that energy and talk about David Stewart now.
We get there, bro. We do.
No, get there right now. Get there right now.
Well, I got to give it a run, honestly.
Yeah, I know you do.
Hey, CK, let me offer one observation though. HB says something about taking some of these celebrities and applying them to our own lives. That's where I totally differ. Okay, I don't wonder why Kanye does shit other than the crazy stuff.
Well, again,
I don't think about why isn't he making some business decision or not, because he doesn't matter to my life.
Well, Stanley,
that's where I get weirded out.
Right. Can I make it personal for you? Like many of these people.
Right? Well, don't make it personal because they don't matter to my life.
I shouldn't even say that. Let me just give you an example of what I mean. Right. Many of these people who look up to Kanye West, for his business.
They shouldn't.
All right, you expressed that many times. You don't have to keep repeating yourself.
You keep asking questions like
what we're seeing, I think, are teachable moments.
That's the point. That's the point.
Compare and contrast.
I don't think they're teachable moments.
Compare and contrast me, right? You always hear me talking about trying to go around the middleman. The middleman for Kanye West is Shopify.
Oh, God damn.
With millions upon millions of dollars, he hasn't figured out a way to go around the middleman. And then they just...
And who cares?
Well, for people who are interested in business and things like that, this is a lesson in contingency planning. You should have had
You know what? You're a better example of business to me than Kanye.
Well, again, and so this is the contrast. You hear me every day talking about how you go around the middleman. Stop letting Shopify take all this percentage of your revenue. He has the ability to do that. Yeah, he doesn't do it. And then one day he wakes up and his platform is saying, you know, you're no longer welcome.
You know, he'll have pictures of his naked wife at the Grammys.
Yeah. You know, I think for Kanye, just like you, John, Kanye rather have somebody else do the dirty work for him. He not built to clean up after a dead body, man. He just not built for that.
Yeah. That's the measure of a man right there.
Hey, do you think that Bianca chick was a sign of power when he told her to take the clothes? I don't even know if he did or not, but like, is she one of the small hats too?
Yeah,
Man,
I think
y'all
so.
y'all giving Kanye too much credit.
No, wait, and he told her to bust them clothes off, and she a small hat. Yeah, I don't think that's not a statement.
Too much credit.
No,
This is crazy.
I don't.
This is crazy.
I think people just talk about the CKJ3. I don't think anybody.
Nah, man, this is crazy, man.
No, let him chip out about it. It's cool.
Ah, come on, don't put that on CK.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. Y'all acting like he's Einstein or something. Like,
oh, come on.
Y'all acting like that.
Hey, CKJ3, tell us about this show. Well, you know, first off, I want to ask. I think I asked you in the audience, who is the they and the us and the not like us? They not like us.
The A is America versus Canada.
Oh, okay. So us is America. So this is a picture.
John, you see my picture, right? You see my picture, right?
Yeah, I can vaguely see. Let me
You get that? You get my picture?
Let me see.
Put it up there. That's the day. That's the day, John.
So let me ask you.
That's the day, John. It's simple.
So let me ask you. So this is like a patriotic song.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that blacks are now kind of patriotic now.
I'm black, John. I served in the Navy.
But you know, for the last 5 years,
tell him, CK.
For the last 5 years or so, I've been under the impression that blacks were kind of at odds with the country. I didn't know that they were now making patriotic.
Oh my Lord, blacks are at odds with the country.
It's news to me. Okay,
Where did you get that from?
You put blacks all in the same box.
I didn't know that they like us. They not like us was a patriotic song. CKJ,
I'm telling you, it is.
Okay, well, you also said blacks. You thought blacks were at odds with the country.
Universal, come up here, bro. Universal, come up, bro.
Hey, John, you can't have a good memory around black folk.
Before I get out of
Okay,
here,
all I have to say is that I think the reason if blacks are at odds with the country, it's because they think it can be better.
Hey, HB, did you characterize or classify They Not Like Us as a patriotic song, an ode to America? America, the new Ray Charles America.
I didn't.
America.
Nah. I thought it was more personal than anything. I didn't take it that way. I thought it was a direct shot at
who though? At who?
Non-blacks.
Okay.
Yeah. Who? Where's Drake from? HB?
He's from Canada.
Oh, okay.
He's from Degrassi.
Okay. Exactly, Crack. Yeah, he's from Degrassi.
Yeah, he's from Degrassi. But
motherfucking Degrassi. Wasn't he in a wheelchair too? He should do the cripple walk. He should do the cripple walk versus the sea walk.
He didn't feel like that. He didn't feel like that when he did that record with Drake, though. He didn't feel like that when Drake put Kendrick on his tour.
That's side.
He didn't feel like that then.
Yeah.
He didn't feel like that then.
So you're telling me
hold on, Hold on,
Put Kendrick on. That's what you
hold on, CKJ3. Here's a question I have for you. When did blacks start taking up foreign relations in rap?
John, you serious?
Foreign relations in rap.
Wow.
John, are you serious?
He wants to be ambassador to Canada.
Hey, I tell you, John Reach. John Reach is something else, man. He can reach.
No, that's actually
he can reach.
You got to give John credit for that one.
Oh no, I give him credit all the time. I say he can reach.
Oxford to Canada. This is like a foreign relation type shit, right?
John, he says in the song, John, that he comes down here. He has to go to these different spots and take other people's styles.
Okay,
he says it in the song.
So he basically saying it's like a balance of trade issue where he's able to come into
Oh my God.
So in other words, he's able to come into America and
hey John, why do you think
hold on, what you're saying is that Drake is able to come into America, create shit, and export the income back out to Canada. And the blacks are saying, like, you're not like us. You can't come down here and utilize our resources and then go back to Canada.
I don't think that's what they're saying.
That's not what I said, John. That's not what I said. That's your reach, John.
Wow.
No, that's your reach, John.
Wait a minute.
That's your reach.
You gotta put some tariffs on that rap, man.
That's your reach. Let me say this.
Wait, sure.
Let me ask HB. HB on here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, now when Drake went against Pusha T, who won that battle? Keep it real, HB. Keep it real, HB.
It was kind of one-sided. It was more Pusha T than Drake.
He won, right?
Yeah.
And why do you think he didn't have the effect that Kendrick had?
I think Pusha T didn't really have an industry behind him.
No, that's not why. That's not why.
What is
Pusha T is from Virginia, right? Kendrick is from Cali. Every entertainment has to go through California. He has a whole coast. That's why when the song popped, it just went crazy. He has a whole coast. That's why you could go out, you could see Walk and all this stuff that plays into the California. If you've ever been to California or you live in California, you will understand it. That's why it's so huge.
Yeah. And also Hollywood
it's the same
is
thing.
out there too.
But look, it's the same thing with Meek Mills. He did the same thing to Meek Mills, like how Kendrick is doing to him. He just did it to Meek Mills. We don't hear nothing from Meek Mills. He's from Pennsylvania. It's a difference of coast. He's just on the right side of the coast. Everybody has to go through California. Everybody has to go through California.
It is Hollywood.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody has to go through there.
Yeah.
No, I understand. I like Drake. Don't get me wrong. I like Drake. I like Kendrick. I like both of them. But I understand why he took the L. He lost. It is what it is, man. I don't think he can come back from this.
I don't think
he can come back.
We are gonna see, but I think the loss really is that Kendrick has never been celebrated more than this.
Why do it matter? Why do it matter? Why do it matter?
Hey, HB.
Why do it matter?
HB, I just thought of something. You,
John, Universal, y'all need to put up Ukraine flags. That's what y'all sound like. Oh, Ukraine, this outsider. Come on, y'all.
I got a question for both of you guys, three of you guys that coming in, right? And matter of fact, I don't want you to answer out loud. And no cheating here, guys.
Okay.
So I want you to put it in the chat, in the back chat or something. Will blacks be happy if, as CKJ3 said, this is the end of Drake? Will blacks be happy?
I put my answer in the back. I answered.
No, I think it's 50-50, John, because there's a lot of blacks that still HB, Universal, that's on his side. I'm the only one. I'm the only one that's biased. Oh no, you care. You care.
I don't
No,
care.
no,
Man.
no, no,
Talking
no,
about it. You
no,
care.
no, 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 no,
You
no, no.
care.
See,
You
and
keep
see,
talking
and
about it.
see,
I'm
and
the
see.
only one
That's
that's
the
biased here. I'm the only one that's
no,
biased
no,
here.
no, no. CKJ. See, that's
I'm the only one that's biased here. I'm the only
honestly.
one that got a different take. Everybody saying, "Oh, it's woke. I can't understand him because he, I
Hey,
don't want to think. I don't want to
CK,
do math questions. I don't want to. I don't want to
no,
read."
no, no,
That's what y'all sound like. I don't want to
Wait,
do this. I
CKJ.
don't want to do that.
Hold on,
I want to dumb it down. And HB, you the same person that said you only listen to dead rappers.
Yeah.
If
See,
the
that's
person
the
not
thing.
dead, you're not listening to him.
Yeah. That's
I
the
listen to
thing.
y'all all the time.
I don't even, and that's why I'm saying I really could care less, but I see the agenda. That's
If there's
why.
not no agenda, HB, he just lost. The
Nah,
same
this is
thing.
it.
The same thing that happened with 50 Cent and Ja Rule. He just lost.
University.
50 caught his
No.
way.
See, that's different.
Ja
That
Rule was
actually,
hot. He was popping. He just lost.
but CKJ, the difference is that was actual street shit that happened with them.
No, he caught his wave. He just lost. He
No.
lost. He lost.
It was, but
It happens
it
in
was
life.
actually
Some people take L's, man.
no
Some people
CKJ
take
though.
L's.
But to
There's no
compare it to
agenda.
the 50 to compare it to 50 and,
There's
and
no
Ja Rule is
agenda.
two completely different things, man.
You're right.
Yeah,
They both were from America.
These
You're right.
these motherfuckers
Right.
don't understand what you're saying.
Hey, Universal.
You're right. They both from
What's the
America.
question again, John? I'll take answer the question.
Would blacks be Universal? CKJ3 said he don't think Drake can come back from this. Did you hear what he said?
Yeah, I heard that part. Yep.
And so my question is, would the blacks? Yeah, I showed you the video of the blacks celebrating, right?
Yep.
A minor.
Mm-hmm.
Did you show Taylor Swift too, John?
No,
You show Taylor Swift?
no, this was in a.
You ain't gonna show Taylor Swift.
You're
You're not gonna show Taylor Swift. You ain't gonna show the Swift.
Now, let me
I think
finish.
she said it too.
She
didn't
said
she?
mine. Yes, she did. That's my point. That's my whole point. You keep talking about the blacks, but
I'm
Taylor
asking
Swift with the Swifties was saying minor too.
You're not gonna let me see. I know.
You ain't saying that, John. You're not saying that. Yeah, because it's an agenda, right, HB?
Can I ask you a question?
You're right. You're right. It's an agenda. Everybody after Drake.
All the Kamala voters.
Everybody after Drake, man. Y'all killing me.
All the Kamala voters.
Hey, he just took an L. It is what it is, man.
Follow-up question. I got a follow-up question after this one. So the question is the universal. Do you think that the majority of blacks that listen to rap music would be happy to see Drake's career be over by this?
Yes.
Really? Why?
Because he's light skinned and he's on top and he pretty much can do whatever he wants in music.
Do you think it's due to foreign relations?
You think because he
No. I think it has nothing to do with him being
because he's light skinned?
No. I want to
come on, Universal. Come on.
I want to get your Universal.
He has a role in it.
I think you know.
He's the boogeyman right now.
No,
Universal, you know where I'm going with this shit, right? You know what this shit is.
See, and Universal. See, Universal. I think I kind of disagree with you. I don't think it's the fans. I think it's the industry that doesn't. I think it's like the rappers and shit.
That's what I'm asking. Yeah, that was the question.
No, I'm talking about. Okay. No. The question I have for you: do you remember that club that I showed you? Where they was screaming A minor.
Yeah.
Right? That black club.
Yep.
And CKJ3 said, I don't think that Drake can come back from this. I've heard people on academics say they don't think Drake can come back. Yep. Do you think the blacks would be happy? Do you think, and I'm getting somewhere with this, do you think the blacks would be happy if he can't come back from this? If this is the end of Drake's career?
Damn,
rap career.
Universal, you right, man.
Yeah, I think yes. My answer still stands. Yes.
You're right.
Put him down.
Yo, John. The only reason I push back against Universal because sometimes it's just hard to accept how like spiteful black folks can be.
Exactly.
My bad, HB. Sorry about
that. Think about all the pedophiles and
this is sad. Man.
All the perverts we've supported. Why is he the one that gets shut down the most?
This is real sad.
Yeah.
Like half of these people in this club got somebody in their family that probably touched somebody.
Wait a minute.
This is sad.
Wait a minute. Hold on for 1 second.
CKJ3 in the club.
Hold on.
Damn.
CKJ3 is saying this is sad. I'm not sure what he's talking about. This is sad, but
I'm talking about the panel.
You talk about the three of us.
Y'all keep using all these
CKJ.
CK, I feel the same.
No,
HB,
can I ask you a question? HB, can I ask you a question?
Because he
Hold on,
because he got waves, because he got
I want
curly
you
hair,
to hold on, CKJ3. Hold on.
nail polish, all these
Come on,
different
hold on now,
things, y'all.
CKJ3. Hold on, CKJ3. Hey, so the question is, HB, even CKJ3 has admitted that at least half of the blacks that have some vested interest in this want to see Drake fail. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's at least half have a vested interest in some shit that has nothing to do with them, and they want to see a motherfucker go down.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, what do they usually call that?
Battle rap, John. It's called battle rap. Simple. It's
Niggas
called battle rap, John.
But what do they call it out in the street where it ain't no niggas ain't
No,
rapping?
this ain't the street, John.
Okay.
Jay-Z,
They call it hate.
how is it hate? Jay-Z and Nas went against each other. It's battle rap. Have you ever have y'all ever watched Smack DVDs? It's battle rap.
Smack DVD. Wow.
This ain't.
Yeah.
But
CKJ.
CKJ,
about that
this ain't.
Yeah, I know.
This
I know
ain't
about
battle.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. It's battle rap. It's simple.
This ain't. CKJ.
battle rap,
Honestly, I feel
HB.
like battle rap is face to face.
Oh my goodness.
No.
Kendrick's he would rather join a lady.
Battle rap comes from rap. It's part of rap. It's part of the whole rap culture. What are you talking about?
But
it's
okay,
been going people been battling in music. It's part of rap.
Even with that, even with
part
that,
of rap. It is what it is.
Let's say that's the argument, CKJ. Let's say that's the argument. Why are most black people riding so hard for Kendrick over Drake? If it's just about the battle rap, why is it such a heavy lean?
Because they can relate more to Kendrick because he's from America. He's from California. I just said it earlier.
No.
Drake is from Canada.
It's a little bit deeper than that.
It's not.
Look, because they're patriotic.
Let me ask y'all a question.
It's a little bit deeper than
Let me
that.
ask y'all a question. If we go far back and look at the transition of Drake, he has changed his appearance over the whole time, from Degrassi all the way to the point we got now. Right? He doesn't have an identity.
Why does that matter?
Yeah, I don't understand.
It matters.
Why does it matter to black people? That's a good question. Why does that matter to you?
Why y'all keep saying it matters to America?
No.
America.
The white people don't care
because you're wrong. You're wrong. It wasn't just black people watching Kendrick.
CKJ3, I'm gonna let you talk.
I just said Taylor Swift.
I want to interject.
Taylor Swift was saying minor.
Yeah, everybody's saying that goofy shit.
Hold on, CKJ.
But why is it such a big deal against the blacks and not the whites?
Hold on, CKJ3. Damn, man, come on. I want to ask you a question. So you said something that Drake in Canada. See, you made me forget my question. You said something about Drake in Canada and a lot of people. What did you say? Can you repeat back what you said?
I said his transition. He has to keep going to different spots to create a new identity. Because he's not from here. If you look at what Drake came from and how he used to look and stuff like that, it's a difference. You can relate more to Kendrick because Kendrick is from a coast that you understand. He's from America.
I got you. Do you think that white people relate more to Kendrick than
Yes.
Drake?
Yes, I do.
Do you
Whites
think,
in America? Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Do you think they feel personally aggrieved by Drake kind of being an interloper?
You said, do I think they would? Say that again.
Do you think that whites feel personally aggrieved or some kind of way about Drake being from Canada, coming down here, basically being an interloper?
No, I don't think they. I think the higher up, they don't really care because they're making money.
No, I'm talking about just the regular, like black people, like you just mentioned. He's from Canada. Do you think the white people that were in the Super Bowl audience, for instance, were cheering on K-Dot because he's going against someone that's from Canada?
He wants you to consider the whites.
Yeah, I know.
He mentioned the whites. That's why I mentioned the whites.
I keep saying America though, John. You keep skipping that. You keep skipping that, John. I keep saying America.
So within America,
you think it's a difference in America between the blacks and the whites? You think it's just an American thing.
Within America, do you think blacks and whites were equally here in defense of America and supporting Kendrick?
Probably.
Yes.
Okay.
John, personally, I've never seen Canadians as foreigners. Like they're just my neighbors, right?
Well, you think dogs actually win votes?
Hey, I'm gonna give it to y'all later. I gotta go back, y'all. Good talking with y'all.
All right, see ya,
Don't-
CK.
Hey, John, don't talk too bad about me, John.
I wasn't done real kicking. Come back.
Yeah, come back, man.
Oh yeah, I'll be back.
I'm
I know
just
y'all gonna
playing
talk
with
about
you.
me once I get off.
Like I don't think that white people, like I would venture to guess that most white people probably don't know, the ones that were in the Super Bowl probably don't know who the fuck Kendrick Lamar is, and I don't believe that they're fighting.
Yeah, but they know who Drake is, don't they, John?
But I don't know if they do or not.
They know who Drake is, don't they?
They definitely know who
Yeah,
Drake
they definitely know who Drake is.
But I don't.
This man that won 20 Grammys, but these white people don't know who Kendrick is.
But
Y'all
there's a
sound
reason
silly.
why Drake doesn't win Grammys.
But all these butts. He
There's
won
no
20 Grammys. He won 20 Grammys, but they don't know who he is.
Well,
The Grammys is a white show. He
No, but
won
what
20 of them.
But what
Y'all have to make sense. Y'all not making no sense. Y'all keep using these excuses.
CKJ Macklemore won a Grammy. What does that mean?
I keep telling you, it's a white show.
And then try to give it to Kendrick.
Macklemore is white, right?
Yeah, he won it when they were supposed to give it to
Hey,
him.
Macklemore, you got Macklemore's music, don't you?
Who, me?
I'll
Yeah.
give it to y'all later.
Absolutely not, Stanley. Absolutely not.
It meant a lot that he won that Grammy.
Oh, come on, Stanley.
Only because of the racial tie. Notice Kendrick won a lot of Grammys after that. Notice.
Yeah, he did, because it was almost like an uproar. Like, how could y'all give it to this fucking?
It's really amazing to see how these people go to the mat.
Yeah.
I mean, this is rap music, like
Racial idolatry.
right? Like they are finding avenues to fight racial battles everywhere.
Yeah,
right?
That's why I told you, John. They turned this shit political.
Yes,
and I saw it. They turned it political. It was just a beef over a nigga that was jealous of Drake. But they turned this shit political,
turned
man.
to a fucking black power
You
movement.
mean the they, as in they are not like us?
Yeah,
Not Americans.
They're not like us. They turned it political. They made it like way bigger than what it was. This was just a beef between two guys, but they made this into this huge like political movement. Like this is whites versus blacks, Americans versus Canadians.
Honestly, I believe he's lying to himself right there. To be honest with you, like he can't believe that 12 Man is behind Kendrick. For foreign trade issues. Right? What was that pipeline coming out of Canada? Right? We found our pipeline, man. See, I'm with Kendrick. Right?
I didn't know we had a rap trade deficit, man. Too many lyrics are going one way and not enough lyrics going our way.
That's the deficit.
Hold on for 1 minute. And there's another thing that Crack just mentioned, and CKJ3 started touching on it. A rap trade deficit. That's an interesting term, Crack.
Nah, man, I'm just fucking. Nah, you can't take this shit seriously. Are we serious right now?
Seriously, and CKJ started going there, and I kind of lost my train of thought. But he was basically saying Drake is an interloper. He can come in, do business with American business owners, rappers, make a whole shit ton of money out the business, and take it back to Canada. These are rap trade deficit. We got a trade deficit here. Right? Leave some money for us in the States.
It was really that deep.
Stop sleeping with all our women.
There's all kinds of things I'm learning here.
Here comes Linwood. Linwood's coming in.
Oh Lord!
There we go. Let's go.
Interrupt me. I'm gonna put you back. But Drake got the biggest deals. The blacks feel like he's racially connected to these people in power, and they feeling maybe it's like an uneven playing field. He got the music business behind him and things like that, and hence you're not like us. And he's coming into these inner cities, Atlanta, right? Because I did a stream on, remember the boy coming up on a Tuesday, that nigga, right? How Drake shit on that nigga, right?
McConan.
Who? What's his name?
McConan.
Well, hold on, John.
Who's it? Oh no.
Hold on, John. Let me say that.
30 seconds. Get it out.
I caught the glitz of the song. They're not like us. I saw the Super Bowl. It was a great game, by the way. Loved the game. The halftime show started off a little
concise.
Not as energetic, but it started to get that climax toward the end. But really, yes, I understand the message behind it, because let's be honest about it. Under a system of racism, white supremacy, which none of you guys believe in, but that's VGQ, the white people who run the areas of entertainment and labor, the smartest, most powerful white people, would use a Drake to put him out there, put him up front. You become the mastermind, you become the head of the rap, because we put a white rapper up there, which has not really functionally worked. They tried to put,
All right.
I like the British black taking American black acting jobs.
Yeah, back to my point. In terms of this rap trade deficit thing, I think CKJ3 was going somewhere in that is kind of Drake's business model. He's able to go down in these inner cities, create a hit.
But that doesn't benefit the communities, is what Kendrick Lamar was saying.
Okay, fair enough.
You are from another country.
Hold on. Right. And see, there he goes. He said that's the rap trade deficit, crack. That he's from another country. Now, I guess we could assume that they would take it more likely. They would take it, a little better if Drake lived in America. I don't think that would be the case. Right. I think they're using that he's from Canada, which is more or less, like I said, a rap trade deficit.
Yep.
He's extracting all the money out of the inner cities on the rap business and taking it for himself, and he's the richest. So that's the jealousy and
I don't think that's jealousy. I don't think that's jealousy at all. I think it's really more.
It's the interlocal aspect. Whatever
it's the industry. It is the people who run that industry, and this practice has been done in the area of entertainment for years.
I don't need a history lesson. What we're talking about is right now, and so.
Well, this is relevant to what I'm saying right now, John. This is relevant to what I'm saying. Is that he's accusing Drake of mainly being an industry plant or mainly the white man. Let's keep it real. The white man's school.
I think is basically, HB. You remember when we did that stream and what was it? We were talking about Kendrick and Drake.
Oh, John, I'm over here crying, man.
And I was like,
seriously, stop it. Geneva Convention, man.
And I said, HB know the business. I said, Drake know the business, right? And I think that's really what it is, man. Like, they're seeing that he came in, swooped in, basically carved out a large percentage of the profits for himself. And if you want to add the foreign policy angle to it, he took it back to Canada, right? But I think you niggas would be mad if he lived anywhere in the 48 continental states. You niggas would still be mad.
I wouldn't be mad necessarily, but I'll be honest with you. You know what I mean? As a hip hop fan myself, I've seen hip hop go through changes I don't even like. We went through, being.
All right. History. We don't need a history lesson. Hey, HB, you ever have there ever been a rap battle where or battle in other genres of music where, according to CKJ3, at least half the blacks that have invested interest in this are rooting for the loser of the rap battle to
No. Usually in rap battles, what ends up happening is everybody wins in a rap battle.
No, the hell they don't. No, the hell they don't.
Usually.
I mean, Ja Rule lost his career when he lost to 50 in the rap beat.
Well, partly because
NWA got dissolved after Ice Cube dissed them on No Vaseline.
No, NWA got dissolved after he died.
You're making my point. All right. So you're making my point.
No. But the thing is, nobody wanted them to dissolve. Like,
right.
Nobody had like a vested. And even with Ja Rule, nobody really wanted Ja Rule to leave. It was just 50 was that much better at that point.
It was like, I'm the king of the line, nigga. You can exist, right? But I'm gonna be a king.
Well, wait a minute. 50 just dissed him out. 50 dissed him to a point where the fans turned against him.
In the sense of Drake, HB, it seems like they want him gone, so whatever remains of the music business they can take for themselves.
Yeah,
As you mentioned, that nigga, what's his name? K-Dot. He very strategic about what songs he played, right? He want the money now, goddamn it. That nigga ain't coming
it was all about the money.
Right?
It was all about the money. Yeah.
Right. And so with Drake out of the way, presumably everybody else can get a little song, right?
Yep.
Most of these rap niggas are broke, right? They broke, most of them, right? So maybe they can get a little song, right?
And I think the thing too is like, that's why I don't really accept that whole thing where they try to make it seem like he's a culture vulture, because it was mutually beneficial. Him.
You know what culture vulture was aimed at mostly, HP? It was aimed at white rappers who would steal from.
That's the thing too. He's not white. I mean, he's biracial. But I think it was.
But the same thing applies. He is a culture vulture. In their words, Drake is a culture vulture.
I don't see it like that. I think it was mutually beneficial. Like Drake got on a song with these guys, it made their stock rise, and he stayed relevant.
You know what I think, HB, as you said it, I think they couldn't maintain, what he gave them a springboard, but they couldn't take it and run with it. You know what I'm saying? And that may have been part of it. You know what I'm saying? You jump on your song, hey, I just did you.
Dude, Drake got dissed, and now he is suing his own record company for pushing wow, I've never seen this shit.
Where's the McConan boy? Is he still singing, rapping, whatever the fuck he does? Coming up on a Tuesday, nigga?
I don't know where
I doubt it.
I think he like OD'd or something. I don't know.
He left this world. Who wonder who found that nigga?
I mean, man, now he's suing his record company because he accusing them of trying to sabotage him and push him out for Kendrick. Now, myself personally, Kendrick is one of many good rappers, but rap hasn't really been the same since the 90s. The 80s and the 90s. It hasn't been the same since that time.
No, it hasn't.
Like, not the messaging that was, speaking, and you actually could clearly understand what they're saying, but Kendrick Lamar is for the generation that is now 19, 20, or younger than that. He's not for our generation.
Kendrick is for the fake pro-black niggas, man. That's who he's for, man.
No, he's not for no fake pro-black. He's not for. I mean, I've heard him in interviews talk about politics. And one of the things he said in his interview, he said, we're so quick to cut down our black leaders. He did say that in a
because he's interview. A fake pro-black. That's why.
I don't think he is a fake pro-black because I mean he never talked about being pro-black. Like, what do you think he's pro-black because he repeated from the gentleman named Gil Scott Heron, the revolution then would not be televised. Revolution is now.
Well, you're proving my point. Thank you, Linwood.
I mean,
what revolution? What revolution?
He's a pro-black rapper, dude. It's okay.
He's just rhyming words.
Wait a minute. He's not Paris. He's not X-Clan. He's not, the Jungle Brothers. He's not. Unless you probably know who these rappers are.
Well, he's not to that extent, but he does community work in his hometown. He's got different charities and missionaries and stuff that he does in Africa and stuff like that. He's pro-black, bro, and it's okay that he's pro-black. It's all right.
I mean, he's not. Far from, or the mother dead prez.
Well, I mean, but there is no modern day, dead prez or even Public Enemy or any of that stuff.
Oh no, not anymore.
You know what I mean? That time is done. So now I disagree with the fact that the only people who like him are pro-blacks. That's asinine. That's cap. White people eat him up. White people like Kendrick Lamar. Yes, they do.
With this song, the black people have, it's like a racial war chant, right? It's a song they be rapping on the battlefield.
A racial war chant.
I disagree.
I just
Maybe.
it's okay. Which one? Not like us. Not like us.
Why do white people like him? Why do white people like him?
Because the songs that you view from a black lens as protest can be applied to across many spectrums. That's why it's not unusual for white folks during a time of inflation or something like that to play "We Gonna Be All Right."
HB,
With the whole FWA thing, you know what I'm saying, that's been coming up. That whole "they not like us" in regards to immigrants. Yeah, it's even though he has his own intentions for the song itself has a universal meaning. It speaks to that. It speaks to that tribalism that's in people. You know what I mean? So,
I like that explanation.
Do you think John saying racial war chant is politicizing?
I'll keep it real with you, Stanley.
John, play that South African clips you did on Sunday that got yanked out of YouTube.
HB, do you think the racial war chant comment was politicizing?
I don't know about politicizing. I don't know what the.
Well, I was asking HB, did he lose connection?
He might have.
Yeah, I bet he did. How convenient.
I'll say this though. In the political time and era we're in, I would say, he wasn't. I've been hearing comments all day. Why wasn't he speaking to the mainstream? Because it wasn't for mainstream white people. It was for grassroots black folks to hear that message. Because a lot of what that caricature in that Super Bowl thing was actually true. No, you're too aggressive. You're too this and you're too ghetto. That's what many white people think of black music. It's just if it doesn't make them feel comfortable, it's negative. And I think black people get to a point where those black people who are more conscious are starting to get to the point where we're tired of appeasing white. We're tired of being the appeasement of white comfort. We're tired of that.
So Linwood, I need you to stop right there. So what you just said is interesting. You said that you think blacks are tired of appeasing white. What did you say? Comfort or consciousness,
or appealing to that.
Okay, got you. That's what you said, right? And see, that has been my thought all along. Is that they took over the Super Bowl and they said, "Fuck what your feelings. You mean fuck your feelings? We're gonna jazz this motherfucking national anthem up. We're gonna have a black one. God damn it!
It was a plan."
And then we're gonna have a rap nigga. I just think that is the way things happen.
Yeah, John, I'm telling you, man, I've been seeing this. Even John, when you look at these Hollywood blockbusters, they do it to them too, man.
Nigga,
you look at how they did look at how they did like Ghostbusters and Star Wars and Star Trek. All these like Hollywood blockbusters that used to like have a lot of just social kind of, they meant something. Now they're
look at Hamilton.
To white folks.
Yeah, look at
is that what you mean?
Like look at Hamilton, right?
They're making American history black.
Yeah, they start rapping in that right?
Hamilton.
Yeah.
This is
now you accept the Federal Reserve, don't you? Because he's black.
Right.
You look at.
I was watching
you look at people like Too Short, and they made their millions and they got out of Oakland.
They made George Washington black.
Like
I was watching a damn movie. They had a black nigga with one of them wigs on, like he was over in Europe, like in the Parliament. That nigga had a wig on.
Parliament. But they do that in Africa all the time, though, John. They do wear those wigs in actual Africa. They got the parliamentary system. They'll wear the wigs. They'll wear the powdered wigs. It's like, what the fuck?
No funkadelic. No.
John, I've been
wear that shit over there.
Yeah. They take it seriously. Yeah. The blacks will still wear that because it's customary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
In Africa.
But no. I've been noticing a lot with these movie franchises. I know it sounds a little crazy, but it's like it's almost like they're purposely making these movies bad just to piss off and troll that original fan base. Like I know Stanley doesn't believe it, but man, those Star Wars fans, those Star Trek fans, those motherfuckers would die hard for that shit. And to see what they've done with these franchises, it's honestly like it's like, bro, these people are purposely trying to make this shit gay.
Yo, the HB, did you see what they did? The Captain America nigga talking about
America? Yo.
Oh boy, here we go. No,
that's another one.
Hey, before you get in that bag real quick, I do think a lot of this is I don't want to say staged, but a lot of these movies can't stand on their own, right? So they're basically succeeding off of the outrage of the movie.
I don't think
because these same people who talk shit about the movie, right, and will hate Star Trek with a passion, they'll go see it, then review it and tell everybody that it's trash. And
I do see that point.
It's all in the game, bro. Because what used to work doesn't work anymore.
Bro,
it just doesn't.
What you're saying is true. Then that we're to the point where we can't make this shit. We gotta make bad shit. Make money off niggas talking about how bad it was. That's some upside down shit.
Yeah, I do feel that. I see that.
Monetizing outrage. That's the new shit, man.
And that's what we're doing with the Sea Walk right now and all this shit. It's just like, dude.
Yeah. Because realistically, who gives a fuck if Serena is up there fucking crip walking? Nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah, right.
Really.
They got the ratings though. You got the ratings, and you got people rewatching that shit.
People do care about it because it's hello.
Degrading the black people. I think.
Right. The Serena thing is
We're
totally
degrading to white people.
The movie thing, I think, like,
come on, Stanley.
That doesn't make sense to me. To make
it actually does.
Hold on. To put bad actors in there, unappealing motherfuckers that you can't look at, that don't make sense to me. Like,
I'll give you the play, and you've seen this. If you've tuned into movies, you've seen this numerous times. They'll say that they're coming out with, let's say Snow White. They're coming out with a Snow White movie, and before the movie even comes out, they already get in front of it saying that this movie is going to cause outrage. People aren't going to like it, and so if people don't like it, it's because they're not hip to the new progressive whatever, right? And then they'll start naming things about the movie that they know people will be outraged about. And then those typical outraged people will go out and start doing their, the geeks and gamers goofy shit that they do, right? Where they'll review and constantly talk shit about Snow White before it even comes out. And then what ends up happening? No. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just that's the strategy for the time. That's the game of the time.
Oh, cool.
So they'll get ahead of it by saying, this movie's going to be trash, but you're not gonna. You guys aren't on our. You're not on our level, and it's trash for these reasons.
It off with the past.
Yeah, that's it, and that's all in the game. That's all.
Cool.
Yeah, I'd rather pay to watch Godzilla Japan rerun.
I think most people would.
Yeah.
People would. I would rather see Mothra versus like Godzilla again. Yeah, why not?
In the process for peace, man, they did the same thing with the Ghostbusters that came out. They got in front of it, told everybody, hey, this all girls. We're basically gonna fuck up the entire movie, and you're gonna have to deal with it. And if you don't, you're not as progressive as we are. The movie did shit.
Well,
and then they came behind and said, "Well, see, we told you."
What's interesting about that statement, that was true, but mainly it was behind Leslie Jones, because Leslie Jones, true story, was getting attacked the most out of all the other characters, sponsors of the movie. It was like she was too black, she was too loud, she was too this, she was too that, and the pushback to the movie mainly was because of Leslie Jones.
Linwood, No, that's not what it was. It was the movie was trash. That's what it was. And
I mean, that was word on the street at the time with the Hollywood Reporter and all that stuff. That she got Leslie Jones got a significant amount of
Hollywood
hate mail
Reporter. Oh well.
for being according to being on the street for word on the street. Yeah, that's what was going down because she was in that movie.
It was about them basically remaking a franchise movie that had already came out. That was the issue. Man, Glenwood, you got goddamn echo.
Yeah, you got echo. You got bad echo now, man.
Yeah, that echo crazy, bro.
Joan was just the biggest and the blackest and the ugliest one, so she took a lot of the arrows. But I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's true. And she was on SNL too, right? Like the most, like she was the most like prominent in SNL. Yeah.
Yeah,
compared to the others. Yeah.
Me, it's really just I do agree with Free Zone. I do think this is just kind of the business model now where
Yeah, I agree too. I see it. I feel like they purposely get people to hate. Yeah.
Yeah, and they get people to fucking hate on it. And what's kind of crazy is like they still own all the intellectual properties of everything. So when you review it, they get a piece of that.
Man, don't get me on the intellectual property laws, man. They renewed all that Mickey Mouse shit and all that. Dude, I'll be like 100 years old before Star Trek is public domain. And even then, it probably won't. They'll figure out another loophole to make it like, fuck.
Yeah, it's deep, man. And I think part of it is that, but I think another part of it too is there's like a certain social engineering,
Yeah.
As a kid, I'm gonna turn it around on you and make you fucking hate it. It's like a mind fuck, man.
Yeah. If Universal was back up here, you could talk about that. Yeah.
What's the movie that they just did with the witches?
Oh,
Wicked.
Wicked, yeah.
Wicked.
Yeah,
so that's an example. They did the same thing with Wicked. The only difference was that Wicked actually turned out to be. I haven't seen it, but from everybody who's seen it, they take their kids and all that stuff. Even the adults were like, "Yo, the movie was actually pretty good."
It's hard to fuck up Wicked.
It's hard to fuck up Star Wars.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, it is hard to fuck up Star Wars.
It's hard
In all honesty, Wicked is better than Star Wars.
Oh yeah, of course we know that, Stanley. Yes.
No, but Stanley, that's the problem, though. That's the problem.
Hey, HB, can I say something to Stanley?
Yeah, go ahead. Of course.
I'd vote for a dog before I'd vote for you, just so you know.
And you know what? I have voted for a dog, so we got something in common.
Oh God.
Yeah, I put in my vote for your dog, bro. I definitely got that done.
I appreciate that, Improve.
That was a pretty clever way to get votes for Sam
deserves to win.
Yeah. Clever.
I mean, if tomorrow, like, he's still not first, I'll just throw in some vote. Like, we have to pay votes. I'll just throw in some pay votes into that. Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Correct.
And to tropes. To tropes in the chat, I completely agree. I think we're in this time where people love to hate watch shit. They just like to sit in front of a TV and just this fucking movie, and they'll sit for an hour and a half.
Yes. Dude, the hate content is such a big deal. Like, all that stuff is it's a subculture in YouTube.
It's like being in D-Brave's chat.
Yeah. Dude, that's why John is doing it, Stanley. He knows, dude, there is a market for this trash. Yes. What can we do, man? We gotta get ratings, right?
And Stanley, that's why I was telling you, Stanley, like, if certain shit, if you know it's gonna trigger you, bro, just don't even watch it, because that's exactly what it's there for.
It's just like us watching like reality shows. I'm not gonna watch that garbage, but people love it. What can I say? Oh, you want to see this idiot run around? Ooh, look at the South American reality shows or Spanish ones. where they have a dude like getting cheated on, and the guy's crying and running around, and what the fuck? This is what?
Yeah.
This is what you like watching?
Yeah,
like, what can we do? That gets ratings. Shit.
Yeah, it's a lot of hate watching, Stanley. Like, just think about it right now, Stanley. You probably pay attention more to the politics more now than you did the last 4 years.
Me?
Yeah.
No, not really.
I would imagine I would. Go ahead, Stanley.
Political discord.
Honestly, I think if you're politically minded, I think most of those kinds of people have actually pulled back more from politics in the last 4 years.
That's true. Right. Free zones. Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because they're tired of this. They're tired of the stupid conversations of people who have no understanding of civics or any of that stuff, which I get. Most people understand politics on a very surface level, myself included. That's why I enjoy arguing with Stanley, because I know he knows more than me. But I just want to argue with him. Fuck it.
Yeah, Stanley watched the McLaughlin group, Crossfire, or whatever. Yeah, he can do all that shit. We were just like, what? I watched the McLaughlin group though. I like that. I like that shit.
Yeah, man. So it's just
My last movie I watched was The Hurt Locker, where they go in there with those bomb vests and
what?
There's a goddamn.
Hey, Kaufman, did you think the A-Team was real too? No.
I heard that was
What does the BA stand for?
Bro. No, I was in Egypt, and I was on a bus, and this dude was just watching the A-Team movie. Like, dude, every time I go to America, all they think about America is Lakers. A-Team. I was like, what the fuck? The most stereotypical shit. They think I knew all that stuff. I'm like, dude, I don't give a fuck about the Lakers. I live in Northern California. Why the hell do I give a shit? I would think about the Kings or the Warriors. Or like, what the fuck do I care about the damn Lakers?
And that if anybody's wondering why that Luka trade went through, Craig just told you why right there.
Yeah, right there. Yeah. I don't even follow basketball that much anymore. Apparently, it's a big deal. Yeah. Yeah.
That's why it's all big business. Like even like just even like racism is, to me, is like it's a business now. It's not even.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And these are the things that happen when things go mainstream, right? Yep. And that's why okay, like I understand what Linwood is saying, but he's like 80s black. Like we've moved on from what hip hop was in like the 80s and 90s to where it's a sacred thing.
He's not 80s black. We would have thought he was weird.
A sacred thing, yeah.
So
Stanley's like 1800s black. It's not 80s black, it's 1800s black.
Douglas Proud.
Yeah.
Now see here, Negro.
Shit. He would do that. He was fucking. Oh my god! I can see him do that.
You are going to pay respect to the great Kendrick Lamar. Fuck Drake. He is not like us.
Oh my god, dude! Oh man, that is gold, man. Get Stanley to say that. That's gold.
How dare you? How dare you blaspheme against that walking queen?
Oh man, dude, I can see a duel right outside. Let's go. We got
you dare blaspheme against the great Serena? I challenge you to a duel.
Yeah, it just slaps him.
And the horns just go out of nowhere.
Yeah. Oh man,
you on a horse with a stick? Charge!
I can actually see Stanley.
I could see it. I could see it. That ain't funny, actually. That's actually real. Yeah.
Lord Stanley, rest of his name.
Yeah, he would ride that horse English style. He wouldn't ride that shit like a cowboy or anything.
Come on now. I'm not riding side saddle.
Yeah. Oh, you're not.
Lord Stanley Chris
Oh
of Georgia.
man, yeah, of Georgia. Fuck.
You see 12th man on the side of the road. Can I have some supper, sir?
Yeah, you can see
12th man twist. 12th man twist.
Stanley would be like, get your filthy hands off me.
Get your hands off my lady.
We know 12th man will be a poacher.
Unhand her.
Oh man. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it.
He'll be poaching my grouse.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris got put in the back at the LA Stadium watching the Lakers. They put her in the back. Like, you don't get
What?
the presidential.
In the locker room?
Oh wow, she was in the locker room.
Damn.
Yeah, she should have told.
She
that
has
story.
come down in the world.
Yeah, she might have got my vote if she told that story. 12th man. Hold on a second.
Man.
She couldn't go on Joe Rogan, but she went in the Lakers locker room.
She fucked the Showtime Lakers back in the day. Wow. Oh, I hope not. I hope not.
You should have done that 3-hour Joe Rogan.
You know, Stanley too. I think too. We're at a place right now, and even in sports, where it's almost like this might just be me, but was the halftime show more talked about than the goddamn game?
I don't know. I didn't watch any of it.
I
would say yes. I'm still, you go online, you won't hear that much. Now, you know what? I'm gonna have to say it's about even because I've seen, Jalen Hurts, someone that I follow on YouTube did a whole show. I'd say it's about even. Hurts in the halftime show. Hurts and Serena, basically.
Yeah. I think they're about neck and neck.
Basically, I mean, because the Chiefs got
pretty good,
bro. The Chiefs got dog walked in the first half so badly that it's like okay, I wanted the Eagles to win. My family's from Philly. We wanted the Eagles to win, but I don't like overkill, bro. I just don't. Like if I turn on the TV, and it's 40-6, I'm turning that motherfucker off. Like no.
Right. Yep.
Hurts went to Mahomes and said, "You're not like us."
Yeah, man. So
damn, Stanley, I should have thought about that before. Damn, Mahomes is the biracial.
That's right.
That's why I was waiting for the Be Brave show. They're gonna Be Brave and John. We're gonna talk about something about that. It's like, oh, is this gonna go against your narrative or this and that? I don't know.
Damn it, I beat him to it.
Yeah. John did kind of.
Did he?
Yeah. He definitely gave Jalen Hurts a lot of respect, and he even talked about how. He even talked about back in college how Jalen Hurts basically, sat down and he just was basically like, it just shows what type of character the guy has. He's a real leader.
Apparently, his father's a coach, so he was a coach's son.
Yeah, and I think that's Stanley, that's the thing about when you're black and in any position, you don't get the benefit of the doubt. You got to prove yourself. And that's just to me. That's just the reality.
And you know what though, HB? If that's the way it is, as long as you actually can prove yourself, it's the way it is. Don't be bitter about it. Just do it.
Nope. You got to be the best.
Did. He wasn't bitter.
Nope, hell no, he wasn't bitter. He loved the opportunity, man. And that's the thing where, you can cry and complain about it, but I look at it as like, bro, this is something else to conquer, man.
And guess what? He's got a Super Bowl ring, and Tua does not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I honestly think it's funny watching people like project onto a rap beef. I just think it's hilarious to me, man. looking for this deep meaning and all, like the whole question about the Super Bowl. Because you got to remember, like Kendrick had already been there, right? He already did the Super Bowl. He rocked the house. He did a great time. He did a great job. So the question this time.
When did he do the Super Bowl? What songs did he perform? I don't remember the Super Bowl.
He did it with when Dr. Dre, Snoop, 50, all them.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
And he had his little segment. He did "We Gonna Be All Right" and all his, all that, right? So the only question this Super Bowl was, is Kendrick gonna play "Not Like Us"? That was the only question because there was so much suing and all this other stuff. That's really what people wanted to know. And so once people found that out, that's it. That's the way I see it. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. All this other extra shit, I don't give a fuck about it. Because it don't mean, it really doesn't mean anything anymore. Because as you just said earlier, hip hop is mainstream. So a lot of this thinking we're making progress, they're just monetizing your progress. You're not really making any progress.
Yeah. Like to think you can culture vulture corporate entity. Like I just don't. I don't know, man. I just don't think hip hop is a culture. It's a goddamn genre of music right now, and I think that's where people get brainwashed into thinking this is an actual culture. That Drake being even a household name should prove that it's a corporate, structure. Like it's all corporate. That's the only reason he was even able to. Man, Drake wouldn't be able to be who he is if this wasn't a corporation pushing this shit.
Yeah, but Drake also
light skinned narrative.
Drake also wouldn't be where he's at if it wasn't for so many fucking weak simp ass niggas that enjoy that kind of goofy ass shit, along with all the ladies. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Drake is he a weird, like, Kendrick had a point, and that's my thing, man. Like, I'm not a pro black guy, right? I'm not on that plane at all. But if I have to choose between a fake hotep and a sassy, effeminate nigga that likes some young, I'm gonna go with the fake hotep. This is what it is.
Oh damn!
I'm telling you.
I really think it's a lose-lose, honestly, because even with Kendrick, like, for him to pretty much dedicate that whole Super Bowl to dissing Drake, it's pretty sassy to me too, man. Honestly,
pretty sassy.
It's pretty sassy. And mind you,
what do you mean?
This is 2025. Rap beef, you gotta kill somebody, man. That's rap beef in 2025. This is
well. That that ain't happening no more, man.
That shit done in the 90s, bro.
Yeah, we this ain't 80s and 90s shit.
I know. That's how you know it's a corporate fucking battle.
That's
it's
right. That's right. Eat your Betty Crocker. Be happy. We're watering this shit down.
Right.
Yep.
And that's why. And CKJ, that's why I only listen to dead rappers, because they really beef. And they die for it. You think this is a beef? This is not a
He stood on business, huh?
What about Stanky Leg? Stanky Leg got an album drop coming. Did he have one? Is his lawyer gonna drop that album, man? I'm waiting for it, man. Volume 1 and the only volume.
Beacon Dave.
I hope so, man.
Man, fuck that skin color shit, nigga. If a nigga like Drake, who texts his 13-year-olds that he misses them, he likes to hang around 16-year-olds until they turn 18. The nigga be at fucking high school basketball games, and he don't have a kid that goes there. Like, the nigga wrote a whole song called "Jaded" about a 19-year-old. Like, this is the nigga that people are trying to defend, and it's just like, if this nigga was in my neighborhood, he'd have to move around. We would not fuck with you. You a weirdo, nigga. Like,
I didn't know any of that.
All this, I don't. All this, I don't want to, bro. I don't want to put the charge on him like that. No, fuck that. If that nigga was doing all that shit and he lived in my neighborhood, you damn right we putting that shit on him. Fuck it.
But that's the thing though. Like, I don't know, man. It's one of those things where it's like, if he really did do some shit like that in this day and age, I don't know how he'd be able to survive without some charges. I mean, shit, they put charges on motherfuckers. I mean, they put charges on Trump. You think Drake's gonna get a pass? I just don't see it.
Well, Drake has committed less crime.
Ah, come on, Stanley. Stanley, you get my point though, man. Like if Trump
I
can
get
get,
your point.
yeah, if Trump can get a catch a case, you telling me Drake can do all of this shit and get away with it? I just don't. I don't know, man. I think yeah, he is a little weird. But
Why Keith Stanley defends giving $59 million to a transgender coffee shop?
Oh God!
I
All
have no,
right.
hey, seriously, I did not understand what you said. I gave $59 million to who?
A transgender coffee shop in Guatemala. Or
you ever been to?
some
You ever
shit.
been to Canada? You ever been to Canada?
Yeah, I've been to Canada a couple times. When I
You know the guys over there are really weird, man.
yeah, they are.
Yeah, they're weird.
They are.
I haven't been to Canada, but I had coworkers came from Canada. Yeah, they're weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like,
and
bro, anytime somebody from Canada pulls up on the panel, I can tell in a second they're from Canada. And
Yeah, I bet
that's
you.
a fact.
And it's not
Yeah,
even
that's a fact.
necessarily it's not even necessarily the accent. It's the weirdness of them, man. They're
No,
just
it's the weirdness. No, there's something about them.
They are
it's-
fag friendly.
Yeah.
All y'all are welcome to Alaska. Even Stanley.
Yeah, you know what? I'm making a reservation as we speak.
Yeah, I'm sure he's gonna take.
Well, how are the girls HB though? The girls are better, right?
Oh yeah.
They're
I'm not gonna
definitely
lie.
more
In
rugged.
Canada, the girls in Canada, they down to go, bro.
They're down to go, huh? They
Yeah,
are.
they down to go, man.
Man.
You see, yeah. That's something about them. There is something about them.
Yeah, no, they
The
are.
corn
Especially,
fed.
especially
That's
when they
what's
say
up.
that.
Okay,
Once they know
crap.
that you're from America and you're in Canada, bro, it's like you're a celebrity out there, man. It's insane.
Yeah, me and my dude were backpacking, and dude, there was this couple. We thought they were a couple, but nah, they weren't. They were just friends, quote unquote, traveling together. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah,
and I think me and my friend were trying to pry that girl off of that dude. It's just funny. I was just like, what the hell's going on? This is weird.
CKJ,
It's weird, man.
Yeah, no, it is really weird. And you know, CKJ, I think the only person I really blame in that situation is LeBron, man. Like, bro, I just, me personally, I just don't respect guys that cheat on their wives like that. You know, I'm not a simp or anything, but it's just like, if you're gonna do that, don't do it with a fucking Canadian, man. Like, you know, he like, you got,
Wait. What do you mean by that? What you mean?
well, basically, Drake told academics that
Academics?
Drake and academics are apparently buddy, and
Okay.
yeah, DJ Academics, and so LeBron and Drake used to be really good friends. Well, once this whole thing happened, everybody basically picked a side. So LeBron picked Kendrick's side. Obviously, he's in LA, blah blah blah.
Oh, I
So
see.
Drake
Okay.
told academics
Oh,
that
wow.
him and
Really?
LeBron used to fuck white bitches up in Canada together, and Drake
Well,
would
what
bring
else
white
is there to
bitches
do
to
in
him.
Canada?
Oh my God.
Nothing.
That is a good question,
Either that
Stanley.
or go-
Great question.
Either that or go watch a hockey game, and shit, I'm not about to do that.
Hey, hockey's actually pretty
Nah,
good.
hockey games are lit, bro. What you mean? Yeah, that's a good time.
Yeah,
They be
hockey games,
skating and fighting, and yeah, man.
the problem with hockey games is like eye test, man. You gotta follow that puck everywhere. It's like, what the fuck? Where did it go? Shit.
Bunch of hard hit.
Don't
Yeah,
want to go well watching. They don't want to go watch sport.
What the hell is he?
What did you say? 12. Wait, hold on. 12 man. Hold on.
They want to go well watching and stuff like that. Maybe watch some this kind of stuff instead of sports, because you know, guys, it's all mostly bullshit anyway.
Yeah.
Well, who knew you
That's
could
why-
get a
that's why I do
contact
wanna
high
go
off of
whale watching and
alcohol?
stuff.
Need to go get some clams and stuff
Every
like
country
that.
has gangs, man. Every country has gangs. That's
The
that's why
Mounties.
that's why I say, man, the gangs and shit, all that stuff is man,
Oh,
that's
look
like a
at Solid
government.
Snake. Hold this for a Canadian mulatto.
Yeah, basically.
Where? I have never heard
who's
that
Zimmer
term
dude?
before.
Zimmerman.
Oh, okay.
Who killed
Sounds like
Trayvon
a
Martin?
Canadian.
But no smoke for Zimmer dude.
Zimmerman. You know what he's talking about, Stanley.
Yeah, Solid Snake. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Good job, Solid.
Yeah. You
Well, Reddit is down 14% after hours, so it didn't make it. Sorry, that wasn't enough. The Seawalk wasn't enough.
What about I did want to ask you about God damn it.
What? Huh? Wait. Come on, HB. You gotta remember. What?
Down get cracked?
Reddit.
Cracked?
Reddit.
What did you say was down?
Reddit. Co-founder.
Yeah, that's a garbage page.
Yeah, didn't Serena?
Yeah. Serena married the co-founder. Yeah, I know, because she was like hanging around San Francisco, like her and that dude were just everywhere. Yeah.
Yo, on
Down with Reddit. I agree.
to be fair though, could you imagine him like bringing Serena to his like business meetings, man? That's a pretty big flex, man. Like I'm
That's
not
a
gonna
flex.
lie.
That's a huge flex.
That's a huge
That's
flex,
huge. No,
I'm not mad
he
at
was carrying her in her arms and like just like taking her everywhere and shit. Like, dude, that's a flex. He's just flexing.
That's a fucking flex. I'm not even
Mhm.
mad at that at all.
Nope,
Like
nope,
I
you
really
can't
don't blame
be.
him. Nah, I'm
It's
not
like,
mad
man,
at
I'm
that.
tech bro. I got Serena, bitch.
Yeah, right.
What you gonna do?
Yeah, right.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do with Sam Altman or whatever the fuck other people? Yeah, whatever.
She bring in a racket and spank some guys too.
Right,
Who wants
yeah,
to get
there you go.
Who wants to get a paddle by Serena? Like, oh my god.
Oh, damn.
Those white guys probably line up for that type of shit.
Yep.
Aw.
She takes a huge running forehand. Oh, that's kind of smart.
Yeah, man. Two sets of three straight to the ass.
Oh, damn.
And
That's
then
a
she
flex.
does that. What's the grunt
Nah.
the women do when they hit their foreheads?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, come on, man. Come on.
Anna Kobe used to do that shit. I used to get a little turned on.
HB2N. A little chub off of that shit. What the fuck?
Yeah. Like, why do I have a hard
What's
on
happening
right now?
here?
Yeah, what the hell is going on? Like, what
Okay, HB, calm down. What are you gonna ask, HB? Wait, what are you gonna ask?
Upstart.
Yeah, Upstart is it's like Affirm, dude. Like the chart, the way it's moving, I like it, but I just don't like.
I wanted to pull the trigger last night, but I was like fucking tired, so I was like,
Yeah, I know.
I don't like fucking trading when I'm like half asleep, and then I wake up.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it before earnings too. Yeah, I know, but because all these software type companies, Affirm, Upstart is like a loan company that does AI, using, and it's like perfect. But my only problem is like right now, I feel like March is gonna be bad, April is gonna be bad. You'll get a better price later anyway. It's like everything we do now is just trading. Like all I'm just telling you is like just for 2 weeks, man. That's it.
Yeah. And CKJ facts. That's the perfect way to put it. I feel like that's kind of what Serena is with him. Like she's like a chess piece, man. That dude, I don't know. I think those millionaires, they just moved in, man.
Uh-oh. HB. Oh man. Yeah, I think he cut out.
No, he's still connected.
Yeah, he's still connected, but his audio that means his connection got bad. Yeah. All right. Okay, guys. Well, we got 28 viewers. Hey, like and subscribe if you like this channel, and you'll get more racialism, I guess, when like John and HB gets or not HB or Be Brave. Yeah.
Or just plain old anti-black.
Yeah, I don't know. You guys will have to figure that out. I can't figure it out.
Well, I figured it out.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I got a dumbass fucking phone call. I know you listening. Why are you fucking calling me? You know I'm online.
What the fuck?
Yeah, who you talking
No, I'm
to?
not talking to you guys. He knows who I'm talking to.
Oh, okay.
He's a bitch. Anyway,
Oh my Lord.
Jesus.
Yeah. You know tropes. Yeah, there's a lot of stocks like that. Like today, LBTR, like the Lightbridge. No, they're. If you keep looking, you'll see similar stocks. These small caps, BBAI, have very little. Small yeah. It's just watch.
What did you think about the inflation news today?
I think Jerome has a.
Oh, you asking me?
Yeah.
Oh,
I was
he said
kind of
HB.
surprised, actually.
No, I mean the thing about it is, they're gonna have a hard time now to get it pushed down. This is the last mile. You know what I mean? It's easy to slam it down couple years, but the soft landing narrative is kind of like always gonna be hard because. And the real reason is the service economy really doesn't get a lot of that interest rate effect. So you can raise the interest rate, but the service economy just keeps resisting it. So that I like the analogy I would give is like, yeah, you have a car, you drive it. Like, let's say you don't have like a differential gear or something, like half your side of your wheels are driving at a different rate than the other half. That's what it is. You're killing the manufacturing, but you're not killing the service. And the US now, and that's why a lot of people are so surprised. How come the economy isn't dead? What's going on? Well, they're living in the 80s. We don't have that kind of economy like we used to. We have a service economy, and that's really different. Yeah, so it can resist the pressure that the Fed is putting on the neck. Yeah, and this will cause problems probably in 2026, not now, but yeah, maybe.
Just in time for the midterms.
Yeah.
Yes, midterms. Yes, and you know, if Trump wanted to kick out Jerome Powell, he can do it in 2026 in May.
Yeah.
And if he does that, it will be crazy though. Yeah, because I think Jerome Powell's not doing a bad job per se. He's actually doing pretty well. But it's a hard thing to do. Yeah. You're playing. You're juggling so many things. Yeah, right now.
The way that Warren chick was talking to him, I was like, God damn, man, that Elizabeth Warren chick.
Yeah,
Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah,
oh God.
Well, the thing about that too is also it really doesn't matter because Jerome Powell doesn't have much power there anyway. Because if Trump just takes off like all his new appointments, they'll reduce restrictions anyhow. That's how it goes. So you'll see maybe later this year you'll see a lot of crypto blowing up, and then other things maybe going like a lot of mergers that'll go really quickly. So. But I think in 2026, that's when things turn over. Yeah. But if you're looking to sell a house, definitely 2026, early 2026, late 2025, you'll get a good price. Yeah.
What a coincidence! Because I'm looking to buy a house at around that.
Oh, don't! That's the highest price. You gotta wait.
No, like after that. I'm saying after that is what.
Yeah, after that it'll be good.
So,
it'll be good.
Like later,
yeah.
like probably later into 2026, possibly early 2027. Is what I'm thinking.
What will happen is because I think Jerome Powell will realize he can't like keep interest rates this high. He'll realize, damn, I still can't push down inflation. and then something will break in the economy, and then he'll be forced to lower interest rates. And that's the time when like people will just start buying a lot of houses because they're like, oh man, I can get a loan real cheaper than I did 6 months ago, but it's not really cheap, right? It's just a psychological effect. People are just like, people are idiots. They'll just be like, oh damn, it's not 7%. Now I can get a 6% loan. That's great. And then they'll just start bidding up prices, and people will sell because the problem with the real estate, it's not like stocks, right? The liquidity is very low. People don't sell and buy stock like houses like every second like a stock, or crypto every millisecond or something. So you don't know what the true price will be. So then this causes like these crazy swings, and people that want to sell a house, they'll be better off later this year into early. So it's a seller's market. And then for you want to buy, you got to wait later.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, that's the pain about real estate. That's why I hate real estate, honestly. And
I do too, man. So I got people trying to get me into it. Like
it's fake. It's the pricing is not real. It's all it's just a bunch of foreigners coming in too, right? Like, Degrassi man, right? And they come in, they pump up the price, and it's just like, come on, dude. Nobody who and the developers also screw you too. They create these cheap houses with if you inspect a house, you'll be like, dude, come on, man. You built this on the fly. It's really not worth what you're charging, but because of the land it's on, fuck. Yeah, you're stuck. I mean, I don't know what you can do unless you can build your own house. Or like in the old days, if 12th Man was up here, like Stanley, you remember like the Sears Roebucks? They used to build the houses for you, right?
Yeah, man.
Those houses are still around in LA, in Long Beach. Go to Long Beach. There's a neighborhood where they have Sears Roebucks built houses. They're still standing. They're really good.
And it totally off the topic, but manufactured homes, those prefabricated, are actually really sturdy.
Yeah, they can be. Yes. Yeah. So I don't know why we don't go back to that. Shit. I don't know. I don't know how to solve. There's so many complications with the economy. Like if I wanted to solve all these problems, there's just too many things that have to go into it. You gotta fix like the loans. You gotta fix like the demand and supply disparity. Then you gotta fix like, hey, how come people just make these cheap houses like this when we could just go back to the old ways, because those houses are still standing.
Yeah, I remember looking at an old Sears catalog. I'm like, God damn, this is how this how
I had an old one too. Yeah, I had an old. I found an old one because it was like on the Goodwill. Like you go to Goodwill, they have books, and somebody like donated a Sears catalog. I just got it. I wish I still had it. Fuck, I probably threw it away, but. Damn, it was interesting. You just look through it. You're just like, oh, I could buy a pocket watch. I could buy a house. I could buy a gun. I could buy this and that off the catalog. I'm like, what the fuck?
From Sears? Oh, hell
yeah.
So let me ask you this, get cracked, because you might actually be the guy I need to ask about this.
Okay.
So my idea is to save, because I was talking about buying real estate next year, right? And my idea is to just stack up money as much as I can, because I feel like at this point right now, cash is kind of king right now. Is there a time where that will change, where cash won't be king like it previously?
Yeah. Well, like probably later on when like we'll watch gold and silver like in the coming 2 years. If that thing outperforms bonds, that's when I know the dollar is gonna die.
Right.
Okay. So if I see people not buying U.S. bonds, then they don't want dollars no more. That's when you gotta worry. Like, oh shit, is the regime changing? Yeah, that's when
Right.
But for now you're okay, because cash is always gonna be king, because it's you can't buy a house with Bitcoin. You can't buy a house with bars of gold. Nobody's gonna take that shit. It's just not feasible. Yeah, the liquidity is not there. But later,
when you say bonds, is that long-term bonds, short-term bonds, or just bonds? Period.
Long-term bonds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. 30. Because right now that's kind of like why Yellen didn't want, because okay, when COVID happened, I thought like Yellen and a lot of people thought this, like, okay, the bonds are going to be zero, like near 0%. They were the lowest ever in history. Like, why didn't we issue a lot of 30-year bonds at near zero and finance our debt? Because we could have like solved all our debt problems during COVID at that time. You could have released a whole bunch of 30-year bonds and people had to eat it. They had to suffer. Like, okay, I gotta get 30-year bonds at near 0%. Like, but Saudi Arabia, Japan, China, I think Yellen probably knew they weren't gonna buy it. That's why she didn't do it.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that's it. We're near the end of that kind of period where people would just take all our debt just because they wanted dollars. You know what I mean? Even though it's not like, if you're not getting much interest, you still want dollars. But she probably already knew like they don't want to buy our dollars anymore. They're looking at gold, they're looking at silver, and who knows, maybe even Bitcoin, right? And that's kind of like that's how it's happening. It's changing. Yeah, something is changing underneath.
It's probably not Bitcoin, honestly.
Oh my God! Oh man, if Rashu came back up here, he'd be like, "Oh, yep, it's all Bitcoin." This is.
I've been hearing rumors about Bitcoin. People are saying that a lot of these decentralized cryptocurrencies are eventually going to be the downfall of the dollar due to the overall shift in the fiat aspect of the American dollar. Do you
Yeah,
think that would be true.
So the funny thing is when John started the show and I came on here, I kind of said like Bitcoin is a proxy for the dollar actually, and there was this military master's thesis. I don't know if it was the Navy or the Army, but there was some dude that said like Bitcoin was a form of soft power, and it got banned. It got censored. I have it. I have it downloaded. So one of these days, I got to read through it, and I got to find the select bit, because they were saying like, oh, Bitcoin is a form of soft. So there's something about Bitcoin that will be useful, and that's why you see Trump doing all this Bitcoin stuff. Maybe somebody out there, they read this and said like, oh, this is useful. We got to take control of Bitcoin. Yeah.
So and see, I'm in a position to where I'm ready to unload a portion of my Bitcoin, of my crypto, because the government has eyes on crypto. Because whatever the government touches basically turns to shit. They have a good track record of it.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't want. I wouldn't want my I got a 70%, like 7% of my financial portfolio is crypto. I would like to bring that down to like 4%. Just because I just you know what I'm saying? Like I just can't. I know they track record, bro. Like, so when I hear the president say crypto, it's like, all right, let me count it down, because I know, the war on poverty, the war on all that stuff. Y'all fucked it all up. So you finna fuck up crypto. I just know it. So question is how.
Especially when they were so against it at first, man. It is.
I think so around May to June, I think will they be the last top until the next, because crypto is so predictable. It's every 4 or 5 years that you see it, because they actually, the way they time the halving for the Bitcoin is coincides with like the election cycle, which is coincidental, I guess. Maybe not, right? So it's like, wow, it follows that 4 years, and it's like so predictable. Okay, you buy it here like 2 years ago, and then you jump up now, and you're like, okay, do it again. So I think May will be the last big point. Like, I hope it can get to like 200K, but it might not. Yeah.
That's a stretch.
No, that's real.
Yeah, but it could, depending on what's happening, because you got the CFTC is changing, you got the SEC, it's gonna change. We're gonna see what's gonna happen, and they're gonna release a lot of ETFs and things for all the other little cryptos too.
Yo, Claris, man.
Yo, I gotta get into gematria, man.
Yo, it's honestly.
Oh, gematria.
Yeah, it's honestly bullshit. I know a lot of gematria guys, and bro, yesterday they were basically saying like, this is the 666th game that the Kansas City Chiefs played.
No, you gotta get the fucking numerology shit.
Did you beat that one thing on that one gematria guy on CTs? I think his name's called like Gematria News or whatever.
Oh nah. These guys are
Yeah, they be saying some wild ass shit, man.
I'm thinking about getting
just-
into it, man. You can really you can make anything into that bullshit, man.
Yeah, you can clean up. You can clean up, bro. You get paid off that shit.
Well, you're doing the Gary. You're doing the streams about come on, you can do
Yeah,
that.
I'm already pretty
Freemasonry.
I'm already
Nah,
pretty familiar with the
honestly,
occult. I think I can make some good money off of that.
I think you can honestly get more like knowledge and clarity about society if you just smoke crack. Honestly.
No pun intended. Shout out to Get Crack.
That shit is so much bullshit, man. Like everything's by the numbers. I do think there are some trends and stuff, but trust me, if anybody could crack the code, we'd all be fucking millionaires right now, man. These motherfuckers are just crazy, man.
Oh my god. We gotta learn the secret of the world. All we gotta know is the birthday of George Soros or some bullshit.
Yeah, come on, man. He's born, his number is 15 and 1 + 5 is 6. And I like bro.
Equals 17. You know what else means 17? Death.
Death. Yeah, every number means death too. Like, bro, stop it, man.
I could just do some random bullshit on YouTube and put it in the gematria calendar and come up with some bullshit. Did you know Star Wars was actually a reference to the Holocaust because a star?
Oh my god, no
you know what else
way.
13?
Yeah. That's all it takes, bro. That's all it takes.
I'm really thinking about it. I've been thinking about this for a while now. Ever since I saw that guy on CTs, I was like, I think I can make a whole channel dedicated to this bullshit, man.
No, and Gary, if you make sure you don't show what you look like, bro, you could fool a bunch of people too, man. They think you're like some white guy talking about it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. You can't show you're black. You can't show you're black.
Yeah. If they see
you're marketing. Yeah,
you're ruining it.
Yeah, no. I was actually thinking about using not an AI voice because people really don't like AI voices specifically in YouTube videos, but I can definitely use my own.
Yeah, you sound great as is, man. Don't worry about it. You sound white enough. You're white passing. You're white passing, bro. Don't worry.
Just
I would take you serious, man. I'd be like, is this motherfucker for real?
Gary, I just need to work on some PowerPoints, get some good editing done, get some charts lined up. Hell yeah.
Nah, yeah, I've heard some wild shit people say to like make the numbers fit. They'll add up all the numbers and it'll be like 663, right? And then they'll say add 3 for the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ. It's like, whoa, where the fuck did that come from? We're talking about sports. How did you get like Jesus? 666. It's like, come on, bro. Like you're doing too much, man. Why are you doing this?
I've been seeing stuff like that for like school shootings as well, where they somehow tie that shit back to
they love to do that. Yeah.
Hey, but I will say this: these motherfuckers that are looking for all these deep symbols in the halftime show, they'll eat that gematria shit up, bro.
Yeah,
they'll eat it up.
They will.
They'll eat it all up.
That shit I actually believe in. That they do put symbols in.
Yeah, Stanley. He's
Serena Crip Walk. Crip Walk has 4 letters, right? Walk has another 4 letters. That's 8. What does 8 mean? 8 is the number of days in the week. Add a 1. What you get? It's like
no, man.
No, you get it sideways. You know what that means? Infinity. You know what infinity represents? Represents the infinite power of God.
Yeah, that's easy. That's easy.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, this is easy money.
That's easy money. Yeah, if you want to do that, I mean, I don't even know how they even got popular in the first place. How do you like do a following? Like, come on.
I mean, it's easy.
There's got to be so many people that do this, like public access, like TV. There's so many people that do horoscopes, tarot, and all. Come on.
Get cracked. The thing is, I looked it up. There's like 2 major channels that go over gematria. The rest are just little documentaries. No one's doing this. No one is fucking doing it. No one's doing this, but
see, this is why I'm old fashioned. I just like, come on, how does C-Walk even matters? Like, come on, this was a big thing in the 90s. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, bro. There's like one Negro who uses gematria in order to read the stars, and some other, and that one guy on CTs, and that's it. Everybody else is just like a documentary here, a couple shorts there. There's no
Okay,
dedicated channels
okay.
outside of those two.
Yeah, start one, Garion.
Yeah,
We got to start one.
Yeah, I think about I found a market here out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think.
No, you got to read the Zohar, man. You got to read that Zohar. Then you'll figure it out.
Yeah.
The library had like a whole bunch of thick ass books. I was trying to read it, but I was like, "Oh my god, I'm going insane."
To be fair, I have read some of the read some of the gematria readings on Wikipedia. That shit is boring. God, it's gonna be a slog in order to get this down, but I think I might have got something here.
You gotta do it in the Hebrew though.
Yeah,
That's the only one that counts.
Yeah,
don't do gematria in English. That's BS,
Did you know there's 4 different versions of this shit, man? There's the Hebrew.
Yeah, I dude. No, you gotta do the Hebrew. You gotta do the Hebrew. Oh man, HB's gone.
HB dropped out.
Yeah, he's gone. They yoinked him out of here. Oh man.
What is yoink? 4 letters?
Yeah, yoink. I guess it's 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit. No, I don't even know what's going on with like. Oh, okay. I think John has to figure out who's deleting all the YouTube videos or whatever the heck's going on.
Oh, did his video? I thought the only videos that got deleted were those 2 where he had the.
Nah, the one with the like just me calling in, like that got deleted. So I don't know why. And
By YouTube?
It could be because one time Stanley, my own stream, like stocks, like there was nothing on it. Come on, there was nothing controversial. It got randomly deleted. I asked Portia, hey, like I saved it, thank God, and I'll re-upload it. And she was like, she contacted YouTube after a couple days, was like, yeah, they deleted it.
Wow. Why?
But there was no reason. So it wasn't copyright. It wasn't. That's why I feel like our channel is like really, like we are kind of like in the microscope. I have no clue. Yeah, like YouTube, if they want it gone, they want it gone. But then they don't even tell you why. Then it's like, oh come on.
Yeah, that is kind of bullshit. And you're right.
Yeah.
The stream. I recognize the thumbnail. The stream's gone. It's completely gone.
Yeah, it's completely gone. Yeah, and I'm like, what was controversial there except like maybe the South African like racial chants? That could be like, yeah, it's like, oh yeah, kill the whitey. I guess that got cut because of that.
Yeah, but
like I don't know, but was there something else?
I think that's bullshit though, because the original is still up there. It's still on YouTube.
Yeah, so I don't know. Anyway, but it seems like it's like a lot of his like solo streams got like yoinked off. So then I'm kind of like wondering, hey, you got to pay attention. You got to pay attention. Something's up.
I don't know. Maybe John said the N word or something.
Oh, he always got. He's like.
Yeah,
but like,
yeah, you said that tongue in cheek, right? Maybe,
but Sally, you covered it. You covered it anyway. So I think you got the most of the part, like because I said that dude was like he was living the American dream, right? I forgot about that. Yeah, I said that. I said like, yeah, come on, he got Playboy model. He ripped off the IRS. So what? Whatever. That's great. Good for him. I think that was fine.
To be honest, now I don't approve of any of that, but you know what? What's your money for?
Right. Yeah. I think overall, yeah, that's what a lot of people would aspire to be. That's American culture. I think in general, it's like, yeah, that is kind of like the American dream, right? It's like, come on,
they are not like us.
Yeah, I mean that's why the Canadian motherfucker comes here and wants to be a rapper. Right? It's like that you are trying to live that American dream. Like, you are not gonna get big in Toronto and Vancouver. Like, get real. Calgary, like, come on, Prince Edward Island, Newfoundland, Montreal,
performing at the Stampede.
Right? Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, that's the whole thing. It's just kind of like, come on. So
Canada was really prevalent in the rap game is when those 3 niggas tried to jump Rick Ross and failed. That shit was kind of funny.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, it was like a month sometime last year. Ain't nobody talking about Canada since. At least in the streets, anyway.
Damn, I didn't even know. Yeah, oh shit, I forgot about that. Yeah, it's weird. That is weird.
I was gonna say, Crack, you were there. We were making all types of jokes about how.
Oh, really? I was there.
Yeah, you were there. It was John, me, HB, you, and another person, and we were making all these jokes like, bro, if Rick Ross had a bunch of black women over there, he wouldn't have got his ass beat, man.
I don't know. Man, we do so many 24-hour streams here, man. I barely remember anything I said. You know, a lot of times I'm like, what? I said that? Oh, maybe I did. I don't know. Shit. That's terrible. That's why we got archive everything. We got archive everything, man. Oh, man.
John got a call from a homicide detective.
What?
Oh, what?
Yeah, there's like a 3-minute thing here. Let me.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
No. Oh,
okay,
no.
Let me pull it up right quick because he didn't. I'm surprised he didn't mention it.
Yeah, it's in a video section. It's like the last thing he uploaded.
The last thing he uploaded.
Yeah, it is.
This channel needs to back up everything now. Everything. It's like, dude, bro, I don't even know what's half the time. What's going on? Be Brave said this. Oh, somebody died. Wait, what? What?
John, I was gonna say we need a John Galt server room, man.
Yeah, we do. We probably do.
We need a John Galt cloud.
I mean, since he does OBS, he should record everything. He should learn to screen cap everything anyway. Shit. Yeah.
Oh, wait, he's using OBS?
Yeah. But he just needs a better computer. Otherwise, you can't do that.
Oh,
yeah. Okay.
Well, shit, I'm using OBS.
Dude, you guys can like figure this shit out. Yeah, that'll be great.
Yeah, well,
John could just strip down his computer to the bare essentials.
Now,
He can get
all
all
that
them
shit
window
he's
apps.
got up, I don't know how to do all the stuff he's doing, but I can probably figure it out.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, I've actually uploaded like 4 videos to my channel using OBS, so I'm getting better at it.
So the thing is like because you can locally screen cap everything you're doing. So, but the problem with him is like right now it's sucking all the resources. So he's gonna get a gaming laptop. He's on a laptop. That's
How much RAM does he have?
32 gigs. Like apparently that's not because.
Hey, I'm running OBS on 16 gigs and I have no problems. It might be
I think it was a CPU or the GPU. Yeah, that's the problem.
It's probably his chip.
Yeah, I think the main thing is because number one, what John could do is just strip down his Windows to get rid of all them unnecessary apps.
Just get a new computer.
At least he's using Brave. I noticed that. That's good because ads take up a lot of like fucking.
I use Brave too. I actually like Brave.
Yeah, Brave is great.
So that's good. He switched off to that. That's
I was gonna
good.
say, get cracking. I was telling John to have this exact fucking setup like 8 months ago. And
Yeah, you got to do Brave or otherwise, use Firefox and then use the plugins.
Well, the reason I got it is Brave has a native AI reader.
Yeah, it does. I hate.
Okay.
It has an auto reader, and I hate it because I never know how to turn it off.
Well, I don't like the voice. To get a really good AI reader, you have to do a subscription. And I've been trying.
I thought you were gonna use Edge for the reader. How was
the
that?
Edge reader isn't that good. Well, you know what? Actually, Crack, I did try Edge, and I think it crashed on me. I think that's.
Okay. But you didn't like the voice or anything? Like, I haven't tried it.
I don't like the voice on Brave, but the thing is to get a really good voice, you're gonna have to pay a monthly subscription.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right.
Okay. Let's see. Can you guys see it?
Yeah,
we see it.
Okay.
You got the video muted, Stanley.
Okay. Damn, he's got all kinds of little bells and whistles.
Oh, he downloaded that. That's a template right there.
Yeah, hello?
Oh, really?
Hey, what's up, sir? How are you?
Who is this?
Who is this?
This is Detective Ryder from the city police.
And what are you calling me for?
Oh.
There was, hey, sir, listen.
I'm just asking you. What are you calling me for?
Oh,
I'm
shit.
Just asking you. I'm just asking you. What are you calling me for?
Wait, you're the landlord, right?
What are you calling me for? I'm just.
Okay, sure. I just have a
I'm
couple
just
questions
asking
for
you.
you.
Just answer
God
the
damn, let him
question.
talk.
What you calling me for?
I just told you somebody. Sir, there's no need for that. Okay,
Yeah,
sir. My name's
that's
Sean.
what I'm asking you a question. What you calling me for?
All right, look myself completely. Okay.
All right.
You're gonna listen.
I'm just
You're gonna talk.
Yeah. Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right. My name's Sean. I'm a detective from the city police from the homicide unit. Because my understanding is that you own
Homicide.
160 up.
Oh God, John, you gonna wind up in jail.
My understanding is that you own 160
These
up.
niggas always protest the police.
Found deceased in the basement.
What? A dead brother? A
Yeah.
dead brother? Okay. All right. And the nigga, the black man?
It was, sir. Is that who was running? It was an African American gentleman with what looks like an amputated foot.
Yeah.
Does that sound like it was the
Yeah. You said the nigga foot was amputated. Damn.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah. That sounds
Oh.
like nigga. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. What sir?
Say what?
I have to ask this question. And John is worried about how black people look to white people? I don't think Serena has anything on John.
No, Stanley, I am on
Like,
agree with
God
Stanley.
damn,
I am in agree with you on this. This sounds suspicious as shit on John's end. This boy sound like he hiding drugs.
Nah, man, because John probably be like, "Hey, man, I'm in my bed with my lady Lisa, and you fucking call me, bother me about some nigga
Hey man,
bother."
If I was the detective,
Mr. Policeman, I'm about to get some
ask
coochie, some booty. Booty. And you out here calling me about some dead nigga with no foot?
How long did you know the deceased?
Oh man, yeah. Well, yeah, that's John. That's John, man.
About to get some booty. You calling me about some dead nigga?
I ain't
Oh
even
my
know.
God.
I'm just a nigga that go around there cleaning up and shit.
Oh my
He just
Lord.
said it. He just said it anyway.
Oh
This nigga go
man.
around there cleaning up and shit. That's all I do. I don't fuck with nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you
Sir,
calling me
you
for?
have the right to remain silent.
I don't fuck with nobody except my lovely lady Lisa.
I'm just a motherfucker that go. I'm a motherfucker that go.
Wow.
Can you answer my question, please?
I'm not really. But
Oh my God, come on.
I'm just curious to know what you're calling me for.
What are
Yeah,
you?
oh my God. You own the building. Do you own the building?
Nope. What do you
My
calling
buddy
me for?
Philippe.
What do you calling me for? Yeah, and I'm telling you, I don't know
I'm
nothing about
calling
that
you
shit.
because you're
right?
under
You know, I
arrest.
heard about it just like you do. I can't answer no questions, sir. I can't answer shit. I don't know shit. I don't know shit.
I don't know shit. I ain't see shit.
Right? All I know, nigga was sick, and the nigga apparently he dead. Right? That what you say. I ain't fuck with him. I don't know nothing about nothing. Right?
Oh my God.
Stanley got to play this back. This is hilarious.
Oh wow, yeah.
All right.
He's gonna wind up in YouTube jail.
Oh God, this is.
Oh man.
We got to download. I'm gonna download this. Make sure it don't get copied.
Yeah, you gotta download it. You can't let this go away. You gotta keep this.
This is so fucking.
What's up, sir? How are you?
Who is this?
Who is this?
This is Detective Ryder from the city police.
What you calling me for?
What are you calling me for?
There was, hey, sir, wasn't there?
I'm just asking you. I'm just asking you. What are you calling me for? Now, I'm just asking you. I'm just asking you. What are you calling me for?
Well, you're the landlord, right?
What are you calling me for? I don't fuck with no police. What you calling me for?
Okay, sir,
I'm just asking you. Just answer the question. What you calling me for?
I just told you somebody. Sir, there's no need for that. Okay,
Yeah,
sir?
that's what I'm asking you a question. What you calling me for?
Look myself completely. Okay?
Damn, I feel sorry for the police.
Yeah.
Fuck this white man.
All right. My name's Sean. I'm a detective from the city police from the homicide unit.
Sean.
Because my understanding is that
Homicide.
you own 160 up.
Homicide.
Yes, I'll explain all that. My understanding is that you own 160 up, so I was calling you to let you know you found deceased in the basement.
What? A dead brother? A dead brother? Okay. All right.
Dead brother.
And the nigga, the black man?
It was, sir. Is that who was running? It was an African American gentleman with what looks like an amputated foot.
Yeah.
Does that sound like it was the basement?
Yeah. You said the nigga foot was amputated. Damn. Yeah. That sounds like a nigga. Yeah.
Okay.
This is so bad. This is bad. This is
What's your name?
bad.
What you need my name for? I ain't even the landlord. I'm just
He
a
doing
nigga
too
that
much
go
talking.
around
What
there
he say?
cleaning
He's
up
not
and shit.
even the landlord.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what he said.
Yeah, rewind that a little bit. Rewind that about like 10 seconds.
Oh shit!
This is bad. This is bad, bro.
Go around. What you need my name for? I ain't even the landlord. I'm just a nigga
Oh,
that
See?
man.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, why'd he say the word landlord? He didn't need to say all that.
Oh man. All right.
My name.
Is
Yeah,
this
John
is
talk-
this like Peter? Is this like Peter saying he doesn't know Jesus?
John,
Yep,
John,
that's
John's
right.
talking. Yeah, John's talking way
Same
too
shit.
much,
Yeah,
man.
that's the
Way
same
too
shit.
Oh
much.
wow!
Still don't. Wait, hold on. Play that end bit. Play that end bit. That end
I'm
bit
just a
was the
nigga to go
funniest
around there
part.
cleaning up and shit.
You mean at the
No,
end of the
yeah.
video?
No, like near the end where he says, "I don't know shit. I ain't seen shit. I ain't spelled shit."
That's
I mean,
shit.
Huh?
I just go around there clean up and shit. Like that's I don't know why they gave my name.
He's just the
but I'm
cleaning
just a
guy.
nigga to go around there cleaning up and shit. That's all I do.
Okay, are you-
I don't fuck with nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you calling me for? Well, what do you?
Because I was told you.
I'm just the
You own the
motherfucker to
building?
go. I'm a motherfucker to go around there clean up. What do you need me for?
Okay. Can you answer my question, please?
I'm not really, but I'm going to take it a little bit. I'm just curious what you calling me for.
Yeah. Do you? Because I was told you own the building. Do you own the building?
Nope. What are you calling me for?
Oh
Like,
wow!
what are you calling me
I
for?
just told.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, I don't know nothing about that shit, right? You know, I heard about it just like you do. I can't answer no questions, sir. I can't answer shit. I don't know shit. Don't know shit
Oh,
about
this
what
is
happened to nobody.
cringe.
Right? All I know, nigga was sick, and the nigga apparently he dead, right? That what you say. I ain't fuck with him. I don't know nothing about nothing, right?
I'm not saying you. I know you went down there earlier. I was calling you because I thought
They
you were the
dusted for
landlord. If you're not, then
fingerprints.
have a nice night.
All right.
Okay.
Ooh. Excuse me, sir. Do you own a pair of 1920 Skechers? Found a very specific footprint at the crime scene. It said, "Is he dead?" on it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Oh boy.
Oh, I don't. You know, this is I'm speechless.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad.
Yeah, that's real bad.
That's bad.
Wow. Okay. Well, I don't quite know how to follow that up.
I think that tenant probably would be better off with me as a landlord. I guess. I don't know. Whatever.
Crack. If anything, you could at least said something in Vietnamese. Be like, "Oh, I'm
Yeah.
Oh, Phoenix Fish.
I was just out there.
Phoenix Fish, you are cold.
Black
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
He is that nigga was that. He is that nigga. Ugh.
Oh, he emphasis on the N word.
Yeah, that was funny, man. That's something out of a daggone Friday
I
movie.
would want. I actually.
Yeah, it would have been.
I
Yeah, that's
genuinely wonder what Be Brave would be.
Fuck. Oh man, I don't know. All right.
Yep.
Well, clip that. Yeah, clip that.
I got you. I'm definitely clipping this. Hold on.
I'm just trying to figure out. I mean, you know, you're not in any trouble.
Okay, I got it saved. All right.
Well, John probably has it saved locally on his computer.
I hope so, because that shit is hilarious.
Man,
I'm gonna put that clip of that
I mean,
one
those lives get
that one
those
guy
lives
getting
get
interviewed by that
saved,
white lady where he like, I don't know you. I ain't see nothing. I can't even see you, ma'am. I'll put that right beside it. Yeah, that's gonna be funny.
Yeah, those lives, even the live streams get saved locally.
Oh, that's good.
Well, no, I mean the problem was like when John did his like solo OBS stream, it's like it doesn't go through StreamYards, right? So then it doesn't get saved, and he doesn't even like dual stream on the other backup channels. Then it's just like, oh fuck, it's gone. And so I'm like, what the hell?
Is Portia the only one with access to the? Yeah, he can. But Portia, Portia does it all the time. Whenever she does her little
Yeah, I do it too.
Portia.
But when he does OBS, he just does his own like. Oh, he only like. Oh man, yeah, we gotta tell him that.
Yeah, does John even know how to dual stream?
Yeah, he does.
On OBS? Well,
Yeah,
well,
on
just
OBS.
mention it to him, Gary, and then like,
oh, okay,
because he's just been testing it out for like a week or so. So I don't even know what he knows at this point.
I can tell you right now, I literally learned it from scratch, and it took me a couple of days to figure out how to
Well,
upload.
Come on,
yeah,
come on. Look at John. He's busy.
Yeah,
He's like,
yeah,
I got detectives calling me. Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say John's a software. Yeah, John's a software developer, but when it comes to like learning new software,
well,
it'll take him a minute.
And he's smoking and drinking at the same time.
He ain't gonna get it. He ain't gonna get it first try. Come
I
on,
got a
Stanley.
call from a software developer that his computer, he couldn't get his computer to come on, and it turned out the shit wasn't even plugged in. I didn't even say anything.
Oh my god!
I mean, heck, if John's really having computer, I was gonna say if John's really having computer problems, all he gotta do is back up his data and reinstall Windows.
Like the first thing you check is the computer on plugged in.
The thing with John is like he likes to try new things, but then he doesn't like. Man, what the?
Like with
he loves
Streamlabs.
new shit.
Yeah, like with Streamlabs, he was fooling around with that thing. He never got it to work. He never got that thing to work, man. It was always one problem after
I
another.
love Streamlabs.
I know you did. You were goofing around when we first used it. I thought it was kind of mediocre, to be fair.
It's not bad, but the problem was like we couldn't get permissions to do things. Like I couldn't do my own stuff.
HB couldn't use it.
Yeah, that's true.
And-
Yeah, he could. He uses from.
He's using from a phone. That's no way. Yeah, because Streamlabs makes it a lot easier.
I mean, we could always just use
StreamYards.
both.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say we can always just use both.
Yeah. This is a good point.
Yeah,
There's
funny. The DC,
there is no way I could be a detective after that conversation, and I'm not thinking to myself, something's not right here.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, the DC cops are kind of incompetent. They'll probably just squash it. If anything.
I didn't see incompetence on the cops' part.
I know that. That's true. That's true. That's true.
Sir.
I do
Was there a dead body in your place?
I don't know
or
nothing, man.
not?
I don't know nothing, man. All I did was clean up, man. All I did was clean up. So you were there when
really?
No, that's not what I mean, nigga. That's not what I mean.
John did nothing illegal constitutionally. I'm just saying, why give the cops a hard time when you don't have to?
Not to mention, why did he say the word Not to mention, he said the word landlord out of nowhere.
This is the dude that doesn't want people in traffic stops, to put up any resistance or anything like that.
John's like infamous in DC, probably. He doesn't want like his name like getting through like the fucking precinct or some shit.
Oh, this is funny. He's saying maybe John's computer problems are because many police agencies have spyware on his computer.
Yeah, well,
I don't know about all that.
Yeah, it's either that or all them tabs he be having open on Chrome. That boy had
about 80 of them.
Yeah, 80 tabs.
I do that too, but I only do that on Brave or something like that.
Because Brave
doesn't.
regulate. Yeah,
it does memory management way better.
Yeah,
you couldn't do that on Chrome.
Yeah,
Chrome would just suck everything. Yeah. So it's a good thing he's on Brave right now, but it still didn't help his OBS this morning though. His frame still froze and shit.
Probably because he has too much. He probably has a lot of bloatware on his computer. To be fair, well, like when's the last time he actually did a cleanup?
Oh man,
when?
I have to
I wonder when's the
live.
last time.
I haven't tried one.
Tried what?
Alive.
Oh, you can try one.
Oh,
I mean, I do
OBS?
it. Yeah, I've done it in order to like whenever I record clips on here, I usually try to record the stream live on OBS, and then I clip that because I can. It's easier to edit than just getting it from YouTube.
Yep. That's right.
Yeah. That's
So
a good
did-
idea.
So Garen, did you get any of that stuff on Sunday when I called in or anything?
No, I didn't.
It's
I wasn't,
gone.
Yeah, I wasn't.
damn it.
I wasn't recording that day. I'm sorry. I was at work.
Yeah, I should have downloaded it right after. I knew that stream was gonna be trouble. because he was like saying all kinds of wild shit, and just like, oh my god.
Now it wasn't actually. I mean, the time I was,
I do
in
still have the
was
stream where he
before.
when John was piping off and Portia, you know, Portia's politicking with Portia. I still have that.
I think that's still up. I think that's
Oh, I
fine.
must-
No,
I
that
must
thing's
have
gone.
missed
He took
that
it off because John showed the
Oh, he
body.
did?
Yeah, he showed the body
Oh
twice.
my god.
Portia literally no. You know what's funny though? There's a part.
Oh
There's a
my
part like
god.
right,
showed
like
what?
really late. Yeah, it was really later in the stream. But I specifically remember seeing.
Oh, it
that
was
Portia
late in
literally
the stream?
Yeah, it was late in the stream. But Portia literally said, "Hey, like John, if you show that clip again, I'm gonna have to take the stream down." Immediately 2 minutes after, he shows
Oh
the full
my
clip of the body and everything.
god.
John was sloshed too. He was drunk as hell. He was high as hell.
Wow.
Whatever was going on. He was
Oh
having a whole time.
man. Damn it.
Hey, come on now. You got different people deal with stress different ways.
That was fucking funny though. That was really hilarious. Also didn't
Oh
like how
my
John got on.
god.
This is blaming
Stanley, I
on
don't.
PTSD.
Yeah, I don't like how he got onto you where you were laughing about that dead body, and John was like, "That's not funny, man. That's not funny. I don't think it's funny." I was like, "What are you talking about, John?" Like literally 2 days ago, you were laughing at showing showing this whole ass corpse on the stream, laughing.
Wait, so hold on. So that was that the stream with like Bob on there? Because I remember
Yes.
Bob showed up and some
that
other.
was that was the exact.
And
stream
that
with
whole
Bob.
thing got taken down.
Yeah, whole
Oh
thing's
my
gone.
god.
I mean, I
Oh
still got it, but I can't. Obviously, I can't post it. It'll just get snapped. It'll get snapped on my end too. So
yeah, I
I'll-
got you. But
Well,
at
you
least you
can't
got
cover
that.
that.
Holy now. Oh, he can later. Like he can do it. Yeah, yeah. You can edit it. Yeah.
I know.
But at least you got it archived somehow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll keep
Fuck.
it, but I'll do anything with it.
Oh
You watch
man.
the value. That shit
What
was
the
funny.
hell, man?
Oh, that's funny.
It's probably because I bet you that the algorithm after that probably went back and started deleting other stuff.
Yeah, I
Oh
wonder if
man,
any of
that's
our
probably
older
why it
streams
got.
I hope none of our older streams got deleted. We got a lot of stuff on here.
No man, that's why it's like, dude, we got to do this archiving, man. We can't trust YouTube to keep any of this stuff now.
I told John,
Yeah.
I did say this earlier, but I said, John, why don't you start up a website?
Yeah.
There's so many daggum AI website makers now around out here. You can probably make one in like, I don't know, an hour. Probably less than that. Called the John Galt Experience or something.
I don't know. I'm kind of pissed because I actually said some useful things during that Sunday stream. Like, it's like, oh man, he's just living his American experience. Come on, that's the American dream. Like, yeah, I forgot about that completely. Well, at least Stanley went over it. Oh, that's great. Good,
Yeah, I was
good.
really
At least you kept that
I got
part.
it to an extent. Yeah, you and John were cooking during that stream. You were saying all types of cool stuff.
Yeah.
That volunteer website.
And I was saying like Afrikaans for Aaliyah or some shit. I was saying some wild ass shit just because like John was talking about like the BBBEEE. I was like, what the hell?
It was South Africa's
Yeah, it was a lot of stuff I said. Yeah, I was like South America DEI. What? I was like, I don't know what you're talking about.
It's like
dude.
BBB.
Holy shit.
Some bullshit.
Yeah, I was like, oh, AFA, get Afrikaans. Yeah.
Is he talking ESG?
No. There was South African. Like there was a lot of stuff he said. That's why I was like, whoa, is that why it's gone now?
Yeah, it was like South African affirmative action, and it has some goofy.
Yeah,
little
there was a crazy acronym for it, Stanley. Yeah, it's broad-based Black economic empowerment. Yes. Oh my god. Yeah, I looked it up. I was like, "What? This is real?" I thought you were joking, John. What?
Well, one thing we do know fairly well. There's a distinct possibility that we may be having South African whites as neighbors.
Yeah, we are. They're coming. They're gonna come in. They're gonna.
Oh, I was talking about that too. I was like Aaliyah for Afrikaans. Yeah, Afrikaners. Yeah. That
I
was
think
like,
what we ought to do is put them in B. Bray's neighborhood.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Yeah, he'll be happy. He'll be happy.
Yeah, maybe also
Yeah.
maybe Jared Taylor can use them to make his little ethno state in America or whatever.
Oh man, no, shit.
I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty sure by the time that happens, he's gonna be dead. But And whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, let
They
him
are
go over
all
there. I don't know where Be Brave lives anyway, so
I know he lives in the east. I know he's over here where I'm in my not my general area, but I know he's on this side of the country because the way he talks and the time zone he uses is the same as mine.
okay.
So
Right, yeah, okay.
Linwood always calling conservatives upset and
oh, is
violent.
this live?
It is the most
Yeah,
ironic
I heard
thing
American
that's
Man,
ever
and I
going to
had
come
to
out of
tune
his
in.
mouth because Linwood
Oh man, did
all the time, and then
I still got that clip of him and what's his name? That one guy in blackface.
But who has
Yes.
threatened you with violence here? That you're threatening everybody. I think it's Thorpe's turn to get threatened. By the way, just
I've
you're up
threatened
in
him.
the
No,
Hold
on.
Bumpkin turn.
I've threatened him because he's
besides Bumpkin.
Besides
Bumpkin.
And it doesn't count. Bumpkin's a correction officer. His known language.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm just saying, like that dude already starts every
You're
sentence.
right. You're right. Violence is like
Part of his life. I mean,
part of
like,
my
it's a
life. Yeah.
fair thing.
So.
Like, I'm just saying. Look, I don't have a problem with guys like Linwood. Everybody has a place in life, whatever. But Linwood comes here every single time, angry, mad, and his justification is that we don't agree with him politically. I mean, I don't agree with half the people here. I'm not going to start threatening you with violence just because of that. I mean, we might threaten each other with violence.
Non-it, are you saying Be Brave is Art Bell?
On that, I want to first have a conversation before we try and kill each other.
Yeah, I don't.
Ready to kill everybody.
Unless y'all are interested in this, I was just curious. The American Man was talking. I just wanted to see what he had to say.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not imperative that we listen to it.
They're asking why are we watching?
Oh, you know what? I didn't even see Ben Thorpe was up there.
Yeah, Ben's been going over to CTs a lot lately. Guess he ain't really got much going on in his own channel.
No, they've been broadcasting.
I know, but I'm like, they usually, like, whenever they have a good streak of viewers and money coming in, they would usually keep it up, and they usually don't panel hop. But recently, they've been doing a lot of panel hopping, specifically on.
I figured Ben seems like he's restyling himself as some sort of theological public intellectual. He's been talking a lot about religion, and he went up on this atheist channel to basically talk about God being love, and they just kind of shredded him, and he accused him of getting mad and basically being belligerent. I'm like, they were anything but.
So
they were more bemused than anything.
So you're telling me the entire time Ben was mainly just getting up in his feelings because other people were critiquing his opinions?
He wasn't really getting up in his feelings, but you could tell he was getting a little agitated.
Oh, okay.
He was accusing them. He was accusing them of being triggered, and they weren't particularly triggered in my mind. Other than just he can be really annoying. I think they were annoyed.
You know what? Yeah, I can agree with that. I don't really think that Ben is really the type, with his type of reputation, I don't really think Ben is truly the type of person who should be having theological anything.
Yeah, I guess not. Ben is.
What if you're calling it from the web browser?
Here, hold on one sec. Let me show this to you because I actually showed it before. Damn it. Hold on one sec here. I got to bring it over from Discord.
When was this, by the way? Was this a couple days ago?
A couple weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Maybe even up to 3 Sundays ago.
Trump said Ben was fired from the Catholic Church. He
was. Oh, you mean from the school?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
I wonder why. I wonder if he said.
I honestly don't have a clue, and I don't care that much.
I mean, I have an idea, but I don't really. I also don't
Well,
really care.
I was listening to Ben on this particular point that he's doing. I wasn't impressed. There we go. Let me see.
What's up with the fair use sticker?
Portia put it up.
Oh, okay.
Hold on one sec. I'd actually like to know where she got it from.
It looks like you might be able. It might be an asset that you can just download. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. I have one. I just haven't been using it because I haven't really been needing it.
I mean, you could just have it up just in case.
All right. Here, I got it. Let's share it. Oops. Damn it.
Hello, Blake.
You're muted, Blake.
Are you able to turn up the audio a bit?
Yeah.
I'll get them. Cool.
Yeah, it's good.
All right, let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, you
Hello?
are live with Promise and Paul. What do you want to talk with us about
Hi.
today?
Hi, thanks for having me. I wanted to take a little bit of a different approach, see if you can follow it just for a minute. I wanted to ask you, I'm a theist, you're atheist, I understand that. What, as human beings, do you find to be the most important thing of being a human, aspect of being a human?
I couldn't begin
What's
to
the
pick
most important?
just one.
Could you just
Yeah,
give me any stab at it?
Wait,
What
so-
is the most important aspect
But you understand
of your
that any answer that I am going to give is going to be absolutely personal and not anything I'm projecting
Sure.
as should be the case for anyone
Sure.
else. So, for example, the most important thing in my life are my kids.
Okay, perfect. So you would put that under the category of relationships, and I would think many,
you know what?
many people would agree.
But hold on, Ben. I actually would say,
Ben.
So there have been times because they are theists and I'm not, that the relationship wasn't great, and I actually prioritized what I was visioning as their future over forcing a relationship, or like I actually put my relationship to them secondary to what I thought their best interests were. So
it's your
not
kids' well-being.
My kids'
more than your
well-being is more
relationship with
important
them.
to me than
Yeah.
my relationship to them.
Okay, but
If the
that
best
is
thing for
part of
them is
your
that they never see
relationship.
me again, I would never see them again.
Right. Okay, but that would be your relationship with them, right? Because you would say
Well,
like,
you seem to be
I
wanting to
care
rope
about
things, but okay, if empathy is a relationship, if that's what you want to say, but I'm worried we're getting into some definitional thing.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure,
if
sure.
you're just wanting to
But I
make a
would say
point
that
about
for a lot of-
relationships, I'd rather you get to that point, because if you ask me what's the most important thing in my life, I'm gonna say staying healthy enough to stay alive and experience my life. That's gonna come number one, because otherwise, what's the point of I can't
Okay.
experience anything? So you're gonna get different answers from different people. So if you're wanting to, if this is some kind of question to get us to a certain spot, I'd rather you just go ahead and take us to that spot, and then we can figure it out from there.
Okay, so I would say for a lot of people, relationships are the most important thing in their life. Whether the relationships are good or bad, it is. We are social animals, let's say, and relationships are generally the most satisfying thing for us. And the opposite of, I think most people would also say, what you really don't like is being treated like an object. Like in sexual relationships, if someone treats someone else like
Some
an
people
object,
like that.
that's
Some people actually really like that. So I'm still not sure where we're going with this.
Okay, so yeah, you
Is she one of them?
are accepted to this, but like largely,
I'm sorry, what?
She said some people like being used as sexual. Some people like being treated as sexual objects, and I was like, "Dang, is she one of them?"
I hope so. I mean, she's kind of cute.
Yeah, she is kind
Oh,
of cute.
because I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to see data on that to see how most people like to be treated during sex. I don't know.
No, you wouldn't. No, you
Um,
wouldn't. We all know that like
I would
love
need
is
to.
very
I'm
important.
sorry, I would need to, Ben. And I'd rather you get to your point that you want to make instead of having us come along with you on these presuppositions about social things that I don't know if I agree with you with. I'd rather hear your point. That's an honest
Okay.
conversation.
Okay. So if love is important, at least to many, many people, let's say love, caring about another person, we can use the word love. All right. And one definition of God is that God is love. Then for at least all of those people for whom relationships and the word love could be used by them, they are theists.
No, you're just saying that you're just you're defining God into existence by saying that he's definitionally the same as love. Like, that's weird.
Because now I could say hunger is God, and everybody that ever feels hunger is now a theist because they've experienced hunger, which is what I'm going to now say is the definition of God.
Well, in other words, if it says in the New Testament, God is love. It doesn't say God is hunger.
Why should I care?
So I'm saying, like,
why should I care what the New Testament says?
I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying
written on
love
this.
is God.
So I've written
love
on this
because
piece of paper that hunger is God. So why should I care what this piece of paper says versus what the Bible says? You know, why does that matter? Who gets to decide?
No, that's fine. I'm just illustrating something. You don't have to be so defensive. But if God is love, which in other words, love is not a thing, so it can't be like hunger where it has like a relationship to things, then I just don't see what I understand. There's a big gap between saying I believe in
God
love,
anger.
I believe in God,
Anger
and I
is
believe
God. Anger towards other humans is God. So now that's God. And if you've experienced anger toward another person, then you are a theist.
No, because God is love.
Okay, there's your claim. Cool. So
God.
your claim is that God is love. What is your proof or your evidence that God is love and God isn't anger?
Because we experience love and we experience our nature as being an image of God, and to be treated as a thing
I experience
and not
anger
love
as well.
I
experience anger as well. Why is that not God? Why is love God?
I'm not talking about the emotion of love. I'm not talking about the emotion of love. I'm saying to care about someone else without self-interest is, I think, what most people would say is the definition of love.
So, like, can you pause it?
That love. If I say that love,
I can't take this shit no more, man. This shit is hard. It's all good. It's not your fault. This shit is just hard to hear. Ben is terrible at enunciating his points. I know what he's trying to go for, but
he actually refuses to understand that words are basically assigned to objects. They're not symbiotic with objects. They're not a part of the object. They're not material objects. So you could call God you could say, hey, praise be to chair, and mean the same thing. It just depends on what word gets assigned. And she made the point either before or shortly she will, that there are different words for God in different languages. So, love, if you say love is God, well, a lot of things are God. Omniscience, God is omniscient. There are lots of different words, and depending on the language, there are different words. And he can't seem to understand that. And then I don't understand why, because supposedly he's got an advanced degree in theology.
It's mainly
so I don't understand why that's so difficult for him, unless he is so into the faith that he's just going to force the issue.
I think mainly it's because his point is the concept of love, like the concept of love itself is directly associated with God. At least that's what I think his
Well,
point is.
no,
And
it's
he's trying to assign.
associated, not directly associated, and it's also associated with the feeling.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's his point. That's his point. He thinks it's
Okay, and
directly
it's a bad
associated.
point. It's a
Yeah,
semantic.
it is.
You could substitute a rose by any other name is a rose. And really, that's what she needs to say. Ben, a rose by any other name is still a rose, or whatever the saying is. It's just a word. The feeling is real. If you believe in God, God is real, but the word love is just an appellation. It's assigned. In another language, another word would be used.
That is true.
And he just doesn't seem to understand that. And someone who supposedly has a master's in it, he should understand that. This shouldn't even be a debate, in my opinion. Ben is weak.
How long does this go on for?
He's not, you know what, a long time. Actually, the end of it, like the end of the conversation, is the most interesting because he accuses him of being triggered.
Well, if that, all right, then let's just watch. Let's at least get to that point. All
We
right.
said love is a property that love is a label we apply to certain
right.
behaviors,
It's a label.
actions, and feelings.
Okay. I would just say that if you believe in love and truth and you believe in God, and I would say like someone who wants to.
Oh, by the way, this is an atheist channel. I don't know if you knew that. So he's talking to a couple atheists here.
Yeah, I kind of put that.
And I don't. Is he trying to proselytize them? Is he trying to convert them? You know, I'm trying to figure out what his purpose is.
I think he's just trying to have an intellectual debate, Stanley. To
Okay,
be fair.
Oh my God, is he?
Yeah, this is bad. This is very bad.
Say, I don't believe actual like biological feelings of wanting to spend time.
Sure, you're understanding the concept of something existing as an entity or having existence in and of itself.
It seems incredibly ironic because if anyone here deserves to incredulously laugh, because
Oh my goodness, you shouldn't be buffering like that.
well, yeah. So the we don't need to discuss anymore. Basically, you are resorting to incredulous laughter, which from this side of the call seems incredibly ironic because if anyone here deserves to incredulously laugh, it would be the people on screen. I will leave it at that.
I think you're angry
Ben,
at
I'm sorry
I think
about
you're
getting your
angry at-
name wrong there for a minute. There's no anger.
And maybe we're
both-
so
no problem.
angry you still didn't provide
You're just
anything
lying.
for us.
You're just lying. You're angry. All right, take care. Don't be angry. Try love.
What do you think about that? Don't be angry. Try love.
As a guy, as a person who claims to utilize the direct form of love and the direct meaning of love, which is God, I believe that his passive aggressive tone and his smart aleck attitude goes directly against his own preached philosophy.
Oh, the Ben spin.
Textbook hypocrisy.
The trash bin spin. Yeah, I just brought this up. Now, just so you know, not the next morning, but the morning after that, they did a live basically saying that Ben, what was the word they used? That basically Ben claims that he trashed them. And I meant to go on that live and troll, but
wait, hold on. Ben did a response to them?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me see, can I find it? His live basically said that he had triggered these atheists.
Wasn't really much of a debate. It's kind of just Ben saying stuff and then getting caught up in his own words. And then
Yeah, well, you know, I have to admit he was a little self-important on this.
yeah. It's like that with everything, though. He's literally a narcissist.
Now, I have to tell you, this clip was sent to me by EAE.
Okay.
So, I wouldn't even know about it if it weren't for him. I guess he thought I thought it would be funny, and I did.
He knows you well, Stanley.
Well, I just like I like stuff like that. I'm actually glad that I got to see that lady there. She's cute.
Yeah. As much as I get on EAE for being a gooner.
What is a gooner?
It means
that word.
A person who has a hard habit of masturbation.
Oh my God. Yeah, okay.
It's the equivalent of being an alcoholic, but for beating your meat.
Ugh. Okay.
To be fair, he is one.
So, you know what? To be fair, I don't need to know all that.
Yeah.
Just hopefully it doesn't get outlawed by Trump.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, it already kind of is in Texas. They banned didn't they ban Pornhub?
I have no idea.
I heard on the news they've been.
HB would be the one to ask that question to.
Yeah, he'll probably answer me right on the spot. He'll be like, "Yeah, man, it sucks, man. I can't."
They keep urologists in business.
Oh, that's sick. Oh, that's sick.
That is disgusting. Oh, these deer making a bunch of noise. You know what? I figured HB or someone would be back. Let's see. This is
no, Stanley, I think you're on your own for.
Nope, I'll end it. I actually have things to do and prepare for. I was actually gonna do. Here, you know what? Fuck it. I got something I can show. I uploaded this last night. There's a theory of stupidity that I totally accidentally came across. And it was so kind of provocative, at least to me, that I decided to do. So I've been practicing doing uploads, and this is something I could talk about and upload.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to. I think it's in YouTube, so I think I put it in a show folder. It's kind of interesting. I'm having trouble because I don't like the sound of my voice, and it's just. But unfortunately I have to listen to it to review these videos. It's called The Theory of Stupidity, which I found just totally fascinating. I had no idea there was a theory of it. But it actually reminded me of Be Brave and some other folks. Let's see. As an influence of King's theology. And today, something came into my algorithm that kind of surprised me as far as the origin. Have you ever heard of what I want to Dietrich Bonhoeffer?
No, I haven't.
Because I can run through this real quick. He was I remember the name because he shows up as a minor influence on Martin Luther King. He was a German, basically a pastor who basically wound up getting executed a few weeks before the war ended in Germany. He was in on an assassination plot on Hitler, and basically let's see, installed a new government. Basically, damn it. Hold on one sec here, because actually it's probably better just to show it live than go back over this video. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. I'll put it in the. Oh, you know what? It came up in my Brave browser. I'm not using Brave right now. See, old people shouldn't be using multiple browsers. Came across Diedrich. Oh no. I thought that was the actual paper. Anyway, basically, he came up with a theory of stupidity. I think that's what he actually called it.
Oh, okay.
And he's kind of an interesting guy. He wound up spending time at he wound up actually coming to America to Union Theological Seminary for a year. And in that time, he wound up being friends with people like Reinhold Niebuhr, who's a Calvinist theologian. And then he also spent a lot of time in Harlem, believe that or not, at this Abyssinian Baptist church. So, you know, he basically he actually taught Sunday school at a Black Baptist church for a time while he was in America. So, you know, that experience, several different experiences. He got to travel around the United States. And one of the main things that came out of it was basically kind of a form of pacifism. And let me know if this is boring you, because it interests me, but it may not interest other people besides me. There's a point here. Basically, there's a point that he makes that you can't be a Christian nationalist. The two are basically mutual. The two concepts are mutually exclusive.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, there are people who would definitely disagree with that, but the reason he came to that conclusion is because of how Germany progressed. You know, it was nationalist, and he just basically said what Germany, you know, progressed to was not Christian. That type of nationalism, ultra nationalism, was not a Christian thing. So, you know, he rejected that notion. And the law of stupidity. Where the hell did I put that paper? There's a whole paper here. Anyway, the bottom line is there is a book called the basic laws of human stupidity by a guy named Carlos Cipallo that I'm actually going to do a video on at some point. So I'll put this in the back. You can watch it if you're interested, and I'll drop it in the chat if anybody's interested. It's kind of boring if you're not interested in this sort of thing. And I always have to remember that, you know, not everybody is pedantic as I am.
Yeah, always drop your sources in the back chat, Stanley. Not the back chat, the main chat.
Because somebody like Claris might be interested in it. And then I put it in the back chat. So anyway, the five laws of human stupidity is actually it's only 52 pages. Dead man's possessions just got checked out literally. What is this? Oh, wait.
Oh, John sent you something?
No, this is live. Hold on one sec. Let me
Oh, John's going live?
Looks like it. Either that or it's something he just maybe it's a short. Hold on, let me see. Let me bring it up right quick.
I was going to say, when I check it, I don't see any other.
I guess it just popped into my thingamajig here.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, it's a short.
The room where you got here. You can't see. Oh shit! Can't see his remains. This is where
Oh,
he's
wait,
buried.
hold it.
Oh wow, this is the
Please
blood.
tell me he doesn't actually show the body.
Right here.
I don't think he's. No, I think the body's already gone.
Remains. His remains right here.
Oh, yeah, the crutch.
Just can't see. Got everything that he had right there.
Oh, good Lord, he left it a mess.
Trying to see all the stuff. And this is his remains here. Again, this is day one here. Man, I'm holding my nose or breathing out of my mouth here. All right. So this is day.
He got a fast food bag.
Yeah, innate it is. So you recognize the name. Good for you, innate.
I don't think this is tropes. I don't think this is the same guy who was talking about shitting on the bed. I do think this is. I think this is John. I mean, the floor looks the same, so I'm presuming it's the dead guy.
Innate, I've got another thing for you right quick. Let me see, can I find it? I'll drop this link as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm 100% sure this is a dead guy now. I think about it because that weird stain.
You're 100% what?
I'm 100% sure this is the dead guy's room.
Oh, whose else could it possibly be?
I don't know. Trup thinks is that one guy who was talking about shitting himself in the bed, and I was like, no, that ain't him.
Let me tell you something else that will show you the kind of geek I am. Apparently, there's a paper out written by a historian who has written a paper basically saying that she is proving that Alexander Hamilton was actually a slave owner. I know that excites you. That must excite the hell out of people. Uh-oh. Let's see.
So Stanley, when you went up there, you and John were arguing with each other. Did you really say that you weren't living around the chaos?
If I did say something like that, it was basically that I wouldn't be living in the hood.
Oh, all right.
I mean, now here's the deal. What John can't seem to fathom is I grew up in an all-black neighborhood that wasn't the hood. Cloverdale, right in Savannah, Georgia. Most of the people were either middle class or maybe lower middle class. There were some upper middle class, but it was an all-black neighborhood. It was the kind of neighborhood where, my sister and I and my father used to go bike riding at night because, just for exercise. We would go, in the summer times, once the sun set, we'd go all over that neighborhood riding bikes. And nobody was armed or anything like that. The biggest threat was a dog might be out and chase you on the bike, but that was pretty much it. So no, I'm not going to live around black people in the hood, especially if I'm not from that hood. Why would I do that?
Oh, okay.
And I'm not going to move into a hood. Why would I do that? I know less about the hood probably than B Brave does.
Nah. I think you know more about the hood than Be Brave does.
Yeah, I dated a girl in the hood.
Yeah, so that automatically.
That automatically puts you a step up.
Yeah,
I used to hang out. I told y'all this story. One day I go into like Kentucky Fried Chicken or something. So I pull up in front of her building.
Oh, you went to a chicken spot in the hood? Oh,
yeah,
God.
cops come screaming in behind me. I'm like, what the fuck? So this kid goes walking right in front of the building and sees the cops and just tosses a gun right out into the bushes. And I'm like, well, shit, this kid was a few feet away from me. If he'd wanted to, he could have just pulled that gun and shot me right there. But you know what? I just went up the steps and we had dinner. I wasn't going to get that upset about it.
HB, did you see John's call with the cops?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
What's your opinion on that, man? What's your
I mean, he like John is not lying, man. Like you, bro, when it's a murder, well, not even a murder, but
It's not even a murder. He
somebody
just
dies.
died.
Yeah, somebody. But honestly, we really don't know, man. We really don't know.
I
Yeah,
thought
his health.
I could have sworn he OD'd.
No. He had really bad health, but
Ah, okay.
like in those, I've seen it happen, man, where the cops will try to pin shit on you if you talk too much. And John, in the situation that he's in, man, listen, man, the less, he wasn't there, he wasn't involved,
less is more.
Less is more, honestly. It really is. And I think he really did handle that situation the right way because
really?
Yeah, you don't, because honestly, like, listen, if the police have a warrant, if they have probable cause, they can get you to talk if they really need you to talk, and then in that
what
point,
probable cause would they possibly have?
if they think that there's foul play at but
okay,
if you say something, you can incriminate yourself to a certain extent. You just never know with the cops in those types of situations. Now, if that was John's like cousin or something, I would say, yeah, just this guy John is fucked up, man. Like that's not how you handle it. But I think when you're talking about hood, like stuff in the hood, you just never know. Like the guy literally could have died because of his health, could have died because of an overdose. I mean, shit, somebody could have had their knee on his neck. We don't know. I know that's kind of fucked up, but
okay. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. You know what? I don't agree that he handled it. He could have at least been polite.
Yeah.
Because the way he handled it, to be honest, if I were a detective,
yeah,
I
it sounded
would be
real
like,
sketchy as hell.
Yeah, what the fuck? Why
Yeah,
is this guy so jumpy?
Yeah. And I definitely get that too. But you see how the detective was like, well, I know you were there. That's already basically trying to put it on John. Like,
No. It didn't happen quite that way. I don't think he meant he was there at the time of the death.
Right.
I don't think that's what the guy meant.
I don't think so either, but he basically was trying to get John to put himself at the scene of the because this is the thing,
I don't think it was that deep.
We don't know what it was. Like let's say you see a crime and you don't let's say it was a crime and John didn't report it. That's a crime in itself.
Well, John did report it though, right?
Eventually, well, I don't think he reported it. Somebody else reported it. The kid that was there reported it. And then once it happened, the guy basically, his helper guy was like, yeah, the owner is John Galt. He's on YouTube. He does a show with Stanley Cross. And, that's the issue, There's this guy, they have this African guy, Gary, and there's a truck driver, HB2N, yeah. So now we're all incriminated in some guy's death. I don't even know how he died.
I fear not.
I hope so, Stanley. They might put this on you, man. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Let him. It'll give me something to do.
You run pretty fast. You run pretty fast for a 50-year-old man. How you get over that fence?
You know what?
Got a piece of your
when they call me, I'm gonna go, John who?
Right. That's what you're supposed to do. But the kid
is that a real name?
The kid panicked. He basically gave up all the info. So
yeah, that kid panicked. He was like, "Hey man, call this nigga. Call this nigga."
Yeah.
Well, he didn't say anything that wasn't true.
No, he didn't. But
I'm just a nigga that cleaned up, man.
I personally don't think John has anything to worry about.
Yeah, I don't think so
Shit,
either.
shit, he was probably online at the time.
No, he was. No, he does.
We can vouch for him.
Yeah, I was going to say if anything, they could trace it back to his channel if they really cared.
Yeah, but when it comes to people and health and drugs, I'm telling you, man, we've seen it where like drug dealers have went to jail because of the drugs somebody was on. Like they died off of it or something, you know. It's like
Yeah.
didn't nobody force this guy to do drugs. He just did drugs, you know. Like,
Yep.
they'll go after the drug dealer, you know. But it's just, you know, there's just all different types of shit, man. Like especially when you're
Oh my God,
a
Nate.
when you're a landlord too in a city like DC, man, they'll try to put anything on you. Let's say, what if he did have some like long lost relatives, and they're just like, you know what? Now we want to
Charge the landlord?
Yeah, yes, you could
Well, yeah,
charge the.
they'll be like, we got to bust somebody. You the closest one.
Yeah, I think y'all have been watching one too many. This isn't The Wire, folks.
But this isn't a movie. This isn't a movie, Stanley. They've been trying to make stuff like this actually legal for years now with the whole charge the parent movement.
Yeah, or just like a civil suit.
Oh, okay. What does charge the parent have to do with this?
It's similar to the fact that they will constantly go to the nearest party if the
Okay,
person that they're trying to charge isn't able to be charged under the current law.
Okay, in my opinion, parents should be charged if they're found to be negligent.
Yeah.
Like a gun laying around that should be locked up. Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
It's just in those situations, like somebody dies, and in a situation like that, Stanley,
Right.
it's just you just don't talk to the police. Man.
Well, it's not that I'm coming down on John. I just thought he was. I thought he was just a little too jumpy.
Yeah, he seemed too suspicious during that call.
Calm down.
Yeah. You know, I understand though, because man, city cops, Stanley, are a lot different than like, you know, cops, your everyday town cop. You know, they will try to put some fuck shit on you if you go about it the wrong way. And
Yeah, okay. I hear you, but I'm just not that paranoid.
No. You shouldn't feel that way at all. You know, at all.
Well, I mean, I got gray hair. You know, if I were young, maybe. But
yeah. And then too, just the situation, like the type of business John is running, you know, like, bro, people can just come up with lawsuits out of thin air, man. Like,
yeah, I get that point. I got you now. I didn't think about that.
And then
So I got you, but I still,
Yeah, no, John.
I get your point.
Yeah,
a little bit more. Could have been a little bit more, especially at the end where he said, "I don't know nothing. I ain't see nothing. I ain't smell nothing. I wasn't there."
He said he's not the landlord.
Yeah, that was weird. Ain't nobody brought up anything about the landlord. He brought that up out of nowhere.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's kind of like plausible deniability. Like,
yeah,
if something does happen, like, listen, my name ain't on shit. Like, I'm not connected to this. Like, because you know, it is different, Stanley. Like, even just being in Texas compared to Illinois, like out here in Texas, the renting laws are completely different than Illinois. You're not getting 90 days to not pay rent and take somebody to court in Texas. You stop paying your rent, they'll put your shit out like 4 or 5 days after you stop paying your rent, and there's nothing that you could do about it. And if you try to do something about it, they'll send the sheriff.
Right.
So it's like you gotta kind of understand the rules and the laws in your city, your county, and a lot of places. You know, there are a lot more rights for the tenant as opposed to the owner. And I think John is playing a very, just kind of what we were talking about earlier with when you own clubs and shit. When you're playing those types of games, that's like, one wrong move, you're out of there.
Right.
But yeah, I get it. I think it was more just mad at the kid more than anything. Like, bro, why the fuck did you say anything?
Yeah.
He's just pissed at the cops. Let me just take it
Nigga out
out
here
on this.
nigga out here make all these rookie moves and shit.
Right. Like, God damn, you can't trust this. I
Oh,
don't know
this
about
is
you.
interesting. Hey, did I tell you? John just sent me a thing about 3 doctors who opened the first ever Black-owned urgent care facility in Southside Chicago.
I'm surprised John sent you that.
I think it was John.
Wait, what kind of doctor's office?
It said urgent care.
It's urgent care in Southside Chicago.
Well, shit, they need it over there.
Yeah, that shit was.
But here's the deal. I actually know of. I've met her once. There's a young black female doctor who has an urgent care over in Douglasville, Georgia.
Yeah, that is.
So yeah, I love seeing that shit. That's if you're a doc and I think she's just a general practitioner, she's gonna make a shitload of money.
Yeah. And honestly too, that was kind of the point we were talking about with that the construction shit. Like, honestly, in these low paying blue collar jobs, unless you have a specific skill, it's going to be hard to build a business. But when you're talking about like doctors and shit, you can build a business with people a lot quicker. You could come up the ranks a lot quicker in that. You team up with 3 other doctors and you guys build the practice. Like, bro, the sky's the limits with that.
But see, I knew now this kid was white, but I knew a kid, MD, just general practitioner, joined the practice of like maybe 5 doctors. So every 5th week or something like that, he was on call on a weekend. But it was just a general practitioner's family practice. It's not, you're not going to make like neurosurgeon money, but you're not going to work anywhere near as hard. It's more or less a 9 to 5. Now, personally, I would probably have, I'm so ego driven. I'd probably want to go for something hard. But, if you want a 9 to 5 making basic doctor money, and I mean, he's going to make 6 figures, and then 6 figures in a place like Front Royal, Virginia. Nah, you're going to be comfortable.
Yeah.
And if you like to do other stuff other than work, it's perfect.
Yeah. Nah, I'm actually interested in that the black doctors on the South Side too.
Let me hold on one sec. I'll bring it up for you.
They'd probably make a killing over there, man.
Well, John's he's in the chat. He says he sees both sides. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, it's a business. I mean, to me, I love it.
No pun intended on the South Side of Chicago. My bad, Joe. I'll make a killing off of those killings.
Hey yo, man.
I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, I forgot. I think somebody gets shot every 20 minutes in Chicago. I think that's the statistic.
Well, now the thing I kind of wonder again, I've been rewatching The Wire lately. Yeah. I kind of wonder, would they wind up, some like gangster coming in going, hey, can you fix me up behind the, under the table, if they would ever run into something like that.
To be fair, that does sound like something that would already be happening in the South Side. You tell you really think what if what HB said is true about that whole 20-minute everybody gets shot every 20 minutes. Do you really think there ain't no back alley doctors? At least one.
No doubt. But these guys, these guys don't look like the underworld type. Can you see it? Meet the 3 doctors who opened the first ever Black-owned urgent care facility in Southside Chicago.
Look like John's competition for best black landlord of DC.
Yeah, the guy on the right kind of looks like John a little bit.
Say on, nigga.
Say on. Shut up, nigga. Let me get this bullet out your ass.
This nigga got a bullet in his ass. Look at
I
him.
got a bullet in his ass. How the hell you got a bullet in your ass, boy?
Stanley, who shot this gun, Stanley? It wasn't no white man, Stanley. It wasn't no white man. I am that nigga John Galt, PhD.
Yo, John Galt, PhD.
I am that Dr. Galt. I am that nigga.
I be taking bullets out niggas' ass, brave.
I had to pull a bullet out of nigga asshole. That nigga.
Well, John says something about bedside manner. I agree.
Yeah, you know, Stanley, that's one of the things another thing that I think black people really, we always see the bad shit when it comes to black people, and we see the ratchet ass fucking nurses and shit.
Yeah, them twerking nurses.
But the majority of black people really are good when it comes to that type of stuff. A lot of times it's those foreigners that don't really understand that aspect of it. Like really making
That's kind of funny you say that.
Why you say that?
When I first got into the VA system, my primary healthcare provider was a Pakistani general practitioner.
Oh, how was that?
You had to kind of get used to him. He was actually a pretty good guy, but the first couple times I'm like, who is this motherfucker?
Yeah.
He's mighty cold.
Yep,
but
damn,
he wound up being a good guy.
And that's the thing, Stanley, you're like mentally pretty strong, so you could kind of deal with that. But think about somebody who's not on your level mentally, and then they're a different race of people. They already are in a hospital, probably the last place they want to be. You want to see somebody that looks like you, that you could just kind of.
I think you're right about that.
Yeah.
However, I know in the when I was in the hospital a couple times about 5 years ago at the VA Medical Center right down in Atlanta, and most of my doctors were actually white, and about half of them were females. So
there's a lot of white doctors now, like not white doctors.
Well, I mean, they were
female
all,
doctors nowadays.
Now the medical center in Atlanta, it's connected to Emory, so Emory, not a lot of black doctors. However, I did run into 2 who were actually like residents, or were they interns? They weren't like they were learning. They were doing rotations. And my surgeon was actually Indian. So, it was a pretty, diverse team. But I get what you mean. But the thing is, it's kind of weird in the VA. When you're in the military, you learn, to work with all races.
Yeah.
So it didn't freak me out.
Yeah. Nah, but I think like, let's say for like your mom or your wife or somebody like that, you want them to be as comfortable as possible. You don't want them, You know, I don't like this fucking Indian lady. I can't understand her. I'm in pain. I can't understand her. You don't want that for your loved ones, man. Like, we'll deal
Yeah,
with it, you know.
the Pakistani guy. He's every time he leaves the office, he keeps praying on this weird ass rug, man.
Yeah, but what about
What can he do it?
What about those old people who would probably now be in their 80s who go, "Hey, I don't even want a black doctor."
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe somebody scarred him or something. I don't know.
I've mostly seen that on TV, but I know it's not outside the realm of possibility.
I wonder if
I could see it. I could see it.
Yeah, I could definitely see it.
I could see it.
I never had a black doctor, but I did have a black dentist.
You know, my wife's surgeon was a black surgeon. Highly competent. You know, he just looked like he was competent. So, you know, to be honest, I was in such, shock that I didn't even think about it that much. But
Was he bald?
No, he was a young guy. He was probably mid-30s, early 30s.
Okay, because I noticed a lot of black physicians or in any type of medical field, they're always bald.
No, this guy had a full head of hair. But I mean, I talked to him, like at length because my wife was really in extremis. And just talking to him, I could feel the confidence. He was confident. As a matter of fact, the nurses that interacted with him treated him with reverence. So, he must have been good if the nurses were like deferring to him, like he was some.
He was like Black American too.
Yeah, he's Black American.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a lot of my folk up in there as well. A lot of black doctors are Nigerian.
No, he was American.
Okay.
Yeah, you could usually tell, but it's just, man, I get it. Like, when you're in those stressful situations, you want any and everything to make you feel comfortable. And if it's just somebody that looks like you, that
I don't know,
has your same, or just has the same culture as you. It's just I don't know, man.
I don't know. It depends. I mean, like the intensive care doctor was Indian, I think, for my wife.
Virgo said, "No one wants a dread left in their incision." Yeah.
I pulled the dread out of this nigga's ass.
Pulled a dread out of nigga ass, man. Look at this nigga. Look at this nigga.
I was operating on this nigga's heart, and I was like, "Damn, what the fuck is that? What the fuck that? That's one of my dreads."
John was he was a doctor in the operating room. I opened this nigga up. There was a piss bottle inside of him. Look at this nigga. He had a piss bottle.
Wow.
Yeah, John. Yeah. And that's the thing, man. That's the thing. It's my mom, she had to have some major surgery, and I was pretty much there for the whole time. And I had to switch a nurse for her because she couldn't stand it. She couldn't like verbalize what it was, but I knew what it was. She just couldn't say it. My mom's like super liberal, so she just couldn't say it. And she was just like, I just can't, I just not sure what this lady is saying. I'm not sure. And I was just like, yo, can we get a...
don't know how to call her a raghead.
Yeah, that's exactly. She just didn't know how to say it. I'm like, listen, man, my mom is she's having some real surgery here. Can you just get somebody else in here? Preferably American, please. Shit, my mom worked for the government, so her insurance is, we'll get you whatever the fuck you want. What you need, man? Need another blanket too? What you need, man?
You need some extra sheets.
Right. Need
No,
another
extra cup of Jello.
Yeah, right. What else you need, man?
Get somebody in there, change your bedpan. Don't worry, man. We got you.
Yeah, seriously. That to me, that matters. Like, I don't know, man. You just, especially with loved ones, you don't want them to be questioning nothing, because you just never know, like, the type of surgery my mom was getting, it was a high possibility she didn't even make it. So even with me, I was trying to make sure,
Well, I
whatever
don't
she
know,
wanted.
John. I don't know that I really want a bunch of medical staff that are into the Super Bowl. They need to be into get me well.
Yeah, but
I don't give a fuck about her crip walking. What's my diagnosis?
yeah, it just depends on the situation, But I am gonna be a little leery if my doctor, his favorite sport is cricket. I'm gonna be like, all right, Doctor Patel. All right, man, whatever. uh, yeah, just don't leave any poop in there, man. I know how y'all get down.
Oh man, wow.
Get down with the brown.
Yeah. I don't know. This is a really good story though, man. Hopefully, maybe they'll inspire some of those niggas getting shot over there on the south side, man.
Yeah,
You see, you always getting a bullet pulled out of his ass. He's like, you see, son, you could be like me. You be like me when you get older. See, son, if you went down the right path, you could be like me, man.
Yeah.
Well, you know what though? In all seriousness, I'm with you there.
Yeah. Seriously. I think it matters because, man, Stanley, you just can't tell me like when you don't come from that that community and you see that type of shit. I think, doctors and nurses, they do the best that they can do. But in a city like Chicago, you can't tell me that some of these guys that come in there riddled with holes, they're not just like, you know what? I'm just gonna take a lunch right now. Fuck this. Like there's probably some guys that possibly could have been saved, but they're like, shit, he's a gang member, he got shot 18 times. I'm gonna.
What was the name of what was the
He's
name of
not
their
gonna
group?
make it. He's not gonna make it.
Well. Oh well. I'm not about to.
I'll take a tuna on rye.
Let me take a quick
Imagine,
smoke break real quick.
imagine imagine the stories in the lunchroom though. They got to be insane.
You'd like to know their ethnicity? It says 3 black doctors.
Wait, who?
I'm talking about Tyrone.
Oh.
I don't know if it gives their names.
No, I just want to know the names of like the clinic they work.
Tyrone, I dropped the link in the chat. You can click on it and do your own investigation.
I think he wants to know what type of black. He probably thinks they're African.
They look American.
Nah,
maybe,
that one in the middle. That one in the middle.
Maybe Caribbean.
Yeah, the one in the middle looks kind of Caribbean to me, but the two on the right definitely, or the one on the sides, those are definitely black.
Let me see if I can blow this up enough to see. Oops. To see their names.
Tyrone said they will be harvesting. And that's it. He's not.
Really?
He's not that far off, man. Like it is a thing. It is a thing.
Man, y'all, god damn. Can Negroes do anything good? It's like 3 doctors. Well, what kind of black are they?
Black comes with an asterisk, Stanley.
Yeah.
You know what? I think you young folks overcomplicate too much.
But that's where the whole term tether comes from, Stanley. It's like people claiming to be black when really they're fucking Ugandan.
Well, in America, anyone who has any sort of African phenotype is black.
Yeah, no, I get that, but like that's why tether is it's a a word. You're not gonna hear a white person call a black person a tether.
You
Like
really?
to be brave.
You don't think be brave would use that word?
I don't think he even knows what that word means.
Nah, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. They're all black to him.
Exactly.
They're all
He
black
would
to
say-
him.
He did say African though, so I guess.
Yeah, but I think it's more for American blacks. We know the difference. Like we can look at people and tell if we're in the same tribe or not. We can tell.
I know Tyrone. I actually do know Africans. I have a friend of mine who's Somali, and he identifies as black.
To be fair, they're Somalis. They just do whatever the fuck they.
Well, many Somalis don't.
Yeah, that is true. Some of them don't even consider
Some of
themselves
them
African. They consider
some of them
themselves Arab.
identify as Arab. Believe it or
Yeah,
not.
True too. That is
yeah,
true
that's
too.
true. I don't know why though. They're out here looking like young Michael Jackson, being like, "I'm an Arab. I'm an Arab."
Yeah, Virgo, we're all tribal people. Virgo, black people are
No,
tribal.
I don't.
By
I
nature,
think
we're tribal people.
I think time's out for that. As a matter of fact, I had a friend of mine who was kind of roasting me for
Do you not know what a tribe means?
who Virgo. I know what it means,
Black people
but
by nature were tribal.
I also know that tribes
Even
tend to be more
subcultures of the subcultures, like
right,
Bloods and
but
Crips. Those are two different tribes.
tribes tend to be more about ethnicity versus race. Tribes aren't a racial thing; they're an ethnicity thing.
It's tribal warfare.
It's an again
main stage.
Tribes
Bloods
are
and
more ethnic a term than race.
HB, I didn't know you were Zulu.
And I know
Nah.
I just
I think-
happen to know this because I've had these sorts of discussions before
HB's the great
with experts.
great
By the way.
ancestor is Shaka. You know that nigga ate people.
Yeah, I
was
do.
munching.
Yeah.
Yeah, that nigga was munching on niggas like it was daggone Popeyes or something.
No, I didn't see that, CK. Let's see, Stan, did you see Kenya president telling his people they don't need to worry about a handout from America? Probably because they'll get it from Russia or China.
Yeah, or they'll have another coup. Did you know they had a coup?
Kenya?
It was literally last year. A bunch of young niggas went up to the government, said, "Hey, we're tired of this inflation." They fought them to a standstill for about 3 days. I will admit, them niggas do know how to get down.
Samuel Jarrell, in general, I do think humans are tribal, but yeah. That is true. In general, humans are pretty tribal.
I don't I think that term tribe is being used fairly loosely.
Yeah. I think it's just
especially in a Western culture sense. I mean, tribe has never been. I don't know that tribe is used that much when you're talking about Europe and America. Shit. Clan was probably used more than tribe.
Yeah. But I think it's the same kind of meaning, though. It's like it could be the same people, but a different, like even like Russians and Ukrainians, they're pretty much the same people. Like they're pretty much the same. I think they all speak Russian too. Well, they speak Ukrainian too, but like.
Well, I think the ones like in the eastern Ukraine are more ethnic Russians. In Crimea, I think there was a ethnic Russians, but I mean Crimea has changed hands over the centuries. Because Crimea actually, I think it's changed hands when the Ottoman Empire was around. It was actually part of the Ottoman Empire, I believe, at one point in time.
Virgo. said I'm from a tribe called Quest. Okay, Virgo, I got you.
Holy
All right.
shit. This is interesting.
All right, Virgo. All right. That was a good one, Virgo. That was a good one.
CKJ brought this up to me. Let me turn off the volume here.
Trump has removed money. He said he's not the other day.
Oh, this is a former president.
Crying. Oh, I
Kenya.
don't know. Trump has removed money. He said he's not giving us any more money. Watu wanalia. Why are you crying? It's not your government. It's not your country. He has no reason to give you anything. I mean, you don't pay taxes in America. He is appealing to his people. Shauri yenu bwana. This is a wake-up call for you to say, okay, what are we going to do to help ourselves? Instead of crying, tujiulize, what are we going to do? Haya, ametoa hiyo pesa, sasa tutafanya namna gani jameni? What are we going to do? Yeah? To support ourselves. Because nobody is going to continue holding out a hand there to give you. It is time for us to use our resources for the right things. We are the ones who are using them for the wrong things.
Ooh, look at her. So what'd y'all think of that?
I mean, it sounds good. I think I'm kind of with you. He's probably just getting some funds from somewhere else. You know, probably China, Russia.
Well, China's got a fairly big presence in Africa.
Yeah, very, very, very big.
And look at Diwali saying he is right.
Yeah, Diwali would say that. What is Diwali gonna say?
Where are you in Africa?
Yeah, what is Diwali? What else is Diwali gonna say?
He's saying he is right from the beer garden.
Yeah, Diwali will never, and this I actually respect this about Diwali, but he will never criticize anybody in Africa ever. He will never. That nah. He milks white cows in Germany. He ain't.
Yeah, he'll never say how now brown cow. It's got to be white cow.
And that's a pure white cow. That cow came from a long.
He only drinks the whitest milk from the whitest cow.
That cow was a direct descendant from the Nazi party, man. That cow is straight.
I only like the sweet milk from Nazi cows, milked by milkmaids. You remember those milkmaid dresses?
That cow is so goddamn white. Diwali, he's right. Diwali, you don't even know what he's talking about, man. Shut up. Nah, Diwali probably knows way more than we know about what's going on, the conflicts and shit over there. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I always wonder why Africa doesn't just all come
Get
together.
your mind out of the gutter, man. We try and cover serious topics, Nate.
Hopefully one day Africa can all come together as one continent. And,
Tyrone, I'm kind of on this theory of stupidity thing. And I was actually going to wind up, there's a book I need to read right quick, but I don't think I'm going to get a chance to. But I'm putting together a whole dissertation on theory of stupidity, and it's going to star people like Be Brave. No, and I'm actually dead serious. I mean, there's some things, and it's totally by accident that I ran across this. But basically, one of the things that struck me is that stupidity isn't a matter of intelligence, according to this economist. It's really more a moral thing.
I 100% agree. I 100% agree. I really do. I really do. I think some. I don't know, man. I joke around and stuff, but I feel like morally, I don't know, man. I just feel like there's a lot of people with very low moral character. Like
Trump.
Well, I don't know Trump personally. I can only go on what we hear
His
about
action.
him. Yeah, but that it's just easy to say that on the outside looking in. But I think when you just look at just the people that you know and your circle of people and stuff, and it's
Where I gotta show this. This is just a total waste of just God damn. Don't these people have better things to do?
what are they doing? Putting a baby in there?
Coke and Mentos went with her inside. So he's gonna tape it up and pour Coke and Mentos.
Yeah. Is that a baby too in there?
No, I think it's just her.
Should I be on my? No, you look great. Sitting like this. Okay, watch your neck.
Okay, here it comes. Yeah. Is it cold or warm?
It feels great.
Yeah.
It's fizzy. It's weird.
Yeah,
Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
Yeah, get the Mentos.
it's fizzy. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
What
You
is
want
this,
the
some
Mentos
weird
down here?
Mr. Wizard experiment?
Wow.
I'll try to squirt it in so it's not like.
I've never had like a Coke, like this is like a Coca-Cola.
It's a Coca-Cola bath. Yeah, that's what
Oh,
it is.
Great.
God.
Yeah, let's
Just
get
a
them
few
all.
You
more
know
and then
what
we're done.
Coca-Cola will do to battery leads?
Okay.
Yeah, right there.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Just
Perfect.
let that one hang while you get the other one.
Oh yeah, that's what I can do.
Here, I can use my neck.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Dump it in.
Got it.
Is that
Okay.
good?
Good. Excellent. Right there.
Now
And
just
then-
let them sit. Yeah, let them sit, and then
Like
get the
that?
other
Like
one.
that.
Go.
Here,
Okay,
I
got
got
Go,
it.
go,
Is
go.
this good?
Got it. Yeah, that's good.
I'm trying to help.
Let me blow this up.
Great. Next.
I don't know if my neck can hold that one too.
No, it doesn't need to.
Okay, great. Oh,
I'll just switch it around
okay.
like that.
Good.
Okay.
You think Ryan does this on construction
Look at how much
sites?
Coke is
I
filling
hope
up in the
not.
bottle.
Oh, great. Yeah, this feels good. I'm pretty much covered now.
Effects and
It's
coming up.
coming out over
Yeah,
her
you're
head.
probably right.
Yes, it's gonna like
Probably right,
explode
there,
out.
Ron.
All right, hurry up.
You're good with
Let's
that,
do
right?
it.
You didn't.
Yeah, no, this is great.
Yeah, this is great.
All right. Well, that was the last one I used just as an example. So
This
I'll put
is
one in.
crazy though. Like honestly, I've never seen you put this much Diet Coke in.
Right. Well, we did double the amount this time because we really want to make sure it goes.
This time it's at like, yeah, this hasn't,
This time we're serious.
yeah, I'm
Okay.
super serious.
Yeah,
Okay. But every time we do it, it's always a crazy reaction.
yeah.
Okay.
So
Here we
those
go.
Mentos are
Yep.
going into,
Here we
we're
go.
gonna drop them in the,
Mentos.
wait, no, yeah, I think you need to
You
go
guys
ahead and
think
put the
it'll be
rest.
okay? It's
Huh?
gonna be okay?
Yeah,
Yes.
it should be fine. Should be fine. But I'm just gonna tip this in, and they're all gonna go in. And then,
If you need to get out, we have to have a word, that you.
Okay,
safe
yeah,
word?
what's my safe word?
A safe word. Get me the fuck out of
You
here.
ready? Okay. Here we go. Everything going in. Ready?
Okay, yeah.
Thought I should share that with you.
Oh,
Here
wait,
we
no,
go.
dump 'em,
Here we
dump
go.
'em.
Here we go.
Okay.
Ready?
It's been enough, yeah.
One. This
Yeah.
is
7
all of
minutes.
our Coke. That's it. That's
7.
everything.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. 1,
7.5.
2. What are you saying?
I'm just saying, like,
How many we
fucking
counted?
do
There's
it.
20. Well, 19 because we did one of them
What
as the exploding reaction.
all right, hold on. She's
What
got
is
to, hold on. There's some, you need to duct tape this again.
What is gonna happen?
No, it's oh wow, that popped. Yeah. Okay. No. We're gonna do it right now. Okay.
Big duct tape so she can't get out.
So it's
Yeah,
just gonna all
tropes.
come out.
That's what happened to
Yeah,
HB.
should be good.
Like it should bust, like it did with the Diet Coke.
They need
It'll
more
all come like
Coca-Cola.
bursting out.
Oh,
Yes.
Right. You're gonna be fine. Right.
now they got to
I don't think
reinforce
anyone's
it.
ever gotten like hurt with this. I don't think
don't-
you should be good.
Oh, Stacy, that one time.
Oh my God, this is gonna be funny if they have to take that top off.
Don't bring that up. Okay, here we go. No, it's all good. Look,
She got caught in
don't
there
you
and
worry
couldn't
about
get
it.
This
out.
might be like the
What do you-
faces of this.
Hurry up.
Stanley, this
Put
might
the
be like a
Mentos in.
faces of death
Here we
video,
go.
man.
See,
This
this
might be
Exactly.
real.
So I'm gonna instead of just
What do you
like
think the
dumping them in like
detectives
that,
are
I'm gonna
gonna
put my
say
hand
when
over
they
it like
call?
this, and I'll like remove my hand, and then they'll all go in. Or maybe I put my hand like
Don't
in the
call
box.
John. He don't know
What if I-
nothing.
Oh,
You
can
know.
it fit?
Why
No.
would you call it?
Are you really scared?
Just fucking
You're
do
really
it, dude.
scared.
It's okay.
Why are you so scared? It's gonna be fine. Look at how much Coke there is. All right, here we go. Ready? Ready?
Does it really matter whether she's ready?
It's gonna be great. Okay.
Emily,
in there
it's
now.
okay. Yeah.
She's really scared.
She's the monkey in
Okay, here we
Faces
go.
of Death.
Should I do them up here?
Mhm.
Right?
Wow.
Like right there.
Right here?
Crack.
Yeah, just.
Okay, here we go.
Roasted
Okay, here we
Karen.
go.
Okay. You're gonna have to, your legs.
Karen Flambe.
Open your
Just
leg.
touch them all.
Open your
You
leg.
gotta be able to see down to
Yeah,
Coca-Cola.
move your head.
Yeah, there's, hang on,
Probably doesn't
there's
taste too
Coke.
bad.
Okay, go.
Okay.
You got to do it
White
before all the carbonation leaves.
No, the carbonation stays in because of the duct tape.
Oh, right.
Okay, ready? Okay, here we go.
Let me see.
What, the
It'd be
Mentos?
funny
No,
if
let
it-
me
if
see
it
you put
produces
the
a
Mentos in.
poison
Oh,
gas.
okay, well, no, these are the Mentos.
Anytime
Okay,
you end
Put
this
'em in.
sentence
Here we go.
with because duct
Ready?
tape, it's usually something bad is about to
One.
happen.
But let's hope.
This is, I just move my hand and they all go in, or should I do half to see what happens?
Oh, motherfucker, just do it.
No, I think all of them.
Okay.
All of them.
Oh
Everything.
my God, all of them. This bitch does not like her.
Mentos right there.
Oh.
20 Cokes. 1, 2,
Yep.
3, and I'll move my hand,
Go.
and they'll all go in.
Do
I'm
it.
seeing it bubbling. I'm doing it.
Yeah, she won.
Yeah. Does it feel weird?
2, 3. I'm doing it slowly.
Oh,
Moving my
motherfucker,
hand
just
away.
put them in quick.
It's hard because they're all getting caught. Ready?
Yeah.
Look,
Oh
look,
my
look, look,
gosh.
look.
Not a bad body though. Not a bad body at all.
Nah, you know what? I wouldn't touch that. Any woman crazy enough to do shit like this, I'll pass.
Yeah.
I like my white women just a tad more mature.
Yeah. I kind of thought they were all like this, but I guess she is kind of
No,
mature.
they're not. At least not not like the 40-year-old ones.
Yeah. I couldn't really tell how old she was though.
She looked like she was in her 20s.
Oh, okay. The gas expanding is why the bottle works. See, yeah, Ryan, yeah, something doesn't.
Yeah, Ryan's a real Ryan Nye, the science guy.
Yeah, Ryan knows what he's talking about. It makes sense.
Oh, hey, Ryan, I noticed you were back in Be Brave's good graces and panel. How abjectly did you apologize?
Yeah, he got down on his hands and knees.
Yeah, that's
Please,
right.
please, Master Brave, please, please,
Let me back on the plantation, sir.
please. I'll be a good nigga. I'll be a good nigga.
How many times did you have to beg, and how many times did he toss you off the panel?
I'll be a good nigga. Be brave. I'll be a good.
I understand why he sympathizes with 12th Man and Solid Snake.
Who? Ryan?
Yeah.
Yeah. They are funny, but trust me, Stanley. If nobody else gets it, especially with Solid Snake, if nobody else gets it, I get it, man. Trust me.
Yeah, that other night, man, oh my Lord.
Nah, trust me. Solid Snake. It's just like, I know he's a good guy though. That's why I can never like be mad at him. But I get it. Hold on.
Well, if he could just stay on target, it wouldn't be so bad. This motherfucker just like drifts. You think it was B Brave's daughter? You mean that was happening down in South America? Well, let's see what other silliness. Actually rarely go on Facebook. It was that article that CKJ3 wanted was on Facebook. That's the only reason I went there. Yeah. Hard to stay on target when the beer makes him see two targets. Interesting. And for the folks who don't know, this is up in Maine, some project where they feed the deer throughout the winter, so they survive it. These deer are well fed, that's for sure. And let's see what else. Shout out to Maine. Oh, that's right. You were up in Vermont. Oh, and I think come fall or next, November or whenever their hunting season is, I think they are going to, I think they're going to make mighty fine venison. Now I'm hoping they put something in the food to keep the ticks away. Oh, let's see. Guess I could see what's happening in the news. Trump says call with Putin begins Ukraine peace negotiations. Defense Secretary focuses on perceived enemies at home. Trump resignation program for federal workers can proceed. Okay, well, they're on their way then. What's up, CKJ?
What's up, y'all?
Oh, nothing much. Just
Oh, CKJ, we back with it.
I'm back.
No, wait.
Oh, the plaintiffs lacked standing. Ooh, interesting.
This picture. So what did you think? What did you think of that picture with Drake? Like, what's?
You said, what do I think of the picture?
Yeah.
What picture?
He just has he has a identity crisis, man.
Stanley, this is an actual picture of Drake before he became Drake.
Oh, that's Drake?
Yeah, that's Drake. Well, that's not Drake.
Really?
That's yeah. That's an actual picture.
What the fuck was he thinking?
Yeah.
You know what? I had no idea who that was. Let's put that back up.
Yeah, that's actually
my fault, y'all. I ended up getting a phone call.
Oh, this motherfucker. Yeah, you know what?
He's
he's not like us.
Yeah, he just had he got an identity crisis, man. That's it.
Now Jay says that's Aubrey Graham. Is Aubrey Graham a character?
No, that's his real name, Stanley.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that's his real name.
Aubrey.
Yeah, Aubrey.
Yeah, it doesn't get more well, no, there's some whiter names than Aubrey, but yeah,
Had a smart South African up on Braves channel today. We talked stats for hours. Sadly, Braves shut us down to talk about city shootings. Sadly, how can you be sad when that's expected?
Hey, HB, you had me dying laughing at work earlier, man.
What you talking about? What part?
You and be brave, man. That was classic to me, man.
Oh yeah,
That was
yeah.
classic, man. That was classic, man.
Yeah.
That was
You know,
classic.
I get it, but you know, I understand where Braves you know, his proclivity with the black community comes from. I get it, man. I get it.
But HB, I told you, I think a black man stole his ex-wife and she
See, I
moved to
don't
South America with him.
An Afro-Brazilian.
see,
Yes, I'm telling you.
I don't even want to go that far. I don't think it's that deep.
I
But I
think it's
do
that, and I
get
think his daughter is married to a black man.
come on, man. I mean, she's 50, so
And he has mixed grandchildren. I'm telling you, that's what it is.
That he's never
Think about
seen.
it. Exactly, Stanley. He don't want to see him.
I don't know, man. I don't think Be Brave is.
Oh,
I don't think he's that
interesting.
type
That's a
of
good
racist.
point.
I think there's differences, you know, like
You know what? I ought to just fucking go to law school for the fun of it.
I don't know. I think with Be Brave, it's just more of a I don't know what it is. I don't know what it
HB, do
is
you
because
wake up every morning thinking about the white man?
no, absolutely not. But I
That's
think
insane. That's
yeah, and
insane.
that's why I don't think it's like steeped in direct racism. I think it's like more of a racism of not really understanding how America really works. And mind you, he is the son of an immigrant, so a lot of times people don't really understand America, even though they live here for years. They don't really understand the dynamics.
I'm gonna tell you something. Be Brave is the same age as my father, right? 70 years old, right? And my father,
Hey, you think Sam is one of these dogs?
He wished. Sam Fisher wished. That's some beautiful ass dogs right there. Damn, man. We
Yeah,
lost
the
you, CKJ.
Schnauzer, the black Schnauzer top left, I think, is the one who won like the overall. I just happened to have seen the news from last night.
Hey, that's a beautiful dog right there.
my fault, y'all. My phone.
Nah.
People keep calling my phone.
Yeah, he was
But
best show.
this is what I was saying.
Monty the Giant Schnauzer.
No, go ahead, CKJ. Because
No,
I think it's more of like a hobby. You know, like
nah, that's not no hobby, man. It's not no hobby. It's not a hobby.
You know, some people are like obsessed with building Lego sets and model airplanes and stuff.
So
I think Be
talking
Brave is
about black people is like having a hobby like building Legos, man.
yeah.
Doing puzzles.
It's a hobby.
Yeah, I think his like talking about black people, looking up black statistics and stuff. I think it's just like a hobby, you know. Oh, especially
and that's
with
the
older
and
guys.
HB,
What's up,
that's the
Jets?
problem. Y'all keep giving him
Yep.
that pass.
Yep.
That pass.
No.
Look, HB, hear me out. Him and my father the same age. My father was a chemical engineer, right? This guy grew up in an era where he could have been anything in the world as a white man.
Yeah.
It's not like how it is now. And he said he wanted to be a fucking bum. Yeah. He chose to be a bum. So with that mentality, you don't have the right to talk about anybody. You're a fucking bum and you a deadbeat.
And you know
a failure as a father.
And you know, and that's
and
why
HB, and I got 2 kids. I take fatherhood like, dude, like
That's your number one job.
I really did.
And see,
For
and
you
CKJ,
to let your woman leave and you just don't care. Oh, that she just left because you didn't want to make. You didn't want to. You was living in a time where you can make as much money as you want. You didn't have Jim Crow.
I'll go get my babies, man.
There was no Jim Crow that was stopping you.
And CKJ, that's why I never want to overlook that when we comes to Be Brave. But for me to sit there and act like there isn't a problem, just because and I'm going to use Be Brave's words, just because it's coming from a deadbeat loser. You know, I don't want to act like that there isn't issues in the black community. You know, like there is.
But what did that have to do with him about taking care of his family and him making money and him being a bum?
Absolutely
Nothing. It didn't stop you. You stopped yourself.
And that's why I bring that up, because I think that's where because I don't think it's a concern. I think it's more of an obsession, and I think that's where the obsession comes from. And honestly, if you know anything. Well, obviously you know it, but America has always been set up that way, where any race of people, they can come here to this Americas, and no matter how much of a piece of shit they are, they can always feel like they're better than the black community. That's ingrained in American culture.
But you know why HB? Because y'all give him a pass.
No.
Listen.
It's been like that way before. It's been like that way before I was.
You have a black man who was a software engineer on all this real estate, letting a guy that's a bum get away with the shit.
But the thing about it though,
that's comedy, man. That's comedy.
And I think that's part of it too. And mind you, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna subject myself to that. But I think, people are different, and it's like I don't know. I can't really. I just feel like even if we didn't have these conversations with Be Brave, a lot of people would still feel the same way.
But HB, they don't really want people to come on the panel. Be Brave doesn't, because John what's the guy? Free Zone. He kicked him off the panel. Now it's like an echo chamber. Can nobody counter the BS that you're talking? And he allows it.
Yeah. I think they're gonna start letting more people come up, but I think
Brave can't handle that. He can't handle that, HB, and you know that.
Yeah, but it's a him and John show. That's what it is.
John is gonna ride with Be Brave. He's gonna ride with Be Brave.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
I mean, that's why he got to go with him.
I don't need this. I'm gonna come back. Dude, a couple months ago, he hated John. Now they best friends.
Yeah, that's
I'll never go on his fucking panel. Fuck him.
Yeah.
Now they best friends.
I do remember that.
That's why I say it's comedy, HB. It's comedy. It's comedy.
Vividly.
Yeah,
that's
he was mad at you today, man.
That's what I take it for too. That's what I take it for. But that's why I always have to preface that with Be Brave. Don't take what he says as like the gospel, because
Oh, I don't. He's a fucking bum.
That's his opinion, man. He's entitled to it.
And you're 100% right, Latino. And I don't want to like negate his opinion, because a lot of the opinions we agree on a lot of the same stuff. Like some of this stuff is just like, bro, some of it is really just
to
senseless.
an extent.
Yeah, some of it really is just senseless, man, and it honestly really is sad, man. Like, and I think what's even more sad is like so many people just look the other way. They won't say anything about it. It's almost like they like it to happen.
I'm starting to think, like, was this Central American like shit. Stanley, what was your ex from New Bedford? What was she from again?
Oh, she was from Fairfax, Virginia.
No. You said that she was from somewhere in Central America, and she was saying that she
Oh,
was in.
like an old girlgirlfriend?
Yeah, from New Bedford.
Nicaragua.
From Nicaragua.
But she
Imagine if
she lived actually she lived in on Cape Cod.
Oh, in the Cape. Okay. So imagine if Be Brave's whatever ex-wife left him for a Nicaraguan, a black dude. You know what I'm saying? And this is
Right.
probably why he's upset. Who knows?
Yeah, you never.
Hey,
really
HB, you said that he comes from an immigrant.
Yeah. His
So this fucker hasn't even been here. His family hasn't even been here this goddamn long, and he got the nerve to talk.
Yeah. Oh, CK, you don't know. That's why I keep calling him stolen valor.
Yeah, I think what is it? Where is his family from?
He ain't even from here.
Hungary. Well, no, he's
Hungarian.
from here.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about his parents are not from here, right?
His parents, I ask him, but he does have an immigrant background.
So he's a first generation.
Oh
No,
my God.
I think he's more than that.
It sounds like a first generation.
Well,
that's crazy to me, man.
Yeah,
Like,
if his parents from somewhere, I mean, he's the first generation, right, Stanley?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I think I want to say it was like grandparents or great grandparents, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah,
so,
but
I'm truly guessing.
I don't know your
but
lineage.
what,
I don't know your
what
lineage,
what
Stanley, but
I
I'm
would
pretty
say
sure.
is that he doesn't have roots all the way back.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm pretty sure that you probably have roots that go far as him in this country.
I would think most black people do.
Yeah,
Most black Americans.
Ridiculous, man. He got the audacity, man. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
y'all are just getting up to speed on that.
Yeah, but that's
I
Stanley.
didn't know that.
Stanley, would you agree though? That's kind of how America is set up.
I would agree. I mean, the whole thing. Lyndon Johnson, in addition to all the things he said about voting Democrat forever, he also said that poor whites, if you give poor whites someone they can always look down on, they will open their pockets to you. So, he had some observation on the Be Brave class as well.
Yeah.
So, the reason elites, it was a conscious decision. Elites keep the poor white working class in line by saying you're always better than, the slaves, or you're always better than a negra, or whatever the, word they're going to use. I mean, you're right. That is foundational to America.
Foundational. That's par for the course in America. And I mean, that goes for any immigrant class. That's why a lot of,
I wouldn't say so much for Chinese and Asians in general, though I will say the Indians and the Pakistanis, I don't know so much about the East Asians, but I can tell you right now, I've run into some Asians, especially ones over in Britain. They will literally, I've met people who will literally say, hey, Caucasians come from right around that part. And we Indians are kind of like the proto-Europeans, because of Caucasian, like, Indo-European languages and Caucasian ancestry. So South Asians can be a little snooty to blacks.
How does this generation thing work? Is if your kids are born here, that's first generation, or if you become a resident of the state?
No, it generally, if the first generation born on U.S. soil are Americans.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's first generation. Yeah. So, the...
Oh, God. John, really? John wants to know, should he pack up the dead guy's things on camera?
Hey man, I think Johnny to stop playing with that shit, man. You never know who's looking, man. I don't trust it. If you don't trust the cops, you better not stop playing with that shit, man.
Yeah, John.
You up on the internet, man. Like, leave that shit alone.
John, if you're asking me, man, absolutely. Pack that,
Oh my
pack that,
God.
pack that nigga shit up on live.
Man, some HBA shit.
Yeah, make sure you bring your tripod to set the camera on.
I want to see some.
That's just a little. That's just a little too Adams Family for me.
Hey, that detective gonna be like, nigga, I was subscribed to your channel. I seen you over there, nigga. You better stop playing around.
John, maybe you could auction some of his stuff off too.
Oh God! Oh no! Don't do that. Don't listen to this advice.
I might let me buy his dead niggas. Let me buy some
John,
dead
he's
niggas.
not going to spring for your lawyer.
John, I got 50 on your lawyer, John. Don't listen to Stanley. I got 50 on it. I got 50.
Damn,
I said, motherfucker.
He was only
Don't
35.
call me.
Damn.
I said, motherfucker, don't call me. Why you giving out my number, motherfucker? What's
And
wrong
look at
with you?
Richard. Richard's like eBay that shit.
Giving out my number, motherfucker.
Got 50 on it, man. What you doing, John?
Oh
man.
Yeah, you know, fair use. You're giving fair use a whole new meaning.
Oh man, that is sad though. It really is sad.
I didn't realize he was only 35.
Yeah, I know, right? It really makes you appreciate life, man. Because goddamn.
You were like his daddy, John. The father he never had.
I'm gonna call ice. I'm gonna call ice on my
Hard
wife.
sale, Virgo, really?
the dead man's hand pants. Dead man's pants.
Man, y'all are a piece of work.
Yeah.
I sent you guys the Asian version of They're Not Like Us.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus. They got an Asian version. Man, I swear, it's like those Asians, they
Do
are
they
just
crip walk?
they can't, it's like they can't create anything on their own. All they do is steal American shit, man.
Copyright infringement.
I fucking can't stand Asians, man.
Hey, HB, maybe that's how Kenji got all those views.
Nah,
Asians was watching.
Nah, I actually do. I think Aubrey did kind of take it too far with that. But I do think
You're gonna start calling him Aubrey now.
Yeah, he's Aubrey now. I don't think he can go by Drake anymore.
Aubrey Drake.
But I do think there is something to it though. The issue though that I have, CKJ, is the same things he's complaining about. Kendrick, he benefited from the same things. Like, if the machine wasn't pushing Drake, we wouldn't give a fuck about Drake, man.
Yeah, he might be a fine actor.
I mean, he wasn't even the best actor on Degrassi. I watched it. I used to watch Degrassi when I was younger, man. It was a really good show before he.
Yeah, didn't he get shot? He was paralyzed or something. Right?
Yeah. Yep.
The way he fell was so hilarious.
Honestly, Degrassi was a really good show. I thought it
was it a comedy?
No,
it was a wild. It was like they was like some freaks too.
Yeah, it was like a
high school show. It's a high school show, but
yeah, it was like a high school drama kind of.
It was like 90210.
Yeah. Except except like Canadian.
Yeah,
so,
they were always apologizing and saying thank you.
No, they didn't do that. But yeah, no, it was like Canadian, so it was a lot different. Hold on 1 second.
That deer is looking mighty worried.
I actually really like the show though, and It was kind of funny. Like he was like a wheelchair rapper on the show too.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah, yeah. After he got shot by
The
the
Mounties?
kid. No. He got shot by some kid that like lost his mind and
Oh my
went
God.
crazy. The kid was like getting bullied and stuff, and so he came to school with a gun.
Wasn't there an episode where he was gonna kiss a guy or some shit?
No, I don't know if that
Who
was
had it?
him.
Yeah, Drake or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. I don't think that was Drake. I think that was somebody else.
Duale, is this deer making you hungry?
Habibi.
That deer would kick the shit out of Duale.
Yeah, I don't think the Wally can eat deer. I think that's
Sure he can. Yeah,
it's not.
they're hooved. I think their hooves are cloven.
Oh,
Oh
okay.
wait, no, it can't be cloven. So I think you can eat venison.
That shit talk. That shit lip movement look like Destiny's, bro. Every time Destiny's talking, that's the way Destiny talk right there, like that.
The YouTuber?
Yeah. Every time he talks,
He
dude,
talks like he's chewing grain.
yeah, dude. I'm just like, what the fuck is up with his mouth?
He talks like a ruminant. Oh wow! He chews like a cow. He's chewing his cud.
It's like he's chewing his words, man. I'm like, shit. Get to the
Wipe
like
your
trying to
mouth,
get to
Dad.
the point, but he's chewing the words.
Hey, Destiny, wipe your mouth, man.
Them deers is at the lookout. Look at the ears. Like, I hear something. Wait a minute. Now, all right, cool. We'll go back to eat.
Yeah, they're constant. They're real skittish.
Yeah, dude. Just like my dog.
Well, they have reason to be. Some wolf out there is scoping them out.
Wolf pack will come out there, and it's crazy because the wolf, right? They'll have, let's say, a group of 9. They'll send the one guy in the front, then they'll have like 7 remaining in the middle, and then 1 in the back.
Apparently, deers are halal.
Coordinated, dude.
Deers are halal. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I think the deers have like multiple stomachs too.
Yeah, they're ruminant.
Yeah.
4 stomachs, if I remember correctly.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you can. I think it's not kosher to eat animals with only one stomach.
Is that right? Whoa, wait, hold it. Is that right?
Yeah. Like pigs and dogs and cats, they all have one stomach.
What about fish?
I think fish is different for some reason.
No, I know kosher rules. They have to have scales.
Yeah. That is true.
So maybe seafood is kind of a different category.
Right. No bottom
But
feeders.
chickens only have one stomach. But
do they?
They must mean like animals with hooves.
Yeah. Like because I mean a chicken.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that, Richard. 4 chambers, 1 stomach with 4 chambers.
Yeah.
That's probably what I meant.
Yeah, Richard's probably gutting a.
Well, Richard's an outdoorsman.
Yeah, he's probably gutting a deer right now.
Shit, he's munching on peacock bass for dinner.
I'm looking at it right now. He's in his garage.
I'm butchering a deer as we speak. I got blood on my keyboard.
Yeah, I don't know how he's typing, but salute to Richard. Google. Yeah, right, Richard. You ain't using no goddamn Google.
Yeah, that motherfucker's got a deer head on his wall. He's got like an 8-point buck.
Oh man.
hanging off the wall over the fireplace.
Oh man.
Yo, so I figured out an idea for the migrants, and I want to talk to the Trump administration and basically be like, yo, let's give the illegal aliens a stay if they could catch at least 4 to 5 predators. And then if they catch 4 to 5 predators, right, they could stay in the country. And we'll call the program.
So you're going to turn them into informants.
Yeah, so basically we'll call the program. We'll call the program Alien versus Predator.
You know what I would suggest. I honestly think that they should make them do military. Be in the military for like 4 years. Earn your citizenship.
Some do actually do that.
They do that now. HB. It was a couple of guys when I went to boot camp. They was from but they were staying in like Texas, but it was from like Nigeria, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think that would be, because I mean it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone too. You train them, you make them American citizens, make them learn English. You know, they ain't doing no fucking DEI in the military.
treat them like janissaries.
Yeah, we know about that.
Hey, Stanley, you know what's funny? When I was in boot camp, you know how when you walk in, they take all your stuff and you got to put it in a box?
Yeah.
Man, this Nigerian had a cell phone the whole time in boot camp, man.
Oh, really?
The whole time.
Did
and
he
I always
never
wondered, he never got caught.
Wow.
We didn't find out till the last day after graduation. You know, we come back and get our stuff or whatever before you get shipped out. Man, he had a cell phone the whole time, man.
Bet he wound up being a quartermaster, didn't he?
I don't know. I forgot where he was.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I'm thinking Army. He wound up being an SK. It sounds like he's good at logistics.
Man,
Alien versus Predator, bro.
You know, it was crazy because I always wonder, like at night, you know, you got to get in your bunk or whatever. He always would go to the corner. But, you know, I'm like, this guy had a cell phone the whole goddamn time. Goddamn Nigerians.
Yeah,
slick. They slick.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have to say, you know what? Sounds clever to me.
Yeah, he probably hit it up his ass the whole
He probably wound up being like a CT. Wound up being a CT or an IS.
It was a flip phone, man.
Yeah. You know they gotta keep it. They gotta keep in touch with their family, man.
So this picture, speaking of Trump, I actually got the impression that Trump was the babysitter and Elon was the actual president.
Yeah, Stanley, remember I was telling you early on that this guy Elon is very autistic. I think it's like it's really obvious now.
Really?
You don't think it's obvious?
Not really. I mean, he was pretty. You know, his son was like yelling or something, and or you know, making noise. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Having the child there in the Oval Office just strikes me as terribly unserious.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, the kid was standing next to the Resolute desk while Elon is talking.
Go ahead, push a nuclear button or some shit.
Yeah, as a kid, you know, he's gonna make noise, and it's like Trump. He was standing next to Trump, and I seriously thought, well, Trump's the babysitter, and Elon is the president.
Yeah, it is. It is. I will agree with you, Stanley. It is very unprofessional, but you know, I don't know, man. There is something very kind of, you know. I'm just not one of those people that hates kids, man. Like
no, you know, the kid doesn't get to decide where he's gonna be. The kid's fine. It's the adults that are the problem.
I just, you know,
I mean, it's like the kid is at Disneyland here, up on the shoulders.
Well,
like what?
Well, I was with X, talking to Trump, and we were talking about Doge, That's
Yeah,
Elon.
I don't really listen to him that much. I forgot he
Get it
had
out,
that
dude.
slammer.
Yeah.
Today, Junior.
Yeah. I think he's a little. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious how much on the spectrum he is. He's just very socially awkward. But
Yeah, he's not Angel though.
no. Angel's on a different side of the spectrum.
Different side.
Yeah. Elon's more on like the Rain Man side. Angel's more on the
What spectrum? What
the
spectrum
psychotic,
What, spe-
you
what
know.
spectrum is Solid Snake?
He's on the crack cocaine spectrum. That's what's
Yeah, Solid Snake is on the pull tab section.
yeah, Solid Snake just needs to be sober. That's it. That's his only problem.
Solid Snake is Bubbles from The Wire.
Yeah, no,
Yo,
seriously.
Bubbles. Oh,
yo,
that's funny.
Solid just needs to go cold turkey, man. That's it, man.
Come on, HB.
That's it, man. He just needs to go cold turkey, man. Just stop. Just stop.
Damn, man,
Stop
for
it.
real. Yo, shout out to R.I.P. to Angel, man.
Don't say that, man. Don't say that.
Oh my God.
Don't say that.
John will be finding him next.
For wherever he is, man, we miss you, bro.
Nobody's seen him anywhere on the internet?
Nah, dude.
Wow.
He's gone. Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's probably listening to us right now.
He's probably trying to get his life together, man.
Well, that's a good thing to do.
Yeah, it is.
You know who I haven't seen? What's her name? His girlfriend. What's her name? From New York City. I'll think of it in a minute. Ultra high neutrino found with a telescope under the sea. It's the most energetic particle of its kind ever discovered, and scientists have no idea where it came from.
DG says T-spells.
T-spells, right? Yeah. Ozempic can curb drinking.
Really? That's a lie, because shit. All these girls that I know that are taking that shit, they're all alcoholics, bro.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that thing, what's that procedure where you cut your stomach so you won't eat as
yeah,
much?
I know. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that shit has.
They
also
put a little like a they put a band or something.
Yeah, that shit has a 60% increase in people drinking, bro.
And
becoming alcoholics. It's crazy.
Vance is laying the groundwork for what?
For AI in Europe, trying to change Paris's mind. On AI.
He turned heads with his forceful argument that we need to move beyond looking at AI as a threat to be managed towards seeing it as an engine of opportunity. That's, yeah, okay.
He was over there in France and basically made
Not
a
an
speech.
AI president.
Made a speech and he was basically telling France to like stop censoring people. And I'm just
And as far as making them speak French instead of English?
nah, like censoring people online for free speech. And I'm like,
No, you can't do. He can't.
No, I know. I'm like looking at this guy like he's crazy. I'm like, Jesus Christ, like this is a conversation that you could probably have with this man in the background, but like to state something like that, it's just retarded. Because you can't control somebody else's country. And if you want something like that to be done, you should talk in private.
Wait, what are you guys talking about?
JD Vance and when he met with what's his face with the Prime Minister of France.
Is it Macron still?
Yeah, Macron.
Yeah, well, the thing is he needs to tell England the same thing.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. But he specified all of Europe, but at the same time, he's there with Macron. But I'm like, bro, like that's crazy to me, man. Like that's like you going to somebody's house and telling them what to do. Like you can't, like you know what I mean?
Oh no, I agree with you.
I'm like, dude, you're stupid, bro. If this is something that you really want, then you have a private conversation and I don't know, try to use a leverage a tactic or something, but that's not the way to go about it.
Well, I think he's autistic.
Who, JD Vance? Yeah. I think Stanley, I'm glad you said that because I do think we are kind of moving into an era where the nerds are kind of in control now.
Oh, you think HB?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you heard of a thing called analytics?
Yeah, I mean,
that's what has ruined sports.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so there you go. The nerds that have never played a day in their life, and these are the people that are dictating how our sports move.
Yeah. But remember they had a movie called Attack of the Nerds, and I think this is that might have been some.
Was it Revenge of the Nerds?
Yeah, Revenge of the Nerds. Yeah, and I think this
that's
is
a pretty damn old movie, though.
Yeah, it's a classic, though. I've seen it. It's a classic. But it's
I think I might have seen it at the theater.
Wow, damn, Stanley. Sometimes I forget how old you are, man.
Well, yeah, but the thing is we didn't. I mean, when I was in college, is where I think I saw it. They were just getting VHSs, like not DVD, but actual VHSs, like tape. But the thing is Georgia had you could see movies for like $2, and a lot of times they would premiere movies or they would pre-screen movies for the students, just for audience reaction. So yeah, I got to see quite a bit of movies at the theater. That was really the only way to see movies.
Y'all remember Blockbuster?
Oh yeah. Blockbuster was a thing. They had the VHS tapes. Like the VHS. I mean, this is way before DVDs. Yeah, look at Clara. Stanley saw that shit animated by hand in a drive-in theater. Hey, you know what? Even better than that, Clarice, I remember the little flip books, where you could animate a cartoon using a flip book. You young motherfuckers. you need to learn how to treat your elders. T-Spells has a deep sensation, sexy voice. You know what? That doesn't sound like very that doesn't sound like very devout to me there, Dwali.
Yeah, she does not have a sexy voice. She sounds like any average girl from the Bronx, man. What are you talking about? She sounds like she'll rob you. What are you talking about, Dwali?
Really? Well, Dwali's one of those new American types.
Yeah, he doesn't. He thinks, she has that New York accent, so he thinks it's sexy.
Dwali's like a Somali version of damn it, man, I'm having trouble recalling names. What's the dude, the guy who played Ali G, Borat? He's like,
Oh yeah.
Wally's gonna
Yeah.
come over here and act like a Borat.
Yeah. He might find his second wife over here.
Oh yeah, I watched Birth of the Nation on the first release. Well, I'll have you know that back in those days, I would have had to have sat up in the balcony.
Yeah.
It was segregated.
Yeah, they would have. Yeah, you definitely would have been back there, Stan. Yeah. Oh man, I couldn't imagine that, man. I don't even think I'd want to go to the movies. Fuck that.
I wouldn't either. They did not treat us right.
Stanley, you ever watch Boardwalk Empire?
I did.
Did you like it?
As a matter of fact, when I get done, because the guy who played Omar, Michael K. Smith, is that his name?
Yeah, he was Chalky White.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty good series too.
Yeah, I like it. I like the show.
Yeah, it really was. Yeah. I do like The Wire though. You know, one of the things in The Wire that really stuck out to me, and it's kind of stood the test of times, is I can't remember who said it, but it was, I know who said it, but I forgot who he was talking to. But it was what's the real tall guy with the braids name? The dark skinned guy?
Slim.
Slim. Yeah. He basically said like the streets never change, they just get more fierce. Oh, he was actually talking to the guy who
Brody,
who had just got out of jail.
You was talking to Brody. I thought you was talking to Brody. No, that was a different thing. That was a different thing.
Yeah,
He said something else to Brody before he got killed.
He was talking to the guy that just got out of jail and ran
The boxing coach. Yeah, the boxing coach.
And he told him the streets don't change, they just get more fierce. And I think that's that quote kind of stood the test of times, man, because I think that's the same thing that's happening now. Like, you know, Stanley kind of made me realize that like some of the shit that I got into as a kid, I think nowadays, if I would have gotten into the same shit, it probably would have led to gunplay. Like seriously, like
damn. What were you into?
I mean, you know, just like, you know, fights and stuff, and you know, school rivalries, and you know, you know, basketball fights, and just dumb adolescent stuff, you know, beefing with guys over, you know, their girl likes me, and you know, he's mad at me because of it, so he wants to fight. And you know, I can't just say, hey man, you know, I don't even know your girl. You know, if he called me out, I gotta fight. So, but now I think, you know, that type of behavior now, it's just gonna straight lead to gunplay. You know, like
everybody want to shoot.
Yeah, everybody's gonna shoot. Like we just fought. You know, like it wasn't that big a deal.
Yeah, I'm like Charles Ford. I'm a civilian, man. I'll call the police on you.
Eric Adams is thinking about, this is in the New York Times, thinking about running as a Republican.
Well, I think we all saw that coming. I mean, what chance? I mean, he's pretty much ousted from the Democrats.
Yeah,
he
is.
Yeah, what you don't really have a choice if you want to be in politics.
It'd be interesting to see if he could win that. I bet he you know what? I wouldn't count him out.
Nah, I wouldn't either.
I wouldn't either now, because who knows? Maybe he might lose 15% of his Democratic elector, but he might gain 15% from the other side. So
yeah, I think there are enough people who would be disaffected with Biden for prosecuting him in the first place.
Right.
That they might swing.
You know the thing that could hurt him though? I think a Trump endorsement could possibly hurt him.
You know what? I don't know that that's necessarily the case.
What I'm really saying is I think he could run Republican and do it without Trump.
Oh, I don't think so.
I think he can.
I think, as a matter of fact, I think Trump would basically probably give him a bunch of money from his PACs and probably give him the kind of campaign infrastructure. I think Trump would. I think Trump would get deeply embedded in that. You know how good it would look to have a Trump endorsed mayor running New York.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're
not
not lying,
in
Stanley.
a Democratic state. Trump would be God in the Republican Party if he
Bro, and who knows? He'll probably move back to New York.
As a matter of fact, Trump would probably do in New York what he's doing in DC.
Yeah.
Trump would get all kinds of retribution in New York City.
Yeah.
You got a
Fucking
point there.
Alva. I mean, believe me, you get New York City, that's like inroads to taking over the state.
Yeah. New York, and California, the two big ball players.
I mean, even me as an anti-Trump person, but I like politics, I'd be salivating. Shit, I would want to work on the campaign.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, nah, Stanley.
Just because of the sheer political evil. I want to be part of that. Can you imagine the fuckery that would go on?
And I think that's one of the things that I really do like about Trump. He just makes you want to be more like knowledgeable about politics in general.
Well, I mean, I was okay before that, but I can tell you right now, the left needs somebody who's willing to go, low like that. I don't think anybody on the left is as like down and dirty evil.
No, they're not. The way that they are evil, it's like they're slap fighting. And these guys,
you know what? I guarantee you, Trump and I would get along famously.
These people, like, man, these guys are sharks, man. Like, they're sharks.
But you know how it is. You've heard the term, swoes eat their young. Dude, if you've ever been in like a ward room on a destroyer or something like that, motherfucker, you better be the biggest shark. Your fellow officers will fuck you. They will throw you under the bus.
Yeah, that's the thing about Trump, man. He is one of those big sharks, and I just don't think there's.
Nah, he thinks he is. I mean, I guess he is.
Yeah, nah, he is.
I think Elon's a bigger shark, though.
Yeah, no, he is. He is. He is. And I think that's that's one thing Trump. He's either gonna be the shark tamer or he's gonna lose a limb. One of the two.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I just saw a story that I'm saving for tonight, where Elon had a couple companies under investigation. The people that are investigating have been fired. So those investigations have been derailed. I don't know. I think they're playing with fire on this.
Big time. I'm telling you, if Elon ends up getting into some legal troubles, Stanley,
I don't think he'll get in legal trouble.
Don't say
Trump
I didn't
won't
warn
let
you.
that
Though.
happen.
Don't
I
say
think
didn't
what'll
warn you.
happen is the public turns against him.
I don't know, man. I think he's got the public pretty much wrapped up.
Yeah,
right
don't
now.
count Steve Bannon out.
I don't know, man. You're the one that really made me kind of look at this stuff a lot differently with these the oligarchs. Man, we
absolutely.
America worships these people, and
Yep.
people when people have a lot of money, you think that they're a lot smarter than what they really are. You think they're a lot more noble than they really are. You think they're a lot more wise than they really are.
Well, I mean, now you don't get to be a billionaire like building it from scratch without, you got to be good at something. But the other thing is you got to be ruthless.
That is part of it.
Y'all ever watch the show Billions?
I have, yeah.
Yeah,
Back in
great
the
show.
first few seasons.
Yeah, I like the last season. They brought my boy back.
Oh, really?
They brought him back. Brought him back. They had to. They had to
What
bring
was
him back.
the
They ended the
storyline?
season.
Did he go somewhere in the
Yeah,
storyline?
remember he had that. What's the guy name?
It's Damien
The
something or
AG.
another.
Yeah, but he remember he was about to get caught up, and so he ended up.
I
fleeing.
only watched like maybe the first 3 seasons.
Yeah. So he ended up fleeing the country, and the
Oh,
guy that took
really?
over, the guy Mike Pence, which is supposed to be like a Trump character, took over, bought his company, and
Oh,
he was
wow.
about to run for president. So pretty
Wow.
much like everybody went against him, so he wouldn't be president because they was like, man, we don't want this guy to have like the codes. Like this guy, he'll be like too powerful.
Damn.
So they had to get
Yeah, I gotta
Axe
check
back.
that show out.
Yeah, they had to get Axe back to take him down.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I
it was
definitely gotta check that out.
yeah. I love
But
Billions.
yeah,
It's about the stock market
you
too.
do have to have
HB.
a certain level of callousness to really be. That's why Stanley. I know you criticize John a lot, but I'm telling you, man, John wouldn't be successful at what he does if he didn't have that cold-bloodedness.
Okay, let me tell you something right now, HB. I don't think John's that tough.
No,
He's
I'm not
not.
saying he's tough.
He's not motherfucking Navy tough. He has not swum with the sharks on a close to national level. John
But I
is
think
tough. Hood
business.
tough. Hood tough is not Navy tough. That's a different animal.
But I think there's like a business tough too.
And you know what,
You have to
Stanley,
be.
to your point,
Imagine what happens
I seen
when
that
you
shit on
can't
a
pick up
carrier.
Imagine what happens when you can't pick up a gun to solve it. You actually have to use cunning.
Stanley, if John ever had
Okay,
to pick
dude.
up a gun,
HB, I won't even hear of it. John is tough in his own way. I've seen way smarter. I've seen way tougher.
okay, Stan, I got
No,
you. I got you.
I'm not even being mean. I think John is smart. He's just not like politics smart.
No. I'm just talking about business wise, just business.
I don't know enough about business, but John is good in his own little niche.
Yeah. But I think that's you kind
But
of,
I suffice it to say, I'm not that impressed, and I'm not as impressed as you are. But you're young and impressionable. You're young and impressionable.
Stanley, it's just one of those things where, like, when it comes to business, you do have to have that kind of shark mentality. Where some people, they'll glorify Trump for being a shrewd businessman, but when John shows the same type of
Okay,
elements, they'll call him.
I don't think John. I don't think there's a comparison.
I think there's a
Well,
lot of
then
comparison.
that's your youth and inexperience.
Oh, okay, all right.
No, I'm dead. I'm not even like criticizing. I'm just saying, yeah, John in his niche is doing fine, but let's not go overboard.
All right. I got you.
Phoenix Fish, yes. Hey, now I'm swimming in a small pond here.
Well, no, and trust me, to be a naval officer, especially during the time you had to do it, that's not something to. It's not something to sneeze
And
at.
I can tell you right now, more times, like 90% of the time, I was the only black officer on the ship. And believe me, there were some people who weren't too happy about that. And there are some times where people, every now and again, somebody wants to sabotage you or put in, say something snide to the captain or something like that. believe me, like I said, there's a lot of politics involved in wardrooms.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And I mean, you're playing a man. Listen, you're playing a life or death game too out on those ships.
Right, but and it's not even,
Yeah.
I mean, compared, I mean, even what I did was kind of small potatoes. You know, it's not like I was flag rank or anything like that. But the thing is I've seen enough to know that, you know, everybody has what they're good at, and John is good at what he does. I couldn't do it because I don't have that kind of patience.
Stanley, what oceans have you traveled, and what are the biggest waves you have encountered?
The Atlantic, the Mediterranean, Red Sea, and Persian Gulf, and then a little bit of the, you know, Indian Ocean. But I mean, I've seen 30 or 40-foot waves.
Jesus Christ, I couldn't do it.
Yeah,
I couldn't do it, bro.
I'd be
I
sick to
mean,
my stomach,
waves.
man.
If you know the relative size of a destroyer, I've seen waves taller than the destroyer.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I'm
I'd be
like
sick.
so curious. It's like how those things move when those waves like hit it, because like
Well, I mean, a lot of it, you know, you just ride the troughs. You know, you're not like crashing headfirst into waves at full speed. You know, you can ride it's almost like surfing a wave. You just adjust your speed and course just to, you know, for the smoothest rides you can, and you're just kind of riding in the troughs.
yeah, man, fuck that.
Yo,
Thank you for your service, Stanley.
I got sick going whale watching. I can't imagine being on a ship like that.
Man, we bought
It's you get used to it.
these little
CKJ knows. You got to tune it out to a certain extent.
yeah, you got to tune it out. We bought these little sea pills, like it's like sugar pills or whatever. They're supposed to help,
Oh,
but
Dramamine.
that shit did not help.
Dramamine. You didn't get the patch behind your ear?
Nah, dude. Like,
Next time, get a patch.
there was a winter
Oh,
wind
by
that
the
was
way,
coming
you
down.
got to start taking that Dramamine like the night before.
Bro, there was a winter wind coming down from Florida, and we was on a cruise. And yeah, bro, it was fuck that. Never again.
Would it rock a little bit?
Oh, a little bit, Stanley. Like, dude, the tables on the restaurants and shit were moving, bro.
Oh wow.
And it was cold as shit, dude. It was like what was it? It was like 50 degrees or something.
Oh, that's
like,
not bad.
50's not that cold.
Yeah, but in the middle of the ocean, bro.
Well, on the water, you know,
we
there's
packed
always
shorts
a
and
breeze.
shit, dude.
Yeah,
Like we packed shorts and stuff, bro. Like I only had one pair of jeans because I'm like, oh shit, we had enough Florida in March.
On my first cruise, we got the shit beat out of us so bad off Hatteras, we had to pull into Naval Station, New York. We spent like a day or two there. So when we were finally ready to head back to Rhode Island, we went up the East River, all the way up to like Hell's Kitchen, and hung a right to come out Long Island Sound. So we got to sail up the East River. We passed the Statue of Liberty. It was actually behind the UN building. It was actually really cool. The only problem is we had to be outside the whole time, and it was snowing. And I have never been so fucking cold. It was miserable.
Wait,
And it was like a 2 or 3 hour sea and anchor detail. So I was outside in that snow for 3 hours.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, it was miserable.
Wait, Stanley, what's Hatters?
Oh, off of North Carolina.
Yeah, Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, that area.
All those hurricanes come up and hit North Carolina, right in that Cape Hatteras area.
Hey, Juan, what's going on, man?
What's up, Juan?
Juan, too.
Good afternoon. Just here watching my godson and working, man. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good.
Man, I just got home. Oh man, what the hell? Jesus Christ.
What happened?
I got a little care package I'm looking through right now. trying to figure out what is what. Okay.
Is it from Adam and Eve?
Nah. Just from Eve, not Adam.
Not Adam.
Yeah, definitely not Adam.
Was it compliments of Spencer's gifts?
Was it
Nah.
Steve? Did you get it from Steve?
No, not.
Adam and Steve.
Adam and nah. Just Eve. Just Eve. Oh boy. Oh.
Does it come with a complimentary cigar that you need to save after about 9 months for now?
Oh, nah.
Oh.
Nah.
You thought it was a thermometer.
Damn, Stanley.
All right, gentlemen. I'm gonna go eat and
All right. Well, I'm gonna end this.
Okay. Yeah.
If you're heading out, because I think I originally had a show scheduled for like 12. So I need to go get ready for it and eat. I haven't even eaten dinner. I need to make dinner too.
Oh yeah. Stanley, get some rest and yeah.
I'll see you fellas, man.
All right, man.
Yeah, I might come on earlier, but I think I originally had it scheduled for like midnight. So probably going to stick to that schedule.
Okay. Damn, Juan, did you want to say anything before I get?
Oh
out of
yeah,
here, man?
Juan. I mean, yeah, if you got something, Juan, I can stay on.
Well, not really. I just wanted to the thing that I wanted to talk to you about, Stanley, but we can do this
No, go
at
ahead.
another time.
I'm open for it.
I was noticing this is going to sound weird, and this is going to sound antithetical to my vote and my politics, but I've noticed that literally everything that happened at the Democratic level, the arrests and the charges, I'm seeing literally the exact inverse happen today. So, for example, Pat Bondi today filed charges against Hochul and Letitia James regarding the sanctuary cities, I guess, but she's pursuing criminal charges. And now I'm beginning to get concerned that whether Republican or Democrat, we're falling into this game of tit for tat, the Pee Wee Herman syndrome, I call it, the I know you are, but what am I type stuff. And I wanted to get your thoughts on that. But again, that's something that we can talk about
I
later.
haven't seen that story. I don't think criminal charges are going to stick.
I don't think they're designed to stick.
Okay, well, I mean, if she's doing it for the theater, it's politics.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's politics, but my concern, and again, it's something that we can talk about later. My concern about that
you
is,
mean like when the Democrats come back, it's just going to be back and forth like that?
Well, part of it.
I don't think the Democrats have those sort of stones.
Well, no, that's in part, and you might be right. They might be tired from now, but my concern is there are going to be a lot of people that don't know how to look at this a little bit, further from the outside, and it's going to be almost like medieval times. You're on the green team. You want the red and black team to disappear. Okay, you're on the black team. You want the red and green team to disappear. And I don't
we're
think
already there.
Well,
you don't think so?
I don't know. That's the thing. That's what I wanted your thoughts on.
I honestly think we're already there. Now, can it escalate? Yeah. Now, Pam Bondi, for some reason or another, she just strikes me as a little bit more even-tempered than that. But maybe she's not. I mean, she's probably the only nominee that I can think of off the top of my head that I didn't have a problem with for Attorney General. I mean, she's had experience as Florida's Attorney General. She seems pretty qualified to me. I don't think it's that big a deal. Now, I could be wrong, but I mean, what is a state attorney general and a governor? I just think it's just, she's got to do something. Trump, I'm sure, wants it. I'd be interested to see what criminal charges she's going to try and charge. I mean, if they're following state law, I mean, I don't think I don't. There's nothing that a governor is bound to do federally that I know of, and I'm not a lawyer, but I would like to see what criminal charges, are being filed.
But I think she's U.S. Attorney General, right? And
yeah, where'd you read it? Because I literally just looked in the New York Times.
It's on the War Room. I have it posted on my X account at Hablo_Pacheco. It came out about an hour ago, I want to say. But my concern was, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I haven't seen it. Apparently, oh, you mean Steve Bannon's thing?
Yeah, Steve Bannon's thing. Well, my concern wasn't necessarily the charges. My concern was when you have too much meat thrown to the dogs, and those dogs don't know how to think straight sometimes, and so they'll fall for the theater hook, line, and sinker, which then in turn concerns me because then that could escalate. That was the thing.
I don't see how. I mean, how are they going to escalate? I mean, you
the
got
federal government wouldn't. The federal government wouldn't escalate. My concern would be
what's the state going to do?
Well, the state's not going to be able to do anything because this is a federal issue.
So I mean, it's really kind of a one-sided thing. I mean, if they issue federal level criminal charges, I mean, all the states, all the governor and the, I mean, they're just going to have to hire lawyers and fight it.
Right. And on that part, I think it would be an easy piece of thing. Motion to dismiss, get it out, or motion to quash the indictment, depending on where it's at, get it out. But my concern is not the lawyers and the prosecutors fighting the case against the governor and the New York Attorney General. It's the people that will watch the news, I guess, or read the headline, and they'll go off fighting each other. That's what I'm worried about.
I don't know about all that. I'm not worried. I just, oddly enough, in all these tumultuous times, I actually have no worries about the judicial branch. I actually think, maybe below the Supreme Court and even the Supreme Court, I just have this feeling they're going to go out of their way not to be partisan. Now, I could be wrong, but I think I just tend to trust good lawyers to think.
Well, same here. But then again, I have a prejudice that I need.
They're going to be your Fifth Circuit. There are the Fifth Circuit type judges, but I don't. I think the judicial branch will be okay.
Well, I think even the Fifth Circuit's starting to become a little bit more even-tempered. They used to be ultra-conservative in their judicial philosophy, and over the past year, not so much in that regards. But for me, I just wonder if your normal citizen, if they would catch on to, okay, this is just judicial theater, or this is just politics, or
I just think the normal citizen is gonna be like, I mean, there wasn't much going on after the election. I don't know. I mean, I think everybody pretty much knew this was going to happen. I mean, Trump was pretty clear, I am your retribution. I don't think this is surprising anybody.
Well, you might have a point, even though,
I mean, I would actually be surprised if he didn't.
Well,
we haven't even gotten down to Fonnie Willis yet.
Right.
It's gonna happen to Fonnie too.
Right. Even though he did say, my retribution would be this country's success. I mean, but then again, you might be onto something.
Now, the only thing is, I don't know that Trump's gonna be wanting to mess in Kemp's state like that.
I don't think it would be
that might be kind of Fonnie's, Brian Kemp being governor, might be a little bit of a shield for her.
Right. Well, that plus it looks like the Supreme Court of Georgia is also looking into Fonnie Willis with a fine-tooth comb right now.
Fonnie actually appealed something up to them. Forget exactly what it was. So I don't, the Republicans in Georgia I don't worry about Brian Kemp. You know, he's one of the guys, depending on the circumstances, I could vote for him, you know, cast a vote for him for president or something. And,
Right.
you know, it wouldn't be my favorite thing to do, but he's a good guy.
Yeah. Yeah. That he is, you know. But then again, you know, maybe my concerns are, as they say, much ado about nothing. But
Well,
for me, it was
I don't think Trump's doing anything people didn't expect. Okay, you may be outraged in this story that I'll probably do tonight. You know, this Supreme Court philosophy could constrain Trump. Probably not. But the bottom
Could I
line
be?
is Trump. The one thing I have to say, Trump's not doing anything that people didn't expect.
Right. And I'm assuming that this is the article that says the Supreme Court philosophy that could constrain Trump, right? Is that the one that you're going to play later this evening?
Yeah. I'll put the link in the back for you if you want.
Yeah, please do, because I'm
Do you have a subscription?
I didn't hear you say that again.
You have a subscription, or I can gift an article if you're not.
No, I have a subscription. I'm good.
Oh, cool. Okay, well, I'll just drop this in the back.
Yeah, I mean, and even if I didn't, I could just ask my boss. My boss has a subscription, so yeah, either way would be good. But I mean, to me, it just simply to me, I'm thinking that it's all, you know, dealing with checks and balances. What can the president do that the courts can keep him in check in? I mean,
well, I kind of think I'm hoping, and I haven't read it yet. I'm hoping it's going to say that textualism will constrain
him. The strict constructionist crowd, huh?
I don't. You know what? 14th Amendment. It says what it says.
Yeah, you might be onto something there. Now, it's a shame I won't.
They're in kind of a catch-22, because if they say, hey, the 14th Amendment was literally specifically for African slaves or former slaves, that means that the Reconstruction Amendments were technically just for Black people. Okay, and that creates a problem for the 14th Amendment. I think it was the 14th Amendment was one of the sticking points in that affirmative action lawsuit that the Asians brought.
Yes,
and they were specific. It was either Clarence Thomas or Justice Roberts. They literally said the Constitution is colorblind. So if the Constitution is colorblind, you can't say that the 14th Amendment was specifically for a race of people. They're in my opinion, they're in kind of a
right. And if even worse than that.
Amendment,
what I could say before I go out.
If birthright citizenship was specifically for Native Americans and Black people, if you narrow it that way, so other non-Americans can't use it, then it's no longer colorblind.
No, it's not, and that's the huge issue. Furthermore, that would cause a question. For starters, it would overrule the Wong Kim Ark case, and that's huge in the immigration circles. But the other thing is due process wouldn't be colorblind. Due process wouldn't be colorblind because the due process of law that incorporates the Fifth Amendment to the states by way of the 14th Amendment would only apply to black people. That would cause a huge problem. That would be an earthquake in circles of jurisprudence all over the country. And I would argue that would be darn near scary. But, that's neither here nor there. I'm going to have to catch that on the back play tomorrow, though, or on the replay tomorrow, though, because I'm going to be really, really busy with my hands full this evening in that regards. But I just wanted your
link
thoughts
in the back for you.
Yeah, I just copied it. Thank you very much, buddy. You guys stay safe, stay blessed.
All right. Folks, make sure you hit the like if you haven't on your way out. And if you're new to the channel, please subscribe and share the wealth. We got a bunch of wealth here on the John Galt channel. And subscribe to my channel too. It's Stanley Cross 6000. And I have a show scheduled for midnight. I might come on earlier, but probably not. So John, I will see y'all later. And John, if you're gonna do that videotape, I'll definitely maybe be up for that you bagging up the belongings. So all right, well, you guys have a good evening, and I will probably see you around midnight. Let's see, am I forgetting anything? I don't think I am. Oh, make sure you support the host. $10 a day for Portia J. Support your favorite host, support the channel. And I will see y'all tonight. Oh, wait. Hold on here. We're supposed to do that. There we go.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should. Feel like I should go.